It's over. Barbecue. Curtains down, flowers scattered. Qin Feng cursed the heavens in utter despair. What the hell, is this some kind of sick joke? Just a few days ago, he was diligently working screws at the factory, all for the sake of helping his boss marry a second wife next year. Who could have imagined he'd inexplicably be recycled and reborn as a baby, still developing inside a womb? After a few days of gathering information, he realized this wasn't his original world. Instead, it was a mystical realm called the Archaic World. Here, demons and monsters coexisted, mortals and immortals mingled, and powerful beings could split mountains and rivers, summon storms, and gaze down upon creation, shaking the 9 provinces with a single word. At first, Qin Feng thought he was just an ordinary loser, a salted fish so unremarkable that even stray dogs wouldn't glance back if they saw him on the street. The kind of person who'd get lost browsing the internet, let alone survive 3 episodes in this world. But then, an unexpected surprise came crashing down on him. His father turned out to be the head of the prestigious Qin family. The Qin family was renowned across the archaic world, a household teeming with elites and geniuses, earning them the title of the first family of the archaic world. With such a powerful background, Qin Feng could walk sideways across the realm. There was no problem that shouting "Dad" couldn't solve. And if that didn't work, he could always shout, "Mom." Moreover, his mother was no ordinary woman. She was the saintess of Taibai Immortal Mountain, one of the 3 great sacred grounds. If even shouting for his parents wasn't enough, the family had 10 ancestor-level experts sitting in the background. As long as he didn't provoke some protagonist with a god-tier plot armor, he could live however he wanted. Protagonist? What a joke, he must have read too many novels. Qin Feng convinced himself he was overthinking things. How could the real world possibly have those overpowered, cheat-like protagonists? The kind where generations of effort are outdone by a boy stumbling into a lucky encounter. It was utterly laughable. But in the next second, his laugh froze. Today, his as-yet unseen mother drank another bowl of the Qin family's specially brewed immortal elixir, as usual. This elixir held miraculous powers. It enhanced the unborn baby's potential. The more she drank, the greater the potential. To ensure that this Qin family baby would start life miles ahead of the competition, the Qin family had even used secret arts to delay his birth by 100 years. It had already been 97 years, just 3 more to go, and he'd be born. Yet today, just as Qin Feng began absorbing the elixir's energy, he suddenly realized that something was siphoning it away, something. And it wasn't satisfied. It started devouring his energy madly. Qin Feng felt his spirit plummet, drained to the point that it was even worse than spending 20 days straight with his girlfriend in his previous life. Worse still, he discovered he wasn't the only one in the womb. There was a terrifying little creature next to him. If this went on, Qin Feng figured he'd be dead in a few days. What the hell kind of monster is this? Fear consumed him as he tried to distance himself from the terrifying entity. But in such a confined space, there was nowhere to run. He could only watch helplessly as his energy was steadily drained. And then, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding dong! Detected an epic heaven's chosen child. System activation beginning. This monster is the protagonist? Qin Feng felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, panic rising in his chest. Everyone knows that being a protagonist's family member is the most dangerous occupation. It either gets you killed to kickstart the plot or turns you into a hindrance that prevents the protagonist from leveling up, resulting in you being sacrificed. Even if you manage to survive until the end, fate will grind you into dust, leaving you exhausted and stripped of any dignity. Sure enough, Qin Feng's suspicions were confirmed when he saw his little brother's protagonist aura stats. Epic protagonist aura. A once in 10,000 years protagonist exclusive aura with no logical explanation. Don't ask why, it's just the rules. Luck boost, plus 9,999. Comprehension boost, plus 9,999. Potential boost, plus 9,999. Charm boost, plus 9,999. Family reincarnation rate, 50%. Note, in life-threatening situations, the aura will trigger additional boosts. Extra luck boost, plus 9,999. Extra comprehension boost, plus 9,999. Extra potential boost, plus 9,999. Extra charm boost, plus 9,999. Family reincarnation rate, 99.999%. What the hell? Is there no justice in this world? Qin Feng couldn't help but curse out loud, his inner voice screaming like a groundhog in despair. He was the transmigrator. How did his little brother become the protagonist? What did that make him? The villain? Ding dong! Detected that the host is a heaven-ordained ultimate villain. The universe's supreme invincible villain system has been successfully activated. The air fell silent. Somewhere in the vast multiverse, a handsome young man mentally screamed, "What the hell?" Being the twin brother of a protagonist was dangerous enough, but now he had to be the ultimate villain? Wasn't this just asking to be obliterated? At the same time, Shin Feng couldn't help but think about his future. No greed for wealth, no lust for beauty, no disciples, no establishing sex. He could endure and stay low profile, but he must not lose the will to fight. No provoking wasteful geniuses, no saving damsels in distress. Always avoid Yilin, Chen Xiao, Chu Qin Wang, Su Feng, and Zhou. And most importantly, absolutely no evil chuckling. Ding dong. Friendly reminder, based on the system's analysis of the host's personality, the host is greedy, lecherous, loves to brag, and exudes an unmatched flamboyance, embodying the true essence of manhood. There is absolutely no chance he'll settle for a low-profile, peaceful life. Shin Feng couldn't hold back any longer. His anger erupted as he cursed, "What the hell are you talking about? Doesn't your conscience hurt saying this? I've been kind-hearted since I was a kid. Whenever I saw the girl next door bathing, I'd thoughtfully open the window to let in fresh air. When old Wang next door wasn't home, I'd selflessly take care of his wife. If I came across homeless girls, I'd give them a warm place to stay. My friends say I have the makings of a prime minister. I just want to be the boy next door, quietly helping my neighbors fix their plumbing." Before he could finish his self-praise, the system interrupted him again. Ding dong. Villain starter pack successfully distributed. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a God-tier aura, Emperor's Potential. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a God-tier technique, the 33 Heavens Creation Art. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a mythic level epic item, Full Power Red-Haired Monster Experience Voucher. Emperor's Potential, a mythical aura that grants a tenfold boost to all attributes. Note, boost adjusts based on base stats. The 33 Heavens Creation Art, a mythical technique born from the Big Bang, capable of seizing the fortune of the heavens. Full Power Red-Haired Monster Experience Voucher, a mythic level epic item. Used to experience the full power of a red-haired monster, capable of suppressing anyone claiming invincibility. Duration, 24 hours, cooldown, 10 years. Shin Feng stared blankly at the item descriptions. Suddenly, being a villain didn't seem so bad. Bring it on, brothers, come fight me if you dare. No, no, no. He was raised on Confucian values, a proper gentleman who grew up reading the Analects. How could he stoop so low as to embrace villainy? Suck, suck, suck. All you do is suck. Shin Feng noticed his little brother was still draining his energy. Rage boiled over, and he kicked him square in the face. As Confucius said, a gentleman must strike with weight to command respect. Note, a gentleman must hit hard when taking action, or he'll never establish authority. One swift kick. The second brother not only didn't behave but even punched him back. What the heck? This brat can't be allowed to stay here long. Shin Feng was burning with rage. In an instant, he activated the Emperor's Aura Halo. Ding dong, Emperor's Aura activated, gaining a tenfold boost to all attributes. Shin Feng felt as though an infinite power surged into his body. Every cell in him burned with fervor. With a loud bang, Shin Feng stepped forward and delivered another kick, this time far more powerful than before. The second brother seemed to sense this overwhelming power and immediately stopped his antics, not daring to move recklessly, fearing that Shin Feng might actually end him. What kind of chosen one is this, scared of the strong and bullying the weak? Shin Feng was full of disdain and couldn't resist kicking the second brother one more time. Ding dong, the system detected the host kicking the chosen one. 10 villain points awarded. 10 villain points. Shin Feng was shocked. Drawing on his years of experience reading novels, he silently called for the system store. The next moment, a brilliant system marketplace flashed in his mind. Glorious treasures sparkled everywhere, almost blinding him. Aura of a tyrant, divine grade. With just a crooked smirk, unleash an imposing aura that drives men to willingly sacrifice everything and women to unwavering loyalty. It ensures absolute devotion from spirit beasts and even compels artifact spirits to acknowledge you as their master. Price, 99,999 villain points. Heart of Darkness, divine grade. Battle power increases infinitely based on anger levels. Price, 99,999 villain points. Heaven's Sacrificial Law, divine grade passive ability. When a close relative is killed, activate the Heaven's Sacrificial Law to gain supreme divine power, unstoppable by gods or Buddhas, ignoring all levels. Price, 99,999 villain points. This price, as impressive as it is, Qin Feng's heart stirred with waves of desire and helplessness. As a gentleman well-versed in Confucian wisdom, he naturally needed to learn how to overcome difficulties. Confucius said, "Review the past to understand the new and always maintain vitality." Pow! Feeling that the second brother was up to no good again, Qin Feng immediately raised his foot and stomped on his face once more. Ding dong, the system detected the host kicking the chosen one. Another 10 villain points awarded. Unfortunately, Qin Feng was still developing in the womb, and after a few strikes, he felt drained. He could only call upon the system to start cultivating the 33 Heavens creation technique. Ding dong, 33 Heavens creation technique initiated. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming flood of information surged into Qin Feng's mind. The layout of his meridians vividly appeared in his thoughts, and the mysteries of the technique engraved themselves into his memory, impossible to forget. Is this cultivation technique powerful? Qin Feng didn't yet understand the cultivation system of the archaic world and couldn't judge the level of the technique, but he began cultivating it nonetheless. Boom! Qin Feng instantly entered a meditative state, his mind becoming serene and tranquil. The surrounding energy surged into his body like a storm, scaring the second brother into cowering in the corner of the womb, trembling. The little rascal has finally calmed down. The Qin family matriarch, Lady Yunxia, once a saintess of Taibai Immortal Mountain, one of the 3 great sacred grounds, looked at her rounded belly with endless affection, gently caressing it. Earlier, the little one had been so restless inside that it gave her quite a hard time. Yunxia suddenly noticed something unusual. The little one in her womb was actually absorbing spiritual energy and doing it rhythmically, as if cultivating some technique. Innate cultivation technique. 4 words flashed through Yunxia's mind, and she could hardly hide her joy. In the archaic world, cultivation techniques are divided into 6 levels: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, saint, and divine. The yellow, profound, earth, and heaven levels are created by martial masters and allow cultivators to reach perfection in their practice. Saint and divine levels, however, require comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth to create. Only the founders can achieve perfection with these techniques. To grow stronger, one must create their own unique cultivation technique to reach the ultimate level of mastery. An unborn baby, being in a pure and innate state, is said to be able to sense the existence of the laws of heaven and earth. At this stage, a baby is in an unconscious state and wouldn't normally cultivate voluntarily. A child born with an innate technique is a rarity that appears once in 10,000 years. Once a baby begins cultivating, the starting point is no less than a saint-level technique, with a perfect compatibility rate, making them a natural-born genius destined to excel from the very beginning. This was precisely why the Qin family had paid such a tremendous price, utilizing secret arts to delay Qin Feng's birth by a full 100 years. Not only to ensure the baby started ahead of everyone else but also to maximize the success rate, betting on this once in 10,000 years opportunity. "Baby, you're truly making your mother proud." Yunxia was overjoyed. She knew that her position in the Qin family was now unshakable. Even those ancient ancestors of the family would have to respectfully call her a hero when they saw her. Her baby was in the process of creating a technique surpassing the heaven grade. For a great clan, this was akin to a treasure that could anchor the family's fortune for generations. Soon, several of the Qin family's ancient ancestors, upon hearing the news, emerged from seclusion to express their care. "Xia, you've done a great service to the Qin family. Do not bear any psychological burden. If you have any requests, just say the word. The Qin family will stop at nothing to fulfill them. Is the living environment comfortable? If not, I'll have people replicate Taibai Immortal Mountain exactly, so you can feel at home. Why are we only giving her 1 bowl of celestial liquid a day? If the Wang family next door sees this, they'll think the Qin family can't afford it. Double it. 1 bowl every hour." Just as the ancestors chattered on noisily, a cold snort suddenly exploded in their ears. "All of you, get back to your cultivation. If you scare the little one, I'll hang you on the crooked tree at the Qin family's gate and beat you." The ancestors scattered like frightened birds, much like naughty children caught by their teacher. Though they were thousands of years old, some even older, they were like immature children in front of the Qin family's second ancestor. If he truly hung them on the crooked tree and beat them, how could they ever show their faces in public again? "Greetings, ancestor." Yunxia hurriedly prepared to kneel and pay her respects, astonished that even the second ancestor had personally come. But before she could kneel, a gentle force stopped her. "You're with child. There's no need for these formalities. Focus on nurturing the baby. This child's technique, derived from the laws of creation, is extraordinary. I foresee the makings of an emperor in him." The second ancestor did not reveal himself, leaving only a solemn voice behind. At the same time, the entire Qin family sprang into action. Countless elite disciples and experts were mobilized to form layers of protection around Yunxia. Even a mosquito passing by would have its gender scrutinized. My son possesses the makings of an emperor. Next to Yunxia, a robust man grinned foolishly. He was Qin Tian, the current head of the Qin family and Qin Feng's proud father. Ugh, you're so annoying. Yunxia gave him a flirtatious sidelong glance, nearly driving Qin Tian into a frenzy of desire. He almost wanted to teach their son early on what it meant to raise a filial son under strict discipline. But remembering how crucial this little one was to the family, he set aside the stern father's rod, hoping his son would understand his father's sacrifices and come out soon. Yet Qin Feng had no intention of coming out. His daily routine remained the same: eat, sleep, and bully his younger brother. Madam, push harder. 3 years had flown by, and finally, the day of Qin Feng's birth had arrived. The entire Qin family was bustling with activity, with all the elite disciples on high alert. This was a momentous occasion, heralding the addition of another prodigy to the Qin family. Any suspicious individuals discovered were to be executed without question. Why is it taking so long? Outside the room, Qin Tian paced back and forth anxiously, his heart ablaze with worry as he listened to his wife's gut-wrenching cries from inside. Don't worry, it's going to be fine. Several of the Qin family's ancestors sat calmly in the courtyard, sipping tea. Yet their eyes occasionally darted to the room's door, revealing that their calmness wasn't entirely genuine. Companion cultivation techniques were rare, but as the foremost ancient family, the Qin family could always acquire a few manuals. What truly mattered to them was Qin Feng himself. While still in the womb, he had already comprehended a companion cultivation technique and, upon birth, would achieve mastery in it. Such talent would make him an invincible force among his peers in the future. This was akin to nuclear deterrence. What family wouldn't want more of such elite individuals? In this ancient world where strength reigned supreme, a family's prosperity relied on its number of powerhouses. Naturally, the Qin family pinned high hopes on this unborn child. At that moment, tiny Qin Feng could already sense his younger brother scheming to usurp his position. Enraged, he kicked him aside without hesitation. Ever since activating his Emperor's halo and cultivating the 33 Heavens creation technique, he had mercilessly suppressed his younger brother, successfully establishing his dominance as the elder sibling. Now, whenever his younger brother made a move, he would cower in a corner, trembling. Even the celestial liquid was preemptively absorbed by Qin Feng. Only after he was full would his brother dare to sip the leftovers. Through 3 years of relentless oppression, Qin Feng had amassed over 33,200 villain points and was eager to spend them extravagantly. The 3-year mark has arrived, it's time for me to be born. Qin Feng felt as though he could see the light ahead, his heart swelling with excitement. He could hardly wait to break free from this confinement. Ah! On the bed, Yunxia struggled incessantly, her small hands gripping the bedsheets tightly. The torment from this little one had nearly driven her to collapse. With a final scream, Yunxia reached her limit, and Qin Feng emerged into the world, announcing his arrival to this ancient land. However, he was currently unable to articulate his thoughts. To others, his cries simply sounded like loud wailing. Wah wah! He's born! He's born! My son, Qin Feng, is here! Outside, Qin Tian was so ecstatic he could barely form sentences. The weight in his heart finally lifted. As if guided by fate, after deliberation among the Qin family members, they decided to name him Qin Feng. Ding dong, the system has detected the birth of a destined ultimate villain. Arranging exclusive celestial phenomena. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky was filled with lightning and thunder. What was once a clear day turned instantly dark with thick clouds, and an eerie crimson moon appeared in the heavens. Heavenly phenomena signaled the birth of a monstrous genius. A celestial sign. My son, Qin Feng, truly possesses the potential of an emperor. Qin Tian laughed uproariously, as if announcing the joyous news to the entire world. The surrounding Qin family disciples stepped forward to congratulate the patriarch on the birth of such an extraordinary son. However, the Qin family's ancestors, who should have been celebrating, wore grave expressions. Their eyes fixated on the blood-red moon in the sky. A blood moon rises, and a calamity is born. This child may bring a great catastrophe to the ancient world. The Qin family's ancestors exchanged glances, a hint of unease flickering in their eyes. Since an inevitable calamity was foretold, the Qin family chose to face it head-on. Elsewhere, other powers in the ancient world also took notice of the blood moon and quickly dispatched scouts to investigate the origins of this monstrous genius. At the same time, they began scheming for the impending chaos, causing the seemingly peaceful ancient world to ripple with undercurrents. At this moment, Qin Feng had already been cleaned and was brought before Qin Tian. So this is my cheap dad? So ugly. As Qin Feng laid eyes on his bargain bin father, his dreams of a handsome lineage were instantly shattered. This burly, rugged man made him wonder if his mother had given birth to him as an act of revenge. However, upon seeing his pale-faced mother on the bed, his disappointment eased somewhat. With brows like emerald feathers, skin like snow, a waist as slender as a willow, and teeth like pearls, she was undoubtedly the most stunning classical beauty he had ever seen. This gave him hope that his future appearance wouldn't be too bad. Living off his looks might still be an option. Good, good, good. My son Qin Feng truly has the potential of an emperor. After inspecting his son's innate talent, Qin Tian couldn't stop smiling, his heart brimming with excitement. It was no wonder his son's potential was terrifying, far surpassing children of the same age by over tenfold. Moreover, Qin Feng had unconsciously begun cultivating in the womb. By the time he was born, he had already reached the 6th stage of the Qi and blood realm, a level even the Qin family's 8 or 9-year-old prodigies couldn't match. Just then, the midwife suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my, madam still has another one. It's twins! Twins!" The entire Qin family erupted in excitement, their emotions a mixture of surprise and anticipation. They had thought there was only one child, but it turned out to be twins. If the firstborn was so terrifyingly talented, comprehending celestial-level techniques and triggering celestial phenomena, the second child's potential surely wouldn't fall short. However, after further examination, the midwife shook her head with a troubled expression. The second child wasn't ready to come out just yet. What's the meaning of this? Qin Tian grew anxious. Grabbing the midwife by the collar with his large hand, he demanded that she deliver the second child immediately. The midwife hesitated, explaining that the second child was still too small and clearly malnourished. Forcing a delivery would result in a premature baby with inherent weaknesses. At least 3 more years of nourishment would be needed for the child to fully mature. 3 years. 3 years and then another 3 years. Qin Tian was on the verge of collapse upon hearing this, unable to fathom waiting another 3 years. Yet, despite his unwillingness, he had to prioritize the bigger picture. Gritting his teeth, he decided to employ a secret technique to delay the second child's birth by 3 years. This is some absurd fantasy. You can deliver half a baby and leave the other half behind? Qin Feng was dumbfounded, shouting internally, "There's a mole among us. Send me back and I can still keep beating up my younger brother." At that moment, the atmosphere in the room grew tense and electrifying, as if heralding the beginning of an unprecedented legend. "Good boy, call me Daddy, Daddy." Qin Tian teased the swaddled Qin Feng, his face beaming with the joy of becoming a father for the first time. However, Qin Feng was not playing along. Every time Qin Tian urged him to say Daddy, Qin Feng would respond with an innocent "ah," leaving Qin Tian's face darkened while his mother laughed uncontrollably. Yet, Qin Tian never tired of it, repeating the request dozens of times daily. Childish fool. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to deal with his silly father and quickly opened the systems shop. Since his birth, his cultivation speed had noticeably slowed. According to the system, the rapid cultivation he achieved in the womb was not only due to the help of celestial elixirs but also the support of his highly skilled mother. Now that he was born, everything depended on his own efforts. But with only a little over 30,000 villain points at hand, he couldn't afford anything that could rapidly enhance his cultivation. Just then, the system spoke up. The host is advised to purchase the comprehension aura, which can significantly boost your comprehension ability. Once you grasp the essence of the first layer of the 33 Heavens creation technique, your cultivation will improve with half the effort but double the results. Comprehension aura enhances the host's comprehension ability by 100-fold. Exchange price, 30,000 villain points. Duration, 1 month. 100-fold comprehension? Even a pig with 100-fold comprehension could become a genius, let alone himself a super genius soaked in celestial elixirs for a century. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng decisively nodded and agreed to the exchange. For him, quickly enhancing his cultivation was important, but understanding the 33 Heavens creation technique was even more urgent. The records in his mind told him that if he could comprehend the entire 33 Heavens creation technique, he would become an invincible existence. Even if killed, he could be reborn from a single drop of blood. This was the ultimate, defiant technique that every villain had to master. Bah! He was a righteous Confucian gentleman who studied the Analects of Confucius. How could he stoop so low as to become a villain? Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 30,000 villain points to successfully exchange for a 1-month comprehension aura. Boom! Qin Feng felt a deafening roar in his mind, as if his soul was about to leave his body. The confusion he had about cultivation disappeared instantly. Spring passed, autumn came. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had gone by. Qin Feng was now 3 years old, having grown into an adorable little boy with delicate features. With his innocent appearance and the social skills he had learned in his past life, he greeted everyone with a smile, earning him great favor in the Qin household. Whether it was single young ladies or married women, they couldn't resist picking him up and planting a kiss on his cheek. As a righteous gentleman who studied the Analects, he naturally understood the principle of returning courtesy with courtesy. After being kissed, he would always kiss them back. However, the system would always accuse him of being a lecherous scoundrel, claiming he was taking advantage of the young ladies and even awarding him 1 villain point for it. He was truly not that kind of person. Even if he had the desire, he didn't have the tools to act on it. Besides, he had a younger brother, the chosen child of destiny. Where would he find the time to think about such nonsense? Ever since his younger brother had taken over the shared room in the womb, it was as if a cow had flown into the sky, utterly extraordinary. Not only had his brother successfully comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, but he was also developing his own exclusive heavenly tier cultivation technique. Occasionally, phantoms of dragons and phoenixes circled above him, their cries piercing the heavens. The commotion was far greater than what Qin Feng had caused at birth. The entire Qin family was overjoyed, thrilled that one birth had produced 2 prodigies. Even the reclusive ancestor, who had been in closed-door cultivation for years, was drawn out and personally named his younger brother Qin Hao, a man who dared to challenge the heavens even before his birth. Faced with such an unreasonable younger brother, Qin Feng had not dared to slack off for even a moment in the past 3 years. He utilized every second to enhance his cultivation. In the eyes of others, he and his younger brother might both appear to be unparalleled geniuses, but his family knew the truth. He had not comprehended an innate cultivation technique while in the womb, only the cheat path. In other words, he was still far from reaching the perfected state of the 33 heavens creation technique and could not achieve invincibility among his peers. At the starting line, he had already been left far behind by his younger brother. If he didn't want to become a sacrificial offering or get killed in the future, he had to seize every moment to improve his cultivation. Currently, he had comprehended the first layer of the 33 heavens creation technique, and his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm. He was just one step away from breaking through to the origin opening realm, where he could develop a dantian to store his spiritual energy. Reaching the origin opening realm at 3 years old would set a new record in the ancient wilderness. The time to break through is now. Break. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and roared, channeling all his spiritual energy to bombard his dantian. Boom! A terrifying impact echoed within Qin Feng's body as a dim starry sky appeared in his dantian. The surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly into the dantian, transforming into spiritual power and illuminating the dim starry sky, brimming with the power of creation and endless vitality. Huff, huff. I've broken through the first layer of the origin opening realm. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling the surging spiritual power within him. Its intensity had increased tenfold compared to before, making him feel entirely reborn. Ever since he comprehended the first layer of the 33 heavens creation technique, his recovery ability had far surpassed that of cultivators at the same level, bringing him one step closer to his goal of immortality. By my calculations, my younger brother should be about to be born. Qin Feng looked up at the bright moon, his heart filled with anticipation and longing. After 3 years, the arrival of his younger brother filled him with excitement. Ever since his brother had taken over the shared room 3 years ago, Qin Feng's villain points had dried up. Although, according to the system's villain rules, he could still earn points by bullying others, the income was pitiful compared to what he could gain from his chosen one younger brother. For example, after being taken advantage of by the young ladies and married women of the Qin family for 3 years, he had only managed to earn a little over 1,000 hard-earned points, far less satisfying than simply beating up his younger brother. My foolish little brother, do you even know what your big brother has endured these past 3 years? Qin Feng looked at the 4,300 villain points displayed on the system interface, his heart filled with helplessness. These points were painstakingly saved over 3 years without spending a single one, just in case his younger brother activated some sort of protagonist halo upon birth and caused a clan-wide disaster. But now that his younger brother was about to be born, it was time to strengthen himself. Qin Feng eagerly opened the system shop, his eyes already set on a divine movement technique named Phantom Grace. Although his current points were only enough to purchase the first volume, he felt secretly delighted. Why waste time learning the family's techniques when he could directly exchange for them through the system? That was the smart move. Phantom Grace, first volume. Mastery allows one to become as light as a swallow, leaving no trace on snow. Exchange price, 4,000 villain points. A wolf sharpens its fangs, while a sheep sharpens its legs. He vowed to himself that in the face of his unreasonable chosen one younger brother, he would become the fastest man in the ancient wilderness, always ready to run for his life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 4,000 villain points to successfully exchange for the first volume of Phantom Grace. Before Qin Feng's eyes, a figure appeared, moving swiftly with exquisite footwork. The figure's movements were so intricate and mesmerizing that they seemed dreamlike. Qin Feng was now one step closer to becoming the fastest man in the ancient wilderness. The next day, the news of Qin Feng's breakthrough to the Kaiyuan realm spread like thunder, shaking the entire Qin family. A 3-year-old reaching the Kaiyuan realm, this was unprecedented and would likely never be repeated in the future. Good, good, good. My son Qin Feng truly has the potential to become an emperor. Qin Tian's excited laughter echoed throughout the Qin family estate, and he couldn't help but proclaim to everyone he met, "My son Qin Feng has the potential to become an emperor." Seeing this scene, Qin Feng felt a wave of panic in his heart. In his memories, the father of the villain had acted the same way, always boasting about his son's potential to become an emperor. In the end, it successfully drew the protagonist's attention. "Fenger, well done." Yun Xie, with her pregnant belly, walked over and affectionately patted Qin Feng's head. She was filled with love for her sensible and hard-working eldest son. Since Qin Feng was born, he had never caused her any worry. Other people's children could cry and throw tantrums, driving their parents to the brink of collapse, but her son never fussed. When he was hungry or needed a diaper change, he would notify her on his own. He was also diligent in his cultivation, a model child that others could only envy. Qin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes, screaming internally. A 3-year-old toddler, cultivating day and night for 3 years to break through to the first level of the Kaiyuan realm, was this a dream? Or a responsibility? Neither. It was because he had an unreasonable younger brother, and he didn't want to be dragged into an early death in infancy. Just as the family of 3 was enjoying a harmonious moment, with a loving father and filial son, Yun Xie suddenly frowned in pain, feeling a storm of agony churning in her belly. At the same time, strong winds began to rage outside. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, dark clouds gathered, and the sound of dragons and phoenixes echoed through the sky. The phantom images of a dragon and phoenix that had been circling became increasingly solid. "The madam is going into labor." The members of the Qin family, drawing from their previous experience, immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Trained maids quickly sprang into action, while the elite disciples of the Qin family entered a state of high alert, prepared to handle any potential threat to their future hope. "My foolish little Otudo, you're finally about to be born." Qin Feng's breathing quickened with excitement, eager to meet his younger brother. As for Qin Tian, he was equally ecstatic, though torn between frustration and joy over this second child. He was frustrated that the boy didn't understand his father's good intentions and chose to delay his birth by 3 years. But he was also delighted to have another outstanding son, secretly wondering if this one, too, had the potential to become an emperor. Boom! Thunder and lightning continued to rage in the sky, and within the room, Yun Xie's screams echoed repeatedly. Yet, the second child showed no sign of coming out. The dragon and phoenix phantoms in the sky circled anxiously, as if something ominous was about to happen. "It's her second child already, why is it still so difficult?" Qin Feng quickly realized the severity of the situation, suspecting that his younger brother's family cursing aura might have been activated. Once the aura was triggered, family and friends would perish. Boom! Another bolt of lightning cracked through the sky, bringing with it a terrifying oppressive force. Everyone felt as though a mountain was pressing down on them, making the labor even more difficult. "Who dares?" Qin Tian erupted in fury, violent energy surging from his body. The disciples of the Qin family were also enraged, pooling their energies to resist the oppressive force. However, the pressure was too overwhelming. Even combined, the Qin family members were no match for it. Just as they were about to collapse, 7 or 8 terrifying auras erupted from within the Qin family. "You old loach, are you trying to start a war with me?" A cold voice belonging to the second ancestor resounded. "Ha ha ha, I was merely testing the skills of your young ones." An old man in dragon robes appeared in the sky. If not for the methods he had just displayed, his benevolent appearance would have made it hard to associate him with anything sinister. Dragon robes? The emperor of the great Xia dynasty. Qin Feng was no longer a naive child. Over the past 3 years, in addition to cultivating, he had learned much about the archaic era. In the archaic era, factions of all kinds, clans, sects, tribes, and gangs competed for cultivation resources, forming alliances and nations. For example, the Great Xia dynasty, the largest nation in the Archaic era, was composed of countless clans, with the Qin family being the strongest. Thus, the Qin family was known as the number one clan of the Archaic era. It was somewhat reminiscent of the aristocratic clans of the Sui and Tang dynasties, thorns in the eyes of the ruling emperors. Having identified the man, it wasn't hard to understand his actions. With the Qin family producing two prodigies in succession, how could the royal family of Great Xia not feel threatened? This must be the eldest young master of the Qin family? The emperor of Great Xia seemed unconcerned, smiling as he descended from the sky. When he saw Qin Feng, he couldn't help but reach out to touch him. Whoosh! Qin Feng immediately used phantom grace, quickly retreating to maintain a safe distance. Since the emperor had harbored thoughts of killing his younger brother earlier, Qin Feng dared not come into contact with him. If he fell victim to his younger brother's family cursing aura, wouldn't he be signing up for an early death? That's a movement technique? The emperor of Great Xia's expression changed dramatically, his heart unable to remain calm. For someone of his level, Qin Feng's movement technique was nothing special. No matter how Qin Feng dodged, he could kill him with a single slap. But the problem was, he was only 3 years old. A 3-year-old breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm was unprecedented, and now he could master a movement technique so smoothly. This boy, he absolutely had the potential to become an emperor. At the same time, the emperor recalled the blood moon of 3 years ago, said to herald the birth of a prodigy. The appearance of such a prodigy was believed to signal the decline of the nation, a fall into despair, and a descent into the abyss, a potential threat to the Great Xia dynasty. Could that prodigy be the eldest young master of the Qin family? When did he? Qin Tian was initially stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. He hadn't expected his precious son to have learned a movement technique. Though it wasn't from the Qin family, he could tell at a glance that it was exceptionally profound, derived from the laws of heaven and earth, a technique beyond the celestial tier. Apologies, the child is shy around strangers. Several Qin family elders appeared, making excuses as they protectively placed Qin Feng behind them. No harm done, no harm done. The emperor of Great Xia gave Qin Feng a deep look, silently contemplating the boy's future. At this moment, seeing that he now had backup, Qin Feng immediately shed his facade. So you're the emperor? I've heard people say that you're wise, heroic, noble, selfless, tenacious, hardworking, unyielding, magnanimous, righteous, fearless, and unparalleled. Seeing you today, your reputation truly precedes you. With an exaggerated expression of admiration, Qin Feng then followed up with a string of over-the-top flattery. But then, switching his tone, he added, Your Majesty, as a wise and heroic ruler, you wouldn't come empty-handed when visiting someone's home, would you? After speaking, Qin Feng blinked his innocent, white eyes, putting on a look that said, I'm just a child, how could I possibly have any bad intentions? The emperor of Daxia's face darkened instantly, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. He thought to himself, this little guy is really a cunning character. Clearly, he was here to stir trouble with the Qin family, yet he stubbornly claimed that he wasn't here as a guest. Wasn't that essentially admitting his own provocation and exposing his intentions? Moreover, with so many ancestors of the Qin family present, this was practically a death wish. But if he insisted he was here as a guest, without bringing any gifts, what was he supposed to do? Take off the divine armor he was wearing and gift it to them? That would be utterly humiliating. Seeing the emperor stunned, Qin Feng immediately exaggerated and shouted, No way, no way. The Grand Emperor of Daxia actually came to visit empty-handed. The surrounding Qin family ancestors felt secretly delighted and had no intention of stepping in to resolve the situation. That oppressive pressure earlier had nearly caused Yun Xie to experience complications during childbirth. It was clear that the Daxia royal family had already begun targeting the Qin family. If it weren't for the dire consequences of starting a sudden war, they would have already taught this emperor a lesson. To them, he was nothing more than a clueless, arrogant brat. At the same time, the situation heightened their vigilance. Some things needed to be planned early, otherwise, when the royal family truly made their move, the Qin family could face utter destruction. How could that be? Of course, I brought a gift to visit someone. The Daxia emperor, feeling utterly humiliated by Qin Feng's words, glanced around to see no one from the Qin family helping him out. He could only force a smile that looked even worse than crying as he painfully brought out a small wooden box. When he opened it, there were 9 exquisitely crafted small swords, each about the size of a finger, brimming with immense sword energy. The 9 swords of Changkong. The expressions of several Qin family ancestors changed, and they immediately blurted out the origins of the swords. These swords had once belonged to the Changkong sword god, a prodigy from 10,000 years ago. There were 9 in total, named Juxian, Immortal Slayer, Shashan, God Killer, Mifo, Buddha Annihilator, Fumo, Demon Subduer, Jiangyao, Monster Conqueror, Jianxing, Sing Cutter, Zuihen, Soul Chaser, Duopo, Soul Taker, and Pajun, Army Breaker. Each sword was a rare divine weapon, and when combined, their power ranked among the top 10 ancient divine weapons. Separately, they could form a sword array capable of defeating entire armies. After the Changkong sword god's death 10,000 years ago, the 9 swords were scattered across the world. Who would have thought that this old loach had managed to collect them all? The Daxia Emperor's expression twisted in conflict, hesitating between his options. He didn't want to give up any of the swords. These 9 swords had cost him an enormous amount of manpower, resources, money, and time to gather. To give them away without even getting the chance to fully admire them was truly heartbreaking. But if he didn't give away at least one, he would have to strip off his divine armor instead, and he wasn't about to do that. Between 2 evils, choose the lesser one. Fine, I'll just close my eyes and give one away. The Daxia Emperor resigned himself to his fate, preparing to let Qin Feng pick one from the box. In his heart, he believed that this sword wouldn't stay out of his possession for long. After all, the Qin family had produced 2 prodigies in a row, threatening the royal authority and disrupting the balance among the noble families. The world revolves around benefits. Once these 2 prodigies grow stronger, the resources available to other noble families will inevitably be squeezed. Would the other families sit idly by? Impossible. Before the Daxia Emperor could speak to let Qin Feng choose a sword, Qin Feng had already snatched the box containing all 9 swords with a harmless smile, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for gifting the 9 swords." Although Qin Feng didn't yet know the origins of these 9 swords, judging by the expressions of the Qin family ancestors, they were undoubtedly valuable treasures. Adults make choices, but children want everything. The Daxia Emperor hurriedly opened his mouth, trying to clarify that he was only giving away 1 sword. However, the Qin family ancestors shamelessly began a round of flattery. "Your Majesty is truly generous, gifting all 9 swords in one go. Your Majesty holds our Qin family in such high regard it moves this old man to tears. I almost wish I could become a woman to repay Your Majesty personally. Such a precious gift. Our Qin family might not be able to repay such kindness. Your Majesty is the true dragon of the heavens, rich beyond measure. Why would you care about mere material possessions?" Exactly. To discuss money with Your Majesty would be an insult. As they say, 1,000 miles away, a goose feather scent, light in weight but heavy in sentiment. It's the thought that counts, and Your Majesty understands that. In the future, our Qin family will follow Your Majesty's lead. If anyone dares speak ill of Your Majesty, our Qin family will be the first to object. You brat, show some manners. Kneel down and thank His Majesty. Qin Feng cooperatively knelt and kowtowed 3 times, as if performing a ritual during a festival. Ding! Congratulations to the host for embodying the spirit of a true villain, seizing rare divine weapons, the 9 swords of Changkong, and earning 1,000 villain points. Seizing? Who seized anything? Don't slander an honest man. Clearly, it was gifted to him. Qin Feng internally rebuked the system, thinking it should refrain from making such accusations. This family. The Daxia Emperor was so furious he nearly had a meltdown, thinking to himself, the Qin family truly has no shame at all. And as if to confirm his suspicions, or perhaps because Qin Feng had tasted success, the young man looked at the emperor with an innocent smile and mischievously said, "Your Majesty, have you heard of a rule in the martial world? When elders meet the younger generation for the first time, they always give a greeting gift." Put! The Daxia Emperor nearly spat out a mouthful of vintage blood, thinking, how can such shameless people exist in this world? It seems there is such a rule. The eyes of the Qin family ancestors gleamed with excitement. Clearly, they intended to exploit the opportunity to bleed the emperor dry. Today, they were determined to show him the true might of the Qin family. This level of shamelessness. The Qin family disciples exchanged glances, feeling utterly embarrassed. They had lived in the Qin family for so long but had never grasped its ultimate philosophy. Qin Feng exaggeratedly exclaimed again, "This is outrageous! Outrageous!" The leader of the strongest nation in the ancient world, the Daxia Empire, meets a junior and can't even bear to give a greeting gift. Damn it! This little bastard, could he have any shame at all? If not for the Qin family ancestors being present, the emperor swore he would have dealt with this insolent brat on the spot. The Daxia Emperor regretted coming out today without consulting an almanac. To encounter such a shameless little thing after being extorted for the 9 swords of Changkong, now they wanted more. Still, to save face, he reluctantly removed a small jade gourd from his waist. The gourd was intricately engraved with golden cloud patterns, radiating an air of luxury. The heavenly treasure gourd! The Qin family ancestors' eyes lit up, marveling in their hearts, the royal family is indeed wealthy. This heavenly treasure gourd was no ordinary artifact. Wearing it could calm one's mind, prevent deviations during cultivation, accelerate progress, stabilize one's foundation, and even rapidly restore spiritual energy during combat. It was the dream treasure of any cultivator. But its production cost was exorbitant, and the success rate was low. Even the Qin family wouldn't dare easily attempt its creation. The family owned only 5 such gourds, all acquired through other means. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Qin Feng cheerfully stepped forward, shamelessly pocketing the gourd with a sense of triumph. Ding! The system has detected the host's altruism in offering to safeguard the heavenly treasure gourd for someone else, earning 1,000 villain points. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, thinking, it's great when the system talks more. You're welcome, you're welcome. The smile of the Emperor of Great Xia was more painful than crying, and his reluctance to part with the treasure gourd was simply beyond words. Unfortunately, this was already the least valuable treasure he possessed, and he absolutely couldn't hand over the divine equipment he had painstakingly crafted over the years to this brat. Wait! Why does this kid's gaze feel so familiar? The Emperor of Great Xia was suddenly shaken to the core, realizing that Qin Feng was once again staring at him with an innocent expression, looking exactly like he did when he asked for a meeting gift earlier. What the heck? How can someone be so shameless? Already gave him 2 treasures, yet this kid's appetite is still unsatisfied. The Qin family's several ancestors looked at each other, inwardly calling it sheer madness. After swindling 2 treasures from them, his appetite is still this big. Make them have to think about when to organize a group to take Qin Feng to the Great Xia Imperial City and visit door to door. The surrounding Qin family disciples watched enviously, seemingly understanding a principle: in the world of Jianghu, face is just an external possession. Ding dong, detected that the host has led Qin family disciples astray, gained 200 villain points. This damn thing works too. Qin Feng's eyes lit up instantly, as if he had unlocked a new posture. At this moment, the Emperor of Daxia was genuinely terrified of Qin Feng. Taking advantage of his momentary daze, he transformed into a streak of golden light and shot into the sky. I just remembered, I have something to attend to. Your Majesty, when I have time, I'll bring my second brother to visit you. You don't need to be too formal. Please don't prepare any expensive treasures. Just a few random volumes of saint level or god level techniques will do. Oh, and pack a dozen of those heavenly treasure gourds. Let me tell you, I won't take more than that. After all, I'm just a kid, having too many good treasures is useless to me. Qin Feng snapped back to reality and shouted toward the direction where the other party had left. Vaguely, everyone seemed to see the golden light lose balance, almost falling from the sky. This shamelessness! Everyone at the scene was utterly speechless, expressing that they couldn't keep up. Why are you all staring at me? Haven't you seen the most handsome man of the ancient era? Qin Feng proudly tossed his head, exuding an idol-like aura with precision. Fenger, you're still young. Let me keep this sword safe for you. Qin Tian stepped forward with a mischievous smile and snatched the small wooden box from Qin Feng's hands. As one of the top 10 divine weapons in the ancient wilderness, no one could remain indifferent to the Changkong 9 swords, not even the head of the foremost family in the ancient wilderness. This. The surrounding Qin family disciples felt embarrassed, not expecting Qin Tian to be such a family head. Is that really safeguarding? He's just coveting his son's big treasure. You keep saying you love me, yet you steal my precious treasure. Qin Feng, as if possessed by a drama queen, tearfully threw himself into the arms of an elder for comfort. Useless thing, stealing your own son's treasure. The elder, feeling sorry for Qin Feng, hugged him to console him, while still kicking Qin Tian and helping retrieve the Changkong 9 swords. This was equivalent to solemnly announcing to everyone that the Changkong 9 swords belonged to Qin Feng. No matter how aggrieved Qin Tian, the cheap father, felt, the surrounding Qin family disciples were envious beyond measure. A 3-year-old child actually wielded a divine weapon ranked in the top 10 of the ancient era and even wore the top-tier auxiliary treasure, the heavenly treasure gourd. If word got out, countless cultivators would be itching with envy. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky once again, as the phantom of the dragon and phoenix charged downward, rushing into the room where Yun Xia was giving birth. No sound of a baby's cry was heard, only a young maid ran out to deliver the good news. It's born, it's born. It's a little young master, both mother and child are safe. Qin Feng's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down. The sudden oppressive force just now had almost scared him to death. He was truly afraid that his second brother's ominous aura might suddenly activate. Soon, the second child was cleaned up and brought out. Qin Feng leaned in to take a closer look, and sure enough, the baby was a spitting image of their cheap old man, not inheriting a shred of their mother's stunning beauty. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that his little brother had finally fallen into his hands. Unlike when they were in their mother's womb, he could now mess with him all day long. Woo woo! The second child seemed to sense Qin Feng's presence, instinctively becoming a bit restless and uneasy. If he could speak at this moment, he would either shout, "You can't see me," or yell, "Don't come over." This little guy. Several elders of the Qin family couldn't help but furrow their brows, sensing an unusual and mysterious aura emanating from the second brother. Even though they had lived for thousands of years, they couldn't immediately make sense of it and would need to consult ancient texts. While everyone was gathered around studying the second brother, Qin Feng finally found a reason to hit his younger brother. "Second brother, why aren't you crying at all? Could something be wrong with you?" The crowd also realized that they indeed hadn't heard the baby's cries, completely different from other newborns. Just as everyone was about to check, suddenly, a small hand reached out. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the room. Qin Feng raised his little hand and gave his younger brother's small bottom a fierce slap. The bright red handprint clearly indicated that it was definitely an act of a real brother, with a force so heavy it left people speechless. Wah wah! The younger brother, feeling this sudden affection, immediately cried loudly, his voice echoing far and wide. "How could you hit your little brother?" Qin Tian criticized Qin Feng with a serious expression and quickly picked up the second child, trying to soothe him. "Wasn't I just worried he might get hurt?" Qin Feng appeared innocent on the surface, but inside he was already overjoyed. Ding Dong detected that the host spanked the chosen one's bottom, gained 100 points. Ding Dong detected that the host beat up the chosen one, causing him to lose a mouthful of innate ancestral energy, equivalent to 3 years of arduous cultivation, earning 30,000 points. Ding Dong detected that the host disrupted the chosen one's opportunity, earning 1 lottery chance. Qin Feng was stunned on the spot, his mind in chaos. What on earth is innate ancestral energy? The system explained leisurely, humans are born by receiving the energy of heaven and earth, which requires a segment of primordial energy to nurture. Before conception. This is what is called innate ancestral energy. Refining this energy is equivalent to 3 years of arduous cultivation. Qin Feng listened and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "What the heck?" If he had known that innate ancestral energy was so powerful, he shouldn't have acted pretentious and shouted loudly when he was born. Perhaps this is the difference between a protagonist and a villain. But how could second brother possibly know all this? Qin Feng curiously stared at his crying second brother, inwardly suspecting whether he might be the reincarnation of some great being. But after observing for several days, the second brother was just like other babies, eating and sleeping and eating, with no sign of intelligence apart from crying. It almost drove his poor father crazy, immediately dispelling any thoughts of having a third child. After all, not every baby can be called Qin Feng. However, the way his mother looked at his father seemed a bit off, as if hinting, "I married you just to have more sons to get back at you." That night, the candlelight occasionally crackled. Qin Feng, the eldest son living in the neighboring courtyard, seemed to hear someone reciting poetry about geese. His heart couldn't help but anticipate an extraordinary adventure about to unfold. On this day, the sun shone brightly. Qin Feng was sitting in his small courtyard, his expression solemn, silently reciting cultivation techniques in his mind. He had just broken through to the first level of the Kaiyuan realm, but his cultivation speed had slowed down, as if he had stepped onto a new plateau. Meanwhile, the 33 heavens creation technique in his hands seemed to be falling behind. But now, the foolish Oniachan has been born, and I can fully unleash my abilities. Qin Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. He opened the system interface and saw that he had 32,400 villain points and 1 lottery chance, his excitement causing his heart to race. What will I get this time? His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he immediately summoned the system to start the lottery. With a loud bang, a massive spinning wheel appeared before Qin Feng, filled with dazzling prizes: Supreme Body, Heavenly Overlord Body, Battle Saint Body, Chaos Saint Body, Double Pupils, Supreme Bone, True Dragon Art, Transcendent Heaven. Ding Dong, congratulations to the host for winning the Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique. As the system's notification sounded, a thunderclap echoed in Qin Feng's mind, and his entire soul seemed to be pulled away, taking him into a brand new world. In this world, a man dressed in black appeared before him. Without any unnecessary words, he simply nodded and drew his sword. The crisp and resonant sound of the blade echoed through the heavens and earth, and the dazzling sword light instantly illuminated the surroundings, as if it intended to split the sky in two. A chilling cold swept over, sending shivers down one's spine. The power of this sword strike was deeply imprinted in Qin Feng's mind, leaving him utterly shaken and unable to recover for a long time. How terrifying! He felt. Cold sweat streaming down his body. True swordsmanship required no embellishments. When the sword was unsheathed, it could cleave the heavens and destroy the earth. However, despite the strength of the heaven-splitting sword technique, Qin Feng knew that with his current cultivation level and age, he was far from being able to wield such power. He needed to enhance his cultivation and physical abilities. Time for training is tight, he resolved silently in his heart. Qin Feng called upon the system again to redeem a 1-month comprehension aura. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 30,000 villain points to successfully redeem a 1-month comprehension aura. Instantly, that soul-detaching sense of clarity surged once more. Problems in cultivation that had previously been incomprehensible now became effortlessly clear. At this moment, an elderly man suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's small courtyard. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the 10th ancestor of the Qin family. He was Qin Feng's great-grandfather. His eyes were full of affection, and with a beaming smile, he picked Qin Feng up and said dotingly, "Good great-grandson, great-grandfather has come to see you." Ever since Qin Feng broke through to the Kaiyuan realm, the elders of the Qin family had been both surprised and delighted. They were delighted that Qin Feng had become an unparalleled prodigy, but shocked that he had broken through without any guidance, which was an extremely dangerous act. Thus, the elders of the Qin family decided to send the 10th ancestor to guide Qin Feng in his cultivation. Guidance? Qin Feng was startled and felt it was completely unnecessary. He had mastered the complete version of the 33 Heavens creation technique, and following its steps in cultivation would avoid any mishaps. As for martial techniques and movement skills, he was confident he could master them in a short time, so why rely on others? A cultivator must remember, arrogance is not permissible. The 10th ancestor noticed Qin Feng's mindset and prepared to give him a good lesson, to make him understand that the path of cultivation allows no stagnation. He took a deep breath, sinking his energy into his dantian, and suddenly stomped hard. The leaves on the ground flew into the air, and then he brought his 2 fingers together, pointing toward a fake mountain over 10 meters high in the distance. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by several sharp sounds of air being sliced, the leaves instantly transformed into terrifying weapons, and the rockery was shattered into pieces. The 10th ancestor spoke earnestly, "Did you see that? This is the first heaven-tier martial skill your great-grandfather mastered, falling leaves in flight. Back in the day, I relied on steady and diligent practice at home for over a decade to achieve perfection." Just as he was proudly showing off, Qin Feng, unwilling to be outdone, mimicked his movements, focused his energy in his dantian, and suddenly stomped hard. A few leaves immediately flew up, and he brought his 2 fingers together, aiming at the stone table. Whoosh! 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 The leaves shot out like steel shards, precisely embedding themselves into the stone table, producing crisp sounds. If his cultivation level weren't just at the first stage of the Kaiyuan realm, Qin Feng would undoubtedly be able to transform into a cutting machine like the 10th ancestor, sweeping away all enemies. This thing requires over 10 years of hard practice. Qin Feng was brimming with confidence, believing he could achieve perfection in just a month, finding it incredibly easy. At this moment, perhaps it was because he had activated the 100-fold comprehension aura, or maybe it was the martial arts atmosphere brought by the falling leaves, but he stood out exceptionally in this fantastical world. Regardless, heavenly tier martial techniques held no appeal to him. Instead, the temptation of spanking his second brother to exchange for divine tier martial techniques was far more enticing. Just then, the 10th ancestor stood silently nearby, full of grievance in his heart. When he heard Qin Feng's remark, "This thing requires decades of hard practice," he felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow, his heart filled with a mix of emotions. "I need some peace and quiet." The 10th ancestor comforted himself inwardly. "Don't get angry, don't get angry, this is your own child after all." Ding Dong, detected that the host is disrespectful to elders, gained 100 villain points. How am I disrespectful to elders? Qin Feng was dumbfounded on the spot, suspecting that the system might have made a mistake. The system quickly provided an answer. Not listening to the words of the elderly is being disrespectful to elders. Qin Feng felt helpless in his heart. What era is this? Still treating the words of the elderly as sacred decrees? Are the words of the elderly always right? Forget it, whatever the system says is right. Disrespectful to elders, then so be it. Being happy for a few years is the real deal. At this moment, several elders of the Qin family walked past Qin Feng with serious expressions, heading straight to the small courtyard where his parents lived without looking back. What's going on? Qin Feng curiously followed them. As soon as he entered, he saw the elders surrounding his second brother, holding several ancient books and comparing them with him. Within minutes, the elders could no longer contain themselves and burst into ecstatic laughter, looking up at the sky. Supreme Bone, that's right, that mysterious aura is the legendary 1 in a million Supreme Bone. This child is a natural-born Supreme Being. Truly, the heavens have blessed our Qin family. This halo is really something. Qin Feng instantly felt uneasy. The halo of the Chosen One is indeed an unreasonable existence. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the epic-level Destiny Villain mission. Extract your younger brother's Supreme Bone. Reward, invincible double pupils. At this moment, an unprecedented determination ignited in Qin Feng's heart. He was going to rise up and absolutely would not allow himself to be suppressed by this Chosen One. But Qin Feng almost spat out a mouthful of old blood from 1982, feeling increasingly convinced that this system was absolutely not something proper. These were his closest friends and family, his brothers in arms. The system tempted him, saying, the Supreme Bone can be broken and then rebuilt, growing anew. Break to rebuild? Regrow anew? In that moment, Qin Feng's heart stirred, unable to resist the temptation. But he quickly shook his head and dismissed the thought. If he really dug out his little brother's Supreme Bone, their parents would definitely chop him into pieces, and the carefully crafted image he'd worked so hard to maintain would be ruined in an instant. Harming the enemy by 1,000 while losing 800 yourself is absolutely unacceptable. No, I need some peace and quiet. Qin Feng shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the matter of the Supreme Bone, and returned to his small courtyard to begin cultivating. He originally thought that after suppressing his second brother's innate ancestral energy, he could enjoy a period of ease. Unexpectedly, another Supreme Bone had unreasonably appeared. Must practice tirelessly to avoid being dragged into losing one's life. In the small courtyard, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in cultivation, instantly entering a meditative state. Unlike the comprehension of the first level, the second level is much more complex, but the effects are also very evident. Cultivation speed increases, and recovery ability becomes stronger. At the same time, the Tianbao gourd hanging around Qin Feng's neck emitted a gentle glow. Not only could it help him focus and calm his mind, preventing him from losing control, but it could also consolidate his cultivation at the first level of the Kaiyuan realm and quickly break through to the second level. It could be said that with this Tianbao gourd, his cultivation speed was at least doubled. What a fast meditation speed! The 10th ancestor stood nearby, his eyes revealing astonishment, growing increasingly impressed by Qin Feng's performance. He neither became arrogant due to the enhanced potential from a century-long gestation nor grew complacent from comprehending techniques beyond innate levels, remaining as diligent and hardworking in his cultivation as ever. This young man has a promising future ahead. Spring passes and autumn comes, 5 years have flown by in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng, now 8 years old, experienced rapid progress in his cultivation after comprehending the second heavenly level. In just 5 short years, he advanced to the 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm, only a step away from the transcendent realm. Unlike the Kaiyuan realm, which focuses on opening the dantian and achieving agility like a swallow, the transcendent realm allows for the external release of spiritual energy, capable of killing from 1,000 meters away. At this moment, Qin Feng was sitting cross-legged in a bathtub. Inside was a medicinal bath specially prepared by the Qin family to help him better temper his body and solidify his foundation, considered one of the benefits of being born into a prestigious family. Ugh! Qin Feng winced in pain, unconsciously furrowing his brows as he tried to release his spiritual power. Bang! A muffled sound came from within, and as the body trembled, a terrifying surge of air burst out, scattering the items in the room into disarray. Actually broke through? The 10th ancestor stood frozen nearby, staring blankly at Qin Feng in the bathtub. An 8-year-old in the transcendent realm, breaking the ancient record once again. However, the 10 ancestors only froze for a moment before returning to normal, not because of their millennia-old composure, but because Qin Feng's younger brother, Qin Hao, was even more monstrous. The record Qin Feng set at the age of 3 for the fastest breakthrough to the Kaiyuan realm was broken by Qin Hao at the age of 2. Now, though only 5 years old, his cultivation has already reached the 5th level of the Kaiyuan realm. Breaking Qin Feng's record for the fastest breakthrough to the transcendent realm before the age of 8 is simply a walk in the park. Neither of these brothers is normal. The 10th ancestor's self-confidence suffered a heavy blow, feeling that compared to these two brothers, he was living like a dog. Roar! Qin Feng stood up and let out a loud roar, releasing spiritual power to shatter the bathtub. Although he was only 8 years old at the time, his height was comparable to that of a 12 or 13-year-old child. At such a young age, he already had 8 perfect abs, and his entire body exuded a wild explosive power. The first thing he did after his breakthrough was to go beat up his second brother. Even though his dad is my dad, his mom is my mom, and his ancestors are my ancestors, it doesn't stop me from beating him up. Over the past 5 years, he used the excuse of sparring to repeatedly press his second brother to the ground, earning villain points like crazy. Now, he already has more than 240,000 villain points. However, this guy is truly unreasonable. It's becoming increasingly difficult to fight him. Clearly, he's only at the 5th level of the Kaiyuan realm, yet he can make someone at the 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm struggle. This made him realize the terror of the great perfection. It truly is an invincible existence at the same level. Regarding this, he also asked the system if there was any way to achieve the great perfection realm. The system's answer was very straightforward: just purchase a great perfection realm card and use it. The price isn't too high, only 1 million villain points. To finish early, you have to start hitting your younger brother as soon as possible. This child. The 10th ancestor rubbed his temples in frustration, knowing that another chaotic commotion was about to ensue. However, he had no intention of stopping it. The younger brother did not lose confidence after failing. Instead, he worked even harder in his cultivation. Even if the older brother won, he would continue to push himself relentlessly. Such a virtuous cycle was something they were happy to see. Young master. The disciples of the Qin family saw Qin Feng and greeted him with smiles. However, when they sensed the unstable fluctuations of energy around Qin Feng, their hearts were immediately thrown into turmoil. "You're kidding me!" Really broke through to the transcendent realm. In their understanding, even for a genius, breaking through to the transcendent realm would take at least 15 or 16 years. By then, in the ancient wilderness, one could already make their debut, and the more formidable ones would have gained some fame. But now Qin Feng has reached it at the age of 8. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would dare believe this is true? Monster! The Qin family disciple swallowed hard, frightened by Qin Feng's talent. Ignoring everyone's shock, Qin Feng only wanted to quickly find his second brother and give him a beating. Finally, relying on 5 years of experience, Qin Feng successfully found his second brother at the Qin family gate. There, a little boy was lying on the crooked neck tree at the entrance, fast asleep. Sure enough, it's here. Qin Feng circled around the crooked neck tree in confusion, recalling that his second brother often slept on this tree. If it were other kids, he would think it was just playful behavior, but when it came to his unreasonable second brother, he always felt there was some extraordinary opportunity hidden here. The more insignificant something seems to others, the more likely it is the key for the protagonist to turn the tide. Could it be that I'm overthinking? Qin Feng stared for a long time but couldn't discern any hidden mystery, his gaze unconsciously shifting to his sleeping second brother. In the eyes of others, it might seem like a peaceful and serene scene, but in his eyes, he always felt that his second brother was tempting him to dig out the supreme bone. My original dream was to become a carefree playboy, living a life of indulgence and luxury, but because of this little thing, I have no choice but to work hard on cultivation to protect myself. Qin Feng grew angrier the more he thought about it, raising his hand high. Smack! Qin Feng's hand landed heavily on Qin Hao's little bottom, instantly waking the little guy up. Seeing Qin Feng, he wasn't upset at all. Instead, he happily called out brother. Even if his brother spanked him 1,000 times, he still loved playing with him. Regarding this, Qin Feng was panicking inside. As everyone knows, the more heartwarming the childhood scenes, the more tragic the death later on. Except for the female lead, whoever the protagonist interacts with ends up leaving faster. When the halo activates and the King of Hell smiles, "Here we go, bro." At this moment, Qin Feng secretly vowed in his heart to protect this little guy at all costs and never let him become a sacrifice to his own fate. "Brother, let's go out." Qin Hao looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of anticipation, as if all the joys of the world were waiting for them. Go out to play. Qin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes, secretly thinking to himself that this kid was truly naive. As the future hope of the Qin family, the family provided comprehensive and flawless protection for the two brothers. At 8 years old, he had never stepped outside the gates of the Qin family. This wasn't due to restrictions from the ancestors, but rather because the Qin family was so vast that he could spend his entire life exploring it without ever growing bored. The reason the Qin family could stand at the pinnacle of the ancient wilderness as the #1 family was not only due to the protection of the ancestors but also because of its bloodline population, which numbered in the tens of millions, all residing in the same bustling city. More importantly, the family's philosophy of martial inheritance ensured that every family member possessed remarkable cultivation, forging the brilliance of the ancient wilderness's top family. Under such protection, there was simply no need to leave the Qin family. To him, the outside world was practically an unnecessary existence. In the eastern part of the Great Xia dynasty, the true rulers are the Qin family. The people living here might not know much about the Great Xia royal family, but they absolutely cannot be unaware of the Qin family. This is the helpless reality of the world being jointly controlled by noble families and the royal clan. Brother! Qin Hao pitifully shook Qin Feng's arm, trying to win him over by acting cute. Unfortunately, Qin Feng was unmoved by this tactic, silently thinking to himself, if it were a younger sister instead, I might not be able to resist. However, in order to give his younger brother a complete childhood, he still nodded in agreement, letting Qin Hao wait for him outside the city while he went to inform their mother. That's great! Qin Hao cheered as he ran out, his face full of anticipation and excitement. Mother, my younger brother has run away from home. Qin Feng, like a magician changing faces, quickly transformed into a scheming boy, sprinted into the house, and hurriedly tattled to Yun Xia. Ding dong, detected the host framing the chosen one, gained 200 villain points. The surrounding guards remained expressionless, seemingly long accustomed to Qin Feng's antics. For 5 years, Qin Feng had repeatedly set traps for his younger brother. If their guess was correct, the eldest young master would soon hand a feather duster to the madam. Not long after, Yun Xia, looking furious, carried Qin Hao back as if she were holding a little chick. Qin Feng reverted to being the gentle big brother and stepped forward with concern to explain, Mother, please don't be angry. It was me who promised to take my second brother out to play. It wasn't him trying to run away from home. Qin Hao nodded his little head repeatedly, his eyes full of gratitude, as if he had gained the support of the entire world. However, the more Qin Feng said this, the less she believed him, thinking that the eldest brother felt sorry for his younger brother and didn't want him to be punished, so he took the blame upon himself. Can't you learn from your brother? All you do is cause trouble all day. Yun Xia switched to strict mother mode and began lecturing Qin Hao. But she didn't notice that behind her, Qin Feng was making faces at his younger brother, causing the 5-year-old little guy to stifle his laughter. Ha ha! Finally, he couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The anger that Yun Xia had almost managed to suppress flared up again instantly, and she began to mentally coach herself. This is my son, I am his mother, I can't lose my temper at him, and I definitely can't hit him. If I make him cry, I'll have to comfort him, if I hurt him, I'll have to treat him. Raising him to this age hasn't been easy, and I almost lost my life giving birth to him. If he makes a mistake, it must be my fault. I didn't put enough effort into educating him, it's my lack of ability, my methods are inadequate. Endure for a moment, and the sea will be vast and the sky wide. Take a step back, and the more you think, the angrier you get. When patience runs out, there's no need to endure anymore. If you don't erupt in silence, you'll perish in silence. I can no longer control the primal force within me. Looking at Qin Hao still grinning foolishly, Yun Xia realized her brainwashing attempt had failed. Mother, second brother is still just a child. Qin Feng hurriedly pretended to be a good person and stepped forward to stop her, holding a willow branch in his hand. Step aside, I must teach him a good lesson today. Yun Xia, furious, grabbed the willow branch without thinking, secretly vowing that she wouldn't feel better until she gave this brat a couple of smacks. A willow branch? The faces of the surrounding guards showed slight changes, completely different from the feather duster they had imagined. Just as Qin Feng was anticipating the villain points to be credited, bursts of music suddenly came from the sky. In the distance, a grand procession could be seen approaching. 9 mountain-like exotic beasts were pulling a luxurious carriage, while the entourage behind rode exotic beasts, flying through the air. If +10 enhancement would make them glow, then this procession was at least +20 enhanced. The Lin family of Tianjin City. Qin Feng immediately recognized the origin of the other party. Without a doubt, the Lin family of Tianjin City controlled everything in the western region of Daxia. Unlike the Qin family's clan-style governance, the Lin family resembled a mighty feudal lord, gathering countless talented individuals, commanding an army of 1 million armored soldiers, and firmly holding the lifeblood of this land. I'll deal with you later. Yun Xie glared at Qin Hao and dragged the two brothers home. At this moment, the Qin family city resounded with the enthusiastic sound of bells and drums. Tens of thousands of highly skilled Qin family disciples left the city to welcome the distinguished guests from Tianjin City, using this opportunity to showcase their formidable foundation. Under Yun Xie's arrangement, Qin Feng and Qin Hao changed into brand new formal attire and accompanied their adoptive father, Qin Tian, to greet the guests outside the city. Today, Qin Tian was entirely different from his usual playful demeanor. Radiating an overwhelming aura, he stood at the city gate like an invincible war god. "Brother Qin Tian, it's been years since we last met. I've missed you so much." A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire stepped down from the carriage. Upon seeing Qin Tian, he enthusiastically approached and gave him a big hug, his face exuding a cunning and shrewd expression. "Brother Lin Hao, I've missed you as well." Qin Tian laughed heartily, his voice carrying a hint of genuine warmth. The bond between them was evidently extraordinary. These two must be brother Qin Tian's twin sons, right? After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Hao's gaze shifted to the brothers Qin Feng and Qin Hao, his eyes gleaming with interest. He had traveled a great distance specifically for these two, intending to choose one of them to be betrothed to his precious daughter. Ever since the Qin family produced two prodigies in succession, with the brothers breaking ancient records, the tension within the great Xia royal family had intensified dramatically. To consolidate their power, the royal family began contacting major clans to take action against the Qin family, forcing the Qin family to seek allies for their survival. "That's right, this is my eldest son, Qin Feng, who possesses the potential of a great emperor. My second son, Qin Hao, has the rare supreme bone." Qin Tian proudly introduced his sons, the pride on his face unmistakable. The supreme bone is indeed recorded in ancient texts, but whether the potential of a great emperor is true remains uncertain. From behind Lin Hao stepped out a haughty little girl, Lin Xiner, the little princess of Tianqin City. Though still young, her brows were like emerald feathers, her skin like white snow, hinting at her future beauty. "Xiner, don't be rude," Lin Hao sternly reprimanded, reminding her to mind the occasion. However, the haughty little girl paid no heed, her gaze provocatively fixed on Qin Feng. She even raised her hand and snapped her fingers, summoning a handsome young boy. "He's my newly acquired servant, Lin San. Dare to fight him to prove yourself?" Lin Xiner's provocation instantly piqued Qin Feng's interest. "Lin San." Qin Feng curiously examined the other person, noticing that his extraordinary demeanor was far from ordinary. His challenge seemed destined to stir up a storm. "He's Lin San from Tianqin City." Whispers immediately arose all around, clearly indicating that everyone had heard of Lin San. It is said that this man's talent is incredibly terrifying, and his swordsmanship is nothing short of perfection. Professionals have even generously commented, the #1 swordsman in 100 years. Ding dong, a chosen one detected, epic level. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he couldn't be happier. Because Qin Hao was his biological younger brother, he could never go all out, fearing he wouldn't be able to explain it to their father and mother. As a result, it took him over 5 years to accumulate 240,000 villain points. Now that he had finally encountered an opponent with no familial ties, how could he not unleash his full strength? If he remembered correctly, his second younger brother was also an epic chosen one. At this moment, the parents on both sides awkwardly smiled but showed no intention of stopping. Lin Hao came here to form an alliance, but he certainly didn't want his daughter to marry a good-for-nothing. And Qin Tian, in order to successfully form an alliance, naturally hoped that his eldest son Qin Feng could demonstrate his strength. It wouldn't matter if he lost, after all, he was only 8 years old, while the other party was already 13 or 14, with a cultivation level that had reached extraordinary level 3. But if he won, it would be a great way to make a name for himself. Alright then, just let him play along. Qin Feng understood his father's intention, which aligned perfectly with his own desires. A surge of powerful energy emanated from him, causing the fallen leaves on the ground to slowly float into the air. Transcendent Realm, first level. Lin Hao and the other experts from Tianqin City all had their expressions change, inwardly exclaiming that this young man possessed the potential of an emperor. 8 years old and already in the Transcendent Realm, unprecedented. Especially his ability to make fallen leaves float in the air, which is truly astonishing. If one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that someone so young could master such a skill? At this moment, Lin Hao finally understood why the royal family of Great Xia had been targeting the Qin family recently. Once these two little ones grow up, wouldn't they be able to replace the royal family at any time? Please enlighten me. Lin San was very principled in martial ethics, not forgetting to give a reminder before making a move. But he clearly overestimated Qin Feng's integrity. When facing the chosen one, he never dared to be careless, especially since the opponent's cultivation level was 2 minor ranks higher than his. Before Lin San could react, Qin Feng pointed decisively, and countless falling leaves instantly transformed into sharp cutting machines, rapidly flying toward Lin San from all directions. "Hey, aren't you playing fair?" Lin Xiner urgently condemned Qin Feng's behavior. Not only did he attack without a word, but he also went all out with a powerful move right from the start, which was truly despicable and shameless. Clang! Lin San leisurely drew his sword, thrusting it forward. The blade quivered slightly, creating a faint sword shadow. The sword moved like flowing water under the moonlight, effortlessly striking down the falling leaf, which shattered into fragments. Another thrust followed, unleashing a fierce gust of sword wind. The incoming leaves seemed to lose their trajectory, while Lin San's figure wielding the sword flickered in and out among them. Bang! Lin San swung his sword, breaking Qin Feng's falling leaves fluttering. Although his entire set of movements seemed rather pretentious, he still ended up with a few scratches on his body, and his heaving chest proved that the sword strike had consumed a significant amount of energy. Great opportunity! Following the principle of striking while the enemy is weak, Qin Feng stepped on the mysterious Phantom Wanderer technique and instantly charged in front of Lin San, giving him no chance to react as his fist, the size of a sandbag, aimed straight for Lin San's face. Ah! Lin San let out a miserable scream, and his body was immediately sent flying. Brother, amazing! Xin Hao danced with joy, celebrating his brother's victory in advance. It's just that his behavior made Lin Xiner feel very displeased, and she loudly cheered for Lin San. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for punching the chosen one and earning 200 villain points. Seeing the villain points credited, Qin Feng immediately became full of fighting spirit, ready to keep up the momentum and fight all day. However, he clearly underestimated Lin San's combat prowess. Before he could even start a combo, Lin San quickly steadied himself. His body darting forward like a startling swan cutting across the sky, with a dark, water-like sword light emanating from his hand. Sword intent! Qin Tian and the others exclaimed in shock, inwardly calling him a monster. Sword intent is something every sword practitioner dreams of attaining. Once comprehended, the power of sword techniques will rise by several levels, greatly enhancing one's combat strength. Not good. Qin Feng also felt the power of this sword and decided not to confront it head-on, swiftly dodging aside. But Lin San had already broken free from his initial passive stance. With the advantage of being 2 levels higher than Qin Feng and possessing sword intent, he moved like a gentle breeze, swinging his sword and sending streaks of sword shadows hurtling toward Qin Feng. Even though Qin Feng's phantom wandering steps were incredibly intricate, he still resembled a small boat navigating through giant waves, constantly at risk of being overturned. Lin San, well done. Teach this brat a harsh lesson for me. Lin Xiner clapped her hands excitedly and cheered, while sticking out her little tongue at Qin Hao, her face full of pride. Brother, go for it. Qin Hao's face turned red with anger as he shouted at the top of his lungs to cheer for Qin Feng. The others didn't pay much attention to this, instead, they were stunned by the performance of these 2 children. Silently reflecting, when they were 8 years old, they couldn't even touch the transcendent realm, and at 13 or 14, they were unable to comprehend sword intent. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the old forward. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in unison, knowing that an era of great contention was about to arrive. Whenever these prodigies gather, it marks the moment for the ancient wilderness to be reshuffled. At this moment, Qin Feng had no interest in dealing with the so-called era of great contention, he just wanted to quickly beat Lin San and earn villain points. Damn, so this is what it feels like for a villain to be suppressed by the protagonist. Qin Feng was beaten back repeatedly, completely at a disadvantage, with no power to fight back. No way. The atmosphere had already been built to the extreme. He absolutely couldn't afford to lose to this person. He could only use his ultimate move and call on the system to redeem the 2nd volume of Phantom Wanderer. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 10,000 villain points to redeem the 2nd volume of Phantom Wanderer. 10,000 points. Qin Feng felt a sharp pang of heartache. How many days would he have to beat up his second brother to accumulate so many points? This setback pushed him even further away from redeeming the ultimate perfection. No way. Today, he must regain his dignity from this kid Lin San. Qin Feng's body moved along with the figure in his mind, transforming into a gentle breeze, gracefully weaving through the dark, water-like swordlight, effortlessly flying several hundred meters away. What? The expressions of everyone present suddenly changed, as they were shocked to discover that Qin Feng's movement technique had broken through during the battle. His speed had clearly increased significantly, his steps were more agile, and he easily dodged the heavy swordlight swung by Lin San. Good, 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 my son Qin Feng has the potential of a great emperor. Qin Tian couldn't help but laugh heartily, wishing he could grab a megaphone and shout wildly in Lin Hao's ear. So impressive. Lin San revealed an unprecedentedly serious expression, realizing that without showing his true skills, he wouldn't be able to defeat the opponent. His hem fluttered without wind, rustling loudly, and the dark, water-like gleam of his sword swayed in the breeze. The air was torn apart, emitting a series of mournful wails. Qin Feng also noticed that Lin San was about to unleash his ultimate move. He raised his hand and shouted into the void. "Sword, come!" Buzzing. The crisp sound of sword cries echoed through the city where the Qin family resided, as 9 sword lights streaked across the void like meteors. 9 swords of the sky. Lin Hao and the others were well aware of the origins of these 9 swords and blurted out instinctively. They had heard of the incident 5 years ago when the emperor of Great Xia hurriedly came, only to be swindled by the shameless eldest son of the Qin family, losing the 9 swords of the sky and the heavenly treasure gourd. They had thought it was mere gossip, but it turned out this guy was truly shameless to the extreme, insisting on flaunting the 9 swords to showcase his despicable nature. 9 swords unite. Qin Feng swiftly formed a hand seal and pointed lightly at the 9 flying swords. Buzz buzz. The sword wind surged backward, dust billowed, and the momentum of the 9 swords grew increasingly fierce, with roaring sounds like raging waves echoing through the void. When the sword wind stopped, a long sword emitting a cold gleam floated before Qin Feng. This was the sword of the Sky Sword God from 10,000 years ago, one of the top 10 divine weapons of the ancient era, the Sky Divine Sword. Since obtaining the 9 swords of the sky, Qin Feng had successfully refined it over 5 years with the help of the 10 ancestors. Although he couldn't claim to recreate the glory of the Sky Sword God, it was undoubtedly formidable in battle. The 9 swords of the sky. Lin San's eyes burned with fervor, and his breathing grew rapid. He couldn't help it. His sword techniques originated from the Sky Sword God of 10,000 years ago. To be precise, he had inherited the legacy of the Sky Sword God. If he could obtain the 9 swords of the sky, he would surely be able to recreate the glory of the Sword God. However, he also understood that the Qin family was not to be trifled with. Snatching it outright would be tantamount to courting death, so he could only wait for the right opportunity. Even with the Divine Sword's blessing, you can't possibly be my match. Lin San was brimming with confidence in the inheritance of the Sky Sword God, secretly feeling proud. Amidst the swirling dust, he suddenly struck out, a dazzling sword light tearing through the void and stirring up waves of turbulence. Sky Sword Technique. A divine-level sword technique comprehended by the Sky Sword God from the laws of heaven and earth. Its power is unparalleled, slaying gods if they block, defeating Buddhas if they stand in the way, unrivaled across the ancient wilderness. This is Qin Tian and Lin Hao, both prominent figures, naturally recognized the Sky Sword technique at a glance. Perhaps even the Sky Sword God from 10,000 years ago could not have imagined that his sword technique would one day face off against his own sword. Not good. Qin Tian's expression changed drastically, and he wanted to step forward to stop it. Although his son Qin Feng had the potential of a great emperor, he was only 8 years old. How could he possibly withstand the sword techniques of the Sky Sword God? However, Qin Feng's eyes were sharp, and he assumed a sword-drawing stance. Heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. A nod, and the sword was drawn. A crisp and resonant clang echoed through the heavens and earth, an astonishing sword light suddenly appeared, and an icy chill swept across the entire scene. It was like a fleeting glimpse of beauty, as agile as a swimming dragon, with the sword light seemingly capable of splitting the sky in two. What kind of sword technique is this? Everyone present was well-versed and experienced, yet none had ever seen Qin Feng use this move. Could it be his own creation? There were no flashy embellishments, only the pursuit of the ultimate invincible sword momentum. Once the sword was drawn, it could cleave the heavens and annihilate the earth, deciding victory or defeat. Boom! 2 sword lights collided heavily, erupting with a thunderous roar as a terrifying energy storm swept out. Mother! Father! Qin Hao and Lin Shiner, with their relatively low cultivation levels, held onto their parents' clothes to avoid being blown away by the wind. How is this possible? Lin San's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe that an 8-year-old child could master such a sword technique. He had thought that with his higher cultivation level, the inheritance of the Sky Sword God in his grasp, and his comprehension of sword intent, defeating a little kid would be as easy as crushing mud. However, he hadn't expected the other party to teach him a lesson, making him realize that his sword was not invincible. With a loud bang, Lin San's sword shattered on the spot, unable to withstand the sharpness of the Sky Sword. He had the Sky Sword technique, but Qin Feng had the heaven-slaying sword draw technique. He possessed sword intent, while Qin Feng wielded the Sky Sword. His cultivation level was 2 minor realms higher than Qin Feng's, but Qin Feng had the tenfold enhancement of imperial talent, coupled with the assistance of the heavenly treasure gourd. How could he possibly lose? What? Lin San's face was filled with disbelief. He had actually been defeated by an 8-year-old child. All along, he had triumphed over stronger opponents, gradually forming an invincible Tao heart. Yet today, he was defeated by an 8-year-old, shaking him to his core. His invincible Tao heart instantly developed cracks, plunging him into self-doubt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing the invincible Tao heart of the Chosen One to crack, earning 100,000 villain points. 10,000 for a crack? If I stab him in the heart, wouldn't I make billions in minutes? At this moment, Qin Feng was brimming with fighting spirit, his steps treading the unpredictable Phantom Wanderer technique, while the divine sword of sky in his hand pierced toward Lin San's chest like a ghostly shadow. Love him, then stab him in the heart. Not good. Although Lin San's invincible Tao heart had just emerged, he was ultimately just a 13 or 14-year-old child. Today, under Qin Feng's assault, his rhythm was instantly disrupted, leaving him in a sorry state and retreating step by step. Every sword mark that appeared on his body seemed to invisibly add strength to Qin Feng. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for injuring the Chosen One, earning 500 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for injuring the Chosen One, earning 500 villain points. Today's battle was unprecedentedly exhilarating for Qin Feng, because Lin San was his younger brother's rival, making him feel immensely satisfied. My brother is the best. Qin Hao proudly raised his little head, wishing he could tell the whole world that this was his brother. Meanwhile, Lin Xin'er stomped her feet angrily, wishing she could rush over and teach this brat a lesson, but she was picked up by Yun Xia, who was filled with affection for this little girl. The outcome is decided. Brother Qin's son indeed has the potential of a great emperor. Lin Hao chuckled and waved his hand. Just as Qin Feng was about to deliver a fatal blow to Lin San, he unhesitatingly pulled Lin San back. What a joke! Lin San is hailed as the #1 swordsman of the next century. How could he be left to be slaughtered like this? Hoof! Qin Feng was very dissatisfied with Lin Hao's interference, silently thinking to himself, you stole my points. However, he didn't say much. After all, the existence of a Chosen One was truly too mysterious. Forcing someone to stay would only bring greater trouble. It was better to quit while ahead and avoid unnecessary complications. Ha ha! Qin Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard someone praising his eldest son. He secretly felt relieved, thinking that the alliance and marriage arrangement seemed almost certain. The welcoming ceremony continued, and Qin Tian led Lin Hao into the Qin family's city. Rows of Qin family disciples with profound cultivation made Lin Hao envious. He thought to himself that if given the choice, he would rather spend more resources nurturing a bloodline relative than a stranger, unless that person was absolutely loyal to him. But loyalty, who can truly guarantee it? Before long, the parents of both families began enthusiastically discussing their children's marriage. Everyone had assumed Lin Hao would choose Qin Feng, who had just displayed the demeanor of an emperor, but to everyone's shock, he chose Qin Hao, who had been quietly watching the drama unfold from the sidelines, as his son-in-law. *T. Qin Feng immediately cursed upon hearing this, gaining a whole new understanding of the incredibility of the Chosen One. Fierce as a tiger in battle, yet utterly unpredictable when it comes to marriage proposals. Power! Qin Tian and Yun Xie exchanged glances, both filled with shock. Logically speaking, Qin Feng had just proven his strength, but who could imagine that an 8-year-old child would possess such terrifying combat power? As for Qin Hao, although he possessed the rare supreme bone, it had not yet been activated, and his combat strength remained unknown. In response, Lin Hao merely smiled faintly without offering any explanation. He chose Qin Hao not on a whim, but after careful consideration. It is well known that Qin Feng and Qin Hao are twins, with little difference in talent. After the elder brother Qin Feng broke various records, the younger brother Qin Hao quickly caught up, which clearly shows that Qin Hao's talent is slightly superior. Given their identical education and background, he naturally leans toward the younger brother with the supreme bone. More importantly, a recent rumor has been circulating in the archaic era that the Blood Moon prodigy born 8 years ago is none other than Qin Feng, posing a grave threat to the royal family of Great Xia. Investing in Qin Feng is too risky. Rather than taking such a gamble, choosing his younger brother Qin Hao would be a safer option. If the Qin family were to face trouble one day, Qin Hao would undoubtedly stand together with their Tianqin city. Alright. Qin Tian did not ask further questions, as his goal was to establish an alliance through marriage. As long as the rulers of the eastern and western regions of Daxia join forces, even if the Daxia royal family allies with other clans, they would have to consider the consequences. As long as they can secure time for the two little ones to grow, the Qin family would consider it a success. Ultimately, amidst the tacit understanding between the parents of both sides, a marriage alliance driven by mutual interests was quietly reached. At this moment, however, the two parties involved were completely unaware. Lin Xin'er was enjoying a tour of the Qin family city accompanied by the two brothers, along with Lin San. Why do I feel like I could lose my life at any moment? As a fated ultimate villain, Qin Feng found himself in the same place as two epic-level chosen ones. Despite being in the Qin family's city, surrounded by millions of loyal protectors, he still felt no sense of security. He worried that if they joined forces, they could wipe out the entire Qin family in one fell swoop. Wow, it's so lively here. Lin Xin'er couldn't help but exclaim in surprise as the bustling Qin family market unfolded before her eyes, leaving her dazzled. Unlike ordinary markets where mortals sell vegetables, this place is a gathering spot for cultivators, offering treasures such as spiritual herbs, elixirs, and magical artifacts essential for cultivation. Since the Qin family is the absolute ruler of the eastern region of the Great Xia dynasty, the safety of Qin family city is beyond question. Every day, numerous external cultivators come to trade, and the Qin family relies on these transactions to strengthen their family disciples, gradually forming this kind of free trade market. Qin Hao and Lin San's eyes lit up simultaneously, their gaze fixed on a worn-out small cauldron. Qin Feng immediately perked up, thinking to himself that instead of worrying about being overshadowed by these two chosen ones, he might as well use their luck to search for treasures. A small cauldron that could attract the attention of two chosen ones at the same time was certainly no ordinary item. I saw it first. Qin Hao and Lin San stared at each other, neither willing to give up the small cauldron. Just as the two were locked in a dispute, Qin Feng, acting as the fisherman, immediately asked the stall owner for the price. Originally 1,000 spirit stones, but if the young master wants it, how about 888 spirit stones? The vendor cautiously said, his eyes betraying unease, as if he would immediately lower the price if Qin Feng showed the slightest dissatisfaction. After all, with the Qin family being the local powerhouse, who would dare not show respect? 888 spirit stones. Passing cultivators stopped in their tracks, exclaiming that the stall owner must be crazy. You must know, the value of a single spirit stone is enough to ensure a mortal's lifetime of food and clothing, and for cultivators, absorbing it is equivalent to a week's hard training. Yet now, a small broken cauldron dares to be priced at 888 spirit stones. The stall owner was sweating nervously. He absolutely did not see Qin Feng as a fool, it was simply that the origin of this small broken cauldron was too extraordinary. He was originally a small leader of the Tiger Head Gang, which had over 100,000 members. One day, the gang leader learned of some ruins and led the group to excavate them. In the end, the 100,000 gang members paid with their lives, and he was the only one who ventured deep into the ruins alone. There were no glittering treasures there, only a small, broken cauldron placed on a stone platform. The gang leader, either due to severe injuries or some other reason, coughed up blood and died on the spot, leaving him as the sole survivor. A small broken cauldron exchanged for 100,000 gang members, 888 spirit stones is already a bargain price. Alright, I'll take it for 888 spirit stones. Qin Feng, fearing unforeseen complications, immediately asked the vendor to go to the Qin family to collect the money. As the eldest son of the Qin family, the #1 ancient family, it was perfectly normal for Qin Feng to go out without carrying money. Thank you so much, young master. The vendor expressed his gratitude repeatedly, handing the small cauldron to Qin Feng in a hurry, as if the small cauldron was the dream of his lifetime. How can you be so extravagant? Lin San stared in shock, completely stunned by Qin Feng's recklessness. Without even taking a clear look at the item or bargaining over the price, he directly closed the deal for 888 spirit stones, an absolutely lavish move. Even if you're rich, you don't have to be this reckless, right? Yet deep down, he had a faint feeling that this small cauldron was definitely extraordinary. Although he didn't know its purpose, his intuition told him it was undoubtedly a treasure. After all, his current success was largely thanks to this intuition. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for disrupting the destiny of the chosen one and earning a chance to draw a prize. The system's notification sounded, and Qin Feng froze for a moment before breaking into a wide smile. This really is a treasure. Qin Feng held the small cauldron and examined it carefully, but he found nothing special about it. Anger burned in his heart. Why could the protagonist rely on intuition to recognize it as a treasure, while he could only see it as a worthless little cauldron? Damn it! He roared inwardly, the villain refuses to accept this injustice. Brother, can I have it, please? Qin Hao began shaking Qin Feng's arm, trying to win the small cauldron's favor by acting cute and pitiful. Little did he know, Qin Feng was completely immune to such tricks, except when it came to his adorable little sister. Only she could make him compromise. Still, he couldn't see anything special about this worthless little cauldron. Perhaps it could be activated through his second brother, the chosen one. With this thought, Xin Feng decided to give his brother a chance. Alright, Xin Feng said earnestly, I just spent 888 spirit stones to buy this little broken cauldron. As your brother, I'll cover 2 eighths. If you pay the remaining 1/8, how about I lend it to you to play with for a few days? Brother, you're the best. Xin Hao beamed like a little son, completely unaware that he was being tricked, and pulled out a cloth bag. It was a storage pouch commonly used by cultivators, containing the New Year's money he had saved over the years. Xin Feng had been eyeing it for quite some time. Soon, under Qin Feng's persuasion, Xin Hao took out 1/8, which amounted to 800 spirit stones. The passers-by around were completely speechless upon seeing this scene. Could it be that no one had told him not to fall for this trick? This guy is just too gullible. Ding Dong detected that the host has deceived the naive chosen one, earning 500 villain points. Xin Feng was overjoyed in his heart as he unhesitatingly pocketed the 800 spirit stones. At the same time, he kept his promise and lent the small cauldron to his second brother to play with for a few days. Once it was successfully activated, he could retrieve the cauldron, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Regarding this, Xin Hao not only didn't feel at a loss but instead thought he had made a great deal. His older brother spent 88 spirit stones, while he only spent 8 spirit stones, he practically earned an extra 8. What a foolish otuto! Xin Feng looked at his silly younger brother helplessly, wondering why he, a villain with both high intelligence and emotional quotient, ended up being trampled underfoot by him. It was truly unbelievable. What exactly is this little cauldron used for? Lin Xiner curiously leaned over, reaching out to see what was so special about the little cauldron. But Xin Hao, as if guarding a treasure, clutched the little cauldron tightly to his chest, giving no face to his future wife, making Lin Xiner stomp her feet in frustration. As the little princess of Tianjin City, no one had ever dared to treat her like this. I don't care at all. Lin-san, let's go. Lin Xiner was a typical tsundere little girl, who never thought about asking for help. She continued wandering around the Qin family market with Lin-san. Xin Feng had tasted success and naturally didn't want to fall behind. Shamelessly, he followed them, constantly observing Lin-san's facial expressions. Why does this eldest son of the Qin family keep sneaking glances at me? Lin-san felt a chill down his spine as he was stared at, his heart filled with panic. As a servant of the little princess of Tianjin City, he had naturally heard of some nobles' peculiar hobbies, especially those particularly outstanding noble heirs, whose wild antics behind the scenes were shocking. Could it be that Xin Feng was one of those people? As if to confirm his suspicion, Xin Feng stared at the items, and as long as his gaze lingered for more than 2 seconds, he would arrogantly buy them all. It was as if a domineering CEO was taking his delicate wife shopping, buying everything in sight to flaunt his wealth. That's not scientific. Xin Feng looked doubtfully at the pile of items he had purchased, thinking to himself that none of them could compare to the small cauldron. It was simply unbelievable. Ding Dong, congratulations to the host for seizing the chosen one's immortal herb and earning 300 villain points. Ding Dong, congratulations to the host for seizing the chosen one's pill and earning 300 villain points. Although all of them were rare treasures and could earn villain points, Xin Feng clearly preferred to gain the system's lottery opportunities. I don't believe it. In such a large Qin family market, there can't be no real treasures. Over the next few days, Xin Feng dragged Lin-san through the streets, rain or shine, forcing Lin-san to break out in goosebumps. He increasingly felt that Xin Feng was lusting after his body, unable to sleep through the nights, constantly gripping his sword and staying alert, deeply afraid that he might lose his innocence if he let his guard down for even a moment. He aspired to be an exceptional servant, not an exceptional submissive. Is this the eldest son of the Qin family? The people in the Qin family's marketplace pointed and whispered among themselves. They had heard that the eldest son of the Qin family possessed the potential of an emperor, but had never seen him in action until the visitors from Tianjin City arrived, finally witnessing his terrifying prowess. Breaking through to the transcendent realm at the age of 8, achieving breakthroughs in combat techniques, creating the heaven-slaying sword technique, defeating the successor of the Sky Sword God with a single strike across the entire ancient wilderness, no prodigy could boast such achievements. The potential of a great emperor truly lives up to its name. At the same time, some noticed the items Xin Feng purchased. Those with discerning eyes could immediately tell they were all rare treasures, without a single misjudgment. Amazing! Everyone's admiration for the eldest son of the Qin family was boundless, bowing in utmost respect. To accurately identify so many treasures without error is not something that can be achieved merely through high cultivation. it requires profound knowledge and years of genuine expertise. Now, for an 8-year-old child to reach this level, how could it not be astonishing? A few days later, the Qin family and the Lin family announced their engagement to the world, symbolizing the official alliance between the Qin family and Tianjin City. Lin Hao led a large group of people preparing to return to Tianjin City. "Brother Qin, let's part ways here." Lin Hao clasped his fists, his eyes full of reluctance. "Brother Lin, take care on your journey." Qin Tian was also filled with reluctance, having escorted him for hundreds of miles and still wanting to continue. Before leaving, Qin Feng looked at Lin San with eyes full of reluctance. His dual-core treasure hunting device would now be reduced to a single core. Although the dual-core treasure hunting device had only unearthed an unknown small cauldron for him, the other treasures had ultimately earned him a hefty profit. Now, the entire Qin family marketplace was filled with legends about him, and everyone wanted to know how he identified treasures. Woo-woo! Lin San felt Qin Feng's reluctant gaze and couldn't bear it anymore. He just wanted to quickly get away from this man, afraid that if he stayed any longer, he might actually be turned. That night, Qin Feng was unable to sleep. Because of Lin San's appearance, he experienced the thrill of being a villain. In just a few days, he had extracted 150,000 villain points from Lin San, along with a precious lottery opportunity. This was a joy that his second brother could never bring him, igniting a desire in his heart to run away from home and go find Lin San. "Let's start with the lottery." Qin Feng shook his head, silently motivating himself, and called the system to begin the draw. With a swish, the spinning lottery wheel appeared before his eyes once again, densely packed with prizes that shimmered with enticing brilliance: Taishang Physique, Heavenly Overlord Physique, Battle Saint Physique, Chaos Saint Physique, Double Pupils, Supreme Bone, True Dragon Art, Transforming Freedom Heaven. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing the divine-level Buddhist technique, Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. Boom! A thunderclap echoed in Qin Feng's mind, as if his soul had left his body, instantly entering another world. Roar! A golden dragon, 100 feet long, spiraled through the sky, letting out a soul-stirring roar. The air trembled violently in its wake, and wherever it passed, the heavens collapsed, the earth shattered, fully displaying the majesty of the King of Beasts. Before Qin Feng could react, the dragon charged straight at him and burrowed directly into his body. Huff, huff. Qin Feng woke up in a cold sweat, only to find a golden coiled dragon tattoo on his body and some mysterious hand seals imprinted in his mind. Using the dragon pattern on his body, he can perform divine-level Buddhist techniques, Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. This move is not only incredibly powerful but also exponentially increases the threat to the demon race, practically making it their nemesis. Moreover, it enhances his defensive capabilities and grants him the ability to distinguish humans from demons at a glance. Creak! Qin Feng's room door was opened. He saw his younger brother Qin Hao's little head poking in. As soon as Qin Hao noticed Qin Feng was still awake, he excitedly hugged his small pillow, climbed onto the bed barefoot, and exclaimed that he wanted to sleep with his brother tonight. Usually, it's the little sister who gets scared at night and comes to find her brother. Why is it my turn to be the younger brother, and a chosen one at that? Qin Feng helplessly looked at his brother, who had fallen asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, and thought to himself, could he be using the supreme bone to tempt me? This kid really doesn't show much respect for me as a villain. The atmosphere in the Great Xia Imperial Palace was as tense as a drawn bowstring. The Great Xia Emperor sat on the dragon throne, while the entire court of civil and military officials seethed with anger over the news of the Qin family forming an alliance with the City of Heavenly Heart. Especially the eldest son of the Qin family, who had broken through to the transcendent realm at the age of 8, created the heaven-slaying sword technique, and defeated Lin San. This made them feel an unprecedented sense of threat. The Qin family forming an alliance with the City of Heavenly Heart is practically a declaration of war against the court, an official shouted angrily, his eyes blazing with fury. Utterly intolerable. We must dispatch troops immediately. Another civil official stepped forward, his tone resolute. Do you think the Qin family in Tianjin City are made of paper? They are not easy to deal with. A voice of opposition rang out, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. We should negotiate for peace. After all, the era of great contention has arrived, and internal strife will only make us a laughingstock to our enemies. An elder minister advised solemnly, clearly concerned for the nation's safety. The ambition of the Yin Moon dynasty is blatantly obvious. The reforms they implemented a century ago have made them increasingly powerful, and now they have even appointed 2 prodigies as holy sons. They are our true adversaries. The ministers' debates rose and fell, forming 2 factions in the court, while the emperor's face showed signs of distress. If only the royal family of Great Xia had a few prodigies, would we need to be in such a position? The Great Xia Emperor sighed deeply, lamenting the changes of the era. Time flies, the old waves have passed, yet the new waves have not emerged. At this moment, the Qin family. Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the small courtyard, surrounded by spiritual energy, resembling a prodigious cultivator. Ever since breaking through to the transcendent realm, the 33 Heavens creation technique could no longer keep up with his pace. He spent 30,000 villain points to activate a 1-month comprehension aura to grasp the third heaven. This comprehension is terrifying. The 10th ancestor's gaze was filled with shock, clearly sensing the changes within Qin Feng's body, as if an invisible force was burgeoning. This change stemmed from his deep comprehension of the cultivation technique. Qin Feng's physical body grew increasingly powerful, even gaining extraordinary self-healing abilities. Limb regeneration was nothing more than a trivial matter. What kind of heavenly laws is this child comprehending? The 10th ancestor was incredulous, imagining that if Qin Feng fully grasped them, wouldn't he become immortal and indestructible? Boom! A muffled roar erupted from within Qin Feng's body. Golden light flickered from the runes surrounding him, and his aura became even more formidable than before, signaling that he had not only comprehended the third heaven but also broken through to the second level of the transcendent realm. Monster! The 10th ancestor couldn't help but exclaim, recalling all the extraordinary events surrounding Qin Feng's birth. No wonder he could stir up chaos across the world. Clang! Clang! Peals of bell tolls echoed throughout the Qin family's city, and everyone's expressions changed drastically. This is the emergency bell that hasn't rung in the Qin family for hundreds of years, signifying that the family is facing a major crisis. All clan members must prepare for a level 1 battle, as a life and death war is about to unfold. What happened? The 10th ancestor's expression was grave as he transformed into white light and vanished. The survival of the family is at stake, and this matter is undoubtedly connected to second brother. Qin Feng pondered silently, rising to search for his second brother Qin Hao's whereabouts. He had originally intended to live a life of indulgence, but because of this little fellow, he was forced to train desperately for self-preservation. Now, he is facing a crisis that threatens the extermination of the family. The fury in his heart could no longer be contained. How could he not vent it on him? Inside the main hall of the Qin family, Qin Tian, as the head of the family, sat in the high seat, while below him were the leaders from various branches of the Qin family, numbering as many as 13, collectively known as the 13 Protectors of the Qin family. News from an insider in the Grand Xia Imperial Palace revealed that after careful consideration, the emperor had decided to take action against the Qin family. Then let's do it. Who's afraid of who? A burly leader's eyes gleamed with excitement, and the large blade in his hand had already been sharpened to a shine. Logically speaking, we have just allied with Tianqin City, and the Yin Moon dynasty is still eyeing us like a tiger. The great Xia royal family shouldn't be so unwise. Another leader, who looked like a scholar, furrowed his brows, filled with worry about the impending war. If they insist on using war as a means to achieve victory, the final outcome will only be mutual destruction, ultimately benefiting the Yin Moon dynasty for nothing. The best approach is still to buy time and give the brothers Qin Feng and Qin Hao a chance to grow. The great Xia royal family is making a bold sacrifice. Qin Tian said solemnly, with the prestige of my Qin family and Xia, once we grow strong, we can replace them. He plans to act before my Qin family matures. A swift and decisive battle is the best strategy. If it turns into a prolonged war, at the very least, we can hold on to half the territory. They're really going all out just to become emperor. The 13 leaders looked exceptionally serious, knowing that this battle was now unavoidable. However, war isn't something the emperor of Xia can start just by saying so. First, he has to deal with those aristocratic families and promise them some benefits, otherwise, who would fight for him? In other words, there won't be a war in the short term, and they have enough time to prepare for battle. Is war really about to break out? Qin Feng clearly felt the changes in the Qin family. The oppressive atmosphere was like the calm before a storm. Previously, every member of the Qin family had a confident smile on their face, but now they all looked serious, without a trace of expression. The streets were no longer filled with the graceful figures of young ladies and wives. Instead, rows of armored warriors had taken their place. Can we win this battle? Qin Feng was no child and could naturally analyze the current situation. Although the Qin family in Tianqin City had allied to occupy half of the Great Xia Empire, the noble families led by the Great Xia Emperor were no pushovers. Even if they managed to achieve a narrow victory, there was still the looming threat of the Yin Moon dynasty watching like a tiger eyeing its prey. The most crucial point was that they had a chosen one on their side. As everyone knows, The chosen one never needs the support of a powerful family at the start. Even if born into a strong family, they will leave the family for various reasons. Either the family perishes or they break ties with it. Therefore, the chances of winning this battle are practically zero. So the question is, should he make a quick escape? No, they are all my dearest friends and family, my brothers and comrades. Qin Feng quickly shook his head and began pondering how to turn the tide against all odds. The final solution, naturally, was to summon the max-level red-haired monster, but suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered the system's task to dig out his younger brother's supreme bone. Perhaps he could openly and legitimately extract his brother's supreme bone. The Qin family ancestral shrine was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere, as if even the air had grown dense. Here, the heroic spirits of ancestors who fought for the Qin family were enshrined. The densely packed memorial tablets numbered in the hundreds of thousands, evoking awe and dread. An elderly man with snow-white hair sat cross-legged on a meditation mat. He was the first ancestor of the Qin family. Behind him stood 9 other ancestors, along with Qin Feng's opportunistic father, Qin Tian. The tension in the air was palpable. First ancestor, this is how it happened. Qin Tian knelt respectfully on the ground, his voice trembling as he recounted the entire sequence of events. The founder did not turn his head and slowly said, "Since this battle is unavoidable, then let us fight." Yes. Everyone's expressions were solemn, resolutely vowing to fight to the death and defend the honor of the Qin family. At that moment a tender voice broke the serious atmosphere, "Ancestor, you mustn't. Fenger, leave." Qin Tian saw Qin Feng rushing in with his little legs and, anxious and distressed, hurriedly reprimanded him. After all, speaking loudly in the ancestral shrine and daring to question the founder's decision was utterly disrespectful. "Shut up." The ancestor not only did not blame him but instead scolded Qin Tian, then turned with a beaming smile to Qin Feng, who had just run in, and gestured for him to come closer. Yes. Qin Tian felt utterly wronged, thinking to himself, we're both descendants of the ancestor, so why is the difference so vast? Is it just because I lacked the potential to become an emperor? Fenger, what did you mean just now by saying no? The ancestor looked at Qin Feng with a face full of affection. He couldn't be more fond of this junior, who had been sensible since childhood and often brought delicious food to visit him. Qin Feng's small face was serious, his gaze resolute. Only fools think of winning through war. If we win, it drains our vitality. If we lose, the Qin family will be in grave danger. Fools! The ancestors present all turned to look at Qin Tian in unison, as if to say they absolutely wouldn't take the blame for this. After all, he was the head of the Qin family. Qin Tian's eye twitched involuntarily, and a big what the hell surfaced in his mind. What do you mean, you have a way to win without going to war? The progenitor immediately became interested, eagerly awaiting the insights of this 8-year-old child. Of course. Qin Feng's face was full of confidence, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Actually, the root cause of the whole matter is that the appearance of my second brother in me disrupted the balance, making the royal family feel threatened. As long as we find a way to hide my second brother in me, there will naturally be no reason for the war to continue. That's it. Everyone thought to themselves, truly the mindset of a child. Even if the 2 brothers were hidden now, the great Xia royal family would never let it go, unless the 2 brothers were either dead or crippled. That's right, crippled. Qin Feng's small face was unusually serious as he pulled out a yellowed ancient book, his gaze sharp. It was an ancient book he had exchanged from the system, detailing rare constitutions. It contained a meticulous record of the correct way to unlock the supreme bone, every word a gem. Bone extraction, destruction followed by rebirth. The ancestors present couldn't help but exclaim. The correct way to unlock the supreme bone shook them to their core. Other families treat their supreme bones like treasures, cherishing them dearly. Who would be cruel enough to dig out a child's supreme bone and then rely on immense determination to rebuild the supreme position? The ancestor remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. This method is feasible. What? The gathered elders exclaimed in unison, unable to believe that the ancestor had actually agreed. I object. Qin Tian said urgently. Howard is only 5 years old. He's still a child. This is not the kind of pain he should have to endure at his age. The ancestor said unhurriedly, to achieve the position of supreme, relying solely on a supreme bone is not enough. It also requires great perseverance, great courage, and the workings of fate. The workings of fate. The ancestors present exchanged glances, wondering if the ancestor had glimpsed some heavenly secret. But Qin Tian understood the reasoning, yet when it came to his own son, he couldn't bring himself to act. The ancestor ignored Qin Tian and looked at Qin Feng with interest, asking, Howard can hide himself by removing the bone, and in the future. rebuild and achieve the position of supreme. How will you hide yourself and demonstrate the potential of an emperor in the future? Qin Feng declared righteously. The eldest son of the Qin family was jealous of his younger brother's talent and personally dug out his younger brother's supreme bone for his own use. When discovered by the Qin family, he fled. The Qin family's patriarch, enraged, permanently expelled Qin Feng, this unfilial son, from the family and issued a kill-on-sight order across the entire archaic realm. As soon as the words fell, the entire audience was shocked, as if a heavy bomb had exploded in their hearts. They simply could not imagine that the child before them was only 8 years old. Not only was he ruthless to others, but his cruelty to himself was utterly horrifying. If Qin Hao suffered only physical pain from having his bone removed, then Qin Feng would endure both physical and mental torment. Not only was he labeled as a traitor to the Qin family, but he also lost the protection of the Qin family and was relentlessly hunted down. Only when Qin Hao grew strong enough could his innocence be proven, with the prerequisite being that he had to survive until that day. In response, Qin Feng felt no pressure. After all, a max-level red-haired old monster was no mere decoration, and an unyielding fighting spirit had already ignited in his heart. No way! As a father, Qin Tian could not accept this plan under any circumstances. The eldest son would have to bear the expectations of the entire family and struggle to survive in the outside world, while the younger son would have to endure unimaginable pain to grow step by step. No parent would ever wish for their children to go through such hardships. To do heroic deeds, bear the infamy of generations, for the family, I am willing. Qin Feng stood upright with an air of righteousness, his chest puffed out, as if he might be moved to tears by his own determination in the next moment. 17 short words nearly stunned the ancestors present, who had lived for thousands of years. He's only 8 years old. He's still just a child. Yet he is resolute in sparing the family from war, even if it means bearing the infamy of generations without hesitation. Ding dong, such a hypocritical villain deserves applause here. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a portable space. Qin Feng immediately noticed the portable space, which was over 1,000 square meters, practically an essential tool for home travel, murder, and arson. The progenitor struggled to restrain himself, his voice trembling. The ancestor knows you are a good child, but do you understand what you will face in the future by doing this? You won't have a chance to regret it. I don't regret it. A sharp sword is forged through grinding, and plum blossoms gain their fragrance from bitter cold. Without experiencing storms, how can one see a rainbow? Qin Feng's eyes were clear, his gaze resolute. Yet at this moment, his inner thoughts were, 5 years. Do you know how I've lived these 5 years? Stop rambling. Hurry up and let me dig out the supreme bone. I need to complete the mission. I want the invincible double pupils. I don't want to stay home being a good kid. I want to leave the beginner's village and find beautiful young ladies and a little wife. All right. The ancestor struggled to utter a single word, as if it took all the strength in his body. He knew that Qin Feng's proposal was the best, minimizing the losses for the entire Qin family. Even in the worst-case scenario, it would only cost Qin Feng himself. But if he could hold on until that day, the Qin family would become even stronger because of him. Ancestor, I beg you. Qin Tian knelt down in desperation, kowtowing, his eyes filled with humble pleading. He simply couldn't bear to watch his own son being hunted outside while he had to pretend to be indifferent. For a father, this was too painful, too cruel. Father, rest assured, I will return safely. Qin Feng was moved as he helped his cheap old man up, and for the first time in 8 years, he sincerely called out, Father. This word carried his promise to his father that he would definitely return and personally help him pull out the oxygen tube. Nightfall descended, and the entire Qin family was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. As the emergency war bell rang, all nighttime activities in the Qin household were cancelled. Everyone was fully focused on improving their cultivation. Only the strong could survive the imminent slaughter. Creak! Qin Hao's room door was quietly pushed open, and Qin Feng leisurely walked in. Through the faint moonlight outside the window, he saw his younger brother sound asleep, clutching a small broken cauldron. His innocent and pure appearance made it hard to disturb him. Brother, this is for your own good. Qin Feng kept comforting himself in his heart, knowing that only by removing his younger brother's supreme bone could he preserve the Qin family's remaining strength, secretly lie low, help him grow, and complete his own mission. Most importantly, their father would no longer constantly claim that his younger brother had the potential to become an emperor. 1 move, 4 gains. Forgive me, my foolish Otudo. Brother. Qin Hao groggily rubbed his eyes and saw Qin Feng standing by the bed. He was about to happily throw himself into his brother's arms, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he was shocked to find his brother's hand had already pierced into his body. Brother! Xin Hao raised his head in disbelief, and the face that met his gaze was no longer the smiling big brother, but a cold and ruthless expression. I'll take the supreme bone. Qin Feng finally steeled himself and forcibly extracted the supreme bone. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for injuring the chosen one, leaving them on the brink of death, and earning 800,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for extracting the chosen one's supreme bone, disrupting the chosen one's destiny, and earning a lottery chance. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for extracting the chosen one's supreme bone, completing the epic mission of the destined villain, and obtaining the invincible double pupils. The series of 3 rewards left Qin Feng somewhat dazed, and at the same time, his eyes underwent a mutation. His pupils split into 2, seemingly able to see through the essence of the world, and he could retract the double pupils at any time, returning to normal. Bang! The small cauldron in Qin Hao's hand fell, and he also collapsed onto the bed. Is this the invincible double pupils? Qin Feng's gaze fell on the small cauldron. Through his double pupils, he seemed to see a weak soul inside. It was the protagonist's exclusive old grandpa. Fake, it must be fake. Qin Hao struggled desperately on the bed, unable to believe that his brother would treat him this way. However, no matter how much he struggled, reality could not be changed. He could only watch helplessly as his brother took the supreme bone and left without looking back. As for the small cauldron, Qin Feng no longer bothered with it. Whether the old man acknowledged him as its master was irrelevant. After all, his system was far more powerful than the old man. Better to leave it for his second brother. Trading a bone for an old man, he profited. After Qin Feng left, a sigh came from the small cauldron. Double pupils are meant to be an invincible path. Why borrow another's bones? With that, the small cauldron emitted a gentle glow, enveloping Qin Hao to heal him. At this moment, inside Qin Feng's parents' room. No. Yun Xie, after hearing about the future fate of her 2 sons, shook her head repeatedly while crying, pleading with Qin Tian not to let it happen. As a mother, she couldn't bear to watch her son suffer outside. He was only 8 years old. He was still just a child. Moreover, she couldn't reveal the truth to Qin Hao, which meant she might have to witness her 2 sons turning against each other. This was a cruelty unbearable for any mother. We have to believe in him. Qin Tian tried hard to control his emotions and tightly held his wife in his arms. He deeply understood that this was an unbearable pain for parents, but as the head of the Qin family, he could not stand by and watch his clansmen sacrifice themselves, nor could he allow the Qin family to suffer mutual destruction. Today, the Qin family's dormancy is precisely for the soaring rise in the future. Gulp! Gulp! Thud! 3 loud kowtow sounds came from outside the door. It was Qin Feng bowing 3 times at his parents' door. Feng Yun Xie completely lost control and wanted to open the door to see her son one last time, but Qin Tian stopped her. If Yun Xie were to see Qin Feng at this moment, the scene would undoubtedly spiral out of control, ultimately attracting the crowd's attention, which would render all their previous efforts in vain. Father, mother, your child is leaving. Qin Feng did not hesitate in the slightest. He got up and left the Qin family without looking back. My son! Yun Xie wept bitterly in Qin Tian's arms, her heart feeling as if it were being torn apart. She could not bear the despair of watching him walk toward an unknown hardship, being hunted by all kinds of forces. Arriving at the Qin family's gate, Qin Feng felt the cool night breeze and turned back to look at the Qin family once more. Having been in this world for 8 years, he had felt the warmth of home here, the care of relatives and friends. To protect this home, he had to leave now. Desolate ancient. Miss, little wife, Qin Feng, have arrived. Ha! Qin Feng froze on the spot when he saw the crooked neck tree at the door. Just like with the small cauldron, he couldn't see any issues before, but now, with the help of the double pupils, he discovered it contained an extremely terrifying energy. Desolate, barren. It seemed as though it didn't belong to this world, crossing over hundreds of eras to arrive. Goodness, the chosen ones really are unreasonable. Qin Feng silently looked at the supreme bone in his hand. Compared to the little cauldron grandpa and the mysterious crooked neck tree, the supreme bone seemed to be the lowest-ranked existence. At that moment, the ancestor's voice transmission echoed in Qin Feng's ear. Child, dawn is about to break, and the Qin family's kill order against you will soon spread across the ancient wilderness. Where do you plan to go? To the Yin Moon dynasty. Qin Feng looked ahead with a righteous and resolute expression, his gaze firm, indicating his intention to go to the most dangerous place. Ever since the reform of the Yin Moon dynasty 100 years ago, it has been different from other dynasties, adopting the presidential system of later generations. It is no longer hereditary, but rather merit-based. As a traitor to the Qin family, he believed the other party would definitely be very interested in him. More importantly, after the reform, the Yin Moon dynasty had grown increasingly powerful. Challenging Daxia, the former dominant force, was inevitable. Going undercover himself could also be considered as adding a layer of security for the Qin family's future. As for the so-called four great beauties of the ancient era, with three hailing from the Yin Moon dynasty, he expressed that he had no interest at all. "Child, you must come back alive." The ancestor tried hard to restrain his emotions, which made Qin Feng feel deeply moved. He's only 8 years old. Always thinking of the family truly owes him an apology. Ding dong, such a hypocritical villain. Applause is in order here. Congratulations to the host for the portable space doubling in size. Who the hell is hypocritical? He is the hope of the Qin family. Qin Feng fiercely despised the system in his heart, telling it to keep quiet. At that moment, a cry came from the Qin family, "Someone, come quickly. The second young master has been attacked." The originally silent night instantly turned into a heart-wrenching chaos, as if the entire Qin family was roaring in fury. Upon hearing that the second young master, Qin Hao, had been attacked, everyone immediately realized the audacity of the great Xiao royal family to act so insidiously. Enraged, they grabbed their weapons, vowing to tear the assailant to pieces. When they saw Qin Hao, their anger instantly erupted. How could there be such a ruthless and cruel person in the world, who would dig out the supreme bone of a 5-year-old child? This was not only an act of brutality but also the destruction of the Qin family's future hope. Tolerable? Absolutely intolerable. If an uncle can endure it, I absolutely cannot. However, when everyone learned that the perpetrator was Qin Feng, they were thunderstruck. Qin Feng? How could this be possible? Who in the world didn't know that the eldest son of the Qin family was gentle and refined, diligent and hardworking? A paragon of virtue and learning, and had been the pride of the family since childhood, the best candidate for the position of family head. How could he personally inflict such cruelty on his younger brother and dig out his supreme bone? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The members of the Qin family shook their heads repeatedly, denying it all in disbelief. Although Qin Feng occasionally bullied Qin Hao, they had always seen it as mere childish playfulness. The bond between brothers was deep. How could he commit such a cruel act? It's him, this unfilial son. Qin Tian's eyes were bloodshot, a mix of anger and pain intertwining as his body trembled uncontrollably. The once happy family was now shattered due to the conspiracy of the great Xiao royal family. He could only watch helplessly as his 8-year-old son struggled to survive outside, unable to offer any help, while his 5-year-old younger son endured the agony of having his bone extracted, the pain of breaking and rebuilding. As a father, how could he not be furious? Ugh! Qin Tian could no longer hold back, blood spurted wildly from his mouth. As the head of the Qin family, he had borne immense pressure with no one to confide in, forced to endure it all alone. Master! The crowd panicked, finally believing what Qin Feng had done. As the head of the Qin family, the foremost ancient clan, Qin Tian's cultivation was unfathomable. Yet at this moment, he was so enraged that he spat blood, showing just how devastating this matter was to him. The palm and the back of the hand are both flesh, siblings turning against each other, such pain is unbearable for any parent. At this moment, the voice of the Qin family's second ancestor thundered like a storm. Qin Feng, driven by jealousy, dug out his younger brother's supreme bone for his own use, committing an unforgivable crime. After being exposed, he not only showed no remorse but also injured the guards and fled the Qin family. In the name of the second ancestor of the Qin family, I hereby declare that Qin Feng, the rebellious son, is expelled from the Qin family, and a kill order is issued, dead or alive. Expelled from the family? Dead or alive? The crowd was shaken, hoping the second ancestor would show leniency. Now that Qin Hao's supreme bone has been destroyed, if they were to lose Qin Feng, who possesses the potential of an emperor, what standing would the Qin family have in this era of fierce competition? This child's character is unworthy of being a disciple of the Qin family. The second ancestor suppressed his trembling, his heart filled with immense pain, yet he had no choice but to utter the most insincere words of his life. If Qin Feng is unworthy, then who else could be a disciple of the Qin family? At this moment, the sun slowly rose from the horizon, and the ancestors of the Qin family stood atop the high tower, watching the gradually receding figure. This child would bear the expectations of the entire Qin family, enduring countless trials, dancing on the edge of a blade, where the slightest misstep could lead to utter destruction and a plunge into an abyss. Yet they were powerless, all the burdens could only be borne by him, carried on his young shoulders. Isn't this decision too cruel? He's only 8 years old. The 10th ancestor could no longer hold back, tears welling up in his eyes. As Qin Feng's great-grandfather, he had raised him since childhood, and their bond was deep. Watching the child struggle to survive outside tore at his heart like a knife. Throughout history, great talents often face hardships. He may be only 8 years old, but his intellect and cultivation are far beyond what ordinary children can compare to. The ancestor's gaze was resolute as he stared at the disappearing figure, firmly believing that this child would eventually return safely, bringing back the glory of the Qin family. Don't worry, and don't forget that he was born under the blood moon. The second ancestor spoke to reassure, and everyone couldn't help but recall the scene of Qin Feng's birth. The arrival of the blood moon heralded chaos, signaling the impending turbulence of the ancient era and the advent of an era of great contention. Not long after, a tragedy in the Qin family exploded like a bomb, shaking the entire city. The eldest son of the Qin family, driven by jealousy over his younger brother's talent, personally dug out the supreme bone. Showing no remorse afterward, he was expelled from the family, and an ancient era kill order was issued against him. The shocking news reverberated throughout the ancient era, spreading rapidly in all directions and even drawing the attention of the emperor of Great Xia. He urgently convened his civil and military officials to discuss, is it true? Could this be a ruse by the Qin family? The news has been confirmed. The second son of the Qin family had his supreme bone dug out. The head of the Qin family was so furious that he spat blood, collapsed to the ground, and couldn't even lift a finger. The eldest son of the Qin family is truly ruthless. He even dared to harm his own younger brother. What a vicious character. Cultivation is all about survival of the fittest. So what if it's his own younger brother? The two prodigies of the Qin family, one crippled, one fled. This is truly heaven's blessing for our Great Xia, an incredibly fortunate event. The Qin family is no longer a threat, the war has been avoided. What a relief. However, the eldest of the Qin family is still alive. He holds the supreme bone and remains a threat. He must be completely eradicated to ensure safety. This boy is not worth worrying about. After all, he has already removed the supreme bone. From that moment on, he can no longer reach the pinnacle. That's right, he has begun to doubt his own strength. His invincible heart is lost, and he is absolutely not worth worrying about. The emperor of Daxia sat high on the dragon throne, everything before him seeming as unreal as a dream. Just last night, he was discussing with his ministers how to swiftly bring down the Qin family. Unexpectedly, by this morning, the Qin family had collapsed on its own. The two prodigies had both fallen from their pedestals, and the Daxia royal family remained in its prime, its momentum unstoppable. Ah, good, good. The emperor of Daxia couldn't help but laugh heartily, deciding to choose a concubine to celebrate properly. At this moment, Qin Feng leisurely rode a small donkey, heading in the direction of the Yin Moon dynasty, with a faint smile on his face. Finally saved up 1 million villain points. He excitedly looked at the system displaying 1,156,500 villain points and unhesitatingly spent 1 million villain points to redeem the Great Perfection Realm. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 1 million villain points to redeem the Great Perfection 100% compatibility card. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for using the Great Perfection 100% compatibility card, achieving 100% compatibility with the 33 Heavens creation technique. Qin Feng's mind felt as if thunder had exploded, and he fell into a state of unconsciousness, clearly perceiving the laws of heaven and earth, with an even deeper understanding of the 33 Heavens creation technique. To put it simply, he could originally only use 60% of his full strength, but now he could mobilize 100% of his power. His abilities soared instantly, akin to a phoenix reborn from the ashes. This is the state of ultimate perfection. Qin Feng snapped back to reality and couldn't help but marvel, finally experiencing the joy of being heaven's chosen one. If he were to encounter Lin San again, he was fully confident that he could defeat him without even using the heaven-slaying sword technique, provided nothing unexpected happened during this period. Just at this moment, a sinister laugh echoed from ahead. Little girl, don't be afraid. As long as you let us brothers give you a little scare, we'll let you go. How about that? A hero saving the damsel in distress. Qin Feng was stunned on the spot. This was one of the perks he could enjoy as a villain. Whoosh! Qin Feng leapt into the air like lightning from his little donkey, landing on a large tree several hundred meters away. From a distance, a group of burly men surrounded a young girl in purple. Her delicate features were stunningly beautiful, and her violet dress shimmered like moonlight. The slender, fair legs revealed by the side slit of her skirt were particularly eye-catching. Wow, my youth is back. Qin Feng was so excited that he almost burst into tears. It had been so many years since he had seen this kind of outfit. Ever since he came to this fantasy world, it had been a full 8 years without seeing young ladies dressed as refreshingly as those on that small streaming platform. Third-rate dancing plus second-rate music plus first-rate figure equals a depraved self. Bang! The girl in purple was the first to launch an attack, her palm strike resembling the movements of Tai Chi. However, her attack did not have the imagined destructive power, merely forcing a burly man to step back 2 paces without causing any substantial harm. Transcendent Realm, 3rd level. The burly man sneered, the corners of his mouth curling as his towering figure charged toward the girl. Not good. The girl in purple was clearly still too young, lacking practical combat experience. Faced with an aggressive opponent, she panicked and didn't know how to respond. Just as Qin Feng was about to shout, "Let go of that girl!" Clang! A crisp sound of a sword being unsheathed rang out, accompanied by a sharp wave of sword energy. Such a familiar unsheathing sound. Qin Feng's mind conjured up the image of Lin San. The sound of the sword was strikingly similar to his. But that can't be right. Lin San followed Lin Xaner back to Tianjin City, so why is he still in the eastern region of Daxia? Swish swish. A dark figure streaked through the air, and where the sword light passed, blood splattered. A burly man, completely unprepared, was instantly sent to the afterlife. When the dark figure landed, it turned out to be none other than Lin San. Sure enough, it's him. Qin Feng's eyes instantly lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Lin San, I love you." He once thought that after leaving the Qin family, he would be downcast for a long time. After all, a chosen one isn't someone you can find just anywhere. However, with the villain's aura in play, the protagonist actually came knocking on his door. Wait. That sounds a bit strange. Under broad daylight, in a world of justice, you dare to bully a little girl. Lin San held a 3-foot-long sword, striking an overly pretentious pose of a righteous hero, looking down and condemning the scoundrels before him. How dare you kill my brother? The other burly men burned with rage and charged forward to avenge their brother. Roar! They descended like tigers from the mountain, their attacks surging like a tidal wave. Courting death. Lin San's gaze was sharp, and the longsword in his hand shot out violently. Hiss! The longsword transformed into a streak of light, piercing straight toward a burly man. The terrifying force erupted at the sword's tip, and the sharp sword energy tore through the man's chest. Blood gushed out wildly, and the pungent smell of blood quickly spread, further fueling the fury of the other burly men. But Lin San showed no fear, rushing forward swiftly, drawing his longsword to continue the slaughter, as blood spurted out like a fountain. Transcendent Level 4. Qin Feng frowned on the side, noticing that Lin San's cultivation had unexpectedly advanced. Moreover, his swordsmanship was sharper and faster than before, clearly showing he hadn't been idle during this time. But he still couldn't figure out why Lin San didn't return to Tianjin City with Lin Xaner and what exactly he intended to do by staying with the Qin family. "Kid, we really underestimated you before." The remaining 3 burly men finally reacted, realizing they had encountered a prodigy capable of challenging those above his level. Without the slightest hesitation, the 3 burly men quickly swallowed a pill. It's the Berserk pill. Lin San's expression changed drastically as he charged forward with his sword. He knew about the Berserk pill. After consumption, it could double one's combat power, but the side effect was losing 10 years of lifespan. Originally, these burly men were only slightly stronger than him, and defeating them with the protagonist's aura wouldn't be difficult. However, if they took the Berserk pill, victory would become brutal. He had to kill them all before the Berserk pill took effect. At that moment, a sword aura that seemed capable of severing heaven and earth swept in, and the fierce wind struck Lin San's face harshly. Before Lin San could react, Qin Feng's figure had already streaked across the sky like a lone swan, the divine sword in his hand erupting with a dark, water-like glow. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng's sword had swiftly returned to its sheath. The 3 burly men's pupils suddenly contracted, and their sturdy bodies collapsed to the ground with a thud. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing 3 people and earning 300 villain points. What a terrifying sword move. A drop of cold sweat slid down Lin San's forehead. Even though it wasn't the first time he had seen the heaven-splitting sword technique, Qin Feng could still feel the terror of this strike. If he had aimed that sword at Lin San just now, there probably wouldn't have been even time to react. However, Qin Feng hadn't ruled out the idea of killing Lin San for a massive explosion, but the chances of unexpected outcomes were just too high. It was still safer to quietly stick around him, play the opportunist, and strike occasionally. "Brother Lin, what a coincidence." Qin Feng turned around gracefully, revealing a harmless smile. "Brother Qin, I didn't expect to meet again so soon." Lin San clearly had no idea about Qin Feng's bone-digging incident and greeted him with a fist salute without hesitation. Thank you both for saving me. I, Ziyuan, am deeply grateful. The young girl in purple immediately ran over to express her thanks, giving the two a deep bow, her eyes revealing a look of love at first sight. As for Qin Feng, she completely ignored him, thinking to herself, what could a little kid possibly understand? Wow, this is way too much favoritism. Qin Feng was completely speechless, gaining a whole new understanding of the protagonist's unreasonable behavior. Miss Ziyuan, you're too kind. Standing up for justice is the duty of us cultivators. Lin San once again put on a righteous and dignified demeanor, making Qin Feng roll his eyes repeatedly. On the other hand, Ziyuan across from him was utterly impressed by this act, her eyes sparkling, almost ready to pledge herself to him. Dong Ta. A burly man, not yet dead, shot a cloud-piercing arrow into the sky, which exploded into a massive tiger-shaped symbol visible for hundreds of miles around. This is the emblem of the mighty Tiger Gang. As the future hope of the Qin family, Qin Feng was naturally well acquainted with the forces within his family's territory. The mighty Tiger Gang was merely an insignificant group within the Qin family's domain, ranked far down the hierarchy, with a few thousand followers and a leader whose cultivation level was above the transcendent realm, reaching the spirit martial realm. Each year, they paid tribute to the Qin family, which couldn't be bothered to deal with them. The burly man spat blood while laughing wildly. Our leader is at the third level of the spirit martial realm. No matter what kind of prodigies you are, you're all going to die. Third level of the spirit martial realm. Ziyuan's eyes were filled with worry, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. Miss Ziyuan, don't worry, nothing will happen to us. Lin San confidently patted his chest and assured. If he hadn't met Qin Feng, he might have taken Ziyuan and run away quickly. But now that he had encountered the eldest young master of the Qin family, how could he run? He would wait for them to come over and kneel, begging for guidance. You're quite bold, I must say. Good luck. Qin Feng was determined not to give the chosen one a chance to show off. Holding Miss Ziyuan's delicate hand, he hurriedly ran away. Lin San stood awkwardly in place, hesitating in his heart, as if a fish had been hooked. If he didn't go, it would be self-inflicted humiliation. But if he went, it would be a death sentence. After struggling for a while, Lin San ultimately chose to prioritize his life, shamelessly following Qin Feng to make a run for it. Seeing this scene, a look of disappointment flashed in Ziyuan's eyes. No young girl is without romantic dreams, no young girl fails to admire heroes. She had thought she had met her destined one, only to find out he was just a boastful boy. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for interrupting the chosen one's act of showing off, preventing him from gaining the goddess's favor, and earning 500 villain points. This is way too exciting. Qin Feng immediately perked up, as if a seasoned driver had unlocked a new skill. Lin San still wanted to salvage his image and asked, Brother Qin, I don't understand. With your high status, why would you choose to flee? Very simple. Qin Feng said earnestly, I'm not some spoiled rich kid who relies on family power to act arrogantly. Bullying others is not a real skill. Everything I, Qin Feng, have achieved today is entirely earned through my own efforts. I want to create a new world with my own hands. Brother Qin. Lin San began to feel a trace of admiration for Qin Feng, as this allowed him to see a second generation unlike any he had ever encountered. Ziyuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. She hadn't expected this little brat to have such lofty ambitions. Qin family. The ancestors of the Qin family were urgently convening a meeting. Ever since Qin Feng left, they were shocked to discover that 30 million spirit stones in the warehouse had vanished without a trace. Moreover, they were not ordinary spirit stones, but top-grade spirit stones refined to perfection. Just one of them was equivalent to 1,000 ordinary spirit stones. Even for a family like the Qin family, the absolute overlord of the Eastern Great Xia, it would take 5 years to accumulate enough. The 10th ancestor reported, according to the warehouse steward, only Feng went to the warehouse that day. Then it must be him. The first ancestor's face showed little expression, clearly having already anticipated who the culprit was. The 10th ancestor asked in confusion, but the problem is, how could he possibly move 30 million top-grade spirit stones? That's practically a mountain, even the largest storage bags would require hundreds to hold them all. If he didn't have some skill, he wouldn't dare come up with such a bold plan. The first ancestor smiled faintly, waved his hand, and said, Forget it, it's all for our own children anyway, no need to make a fuss about it. Yes. The 10th ancestor nodded. Although hesitant, he couldn't help but say, There's one more thing. Ever since Xiao Tian vomited blood, his spirit has been listless, and Xia has been crying non-stop. As parents, it's truly hard for them. The first ancestor sighed, thought for a moment, and said, given Xiao Tian's current state, he likely won't be able to fulfill the duties of the family head. It's better to find someone to take over his position for now. Don't disturb them, let them live peacefully. Hopefully, they can emerge from the shadows soon. I'll take care of it right away. The 10th ancestor nodded and turned to leave. Soon, the Qin family announced the selection of a new family head, making everyone feel that this matter was closely tied to Qin Feng. The Qin family had lost 2 prodigies in succession, and as both father and family head, Qin Tian could not escape blame. The once lively family head's courtyard became desolate, with no one coming to visit voluntarily anymore. Big Tree, I've come to see you. Xin Hao, with a pale little face, arrived under the crooked neck tree. Relying on his tenacious vitality, he had finally pulled through. Though he had shed some of his childishness, his gaze now carried a hint of determination. He was determined to show his brother through his actions that he was wrong, utterly wrong. True strength lies in the invincible belief in oneself, not in doubting one's own power. Look, isn't that the useless second young master? A few little brats saw Qin Hao and couldn't help but burst into mocking laughter. In the past, Qin Hao was someone they couldn't even dream of associating with. Now that he's fallen into the mud, how could they resist stepping on him a few times? The anger in Qin Hao's heart seemed to ignite, and he wanted to step forward to teach these people a lesson. But he instantly recalled his brother's words, even a dragon stranded in shallow waters is still a true dragon and will eventually soar to the skies once more. Brother, why? Qin Hao pursed his lips, wanting to cry, and recalled the events of that night. At this moment, Qin Feng couldn't help his curiosity and asked Lin San why he hadn't returned to Tianqin City with Lin Xiner. I plan to gain experience before going back. Lin San responded quickly, as if he had already prepared. Gain experience. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly not believing his nonsense. As a 10-year veteran bookworm, he could responsibly say that the protagonist's words are nothing but lies. They claim they're going out to train, but every time they leave, it's always for some ruins, treasures, or pretty girls. Anyway, they never return empty-handed. I am out to train too. Zi Yuan said somewhat guiltily. You're training too. Qin Feng glanced over, still with an expression of disbelief. With his 10 years of experience as a seasoned bookworm, he knew that most of the beauties rescued by the protagonist in a heroic act were often spoiled young ladies who had run away from home, typically possessing numerous useless attributes like being unable to take care of themselves. However, it was precisely because the dog-like protagonist never abandoned these useless young ladies that he later had the audacity to openly live off them. It's getting late. Why don't we find a place to rest for the night? Lin San, seeing that Qin Feng had no intention of leaving, had to suggest staying in the cave for the night before making further plans. All right. Zi Yuan clapped her hands happily in agreement. After experiencing the evils of the martial world, she finally realized how weak her skills were. Yet, she still clung to her dream of roaming the martial world as a heroine, shamelessly tagging along with these 2 people. A typical spoiled young lady who's both inept and loves to play. Soon, night fell, and the campfire was lit. Lin San, as the chosen one, naturally displayed an extremely aloof demeanor. After catching an unknown little chicken, he began roasting it alone, completely ignoring the fact that Ziyuan was a helpless mess who couldn't take care of herself. Just as Ziyuan stood there dumbfounded and at a loss, Qin Feng handed her the roasted chicken, transforming into a considerate gentleman. Here, eat my chicken. Thank you. Ziyuan exclaimed excitedly, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. She completely disregarded any ladylike manners, grabbed the roasted chicken, and began devouring it ravenously. Clearly, she was starving, and at this moment, any chicken would taste delicious. Now that I've eaten her chicken, I should be able to live off her in the future, right? Qin Feng was filled with anticipation for this investment. He then opened the system, ready to use the lottery chance obtained from digging out his brother's supreme bone. With a clatter, the lottery wheel appeared once again before his eyes and began to spin slowly. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning the god-level stealing technique, remote item retrieval. Qin Feng's expression became dazed as he clearly felt the changes in the surrounding space. It was as if he could reach out and grab whatever he wanted, even items protected by layers of security could be easily taken. Is this enlightenment? Lin San noticed the changes in Qin Feng and was utterly shocked. He had always thought that being a servant was just a carefree way of life, as he was a peerless prodigy among thousands, with his own pride. However, ever since meeting this eldest son of the Qin family, he realized how laughable his pride truly was. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for striking the chosen one's confidence and earning 10,000 villain points. The system's notification sounded once again. Qinfeng seemed not to hear it, still lost in thought. When he came to his senses, he found that Lin San and Ziyuan had already finished eating and were sitting cross-legged on the ground, meditating and resting. Out of curiosity, Qinfeng decided to try out his new skill. He reached out towards Ziyuan, and immediately a red belly band embroidered with a duck appeared in his hand, still warm. Ah, this! Qinfeng immediately sprang up, declaring that he was definitely not that kind of casual person. At this moment, Ziyuan's body trembled slightly, as if sensing something amiss. Concerned about his image as a proper gentleman, Qinfeng quickly stored the little duck into his personal space, then pretended to be in a trance, as if he were having an epiphany. Ziyuan opened her eyes, clutching her chest in panic, her heart filled with alarm. What's going on? Why had her undergarments disappeared? In the cave, aside from her, there were only Qinfeng and Lin San, 2 men. Qinfeng could be ruled out first. What could an 8-year-old kid possibly understand? What's more, Qinfeng is currently in a state of epiphany, so it's even less likely that he is the culprit, leaving only Lin San. Still pretending in front of me. Ziyuan glared angrily at Lin San, who was meditating, her face flushed. Her anger was surging, fueled not only by a maiden's shyness but even more by a maiden's fury. Who would have thought he was such a despicable person? Shameless scoundrel, give me back my stuff. Ziyuan's inner fury finally erupted. She stood up and slapped Lin San hard across the face. What stuff? Lin San woke up with a bewildered expression, completely clueless as to why Ziyuan had suddenly hit him. Sister Ziyuan, what did brother Lin take from you? Qinfeng also woke up conveniently, asking with an innocent expression. Ziyuan stomped her foot in anger, feeling both furious and humiliated, then turned and ran out of the cave, disappearing into the night. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully framing the chosen one, causing him to earn the girl's dislike, and gaining 500 villain points. Good thing I'm clever enough. Qinfeng felt relieved and increasingly thought the system was unreliable. Even though it knew he was a proper gentleman, it still gave him such an improper skill, clearly trying to ruin the glorious image he had built over the years. Ziyuan's scream came through, clearly indicating she was in danger. Something's wrong. Lin San ignored his own grievances from being hit, grabbed the longsword beside him, and quickly dashed out of the cave. Seriously? Just had a moment of disgust, and now there's a chance to play the hero saving the beauty to boost favorability. Qinfeng grew increasingly speechless at the unreasonable nature of the chosen one. He decided not to pretend anymore, suddenly kicked off with both feet, and his figure shot out of the cave like an arrow leaving the bowstring. As someone determined to become the fastest man in the ancient wilderness, his speed was not just talk. Even if Lin San were given a 100-meter head start, he could easily catch up. What kind of movement technique is this? Lin San was shocked, watching helplessly as Qinfeng flew over his head. The movement techniques of a normal transcendent realm cultivator at most increased their speed, but Qinfeng's technique not only made him as light as a swallow and left no trace in the snow, it also allowed him to glide hundreds of meters through the air. With a light tap of his toes, he could propel himself another few hundred meters. It can be said that Qinfeng's movement technique has already begun to exhibit the ability to fly. Roar! A powerful roar echoed through the night sky, stirring the air and even causing the ground to tremble slightly. Beast! Qinfeng frowned slightly, landing on the treetop. From his elevated position, he looked into the distance and saw, 100 meters away, Ziyuan being forced to retreat repeatedly as a beast resembling a ferocious tiger roared savagely at her. The beast was 2 zhang long, with 2 sharp fangs half a meter in length protruding from its tiger mouth, gleaming with a metallic sheen and incredibly sharp. Its long fur was as hard as steel. Saber-toothed beast. A large saber-toothed tiger beast, judging from its aura, it surprisingly possesses the strength of Transcendence Level 9. Brother Qin, we need to join forces. Lin San finally arrived. Upon seeing the saber-toothed tiger beast, his expression turned grave. Due to differences in physique and living environment, beasts of the same level are often much stronger than humans. This is especially true for carnivorous beasts, which are not only stronger than cultivators but also far more ferocious. Now, with his transcendent 4th level, Qinfeng's transcendent 2nd level, and the addition of a useless young lady at transcendent 3rd level, facing the transcendent 9th level Fang Tiger Beast would definitely be a fierce battle. And this still requires teamwork. Qinfeng had no intention of playing support for the Chosen One. Moreover, his great mighty heavenly dragon was a divine skill that was the nemesis of the demon race. There was no need to overthink, he would just charge straight ahead. Qin Feng leapt gracefully from the tree and landed steadily in front of Zi Yuan. Young Master Qin. Zi Yuan's trembling voice was filled with excitement. Looking at the not-so-tall figure in front of her, a trace of calm unexpectedly settled in her panicked heart. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger beast let out a powerful roar upon seeing Qin Feng. A bone-chilling aura instantly filled the forest, surging toward Qin Feng like a raging river. Suddenly, Qin Feng seemed to sense danger. He swiftly tightened his grip around Miss Xian's slender waist, stepped firmly with both feet, and his figure moved as nimbly as a wild goose, landing instantly on a massive tree behind them. Rumble! The saber-toothed tiger beast, like a falling star, leaped with its enormous body and fiercely struck the spot where Qin Feng had been standing moments before. The surrounding tree trunks instantly turned into splinters, scattering in all directions. What terrifying speed! Xian couldn't help but swallow nervously, marveling in her heart. If Qin Feng hadn't held her and dodged in time, she would have likely already become a delicious meal for the saber-toothed tiger beast. Roar! The saber-toothed beast grew even more furious after missing its target and lunged at Qin Feng once again. Its massive figure, like a mountain crashing down, caused the air to emit a piercing shriek. Brother Qin, stop being so stubborn. We must join forces to defeat it. Lin San shouted anxiously from the side, his eyes full of worry. You're really annoying. Qin Feng snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Staring at the saber-toothed beast charging toward him like a giant mountain, a chilling intent gradually rose in his eyes. At the moment when the saber-toothed beast's claws were about to strike Qin Feng, the long sky sword in his hand unsheathed like lightning, its sword aura imposing. Heaven-slaying sword technique. Clang! The crisp sound of the sword reverberated through the forest, and the sword's radiance instantly illuminated the night. The saber-toothed beast, charging recklessly, seemed stunned by the scene, its movements suddenly frozen. Huff huff! Qin Feng panted heavily, feeling his arms tremble slightly, as if all the strength in his body had been drained. Splat! A deep, bone-revealing wound split open on the saber-toothed beast's body, with blood gushing out like a fountain. However, the disparity in levels meant that this strike did not kill the saber-toothed beast but instead completely provoked its ferocity. Roar! The saber-toothed beast let out a deafening roar, as if it wanted to tear through the air. Its massive, mountain-like body charged at Qin Feng once again, shattering the trees along the way and creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Young Master Qin, be careful! Zi Yuan exclaimed in alarm, her heart pounding like a frightened deer, unable to contain her nervousness. Brother Qin, don't panic, I'm coming. Lin San leapt forward with his sword, clearly trying to steal the credit. Damn it, trying to steal my kill. Qin Feng roared inwardly, instantly abandoning any pretense of holding back. He formed a series of hand seals, his aura surging like a rainbow. Great mighty heavenly dragon, world-honored Xidagarba. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the forest, golden light illuminating the night sky. Bang! Qin Feng focused his energy in his dantian and struck out with a palm, a muffled sound suddenly echoing through the forest. The charging saber-toothed tiger beast fell to the ground like a severed kite, stirring up a flurry of fallen leaves. After twitching a few times, it finally died. Ding! Congratulations to the host for preventing the chosen one from showing off, causing him to fail in gaining the favor of the girls, and earning 500 villain points. What kind of technique is this? Lin San's eyes widened like copper bells, as if he had seen a ghost. He had thought Qin Feng's heaven-slaying sword technique was terrifying enough, but he hadn't expected this great dragon strike to be even more horrifying. With one move, it instantly killed the transcendent 9th-level Fang Tiger Beast. Even though the Fang Tiger Beast was already severely injured at this moment, for someone at the transcendent 2nd level to instantly kill a transcendent 9th-level beast, the impact on his perception of the greatest swordsman in a century was extraordinary. Young Master Qin is so powerful. Zi Yuan's eyes were filled with a peculiar expression, and her favorability towards Qin Feng greatly increased. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for preventing the chosen one from showing off, causing him to fail in gaining the goddess's favorability, and earning 500 villain points. Phew, earning these 500 points was really tough. Qin Feng exhaled deeply and collapsed completely onto the ground. The great mighty heavenly dragon indeed deals significant damage to the demon race, but the consumption is equally terrifying, as if having gone through over a dozen cold wars, leaving the legs weak and feeling as if floating. Clap! 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 A round of applause sounded, and the three immediately became alert and looked over. A scar-faced man emerged from the forest with a group of underlings, his attire indicating that he was from the mighty Tiger Gang. Young hero, truly impressive skills. The scar-faced man glanced at the three of them and coldly asked, "If I'm not mistaken, it was you who killed the disciples of my Wei Hu gang. If you don't give me an explanation today, you probably won't be able to leave." An explanation? Before Lin San could speak, Qin Feng arrogantly and haughtily said, "You want an explanation from my big brother Lin San? Are you out of your mind? Let me tell you, this is how we do things." Put. Lin San almost spat out a mouthful of blood, silently expressing that he wasn't familiar with Qin Feng at all. "Big brother, I'll go down and rest for a while. I'll leave these losers to you." Qin Feng turned and left, holding Zi Yuan's small hand, not forgetting to arrogantly raise a middle finger before departing. How bold! The scar-faced man's expression instantly darkened, feeling like his inner cosmos was about to explode. He had thought he could handle this easily, but unexpectedly, not only did the other party refuse to show him respect, they also slapped him hard in front of his underlings. This is intolerable, absolutely intolerable. Misunderstanding. Lin San hurriedly explained, "Actually, you also know this brother of mine. He is your master, the eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Feng." Qin Feng. He is Qin Feng. The members of the Wei Hu gang immediately exclaimed in shock. As a minor force in the eastern region of Daxia, they had no chance to see the true face of the eldest son of the Qin family, but they had long heard of Qin Feng's deeds. A legendary talent of an emperor, the future hope of the Qin family, breaking through the transcendent realm at the age of 8, creating the heaven-slaying sword technique to defeat the disciple of the sky sword god. Each and every one of these feats showcased his terrifying potential. What he is most known for is probably digging out his younger brother's supreme bone and betraying the Qin family. The Qin family has now issued a kill order against him. Anyone who can kill Qin Feng can take his corpse to the Qin family to claim 1 million top-grade spirit stones, and those who capture him alive will receive an additional heavenly treasure gourd. As soon as the news broke, the ancient wilderness was in an uproar. Now, anyone who considers themselves somewhat capable is on their way here, but they didn't expect to encounter this fat sheep. What does this mean? Lin San felt a bit uneasy, sensing that something was amiss. After hearing Qin Feng's name, the crowd didn't seem inclined to kneel and beg for guidance. Instead, their eyes lit up as if they were lustful perverts encountering an unparalleled beauty. "I'll handle this person. You go after Qin Feng." The scar-faced man stared intently at Lin San, his gaze heavy. After witnessing Qin Feng's terrifying combat prowess in defeating a transcendent 9th-level beast, he dared not underestimate these peerless prodigies in the slightest. A lion must use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Yes. The disciples of the mighty tiger gang obeyed the order and quickly went to pursue Qin Feng and his companion. Whoosh! A terrifying aura surged around the scar-faced man, causing the surrounding air to ripple. Behind him, the faint image of a tiger roaring in the mountains began to take shape. Damn, Spirit Martial Realm Level 3, he's the leader of the mighty tiger gang. Lin San's heart tightened, and he instantly felt an invisible sense of danger. The scar-faced man gave Lin San no chance to react. With a stomp of his foot, he suddenly launched an attack at Lin San, his momentum like a tiger. Descending the mountain. Though the move was simple, he executed it with extraordinary mastery, and the overwhelming pressure made the air tremble. Boom! Cracks spread across the ground, dust flying everywhere, as if the world had been reduced to the roar of this battle. Clang! Accompanied by the deafening clash of metal, the air was filled with tension. Lin San swiftly drew his sword to block, the collision between the two making his wrist tingle slightly, and the long sword almost slipped from his grip. He's definitely not an ordinary cultivator. Scarface was shocked, not expecting Lin San, at Transcendent Level 4, to withstand his Spirit Martial Level 3 strike. He secretly increased his output, determined to end the fight quickly. No, he's too strong. Do I have no choice but to use that move? Lin San felt helpless, but he was filled with hatred for Qin Feng, the backstabber who had put him in this situation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for scheming against the Chosen One, earning 2,000 villain points. At this moment, Qin Feng was pulling Zi Yuan as they sprinted through the forest, silently praying that Lin San could hold on and buy them more time. What about young Master Lin if we leave like this? Zi Yuan's face was full of worry, feeling uneasy about betraying her teammate. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Qin Feng was completely indifferent, secretly thinking that even if a few more Chosen Ones came, he wouldn't be afraid. But Zi Yuan wanted to say something more, but suddenly a high-pitched sword hum came from behind, followed by a blinding sword light and a fierce sword aura sweeping through the entire forest. The pursuing disciples of the Wei Tiger Gang, Qin Feng, and Zi Yuan were all caught off guard and instantly struck by the storm of sword energy. Thud! Zi Yuan let out a muffled groan, blood spurting wildly from her mouth as she fainted in Qin Feng's arms. Testing cadres with this. Qin Feng looked at the purple orchid in his arms, feeling a wave of helplessness. He felt he was reaching his limit, collapsed directly to the ground, and didn't want to move another inch. The forest once again sank into the darkness of night. The grass beneath the trees began to nurture vibrant life, while small animals frolicked and played, producing faint rustling sounds. By dawn, a few small white flowers quietly bloomed. As the breeze passed, the delicate red centers of the flowers appeared especially vivid in the morning light, as if heralding new hope. The next day, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the tree branches, falling gently on the fair little face of the purple orchid, like a layer of tender radiance. Smack, smack. Ziyuan lazily smacked her lips, rubbing her eyes as she slowly woke up. However, the next second, she froze, filled with disbelief. She was lying in Qin Feng's arms, in an incredibly suggestive position, and his hand was unapologetically placed where it shouldn't be. Could it be that I really didn't wear the little duckies? Ziyuan was startled, her cheeks instantly turning red. Ah! Her scream pierced through the tranquil dawn, startling the surrounding birds and beasts. Why are you shouting so loudly? Qin Feng woke up from his sweet dream, completely denying that he had taken advantage. What do kids know? They don't have any bad intentions. Qin Feng thought to himself, but his face showed an innocent expression. You. Ziyuan was so angry that she couldn't speak for a long time. Faced with this little brat, she was helpless. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of a girl and earning 200 villain points. The system's voice rang in his ears. Qin Feng's eyebrows raised as he sensed someone approaching, his heart alert. He quickly covered Ziyuan's mouth and pulled her into the bushes to hide. The sword light that had suddenly appeared last night still left him shaken, the terrifying sword intent within it seeming to come from hell. Is it Lin San's trump card? Qin Feng pondered inwardly, faintly feeling that the sword light was Lin San's doing. It was widely known that Lin San had inherited the legacy of the Sky Sword God, and it was only natural for him to have a life-saving measure to protect his successor. Step. 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 The hurried sound of footsteps gradually approached, and 5 members of the Wei Tiger Gang quickly arrived. Unlike last night, they all bore varying degrees of injuries, clearly showing that the sword energy storm from the previous night had also taken its toll on them. It must be that girl from last night. Hurry and call for reinforcements. The leading gang member had yet to finish speaking when Qin Feng, like a tiger unleashed, charged out from the bushes. After a night of recovery, his energy bar was fully replenished, ready for a fierce battle. He nodded, drew his sword. The crisp sound of the blade rang out, and an icy chill instantly swept through the forest. Whoosh! A dark sword light streaked like lightning, accompanied by a fierce sword wind. 5 streams of blood gushed out wildly as 5 figures fell heavily to the ground like broken kites, their pupils gradually losing their luster. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 5 people and earning 500 villain points. Is he really just a child? Ziyuan stared in shock, utterly stunned in her heart. Killing 5 people with one sword strike without even blinking, it's simply unbelievable. Let's go! Qin Feng grabbed Ziyuan's small hand and quickly left, fully aware that the Weihu gang would never let this go. At this moment, on a nearby hillside, the face of the Weihu gang leader, Scarface, was as dark as water. His right sleeve fluttered in the wind, clearly empty inside. He had lost his most trusted right hand. When Lin San swung that sword, he finally understood what it meant to be a prodigy. If I hadn't decisively abandoned my right hand, I would have probably met the King of Hell by now. The scar-faced man felt an immense sense of dread in his heart, yet there was also an inexplicable thrill. Qin Feng's value was beyond doubt, and Lin San carried an extraordinary legacy. If they could be brought under control, it would surely secure a place in this desolate ancient land. As for Ziyuan, not only was she wealthy and powerful, but having a beauty by one side, how wonderful would that be? There's a chance to win. The scar-faced man hesitated for a moment before deciding to take the risk. If he won, he'd have the beauty in his arms and live carefree. If he lost, his life would be at stake, left to fate. A subordinate rushed in to report, "Boss, we've found that young man named Lin San. Some of the brothers saw him open a relic, and he's already gone inside." There are relics here. The scar-faced man was instantly dumbfounded. He had been the mountain king here for decades and had never heard of any ruins. Could it be that this Lin San fell from the sky? Soon, the scar-faced man mobilized tens of thousands of disciples from the Wei Tiger Gang, taking a portion of his underlings to inspect the ruins himself, while the rest were sent into the forest to search for Qin Feng and Ziyuan. Why do I feel like they somewhat look down on me? Qin Feng said as he walked along with Ziyuan, encountering nothing more than a bunch of small fry. The highest cultivation level among these people is only around transcendent level 7 or 8, completely lacking the aura of a prodigy. There's no need for the heaven-slaying sword technique, the 10th ancestor's falling leaves can easily deal with them. Ziyuan replied, it should be because of the sword strike Mr. Lin made last night, which caused them to send their main forces to deal with him. Lin-san. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, immediately realizing his blind spot. Logically speaking, Scarface should be focusing all his efforts on capturing him for the Qin family's bounty. But now, they've diverted their main forces to deal with Lin-san, which doesn't quite make sense. Unless Lin-san is more valuable than him at this moment. Qin Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he murmured, if I'm not mistaken, Lin-san's aura must have activated. The reason he stayed behind instead of returning to Tianqin City with Lin Shiner is probably because of these treasures. What are you mumbling about? Ziyuan asked curiously. Nothing. Let's go. Qin Feng, in order to prove his hypothesis, pulled Ziyuan and started heading back. He now had to quickly find Lin-san and intercept him before his aura fully activated. Hey, are you crazy? You know they're hunting us, and you still want to go back. Ziyuan hurriedly reminded him, but Qin Feng wrapped his arm around her slender waist without hesitation and used Phantom Wanderer to glide and weave through the forest. Ugh, ugh. Ziyuan had no strength to resist and could only let this little brat do as he pleased. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the place where he had encountered the scar-faced man last night. All the trees within a kilometer radius had been cut in half, and there was a sword mark on the ground several dozen meters deep, showing just how terrifying Lin-san's trump card was. This is truly young Master Lin's handiwork. Ziyuan couldn't help but swallow, unable to imagine what kind of power it was. The chosen one is far more terrifying than I imagined. Qin Feng secretly felt relieved that he hadn't confronted Lin-san head-on. Otherwise, even with the trump card of his double pupils, he might not necessarily be able to defeat him unless he used the red-haired old monster experience voucher. No, I must find a way to strengthen myself. Qin Feng took out second brother's supreme bone from his personal space. A mysterious rune surged on its surface, faintly emanating a sense of the power of heaven and earth contained within. As long as it is transplanted onto himself, he can harness this power of heaven and earth. This is... Ziyuan curiously stared at the supreme bone, wanting to ask Qin Feng what it was. But before she could open her mouth to ask, she saw Qin Feng's gaze turn as sharp as a blade. He took out the Chang Kong divine sword and stabbed it into his own chest, removing his original bone and transplanting the supreme bone. Even though blood kept flowing endlessly, he gritted his teeth and persevered without uttering a sound. You. Ziyuan was stunned by the scene before her, unable to imagine a little brat being so ruthless to himself. I must become stronger to protect myself and those around me. Qin Feng silently vowed in his heart, determined to forge a stronger self through this pain. His gaze grew increasingly resolute, as if he could already see the brilliance of the future. As his biological brother, the supreme bone shouldn't reject me, right? Qin Feng gritted his teeth and persevered, the pain contorting his face. But he knew that to survive in this world, he had to be ruthless not only to others but also to himself. Without enduring this suffering, how could he live freely and recklessly in the future? Are you crazy? Who stabs themselves with a sword? Ziyuan finally snapped out of her shock and hurried forward, intending to bandage Qin Feng's wound. However, just as she was about to act, the wound on Qin Feng's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 minutes, it was completely restored, leaving no scar behind. Ever since mastering the third level of the 33 Heavens creation technique, Qin Feng's self-healing ability had become terrifyingly powerful. While it couldn't regenerate severed limbs, regrowing a severed finger posed no problem at all. What kind of monster are you? Ziyuan was stunned, her eyes wide and her mind unable to calm down for a long time. An 8-year-old brat not only capable of challenging opponents far above his level but also mastering peerless techniques like the heaven-slaying sword art and the great mighty heavenly dragon, now even possessing extraordinary self-healing abilities. Any one of these abilities alone would be enough to make the ancient monsters of the desolate era feel ashamed. And now, all of this was concentrated in an 8-year-old child. No wonder Lin-san's sword last night was so terrifying. Truly, the era of great contention has arrived. You are the monster, your whole family are monsters. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and started cursing as he began to track the traces of Lin-san's escape from last night. Wait for me. Ziyuan hurriedly chased after him, not daring to be alone. She had to stay close to Qin Feng at all times to cling tightly to this lifeline. Before long, the two avoided the pursuit of the Wei Hu gang disciples and arrived at a stone wall deep in the forest. On the stone wall was a black vortex, resembling a black hole, as if it could devour everything. Ruins! Qin Feng's eyes lit up, his heart filled with excitement. Regarding ruins, Qin Feng had heard the 10 ancestors talk about them. These were small worlds created by powerful beings, usually containing their legacies and the magical artifacts they used during their lifetime. Even if there were no legacies or artifacts, the ruins could still nurture rare treasures of heaven and earth. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the villain mission. Seize the chosen one's fateful treasure. Reward, golden treasure chest *1. No wonder he ignored me and went to find Lin San. Qin Feng sighed inwardly. The chosen one truly defies logic, as if heaven itself is chasing after him to feed him, while he, the villain, can only rely on his own efforts to complete the mission. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry and go in. Ziyuan was so excited she almost jumped up. She was a wandering heroine exploring the martial world. How could she not enter when encountering ruins? Now is not the time. Qin Feng calmly looked up at the time, then found a hidden spot to sit down and begin meditating. As a 10-year veteran bookworm, he could responsibly say that going into a dungeon with the protagonist was harder than surviving the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Teammates were prone to being sacrificed, enemies were all mere tools, and once the protagonist's aura activated, it was impossible to distinguish friend from foe. What do you mean? Ziyuan hurriedly chased after him to ask, only to find that Qin Feng had already entered a meditative state and begun cultivating. The surrounding spiritual energy slowly flowed into his body. The supreme bone transplanted into his body earlier showed no signs of rejection. Mysterious runes wandered within him, nurturing a divine ability called Heavenly Tribulation Light. This is the divine ability contained within the supreme bone. Qin Feng's heart trembled. The 1-month comprehension aura he had exchanged for earlier was still in effect, and he began attempting to comprehend the Heavenly Tribulation Light within the supreme bone. Bang! The void trembled as the vast, ocean-like power of heaven and earth swept toward Qin Feng. In the face of this force, everything in the world seemed so insignificant. Qin Feng struggled to breathe, as if climbing a steep peak, feeling multiplied pressure with every step forward. His movements were arduous, his figure swaying constantly. Yet, what followed was a deepened understanding of the forces of heaven and earth, and the clarity in his heart grew increasingly distinct. The Supreme Bone's divine tribulation light is good, but it can only serve as an auxiliary means. Qin Feng did not spend too much effort on the Supreme Bone but instead shifted his focus to his invincible heavy pupils. Due to his limited cultivation level, many abilities of the heavy pupils had yet to be developed. Apart from seeing through the essence, only 2 abilities had been unlocked: motion decomposition and speed reduction. Do these prodigies have nothing else to do besides cultivating? Ziyuan sat nearby, resting her chin in dissatisfaction. She wanted to venture into the ruins for an adventure but didn't dare to go alone, so she could only wait here for Qin Feng to wake up and take her inside. Lin San held a sword in one hand, cautiously surveying his surroundings, while clutching a map in the other as he moved forward quickly. His original plan was to return to Tianqin City with Lin Xin, but midway, he unexpectedly obtained a tattered map that happened to piece together with the one he already had, forming a complete map. The target relic was conveniently located within the Qin family's territory. This was truly a pie falling from the sky. He was secretly delighted and, following the principle of finders keepers, decided to return alone to search for the relic marked on the map. However, when he encountered Qin Feng halfway, his heart began to waver. The Qin family's influence in the eastern region was no joke, and he hesitated to open the relic, fearing it might be monopolized by the Qin family. Fortunately, last night Qin Feng fled with Ziyuan, giving him the opportunity to explore the relic. Ah! From afar came waves of miserable screams. Lin San glanced back indifferently, understanding that the people of the Wei Tiger Gang had already entered the ruins. Compared to the Qin family's dominance in the east, the Wei Tiger Gang posed no threat to him. The traps within the ruins were enough to give them a hard time. I still need to speed up. If the Qin family finds out, it'll be trouble. Following the guidance of the map, Lin San successfully avoided one trap after another, heading straight for the treasure site within the ruins. Outside the ruins, Qin Feng had been sitting cross-legged and cultivating for a long time, and the spiritual energy within his body had reached the critical point for a breakthrough. Bang! A muffled sound echoed from within his body, followed by a wave of air sweeping outward. It's over, the training is over. The previously listless Ziyuan immediately perked up, eagerly anticipating Qin Feng to roast chicken for her next. Phew, Transcendent Realm Level 3. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling a noticeable change in his body. Previously, his spiritual energy could only extend 5 meters outside his body, but after breaking through to the third level of the transcendent realm, the range suddenly increased to 10 meters, and its power became significantly stronger. It was like a 40-year-old man turning into an 18-year-old youth, brimming with vitality and exuding confidence. Step! 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 Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out, and over 1,000 members of the Wei-Hu gang rushed in from all directions. Not good, we've been discovered. Zi Yuan looked panicked, pulling Qin Feng as they fled at full speed. Even though Qin Feng had the potential of a great emperor, he couldn't withstand the tide of enemies surging toward them. Everyone, we have no past grudges or recent enmity, there's no need for this. Zi Yuan glanced around. Over 1,000 members of the Wei-Hu gang stared at her like ferocious beasts. She understood in her heart that the chances of escaping this time were almost zero. She tried to maintain a smile, but inwardly she prayed fervently that they wouldn't link this to their dealings with Lin San. This is no longer important, our target is Qin Feng. Thousands of disciples from the Wei-Hu gang were visibly excited, their eyes like hungry wolves fixed on Qin Feng, as if capturing him would bring them supreme glory. Why are they targeting you? Zi Yuan hid behind Qin Feng, her face full of confusion and her heart filled with puzzlement. Clearly, killing the disciples of the Wei-Hu gang wouldn't cause any trouble, so why did they specifically organize so many people to besiege Qin Feng? Qin Feng pondered for a moment, then a confident smile appeared on his lips. It must be because I'm handsome. Ugh. Zi Yuan rolled her eyes helplessly, not expecting this guy to be so excessively narcissistic. The leading squad captain said coldly, "Young Master Qin, you are already surrounded by us with nowhere to escape. You'd better surrender obediently to avoid unnecessary harm from blades and swords. Are you sure it's you who have surrounded me?" Facing thousands of enemies, Qin Feng remained completely unfazed, instead feeling a surge of battle intent within. Ever since he refined the 9 swords of Changkong, with the help of the 10 ancestors, he had been using the Changkong divine sword in combat, neglecting its ability to split into 9 swords for group battles. Is this kid out of his mind? 1,000 disciples of the Wei Tiger gang couldn't help but burst into mocking laughter, wondering if the eldest son of the Qin family had lost his mind. How dare he boast about being surrounded by them? Did he really intend to take on thousands of them alone? Since you won't surrender, then attack. At the command of the leading squad captain, 1,000 disciples surged toward Qin Feng like a tidal wave, their momentum unstoppable. This is the end. Zi Yuan closed her eyes in despair, her heart filled with unease, especially since her stomach was still growling. She might not even get to eat Qin Feng's chicken before dying. Buzz! The piercing sound of a sword suddenly rang out. Qin Feng swiftly formed a hand seal, and the long sky divine sword before him instantly split into 9 miniature swords, circling around him like dazzling stars. 9 swords unleashed. Qin Feng formed another hand seal and pointed at the approaching enemy. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air, 9 swords shot out like meteors, striking the enemies mercilessly, madly reaping lives. What is this thing? The crowd realized something was wrong and turned to look at their fallen companions one after another, fear surging in their hearts like a tide. The 9 swords were small and agile, elusive and unpredictable. In just a moment, they had already taken down over 100 enemies, leaving no one able to approach Qin Feng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 1 person, earning 100 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 1 person, earning 100 villain points. As heads continued to roll, the system notifications kept echoing relentlessly. Run, he's a demon. Finally, someone could no longer endure the fear and turned to flee in panic, realizing that the ferocity of the eldest son of the Qin family had nothing to do with his age. The swift and sharp sword strikes rendered numbers completely useless. Following the first fleeing disciple, the second, the third, the emotion of fear spread rapidly. No one thought about the bounty anymore, they only wanted to escape this great demon as quickly as possible. Oh my god! Zi Yuan covered her mouth in shock, the scene before her left her utterly astonished. This was the legendary peerless prodigy. Even when surrounded by thousands, he still exuded the aura of a true powerhouse, completely unmatched by his opponents. Huff, huff. Qin Feng took a deep breath and waved his hand to summon back the 9 small swords. Though he made killing enemies look as effortless as cutting grass, controlling the 9 swords consumed a significant amount of energy. Even with the heavenly treasure gourd rapidly replenishing his mana, it was hard to sustain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a total of 232 enemies, earning 23,200 villain points. Whoosh! Qin Feng exhaled deeply once again, gradually calming his emotions. Although the benefits brought by killing were extremely considerable, killing could also easily lead to obsession. Practitioners must restrain themselves to avoid falling into the demonic path. Of course, some people, in pursuit of power, would choose to willingly embrace the demonic path. At that moment, suddenly, more than a dozen figures appeared in the sky. They stood atop flying swords, hovering in mid-air, their aura overwhelming. Dao Entry Realm Cultivator. Zi Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, her heart filled with shock. She hadn't expected a Dao Entry Realm expert to appear at this moment. Dao Entry Realm cultivators are beings beyond the spirit martial realm, having already comprehended the true essence of the Dao, and have truly stepped through the gateway of cultivation in pursuit of immortality. Found you, Qin Feng. A dozen Dao Entry Realm cultivators stared at Qin Feng with wolf-like eyes, their gazes brimming with greed, as if they were beholding an unparalleled beauty. Why is it always you they're after? Zi Yuan panicked and immediately hid behind Qin Feng, sensing the intense hostility. Do we even need to think about it? It must be Lin San using my name to stir up trouble outside. Qin Feng calmly analyzed. As a 10-year veteran bookworm, he was thoroughly familiar with the shameless tactics of protagonists. Those villains often adhered to the principle of smearing others when they couldn't win, using the villain's name to attract hatred for themselves, truly despicable. I never expected young Master Lin to be such a person. Zi Yuan, completely unaware of the dangers of society, actually believed the lies of this major villain. Let's go! Qin Feng glanced at the approaching cultivators who had entered the Dao, grabbed Zi Yuan, and dashed swiftly toward the ruins. Secretly pleased, he planned to increase Lin San's difficulty. No, he meant to help the protagonist rack up a dozen legendary swords. Ruins! Over a dozen cultivators in the Dao realm had their eyes light up and, without hesitation, drove their flying swords, swarming inside. After a dizzying whirl, Qin Feng and Zi Yuan successfully entered the ruins. The sight before them left him stunned. This place was identical to the outside world, with mountains, rivers, forests, and even the alternation of day and night, resembling a miniature world. Is this the space created by a great master? Qin Feng was dumbfounded, deeply shaken, unable to imagine what level of cultivation could create such a miracle. We need to hurry, those people are about to catch up. Zi Yuan showed no trace of surprise, pulling Qin Feng as they quickly fled deeper into the forest. At the same time, those cultivators who came due to the Qin family's pursuit order also arrived one after another, easily learning Qin Feng's whereabouts from the fleeing disciples of the Wei Tiger Gang and discovering the existence of the ruins. This news spread instantly, attracting countless treasure-seeking cultivators who rushed in eagerly. With a quick calculation, this is a place of great misfortune. Qin Feng, seeing so many cultivators swarming in, felt a tightness in his heart, realizing that the difficulty of this dungeon was definitely not low. Coupled with Lin San's protagonist aura, those who could make it out alive would surely be less than 1 in 10. You can even tell fortunes? Zi Yuan asked curiously. Impossible. Qin Feng curled his lips, thinking to himself, this is a place of great misfortune. But he would never give up so easily. Impossible, you're still pretending here. Zi Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Qin Feng, her gaze exuding infinite charm, making her utterly captivating. You don't understand. Qin Feng had absolute confidence in himself. The protagonist's quests were usually accompanied by endless dangers and challenges. Few could successfully escape, and everyone was spreading tales of the protagonist's legend and bravery. Ding! 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 A sudden burst of urgent fighting sounds came from nearby, clearly indicating someone was battling over a treasure. The ruins here had been sealed for a long time, filled with precious natural treasures. Qin Feng and Zi Yuan had also discovered quite a few in the forest. However, they were all ordinary items, not worth fighting over at all. Go take a look? Qin Feng asked tentatively, and Zi Yuan excitedly nodded her little head, clearly full of anticipation. To avoid being noticed, Qin Feng smeared some dust on his face and body, pretending to look travel-worn, completely unlike a young master from a wealthy family. Not long after, the two quietly arrived at the scene, and the sight before them left them stunned. Several groups of people were fiercely fighting, with dozens of corpses already lying on the ground, and the earth stained red with blood. Not far from them, a vine was laden with fruits resembling small tomatoes, glowing with a red light. It's the blood Bodhi! Zi Yuan almost shouted in excitement, quickly grabbing Qin Feng's arm tightly to control her emotions. In fact, such a reaction was not surprising. The rarity of the blood Bodhi made it hard for anyone to remain calm. If natural treasures were categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and Yellow, the blood Bodhi would undoubtedly be a rare species of the heaven grade. Consuming it not only heals injuries but also enhances one's abilities and even strengthens the foundation and vitality. Even more miraculous is that it has no usage limit, making it a treasure coveted by cultivators. However, once the blood Bodhi is picked, the vine withers rapidly, making it impossible to cultivate or transplant. Only those with extraordinary luck can encounter it, which is one of the reasons for its extreme rarity. Too much. Xinfeng looked at his reddened arm from being pinched, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, indicating that he never holds grudges. Revenge is always immediate. It hurts, be gentle, be gentle. Before Ziyuan could react, Xinfeng had already pinched her thigh. She couldn't help but want to cry out but had to hold it in, looking at Xinfeng with eyes full of grievance, as if pleading for mercy. I'll let you go for now. Xinfeng released his grip, sighing inwardly. The feel was truly remarkable. Ahem, back to the main topic. The groups before him were formidable, boasting not only spirit martial realm cultivators but also those in the path entry realm. Even though he had just broken through to the third level of the transcendent realm, relying on his supreme bone and invincible heavy pupils as trump cards, he was far from being their match. Unless he used the max-level red-haired old monster experience voucher, but using it against these minor characters would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. What a stinky little brother! Ziyuan muttered aggrievely, almost in tears from the pain. However, the next second she forgot about the pain. Xinfeng's gaze locked onto the blood Bodhi ahead, and with an outstretched hand, he actually managed to grab a blood Bodhi from a distance. How did you do that? Ziyuan quickly rubbed her eyes, and after confirming she wasn't seeing things, her eyes sparkled like little stars, her face full of astonishment. Secret! Xinfeng had no intention of explaining. After confirming that the ability to retrieve objects from a distance worked, he began frantically harvesting the blood Bodhi. The blood Bodhi on the vines visibly decreased at an astonishing speed. But Ziyuan gradually felt something was off, vaguely sensing that this move seemed familiar. Suddenly, she thought of the incident that night when her doo-doo disappeared. Her cheeks instantly flushed red, and her heart trembled, so the culprit that night wasn't Lin San, but this little brat Xinfeng. She had thought he didn't understand anything, but now it seemed he clearly knew more than she did. What a pervy little brother, no wonder Auntie always says, men are no good. Ziyuan lightly spat with a red face, suddenly recalling the next thing Auntie had said, men have one good thing, though she didn't know what it meant. What are you talking about? Xinfeng turned his head and asked. Nothing. Ziyuan's face turned bright red as she casually said, is it okay to take so many? Don't be soft-hearted. Xinfeng, with the mindset of taking whatever he could, planned to leave nothing behind. Wait, stop fighting. The various groups engaged in the brawl also noticed something was wrong. Seeing that the vines, once covered with blood Bodhi, now had only a few left, they still showed no signs of stopping. As the last blood Bodhi disappeared, the vines withered along with it, leaving the scene in an uproar. Who did this? Several groups of people were burning with anger, unable to suppress the fury and anxiety in their hearts. After fighting for so long, the brothers paid a heavy price, yet they couldn't even get a single blood Bodhi. This is simply an unbearable humiliation. Who are you? At this moment, a group of people spotted Xinfeng and Ziyuan, who were preparing to escape, and immediately surged forward in anger, surrounding them tightly. So, it's just two little brats at the transcendent realm. When the crowd saw their cultivation levels, their faces were filled with disappointment, thinking to themselves, how could characters at the transcendent realm possibly snatch away every single blood Bodhi right under their noses? Wait. Someone furrowed their brows, their gaze scrutinizing the disheveled Xinfeng, suddenly feeling that this boy looked somewhat familiar. What are you looking at? Do you know who my big brother is? Xinfeng, fearless and arrogantly confident, said, you'll be scared to death if I tell you. My big brother is none other than the famous successor of the Sky Sword God, Lin San. He and I are like brothers from different parents. Lin San! Several groups of people immediately exclaimed in shock, clearly not unfamiliar with Lin San. This man, hailed as the first sword of the century and the successor of the Sky Sword God, recently sparred with Xinfeng, the eldest son of the Qin family who possesses the potential of an emperor. He has already gained fame across the world, becoming a prominent prodigy in this era of great contention, with the city of Heavenly Heart as his backing. Can't afford to provoke. Half-brothers from different parents. Ziyuan couldn't help but roll her eyes, realizing that Xinfeng truly had a knack for spouting nonsense. Xinfeng saw that the crowd was intimidated and took the opportunity to fan the flames, saying, let me tell you, this relic was opened by my big brother 3 days ago, and the blood bodhi is something my big brother didn't even want. If you dare to offend me, bear the consequences. The crowd couldn't help but exchange glances, decisively ignoring the last sentence. From the mouths of the disciples of the Wei Tiger gang, they learned that there was indeed a guy named Lin San who had opened the relic, essentially confirming that Qin Feng's words were true. In other words, Lin San had found an unparalleled treasure in the relic, to the point that he didn't even care about the blood bodhi, a rare and precious item. Crash! The crowd immediately scattered like birds and beasts, rushing toward the depths of the ruins, desperately searching for Lin San's figure. What a naughty little brother! Zi Yuan watched from the side, utterly speechless, not knowing how Lin San had offended him. Very quickly, the news about Lin San obtaining a peerless treasure spread throughout the ruins. All the cultivators were searching for Lin San's whereabouts, making Lin San so furious that he cursed aloud, secretly thinking, who on earth is the shameless one that told the truth? Achoo! Qin Feng couldn't help but sneeze, faintly feeling that someone was bad-mouthing him behind his back. However, his attention was quickly drawn to the blood bodhi in front of him. He had unexpectedly obtained 32 of them in one go. As soon as he swallowed one, a massive surge of energy immediately exploded within his body. The effect of strengthening the foundation and cultivating vitality instantly made his newly achieved Transcendent Realm Level 3 foundation even more solid and powerful. Truly worthy of being a rare heavenly grade item, it's indeed incredible. After consuming one, Zi Yuan was also astonished by its effects. At this moment, a woman dressed in traditional white attire suddenly appeared, looking at the blood bodhi in Qin Feng's hand with a complicated expression. This elder sister, do you need something? Zi Yuan asked curiously. What elder sister? Qin Feng grabbed Zi Yuan and shouted coldly, Demon, I could tell at a glance that you're not human. Not human? Then you must be a demon. Zi Yuan was so startled that she quickly hid behind Qin Feng. Unlike the saber-toothed tiger beast they encountered last time, this kind of beast that can take human form is definitely a great demon among beasts, with terrifying strength beyond imagination. That's right, she is a demon. Ever since mastering the great heavenly dragon technique, Qin Feng had gained the ability to distinguish between humans and demons. The white-clad woman before him was undoubtedly a transformed great demon. Don't misunderstand, I mean no harm. The white-clad woman appeared very surprised, not expecting Qin Feng to see through her true identity at a glance. Do you think we would believe that? Qin Feng remained highly vigilant, forming the great mighty heavenly dragon hand seal, his heart as alert as a mountain. He had long heard from the 10 ancestors that the conflict between humans and demons was not something that could be resolved with a mere claim of no malice. The woman in white hesitated for a moment before saying, Actually, I entered the ruins to find rare treasures for my newborn child. I only need 10 blood bodhi fruits. After speaking, a pleading expression appeared in her eyes. As a transformed great demon, publicly revealing the news of her recent childbirth is extremely dangerous. If others find out, she will undoubtedly be captured, and all the treasures on her body will be completely exploited. So she is gambling that Qin Feng is not that kind of person. Looking at the pleading eyes of the woman in white, Qin Feng couldn't help but think of his mother. For 8 years, Yun Siya had cared for him with meticulous attention. Now that he has chosen this path, the one who will likely be hurt the most is this mother. In the name of great maternal love, I can give you 10 out of humanitarian spirit. Qin Feng changed his tone, but as a mother, I think you wouldn't want your child to grow up with the mindset of getting something for nothing. A token gesture will do. I'll take 100,000 top-grade spirit stones for a single blood bodhi. Pooh! Zi Yuan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, realizing that Qin Feng was truly too wicked. Shouting about humanitarianism, but harboring business in the heart. I don't have any spirit stones. The woman in white looked troubled, clearly short on funds. No money? No problem, we can discuss resources. Qin Feng smiled as he took out a small notebook, thinking that a great demon capable of transformation must have something of value. For example, there are heavenly treasures growing there, ancient relics of great powers, and someone's unspeakable secrets. The woman in white still felt troubled. She didn't have any of the resources Qin Feng mentioned. Wow, I've seen poverty before, but I've never seen a great demon as poor as you. Qin Feng was completely convinced, truly unable to fathom how she transformed into a great demon. Just at that moment, a shout came from afar, We've found Lin San, and also discovered an incredibly powerful treasure. So fast, you've already found it. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickly pulled Zi Yuan along. Before leaving, he couldn't help but glance back at the woman in white. Seeing the confusion and self-reproach in her eyes, he ultimately couldn't resist and tossed her a small bundle. This wasn't his Chow thief soul awakening, but rather the villain's intuition telling him there was profit to be made. This is... The woman in white opened the small package with a face full of surprise. Inside were plenty of blood booty, exceeding the 10 she had mentioned by 5. The extra 5 could quickly restore her vitality. Thank you. The woman in white expressed her heartfelt gratitude toward the direction Qin Feng had left, then turned excitedly and swiftly departed the ruins. You just gave them to her like that? Zi Yuan asked with a puzzled expression. Just consider it forming a good bond. Qin Feng responded indifferently, already calculating in his heart. Even if the transformed great demon had no money, its terrifying strength remained. Instead of adding icing on the cake later, it was better to offer help in times of need now. Perhaps one day in the future, this goodwill might save his life. Who could say for sure? Not long after, Qin Feng followed the group and found Lin San. At this moment, Lin San was surrounded tightly by a crowd, while not far behind him on a stone platform. Within a barrier, lay an exquisitely crafted jade box. Clearly, this was the most precious treasure of the ruins and Lin San's ultimate goal for this trip. Seems like I can't take it out. Qin Feng attempted to use telekinesis to retrieve the jade box, but his cultivation was too low to penetrate the barrier and extract it. Damn it! Lin San was furious, watching more and more people gather. His anxiety was palpable. He had thought that with the advantage of the map, he could easily sweep up the treasures in the ruins. All he needed to do was break the barrier and then retreat successfully. But somehow, some fool had leaked the information, and now the entire ruins had been mobilized. Just as he was about to break the barrier, he was discovered. Now, it was clearly impossible to take everything for himself. Lin San, this treasure is not meant for you. Dozens of cultivators who had entered the Dao noticed that the people from Tianqin City were absent. Their flying swords hovered in the air, looking down at Lin San, forcing him to leave sensibly. Then suit yourselves. Lin San responded coldly, silently retreating to the side. Wait a minute. Since when was the Chosen One so easy to deal with? Based on his 10 years of experience as a seasoned reader, when the Chosen One is robbed of something, if they don't show a strong reaction, it usually means someone is about to have bad luck. Qin Feng frowned, faintly sensing that things were not simple. He pulled Zi Yuan and silently retreated to the back of the crowd, pondering to himself that what lay ahead would surely be a thrilling confrontation. Successor of the Sky Sword? The first sword in 100 years. Dozens of cultivators couldn't help but sneer, feeling that the evaluation of Lin San was truly exaggerated. If it weren't for the backing of Tianqin City behind him, they guaranteed they would strip him down to nothing but his underwear. Everyone, if we want to obtain the treasure, we need to join forces to break the barrier, someone suggested, proposing to first work together to break the barrier and then rely on individual abilities to compete for the jade box within. Agreed. Agreed. The other cultivators who had entered the path nodded in agreement. Everyone understood that if they didn't quickly join forces to break the barrier, once stronger experts arrived, they would no longer have a say in the matter. Take action. Someone took the lead, forming a hand seal, and violent energy immediately surged out from within. Seeing someone take the initiative, the others also joined in. In an instant, countless streams of energy fell from the sky like meteors, causing the void to tremble violently and ripple outward continuously. Boom! The group's attacks hit the barrier with pinpoint accuracy, producing a deafening roar. Yet the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Countless streams of energy were absorbed by the barrier, and its surface instantly displayed a dazzling array of colorful patterns. Not good. The crowd gasped in terror, their eyes widening as they sensed the gathering and swelling energy. Without a moment of hesitation, everyone quickly assumed defensive stances. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion echoed through the heavens and the earth. The energy concentrated within the barrier unleashed in its entirety, accompanied by a terrifying energy storm that swept across the entire ruins. Wherever it passed, devastation followed. Those spectators in the front rows, those with stronger cultivation, barely managed to survive, while the weaker ones met their end on the spot. Scared me to death. Zi Yuan was so frightened that her heart was pounding wildly, and she clung tightly to Qin Feng's hand, refusing to let go. If Qin Feng hadn't pulled her back behind the crowd just now, her small frame wouldn't have been able to withstand such violent abuse. I knew this guy had bad intentions. Qin Feng couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lin San, only to see him grinning smugly. Damn it, damn it. Dozens of cultivators in the sky were furious. They hadn't expected the barrier to have a counter-damage effect. To forcibly break through the barrier, they would need to output energy exceeding the barrier's tolerance limit. Clearly, they couldn't do it. At that moment, suddenly, ferocious cracks appeared all around the barrier and began to spread continuously. In the void, fissures resembling a spider web emerged. Evidently, this was a test left by the owner of the ruins. If one could unlock the barrier through their own abilities, forcibly breaking it would only trigger the ruin's self-destruct mechanism. His treasures were meant for geniuses, not to be inherited by mediocrities. Not good, the ruins are collapsing. Everyone's face was filled with terror as they hurriedly ran outside. Damn it! Dozens of cultivators at the entry Dao realm were so furious they almost lost their composure, feeling as if they had failed to catch the sheep, but ended up covered in filth instead. But now, it was too late to say anything. If they didn't want to die, they had to leave here immediately. What are you standing there for? Let's go quickly. Ziyuan hurriedly pulled Qin Feng to leave, but he showed no intention of moving, his eyes fixed intently on Lin San. Qin Feng. Lin San was very surprised to see Qin Feng here and began to suspect that the one scheming against him behind the scenes, Lao Lu, was Qin Feng. But he didn't have time to prove it now. He had to quickly open the barrier and retrieve the jade box. Lin San swiftly formed a hand seal and forcefully jabbed a corner of the barrier. Rumble! The barrier instantly shattered like glass, emitting a beam of light that shot skyward, accompanied by a divine aura sweeping across the entire ruins. The barrier has opened. The cultivators at the Dao entry stage, who were just about to leave, immediately turned around and rushed toward the jade box on the stone platform. However, they were clearly too far away. Lin San's lips curled into a smile as he grabbed the jade box and pulled out a yellow talisman covered in runes. Spatial teleportation talisman. Dozens of cultivators at the Dao entry stage exclaimed in alarm, each unleashing their strongest attacks to stop him. However, the distance was still too great. Lin San had already activated the spatial teleportation talisman, with runes swirling around his body. He even waved at them smugly, saying goodbye. Now's the time. Qin Feng's gaze was fixed on the jade box as he used his ability to grab objects from a distance with all his might. Instead of seizing the jade box in Lin San's hand, he directly snatched the treasure inside the box and unhesitatingly tossed it into his personal spatial storage. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the villain task and obtaining a golden treasure chest *1. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for sabotaging the chosen one's opportunity and earning a lottery chance. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for seizing the chosen one's treasure and earning 1 million villain points. 1 million villain points. Qin Feng's heart trembled, finding it hard to imagine the power of this treasure. Just the reward alone was 1 million villain points, and if exchanged, it could almost reach the realm of 1 billion points. Boom! The attack from the Dao entry realm finally arrived, yet it was just an empty sound. Lin San had already used a space teleportation talisman to flee far away. The space teleportation talisman won't take him far, chase him. Dozens of cultivators at the entry realm shouted furiously, not expecting to be played around by a little brat, their hearts burning with rage. Let's hurry and leave too. Qin Feng held the treasure tightly and, without hesitation, pulled Ziyuan toward the exit. The surrounding ground was continuously collapsing, and the pitch-black abyss was stirring ominously. Falling into it would surely result in being torn apart by spatial forces. Help! The entire ruins echoed with heart-wrenching wails. Countless people were devoured before they could react, their lives vanishing in an instant. Indeed, it was no exaggeration to say that this place is truly a land of great calamity. Ziyuan's throat went dry with terror as she witnessed the distortion of human nature in the face of life and death. Some were willing to use their companions as stepping stones to survive, others dragged their loved ones down with them in their final moments, and even couples parted ways when disaster struck. Rumble! Just as Qin Feng and Ziyuan were about to reach the exit, the ground beneath their feet suddenly collapsed. The two instantly lost their balance and fell into the abyss. Ah! Ziyuan immediately screamed, hiding in Qin Feng's arms, too afraid to open her eyes. *T. Qin Feng couldn't help but curse. The skilled phantom wanderer was pushed to its limit as he desperately climbed upward, stepping on the crumbling rocks. Unfortunately, there was no way out around him, and his situation grew increasingly perilous. It's such a waste not to take this chance to flirt in a scene like this. Qin Feng forcefully threw Ziyuan toward the exit, then smiled as he plummeted downward, secretly calculating how to be ready at any moment to transform into the max-level red-haired monster to save himself. Qin Feng. Ziyuan let out a heart-wrenching scream, trying to grab the falling Qin Feng. However, the distance grew farther, and an indescribable emotion toward this little brat arose in her heart. Whoosh! A white figure suddenly rushed into the ruins, swiftly chasing after the falling Qin Feng, like a ray of light in the darkness. carrying endless hope and mystery. It's her! The joy on Ziyuan's face was unmistakable. The newcomer was none other than the shape-shifting great demon. You really are like my sister from another mother, your timing couldn't be more perfect. Qin Feng was moved to tears, realizing that he was about to use the red-haired old monster experience scroll, which meant he wouldn't be able to wander freely for the next 10 years. Whoosh! The woman in white flew freely through the air without relying on any magical tools, grabbed Qin Feng, and swiftly rushed out of the ruins entrance. Immediately, the entire ruins collapsed with a thunderous roar, disappearing completely between heaven and earth. Stupid little brother, you scared me to death. Ziyuan's tear-filled eyes ran over as she fiercely hugged Qin Feng. After going through so many hardships, especially when he unhesitatingly gave her the chance to survive in moments of danger, their relationship instantly deepened. Ding Dong detected that the host deceived the goddess's feelings and took advantage of her, earning 1,000 villain points. Who took advantage of her? Qin Feng strongly condemned the system's nonsense. Clearly, it was Ziyuan taking advantage of him, holding him tightly in her arms. He could barely breathe, his entire head buried in her chest. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his back. He looked up and saw that there were only a few hundred survivors left. Some were feeling grateful to have survived the catastrophe, but others were staring at him with peculiar expressions. That's right, he's Qin Feng. Someone suddenly shouted, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Now, portraits of Qin Feng had already spread, and their true purpose in coming here was to capture him, coincidentally encountering the opening of the ruins. Although Qin Feng was disheveled at the moment, upon closer inspection, it was still recognizable as him. Want to catch me? Come on, come on. Qin Feng stood smugly in front of the woman in white, perfectly embodying the act of borrowing power from another. Everyone saw with their own eyes the woman in white flying down to save him. Not to mention them, even if they went to call for help, they probably wouldn't be able to find a strong fighter of this level. Looking at Qin Feng's shameless expression, the survivors couldn't help but curse. They had thought surviving such a disaster meant they could capture Qin Feng and claim the reward, but who would have guessed he had a powerful protector by his side? Dealing with him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Stop playing, let's go quickly. Ziyuan hurriedly tugged at Qin Feng, signaling him to stop fooling around. Why are we leaving? Qin Feng turned back unhappily and noticed that his half-sister's forehead was already sweating. Clearly, she was still very weak after just giving birth. No wonder she hadn't said a word for a long time, just quietly watching him show off. The survivors also began to notice this situation, and couldn't help but feel restless. Third brother, I really didn't want this either, it's purely due to the circumstances. Qin Feng apologized to Lin San in his heart and still arrogantly said, what are you looking at? Let me tell you, my sister doesn't even need to make a move. I have a biological brother from a different father and mother, Lin San. Just now, he took advantage of the chaos to open the barrier and obtain the treasure. His future strength will reach new heights. Lin San got the treasure. Someone quickly weighed the pros and cons and turned around without hesitation to look for Lin San. They didn't know whether Qin Feng's sister could fight, but Lin San definitely didn't have a sister like her to help him in a fight. Seeing someone leave, the others hesitated even more. No one dared to risk their lives to be the first to take the plunge, especially since Qin Feng had pointed out a path to wealth for them. In other words, they even had an escape route, so how could they possibly risk everything to fight Qin Feng? Let's go! Qin Feng no longer paid attention to those people and turned to leave. After hesitating for a while, the others still didn't dare to step forward to stop them and could only watch helplessly as Qin Feng and the other two left. Just as everyone was about to disperse, a figure fell from the sky, landing in front of Qin Feng and the other two. Bang! The person fell from the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust. It's him! Qin Feng frowned slightly, considering him an old acquaintance. This was the local tyrant of the area, Scarface, the leader of the Wei Tiger Gang. At this moment, he was a far cry from his previous high-spirited demeanor. Now, not only was his right hand gone, but his left eye was blind, and his body bore numerous scars. It was evident that not only had he gained nothing from Lin San, but he also hadn't reaped any benefits from the ruins. Young Master Qin, you won't escape today. The scar-faced man had a fierce look in his eyes, clearly ready to fight to the death. He originally thought entering the ruins was to pick up treasures, but unexpectedly, that shameless Lin San kept leading him into traps. Not only did he fail to find any treasures, but many people ended up dead. Just now, he encountered another collapse in the ruins, and all his subordinates perished inside. Now, whenever he sees Lin San, he feels uneasy and can only come to Qin Feng to take a gamble. With your current state, you still think you can catch me? Qin Feng sneered disdainfully, not taking the scar-faced man seriously at all. If the man were at his peak, at the third level of the spirit martial realm, Qin Feng might have asked third brother for help. But now, he was nothing more than a severely injured cripple, not even worth third brother's involvement. To deal with you, I'm more than enough on my own. The scar-faced man's gaze suddenly turned sharp, and a terrifying aura surged around him. The air rippled violently, and behind him, a roaring tiger materialized, as if it were about to tear Qin Feng to shreds. So powerful! The surrounding crowd immediately held their breath, their eyes shifting to the woman in white, wanting to confirm if she was injured and how severe her injuries were. But Qin Feng gave them no chance, as a mysterious wave of energy emanated from him, instantly drawing all attention to himself. What is this? The crowd sensed something was amiss and turned their gazes toward Qin Feng, who possessed the potential of an emperor. Yet Qin Feng stood motionless with his eyes closed, as if in a daze. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man clenched his fist, as large as a sandbag, and launched a fierce punch toward him. Just as the scar-faced man's fist was about to strike Qin Feng, and everyone thought he was doomed, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly opened wide, and a dazzling golden light erupted from within him. Heaven's tribulation light. The light, like a sharp sword capable of cutting through gold and stone, shot straight toward the scar-faced man with the speed of lightning. Bang! A dull sound echoed in the silence, and the scar-faced man seemed frozen in time. After a moment, he slowly collapsed to the ground, like a towering mountain crumbling, stirring up a cloud of dust. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, followed by an uproar of voices. What was that light? What kind of martial technique? That's incredible! It actually managed to instantly defeat a level 3 spirit martial. Hillbilly, that's not martial arts, it's divine power. Divine power? The kind of divine power only possessed by those with special constitutions and exceptional talents. If I'm not mistaken, this is the divine power of the Supreme Bone. Too terrifying, no wonder he could even lay a hand on his own younger brother. After witnessing Qin Feng's terrifying power, no one dared to stop him anymore, watching as he and the woman in white left. Meanwhile, Lin San was so furious that he cursed inwardly, blaming the despicable schemer who had plotted against him and spread the news of him opening the barrier to obtain treasures everywhere. The Qin family. Any news about Qin Feng would instantly reach the ears of the 10 ancestors and others. Instantly killed the leader of the Wei Tiger Gang. The 10 ancestors were utterly shocked, their hearts filled with indescribable awe at Qin Feng's terrifying strength. They knew Qin Feng possessed extraordinary talent, but they never expected him to effortlessly kill a spirit martial tier 3 expert while only at the transcendent tier 3 level. It was simply unheard of. Truly worthy of being a genius youth with the potential of an emperor. However, a trace of worry appeared on the first ancestor's face. Based on the information received, Qin Feng had utilized the power of the Supreme Bone. If he becomes addicted to this power that does not truly belong to him, it will inevitably have a profound impact on his character. It shouldn't. The 10th ancestor pondered for a moment and said firmly, I know Qin Feng quite well. This child has his own pride and has always believed he is the strongest. He won't be easily influenced by the Supreme Bone. Let's hope so. The first ancestor still felt uneasy, as Qin Feng was, after all, still a young child, and his state of mind could change at any moment. But the arrow had already been released, and there was no turning back. They could only place their trust in this child. At this moment, Qin Feng and Zi Yuan, under the guidance of the elder demon sister, arrived at a hidden patch of grass. The elder demon sister gently parted the grass, revealing a bamboo basket containing 3 newborn pure white baby rabbits. Unlike the rabbits in Qin Feng's memory, they resembled anthropomorphic rabbits from cartoons, capable of walking on 2 legs. Their round heads were incredibly adorable, and their large eyes sparkled with a lively glow. Such adorable little rabbits. Zi Yuan's eyes were filled with hearts, and she eagerly stepped forward to pick up one. This is my child. The big demon sister's face was full of happiness, and seeing the little one swept away all her fatigue. Child. Qin Feng was utterly shocked, never expecting the big demon sister to be a rabbit demon. He couldn't help but wonder if she could transform into a bunny-eared girl. If you like it, why not adopt one? The big demon sister looked at Qin Feng with anticipation, selecting the plumpest rabbit and handing it to him. Ah! Qin Feng and Ziyuan were stunned on the spot, exchanging bewildered glances. They had merely praised the rabbit's cuteness, but who would have thought the other party would directly offer them her child? Was it because they didn't understand the customs, or was the rabbit unafraid, knowing that the rabbit being given away could still reproduce? Before Qin Feng could refuse, the demon elder sister had already strapped on her bamboo basket and flown away. Before leaving, she glanced back, her eyes filled with reluctance, but ultimately, she resolutely departed. As a mother, who would willingly give away their child? Yet, to protect the remaining 2 little rabbits and herself, she had no other choice. Ya. The little one seemed to sense its mother's departure, continuously calling in her direction. However, when Qin Feng placed a blood body in front of it, it immediately forgot about its mother and began savoring the treat with great delight. What's going on? Qin Feng's face was full of confusion. He had inexplicably become a nanny. He had heard of people adopting stray cats and dogs, but he had never seen anyone adopt a demon rabbit. Ding! Host detected to have obtained a demon beast cub with epic level aptitude. Binding successful. Although this rabbit doesn't have the fate of a protagonist, its aptitude is actually comparable to my second brother. Qin Feng instantly became excited and thought to himself that even if the big demon sister came back, she wouldn't be able to take this little one away. However, Qin Feng soon regretted it. This little one was no ordinary demon beast but a rare variant seen once in 10,000 years. Unlike other cubs, it not only refused to drink milk but would only eat heavenly treasures. A rare blood body could only sustain its appetite for a single day. My goodness, this is practically a rice bucket. Qin Feng looked at the 7 remaining blood body in his hand with distress. He had only eaten one, while the rest had all been devoured by this little creature. At this moment, he finally understood why the great demon sister had entrusted the child to him, and he also realized why she had dragged her weakened body all over the world searching for rare treasures right after giving birth, because even the landlord's family couldn't afford to raise this little one. From today on, your name will be Rice Bucket. Qin Feng gave the little creature a name, earning a big eye roll from Zi Yuan. Call it Bunny. No, you good for nothing. Call me Obeo. No, you good for nothing. Call me Xiao Bai. Alright, then it's officially Rice Bucket. No matter how much Zi Yuan objected, Qin Feng was determined to call it Rice Bucket. Even if Jesus himself came, it wouldn't change a thing. Qin Feng suddenly furrowed his brows, sensing the presence of many figures around him. No need to think too much, it's clear they are here for the Qin family's bounty. Now that the great demon sister has left, relying on borrowed authority can no longer scare them off, and a fierce pursuit is about to begin. We must strengthen our power. Qin Feng quickly pulled Zi Yuan along to shake off the pursuers and hid in a concealed cave, swiftly opening the system interface. This time, the gains included not only 1,000,000 villain points but also a golden treasure chest, a lottery ticket, and a mysterious treasure inside a jade box. Let's open the golden treasure chest first. Qin Feng's heart raced with excitement as he decisively summoned the system to open the golden treasure chest. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for opening the golden treasure chest and obtaining sword intent. The system's voice was like a heavenly melody, instantly making Qin Feng's heart race. A sudden chill swept over him, and Qin Feng seemed to see a figure before his eyes, nodding, drawing a sword, and instantly immersing himself in the world of sword intent. Buzz! A crisp sword hum echoed in Qin Feng's mind, carrying a kind of solitary pride and loneliness that made one's heart tremble. The dazzling sword. Light seemed to descend from the heavens, magnificent yet unpretentious, graceful yet not lacking in elegance, captivating and utterly mesmerizing. Qin Feng's heart ignited with fierce determination, as if he had transformed into a moth, knowing that only by tearing through the cocoon before him could he emerge as a stunning butterfly. With the awakening of his sword intent, Qin Feng's aura surged dramatically, like a sharp blade unsheathed, extraordinarily keen. The surrounding weeds were severed one after another, with grass fragments swirling in the air. Sword intent. Zi Yuan covered her mouth in astonishment, utterly shocked. She thought to herself, Qin Feng is simply not human. She remembered that Lin San was hailed as the greatest swordsman in a century, because he comprehended sword intent at the age of 12, breaking the record held since ancient times. And now, that record, which had only lasted 2 years, was shattered again by this 8-year-old brat. Oh my heavens! The prodigies of this era of great contention are absurdly powerful. Sword intent. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly snapped open, and his pitch-black pupils emitted a tangible brilliance. With the layering of sword intent, his heaven-slaying sword technique became even more formidable. However, he was not satisfied and quickly called upon the system to redeem a 100% compatibility card. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 1,000,000 villain points to redeem the perfect 100% compatibility card. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for using the 100% compatibility card, achieving the perfect mastery of the heaven-slaying sword technique. Qin Feng's expression became dazed as he gained a deeper understanding of the heaven-slaying sword technique, as if the entire world trembled beneath his sword. On the other side, Lin San went to great lengths to finally shake off the pursuers and, with an excited heart, opened the jade box. Ha! Lin San's expression instantly froze, filled with doubt, feeling that the way he opened it must be wrong. Close. Open. Close. Open. Repeatedly confirming, the jade box turned out to be completely empty. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin San couldn't accept this reality, his mind racing to figure out which step had gone wrong. In the cave. Qin Feng's enhancement was not yet complete, and the system initiated a lottery. With a clatter, the lottery wheel appeared once again and began to spin unsteadily. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing the Invincible Sword Heart. Invincible Sword Heart, the ultimate state pursued by sword practitioners, with no distractions in the heart, drawing the sword becomes instinctive and divine, granting a tenfold damage bonus to sword techniques. The hem of Qin Feng's clothes began to flutter without wind, and his entire aura changed instantly, as solitary and proud as a snow lotus standing against the wind on a cliff, carrying a force that directly shook the soul. What's going on? Zi Yuan quickly rubbed her eyes, inexplicably feeling that she might affect Qin Feng's sword drawing speed. Sword intent, sword heart. Qin Feng realized that he truly had a connection with swords, consecutively unlocking 2 buffs that stack sword technique damage. Coupled with the 100% compatibility he just redeemed, he could hardly imagine how terrifying the heaven-slaying sword drawing technique was now. I really want to find someone to test my sword on. Qin Feng forcefully suppressed the restless excitement in his heart and waved his hand to take out a bamboo scroll from his personal space. This was the treasure obtained from Lin San's jade box. There wasn't a single word on it, but it exuded an aura that made one feel calm and focused. Could this be the sage's bamboo scroll? Zi Yuan took the bamboo scroll with a serious expression and repeatedly examined it several times to confirm. That's right. It is indeed the sage's bamboo scroll. It is said that the sage's bamboo scroll was passed down by sages from ancient times, consisting of 3 volumes, Heaven, Earth, and Humanity. Those destined can comprehend the supreme Tao from the scroll, while those without fate cannot see a single word. Is this thing the sage's bamboo scroll? Qin Feng had also heard the 10 ancestors mention it and knew that this item was highly sought after. Every time it appears in the world, it triggers a bloody storm. Anyone who can gain insight from it is invariably a legendary powerhouse in history. But after staring at it for a long time, he couldn't comprehend anything. That's not scientific. Qin Feng found this very hard to understand. His comprehension aura hadn't even reached its 1-month limit yet. With his clever little brain combined with 100-fold comprehension, how could he possibly fail to grasp anything? Zi Yuan replied, the sage's bamboo scrolls aren't just about high comprehension, they also require fate, much like how Buddhism speaks of being destined with Buddha. Trash. Qin Feng looked at the sage's bamboo slip with disdain, thinking that anything he couldn't use was all trash. Yeah. Little Bai seemed to sense something, waddling over with its unsteady short legs. Then it plopped down on the sage's bamboo slip, showing a satisfied expression. Using the sage's bamboo slip as a cooling mat, this little one is creative. Qin Feng had no intention of stopping it, letting Xiaobai use the bamboo slip as a cooling mat. Zi Yuan watched from the side, utterly speechless. The sage's bamboo slip, which others risked their lives to fight for, he actually used as a cooling mat for a rabbit. Ding! Ding! The sound of fighting echoed from outside the cave, and faintly, someone could be heard shouting Lin San's name. Isn't this a coincidence? Qin Feng immediately perked up, missing Lin San more than ever. Ever since parting ways with Lin San that day, he had been unable to eat or sleep, with Lin San's figure constantly on his mind. Let's go, let's take a look outside. Qin Feng placed Xiaobai and the sage's bamboo slip into a bamboo basket, carried it on his back, and pulled Zi Yuan along to check out the situation. Soon, the two arrived at the scene. Under the moonlight, Lin San was surrounded and attacked by a group of transcendent realm cultivators, forcing him to hand over the jade box he had obtained in the ruins. I've already said many times, the jade box is empty. Lin San had experienced dozens of battles, big and small, and his body was already covered in scars. Yet, thanks to his strong protagonist aura, he still hadn't fallen and was evenly matched with his opponent. Do you think we'd believe such nonsense? The opponent snorted coldly, attacking even more fiercely. This young Master Lin really has a knack for lying through his teeth. Zi Yuan watched from the side, shaking her head repeatedly. He was willing to risk his life just for the treasure. Qin Feng said very seriously, I think Lin San speaks sincerely, the jade box is indeed empty. You actually believe such nonsense? Zi Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes, realizing that Qin Feng was just too naive. Bang! The situation at the scene changed. Two figures rushed into the battle circle, one throwing a straight punch and the other sweeping a kick, directly sending Lin San flying, crashing into 4 or 5 trees before finally coming to a stop. It's the Shiman brothers, Dalong and Erlang. The surrounding transcendent realm cultivators were filled with frustration. After finally encountering Lin San and seeing victory within reach, who would have thought that two unexpected interlopers would suddenly appear? Both were at the 3rd level of the spirit martial realm, leaving them no choice but to watch helplessly as the duck in their grasp flew away. Qin Feng couldn't help but curse, only to see Lin San land beside him. It's Qin Feng. The Shiman family brothers' eyes lit up, inwardly exclaiming that they had struck gold today. Joining forces, they sent Lin San flying, unexpectedly exposing Qin Feng, who had been hiding nearby watching the scene. I said I'm not familiar with him, just passing by. Do you believe me? Qin Feng asked weakly, his face full of innocence. What do you think? The Shiman brothers, as if they had seen a peerless beauty, their eyes lit up and quickly surrounded the two, the atmosphere instantly becoming tense. Brother Lin, let's join forces. Qin Feng said sincerely, his eyes glimmering with hope. I'm afraid of being betrayed. Lin San stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and couldn't help but feel suspicious of Qin Feng, thinking that the one scheming behind his back was none other than Qin Feng. Qin Feng shouted injustice, injustice, Brother Lin. I've always treated you as my own brother from another mother. What good would it do me to betray you? This. Lin San froze for a moment, faintly feeling that Qin Feng's words made sense. After all, no one hands out prizes for being bullied. Whoosh! The Shiman brothers stomped hard with both feet, their figures instantly rushing to the two men, their momentum overwhelming and not to be underestimated. Damn it, no honor in martial arts. Qin Feng couldn't help but curse, his figure darting several meters away like a wild goose, secretly on guard. If it's a battle you want, then a battle it shall be. A flicker of madness flashed through Lin San's eyes, and the long sword in his hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling sword light, as if answering the call of this confrontation. In an instant, the fierce sword aura rampaged through the forest like a torrential flood. The withered leaves drifting in midair were reduced to dust, and dozens of waves of overwhelming sword energy surged toward Wu Jilang with an unstoppable force. Is this the same sword strike from that night? Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart, clearly sensing the terrifying aura emanating from this strike. Swish! 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 The fierce sword energy swept out overwhelmingly, as if tearing through the very air. Wherever it passed, it destroyed everything in its path, its momentum incomparably grand and suffocating. Not good. The face of the second son of the Shiman family changed drastically, as a terrifying energy rapidly surged around him in preparation to resist. Boom! The two forces collided heavily, and the storm of sword energy engulfed the entire forest. The deafening sound seemed to tear the heavens and earth apart. Poof! The second son of the Shiman family spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, instantly losing his combat strength, his face pale as paper. Is this the successor of the sword god Chankong, the #1 sword of the century? The surrounding transcendent realm cultivators hurriedly resisted the sword energy storm, also deeply shaken by Lin San's terrifying power, a trace of fear rising in their hearts. Ha! Lin San gasped heavily, casting a smug glance at Qin Feng, as if to say, the reason I lost to you last time at the Qin family was because I understood social etiquette and spared your dignity. Regarding this, Qin Feng's response was to quickly hide behind Lin San, his eyes filled with provocation as he said to the eldest son of the Shiman family. Come on, you little punk, if you've got the guts, take on my third brother. My third brother says he can still take on 10 more. Put. Lin San almost spat out a mouthful of blood, completely shocked that Qin Feng truly had no sense of shame. They had agreed to join forces to repel the enemy, yet he only opened his mouth without lifting a finger. Did he really think his ultimate move had no cooldown time? Even if the cooldown time was over, every use would cost him 10 years of his lifespan. It was practically risking his life to show off, and he would never use it unless it was a matter of life and death. Damn it! On the other side, Shiman family's Dalong paid no attention to what Lin San was thinking. Seeing his younger brother injured and then witnessing Qin Feng's provocation, his rage instantly exploded. Boundless spiritual energy surged from his body, causing ripples to spread through the void. Whoosh! Dalong's fingers were as sharp as eagle claws, tearing through the air with a piercing sound. Each move targeted Lin San's vital points with ruthless precision, as veins bulged on his arms, unleashing an indescribable aura of overwhelming pressure. Under the oppression of this aura, the air within several meters seemed to solidify. Lin San couldn't help but curse under his breath, swiftly raising his longsword to block. Clang! 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 The clash between the sword's shadow and the claw's shadow produced the sound of metal striking metal, with sparks continuously flying. Unfortunately, Lin San had just used his ultimate move, and with the two sides being a whole major realm apart in cultivation, he could only hold on for 3 seconds before faltering. Put! The eagle claw flashed, and blood spurted wildly. Lin San's face twisted in pain as his body was scratched with streaks of bloody marks. Is it over? The onlookers around held their breath, unsure if Lin San still had any cards left to play. Qin Feng, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and make your move. Lin San was forced to retreat repeatedly, with more and more wounds appearing on his body. You're counting on Qin Feng? Shiman family's Dalong sneered, as if he had seen through everything. Without the Qin family, he's nothing, just a fool flaunting his brother's supreme bone everywhere. Looks like if I don't show some strength, you won't respect me much. The hem of Qin Feng's clothes began to flutter without wind, and his entire aura changed instantly. He stood aloof like a snow lotus on a cliff facing the wind, exuding a force that struck directly at the heart. As the hem of the garment fluttered, an unparalleled sword intent surged around, and the long sky divine sword in hand suddenly erupted with dazzling sword light, roaring like a mighty galaxy. This is sword intent. The surrounding crowd immediately exclaimed in shock, hardly able to believe their eyes. An 8-year-old child had actually comprehended sword intent. Nima. Bailan comprehended the sword intent at the age of 32, but now it's 4 years earlier. How can ordinary cultivators even survive? What the crowd didn't expect was that Qin Feng's buff hadn't finished stacking yet. An unstoppable and sharp sword aura burst forth from his body, rampaging wildly through the forest, as if countless blades were slicing across everyone's faces. Sword Heart, this is the invincible Sword Heart. Someone present recognized the Sword Heart and exclaimed in disbelief. Sword intent can be pursued, but Sword Heart is hard to achieve. How many people have practiced swordsmanship their entire lives yet failed to comprehend sword intent? And how many have spent a lifetime understanding sword intent but could not condense the invincible Sword Heart? If comprehending sword intent can make one a renowned sword master of the era, then forging an invincible Sword Heart can elevate one to the status of an ancient sword god. Throughout the ancient ages, those who could be called sword gods were exceedingly rare, but each was an unparalleled and peerless figure of their time. The most recent one was the Sky Sword God from 10,000 years ago. Since the fall of the Sky Sword God, there has been no sword god in the world. Unbelievable. Unexpected. Today, they actually got to witness the sword god's brilliance, and it was a child who had comprehended the Sword Heart at the age of 8. Sword intent, Sword Heart, how is that possible? Lin San was completely dumbfounded, his mind blank. As the successor of the Sky Sword God, he comprehended sword intent at the age of 12 and was hailed as the #1 swordsman in a century. Yet, in front of this 8-year-old child, all his titles paled in comparison. Run! The Shiman brothers were completely panicked and turned to flee from this prodigy. As a disciple of the Confucian school, I have something to say to you both. Since you are here, you might as well stay. Qin Feng's lips curved slightly, his hand resting on the sword hilt. Clang! The crisp sound of the sword being drawn reverberated, like a galaxy spanning across the vast sea of clouds, carrying endless sword intent as it descended into the forest. What sword technique is this? Shiman Dalan's pupils suddenly contracted, not daring to show the slightest negligence. His fingers sharp as eagle claws stirred up a piercing sound of breaking wind. Ding! Only the powerful clash of metal resounded in the ears, sparks flew, scattering dried leaves all over the ground. A shocking storm roared abruptly in midair, and a dazzling flash of sword light streaked past. Drip! In the midst of this overwhelming momentum, a drop of blood dripped from the divine sword in the sky. When the dead leaves had all fallen, a series of blood splatters dripped from the bodies of the Shiman family brothers, who collapsed heavily into a pool of blood. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing 2 people and earning 200 villain points. Since you've come, be buried here. Qin Feng glanced indifferently, picked up the 2 storage bags, which contained not only darts and other concealed weapons used for traveling the martial world but also a book titled Concave Convex Manual. With a critical look, Qin Feng put away the items, shouldered the bamboo basket, and led the still-dazed Ziyuan away. Gulp! The surrounding crowd swallowed hard, and no one dared to pursue Qin Feng any further. This is a prodigy who has comprehended the invincible Sword Heart. Offending him is equivalent to offending a future sword god, and no force can bear the wrath of a sword god. Soon, the explosive news about Qin Feng spread, causing the entire archaic land to boil with excitement. Good, good, good. The ancestor of the Qin family, upon hearing the news, hid under the covers and burst into hearty laughter. I originally thought that Qin Feng using the Supreme Bone would damage the Invincible Heart, but I never expected the surprise to come so suddenly. The Invincible Sword Heart. The symbol of the Sword God, a mark of invincibility in this era. Now all that's left is Qin Hao. Several elders of the Qin family were no longer worried about Qin Feng, instead, they were concerned about whether Qin Hao could emerge from the shadows, break through, and achieve the supreme position. The Great Xia Imperial Palace. The Emperor of Great Xia was issuing an edict to expand the harem, feeling that he was not old at all and still capable. He hadn't even had time to enjoy choosing his consorts before being urgently summoned by a group of ministers for a meeting. Initially, he thought these old ministers were acting disgracefully in their panic, but when he heard that Qin Feng had slain a third-level Linggu realm cultivator with a single sword strike and comprehended sword heart and sword intent, he couldn't sit still anymore. Qin Feng is, after all, a member of the Qin family. His return to the Qin family might not be entirely unexpected. Comprehending the invincible sword heart can overshadow even the gravest mistakes. The Supreme Bone, the invincible sword heart, and the potential of a great emperor all gathered in one person, this old servant truly cannot imagine it. The Qin family's kill order against Qin Feng has not yet been revoked. We can justifiably kill Qin Feng. Your Majesty, hesitation in making a decision will only lead to chaos. The Emperor of Daxia's expression shifted continuously before he finally ordered that Qin Feng be killed at all costs. At that moment, the entire Daxia was shaken, and the eyes of countless forces converged here. A storm was about to descend. By a small stream. Lin San gazed at the stream with a complex expression, watching Qin Feng play with Zi Yuan. A wave of shock surged in his heart. He could never have imagined that an 8-year-old child could surpass him in the way of the sword, integrating sword intent and sword heart to perform the heaven-cleaving sword technique. It was simply an unimaginably terrifying feat. Lin San thought to himself, his ultimate skill came from the Sky Sword God, while Qin Feng had created his own heaven-slaying sword technique and was still just a little brat. All of this plunged him into deep self-doubt. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for undermining the confidence of the Chosen One, causing him to experience self-doubt, and earning 100,000 villain points. 100,000 points. Qin Feng instantly perked up, turned to Lin San with a cheeky smile, and asked, Brother Lin, your swordsmanship is so amazing. Could you teach me some basic moves? Basic sword moves. Lin San instantly flew into a rage and shouted, Qin Feng, that's enough. You've already comprehended the invincible sword heart, and now you want me to teach you basic sword moves? Are you trying to humiliate me? Ziyuan's sister, he's being mean to me. Qin Feng pouted, tears in his eyes as he threw himself into Ziyuan's arms, speaking aggrievely, I really don't know any other basic sword techniques, I only know the draw sword technique. Draw sword? Heaven-slaying draw sword technique. Lin San's eye twitched involuntarily, and his heart let out a groundhog-like scream. Damn it! This is way too brutal. A little guy who doesn't even know basic sword techniques actually comprehended the legendary invincible sword heart. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for crushing the confidence of the Chosen One, causing self-doubt, and earning 100,000 villain points. Lin San, why are you being so mean? He's just a child. Ziyuan, like a protective tigress, glared angrily at Lin San, her face full of disgust. Lin San's heart tightened as he realized his words were too harsh. He murmured, that's not what I meant. I just didn't expect that he could comprehend the invincible sword heart yet not even know the basic sword techniques. It's truly unbelievable. Qin Feng immediately came over to comfort him. Brother Lin, you don't need to look like that. You are the #1 sword master 100 years from now. I believe you can definitely comprehend the invincible sword heart. Look at me, I just let out a fart last night and comprehended it. So that's why you had that expression last night, you were trying to cover up your fart. Zi Yuan looked at him with utter disdain and started bickering with Qin Feng again. Completely ignoring Lin San's feelings, they flaunted their affection and teased the single man while trying to comfort him. This left Lin San utterly despondent. Could he still be worthy of the title #1 sword master 100 years from now? And to describe comprehending the invincible sword heart as simple as passing gas, this was practically rubbing salt into his wounds. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for striking a blow to the Chosen One's confidence, causing self-doubt, and earning 100,000 villain points. By the way, Brother Lin. Qin Feng turned his head and said, I first comprehended sword intent last night, and then the invincible sword heart. It's actually quite simple. Ding. Congratulations to the host for striking a blow to the Chosen One's confidence, causing self-doubt, and earning 100,000 villain points. Lin San helplessly picked up his long sword, silently turned around, and left. He had to stay away from this troublesome kid. If he stayed any longer, his heart might not be able to take it. "Brother Lin, where are you going?" Qin Feng hurriedly ran ashore, put on his shoes, and chased after him. What a joke! He had just earned 400,000 villain points with a few words. There was no way he would let him escape so easily. He had to stick to him like glue. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the horizon, the clouds in the sky surged like tidal waves, and in an instant, the void within thousands of miles was filled with a terrifying pressure, causing the space to tremble violently. Under the command of the Emperor of Great Xia, Marquis Changri, Chang Kuan, by His Majesty's decree, I have come to claim Qin Feng's head. A towering figure, riding an unknown beast, hovered in the air, followed by thousands of well-trained armored guards, their momentum overwhelming, causing gods and demons to retreat. Marquis Changri, Chang Kuan. The cultivators nearby who were chasing Qin Feng exclaimed in shock, stunned by the scene before them. Chang Kuan was the head of the Imperial Guard of the Royal City, the personal protector of the Great Xia Emperor, with formidable cultivation that defied description. Now, the entire Imperial Guard of the Royal City had been mobilized, led personally by Chang Kuan himself, all just to deal with an 8-year-old Qin Feng with a mere third-level transcendent cultivation. A cow in a steamer, truly, steaming, awesome. Whoa, such a grand spectacle. Qin Feng's heart tightened, realizing that today's situation would not end peacefully. He was ready at any moment to unleash the power of the max-level red-haired old monster. Boom! Another deafening roar echoed across the sky, as if the heavens and earth were trembling in response. A group of people descended. As if riding on clouds and mist, their terrifying aura sweeping in like a storm, directly targeting the Imperial City Division. Qin Feng is a member of the Qin family. There's no need to trouble the royal family to take action. As the local powerhouse in the eastern region, the Qin family was the first to learn of the Imperial City Division's arrival and was well aware of their intentions. The 10th ancestor personally led the 13 guardians to rush over, vowing to protect Qin Feng. If the situation turned unfavorable, they would ensure Qin Feng's safe return to the Qin family. Chang Kuan, however, showed no fear and said coldly, His Majesty doesn't wish to act personally, but Qin Feng has committed treason, harming his own brothers. Fearing that your Qin family might hesitate, His Majesty sent me to take action. Who says the Qin family would hesitate? The 10th Patriarch's gaze was sharp, his anger surging as he said, Today, I will take him back to enforce the Qin family's laws. Enforce family laws? Chang Kuan sneered, if your Qin family truly had such intentions, Qin Feng would have long met a tragic end. It seems you're either raising a venomous scheme or hiding some unspeakable secret. Say whatever you want. The 10th Patriarch stopped wasting words and suddenly reached out to grab Qin Feng. Don't you dare! Chang Kuan's gaze turned sharp, and a battle halberd appeared in his hand as he drove the beast beneath him to dive down like an arrow. Boom! The two sides collided heavily, unleashing a powerful energy storm that swept outward. The ground began to shake violently, with jagged cracks spreading continuously. Run! The nearby crowd scattered in terror, as if gods were battling and mortals were caught in the crossfire. This Marquis knew long ago that your Qin family wouldn't surrender obediently. Fortunately, I came prepared. Chang Kuan's lips curled into a cold smile as he pulled out a signal arrow and shot it into the sky without hesitation. Dong Ta! The signal arrow exploded in the sky, forming a massive Kuan character. Boom! A terrifying oppressive force surged continuously, and the banners representing various major powers appeared one after another. Eastern Bureau, Western Bureau, Jinyui. Even the great noble families came flooding in like a tide, with their numbers exceeding 100,000. What? The expression of the 10 ancestors changed drastically. They hadn't expected so many people to arrive. This was a battle of life and death. If Qin Feng didn't die, the war was bound to break out today. Qin Feng, today I will kill you, no one can stop me. Chang Kuan, exuding an overwhelming aura, held his war halberd and declared Qin Feng's death sentence to the entire ancient wilderness. My heavens! The surrounding crowd trembled in fear, utterly shocked and unable to believe what they were witnessing. To kill just one Qin Feng, the great Xia Emperor had mobilized such an immense force, showing how deeply he feared the eldest son of the Qin family, a man with the potential to become a supreme emperor. What a grand display! The clouds in the sky churned once more, and a cold laugh echoed from afar, growing closer. On the distant horizon, a dense mass of over 100,000 people advanced, relentlessly, each step causing the ground to tremble. Leading them was a black flag bearing the character Qin, exuding an oppressive and chilling aura of death. At the same time, 5 more figures appeared beside the 10 ancestors of the Qin family, namely the 5th ancestor, 6th ancestor, 7th ancestor, 8th ancestor, and 9th ancestor. This scene Lin San was utterly stunned by the sight before him. He thought the commotion he caused was already big enough, but compared to the uproar Qin Feng stirred up, it was nothing more than child's play. For a moment, both sides were on edge, ready to clash at any time. Chang Kuan sneered, "It seems the Qin family is determined to protect Qin Feng at all costs. Qin Feng violated the clan rules and must naturally be brought back to the clan for punishment." The fifth elder, the highest-ranking figure present, responded indifferently, completely disregarding Chang Kuan's imperial city division, let alone the Eastern Factory, Western Factory, or Embroidered Uniform Guard. Those were merely intimidating institutions established by the great Xiao royal family, insignificant in the eyes of the aristocratic families. Such a beast who harms his own clan, what is there to judge? Just kill him directly. A noble family was the first to speak. They were unaware of the Qin family's plans and intentions, nor did they want to delve into them. All they knew was that this was the best opportunity to kill Qin Feng, and it would be difficult if they missed it. However, to act directly themselves was clearly something they dared not do. The title of the first family was not earned lightly. They could only incite the royal family to take the lead while they followed, waving flags and shouting. Harming his own clan. Zi Yuan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her heart filled with doubt. During the days she spent with Qin Feng, she heard some rumors about him digging out his younger brother's supreme bone, but she preferred to trust her own eyes. In her view, Qin Feng, when faced with a plea for help from an unfamiliar great demon sister, unhesitatingly offered 15 blood bodhi to assist her. At the brink of life and death, he gave her the chance to survive, and when the great demon sister entrusted her child to his care, he did not utter a single complaint but instead carefully looked after Xiao Bai. One incident after another, every single one proved that Qin Feng was a pure and kind-hearted person. She firmly believed that Qin Feng must have been falsely accused and could not be allowed to fall into the hands of the great Xiao royal family and the Qin clan. She had to find a way to save him. There's no need for you to worry about this. The fifth ancestor displayed exceptional dominance, preparing to forcibly take Qin Feng away. Today, if Qin Feng does not die, there will surely be a battle between us. Chang Kuan's eyes flickered, terrifying energy surged around him, causing the surrounding void to tremble, and the war halberd in his hand erupted with a dazzling cold light. Fight, fight, fight. The thousands of Royal City Division members behind Chang Kuan shouted in unison, generating a terrifying killing intent that swept across the scene, making people feel as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. Experts from the Eastern Bureau, Western Bureau, and the Embroidered Uniform Guard also entered combat mode, ready to charge at a single command. The experts from the major noble families exchanged glances, and all saw the words "sit back and watch" in each other's eyes. Let the royal faction take the lead. If they could kill Qin Feng, everyone would rejoice. If not, then it would be their turn to act, followed by a feast at the royal banquet. We have no choice but to fight. The elders of the Qin family sharpened their gazes, fully prepared for an all-out battle. Originally, they planned to follow Qin Feng's strategy, temporarily hiding the two prodigies of the family and waiting until they had absolute strength to reveal themselves. But who could have predicted that plans would not keep up with changes? The Emperor of Great Xia turned out to be so wary of the Qin family that, in order to eliminate the potential threat of Qin Feng, he dispatched so many experts at once, forcing them to engage in battle. No way, no way. Watching both sides prepare for battle, Qin Feng couldn't be more frustrated. He had been a good boy for 8 years and had finally left home to enjoy his freedom. If a battle broke out now, wouldn't he have to obediently return home and be a good boy for another 10 years? Then let's fight. Chang Kuan drove the beast under his seat, diving toward Qin Feng. Kill, kill, kill. The deafening sounds of slaughter from both armies echoed through the heavens and earth, as one after another charged forward with a violent aura. Lin San and the others in the middle trembled with fear, cursing inwardly. Qin Feng was indeed a troublemaker, but they were innocent. I dare any of you to harm Qin Feng. Zi Yuan stood resolutely in front of Qin Feng, tightly clutching a purple jade token in her hand, exuding an aura that seemed capable of intimidating everything. Life token. Both sides immediately gasped in shock, halting their attacks as the tension in the air instantly froze. The life token is a supreme treasure bestowed by a powerful figure to their juniors, akin to an emperor granting a golden token to his subordinates, symbolizing unparalleled authority. The difference lies in the fact that while the golden token relies solely on imperial power for deterrence, the life token, once shattered, can be sensed by any powerful figure, who can tear through the void at any moment to descend upon the location. I admit there was an element of gambling in my plan, but I didn't expect to win the bet. Qin Feng secretly cheered in his heart. Feeling assured about his future prospects of living off others, as a faint smile involuntarily curved at the corner of his mouth. It's just a life token. Chang Kuan retorted stubbornly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes, completely disregarding Ziyuan's threat. He knew that life tokens could only be crafted by powerful figures, but that didn't mean the Great Xia lacked experts. The Great Xia had the current emperor, the retired supreme emperor in seclusion, and the first and second ancestors of the Qin family, all of whom were outstanding figures of this caliber. Is that so? Ziyuan sneered coldly, her anger uncontainable, and directly threw the life token to the ground. With a loud crack, the life token shattered, and an invisible pressure instantly filled the air. Damn it! Chang Kuan cursed on the spot, shocked by the opponent's unexpected move. Even if we are enemies, shouldn't we sit down and talk? Why resort to smashing cups as a signal at the slightest disagreement? Roar! A deep growl suddenly erupted, and a colossal claw emerged from the void, shrouding the sky and sun. Thunder raged, ancient patterns surfaced upon it, intertwining into the trajectory of the rules of heaven and earth, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance, as if tearing through the fabric of ancient time and space. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the heavens and earth, and the overwhelming, majestic power was enough to plunge the vast world into complete ruin, crushing all existence. When the true form of the giant claw appeared, everyone present forgot to breathe. A turtle. No, it was a massive divine beast, the Xuanwu, enveloping the entire world. On Xuanwu's head stood a stunningly beautiful fairy, her red dress fluttering, her gaze dreamy, her lips slightly parted. Every movement seemed to exude infinite charm, stirring the hearts of all who beheld her. What kind of monster is this? Lin San and the others looked terrified, yet they couldn't tear their eyes away. Yin Moon Dynasty, Moon Goddess. Chang Kuan and the others' pupils suddenly contracted. They hadn't expected the visitor to be her. The Moon Goddess, one of the top 5 peerless masters of the Yin Moon Dynasty, carried the ancestral divine beast Xuanwu on her back. Even the emperor of the Yin Moon Dynasty had to treat her with utmost respect. Moreover, she was one of the 4 great beauties of the ancient era, pursued by countless admirers, each a top-tier expert. This is the pinnacle of ancient combat power. Lin San was overwhelmed by the powerful aura of the Moon Goddess, secretly breaking into a cold sweat as he realized the vast gap between himself and the strong. With her strength alone, the Moon Goddess had suppressed hundreds of thousands of troops, rendering them as helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter. Even the masters of the Qin family, those at the level of ancestral figures, appeared utterly insignificant. The few elders of the Qin family exchanged glances, their hearts filled with shock, wondering where Qin Feng had found this little girlfriend who could summon the Moon Goddess of the Yin Moon Dynasty. However, this was a perfect opportunity for them. They could use this chance to send Qin Feng to study in the Yin Moon Dynasty and broaden his horizons. Well, what a lively scene. The Moon Goddess gazed at the hundreds of thousands of troops below, slightly parting her red lips. Her soft, breathy voice was like a gentle breeze, instantly stunning all the men present. They secretly marveled at her allure, thinking that she truly lived up to the legend of being one of the 4 ancient beauties, capable of stirring hearts with just a single breath. Moon Goddess, this is the territory of my great Xia. It's not your place to act recklessly. Chang Kuan's voice boomed like thunder, instantly awakening all the men present, who couldn't help but cry out in their hearts, I can't take it anymore. As expected of one of the 4 great beauties of the ancient era, just a single gasp from her nearly left them utterly spellbound. Oh, I'm so scared. The Moon Goddess feigned weakness, lightly flicking her delicate jade-like hand. Chang Kuan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily to the ground, his breath faint and as if he could die at any moment. Everyone present was dumbfounded, deeply shocked by the Moon Goddess's methods. Even the leader of the Great Xia's Imperial City Division couldn't withstand her effortless strike. Lord! The members of the Imperial City Division quickly rushed forward to begin resuscitating Chang Kuan. There's no saving him. The patriarchs of the major families couldn't help but whisper among themselves, already planning to attend the banquet at the Imperial City Division later. Ziyuan, where are you going? The Moon Goddess glanced over and noticed Ziyuan was pulling Qin Feng, attempting to sneak away. With a gentle gesture, the two were immediately suspended in mid-air. It's over. Ziyuan's heart tightened, like a child caught doing something wrong. She couldn't help but fidget with the hem of her clothes and called out, Auntie. What do you mean big ant? This is clearly ant. Qin Feng couldn't help but scrutinize Moon Goddess, secretly sighing to himself, I really don't want to work hard anymore. I must cast a long line to catch a big ant. You still know I'm your big ant. Moon Goddess angrily tapped Ziyuan's little head, you left home without saying a word, and to make sure I couldn't find you, you ran all the way to the Great Xia dynasty. If something happened to you, how would I explain it to my sister and brother-in-law? Aunt, I was wrong, please stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Ziyuan quickly begged for mercy and hurriedly pulled Qin Feng over to divert attention. I gained a lot this time. His name is Qin Feng. Not only has he comprehended sword intent, but he has also mastered the invincible sword heart. Qin Feng. The moon goddess's hand paused mid-air, her gaze shifting to Qin Feng, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. The Yin Moon dynasty had long heard of this peerless prodigy from the Qin family, who possessed the potential of an emperor. Recently, they even learned about Qin Feng digging out his younger brother's supreme bone, issuing a kill order against him. Originally, they thought this boy was ruined, but unexpectedly, he had comprehended the even more terrifying invincible sword heart. Qin Feng said earnestly, Sister Moon Goddess, do you believe in love at first sight? At such a young age, you actually understand love at first sight. The Moon Goddess couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. I think you're clearly just being driven by lust. How did you know? Qin Feng nodded earnestly. That's right, I was indeed captivated by your beauty. I've decided to grow up and marry you as my wife. Ambitious. Several elders of the Qin family shouted inwardly, wishing they could immediately bring the Moon Goddess into the Qin family. Ideally, they would include the ancestral divine beast Xuanwu as part of the dowry, and if that wasn't possible, they could consider delivering him as a son-in-law. Giggle. The Moon Goddess could no longer hold back, laughing gracefully. As one of the four great beauties of the ancient era, she had countless admirers, but it was the first time she had been publicly confessed to by an 8-year-old kid. The Moon Goddess laughed. All the men present were instantly captivated, feeling as though their lives now held no regrets. Humph. Ziyuan puffed out her cheeks, seething with anger, wishing she could kick Qin Feng off with one swift motion. She had been worried sick about this annoying little brother, even using up a precious life token, only to find out he had set his sights on her elder aunt. The Moon Goddess chuckled and asked, Little brother, I see you're young, but your confidence is quite remarkable. Qin Feng nodded solemnly. A man's confidence doesn't come from his height, but from the shamelessness deep within his heart and whether he has mastered the art of the descending staff technique. What a little rascal, but I like it. The Moon Goddess's lips curved into a meaningful smile, growing increasingly intrigued by this little fellow, Qin Feng. At that moment, the ancient voice of the Qin family ancestor echoed from the horizon. Moon Goddess, your esteemed presence graces us, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly. However, Qin Feng has harmed his fellow clansmen. I hope the Moon Goddess can give my Qin family some face and hand him over. What do you say? What if I say no? The Moon Goddess's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, clearly showing no intention of letting him go. Putting aside Qin Feng's character of harming his own brothers, his talent alone is enough for any faction to open its doors to him, even the Yin Moon dynasty is no exception. Then don't blame me for failing to fulfill the duties of a host. The ancestor appeared on the scene in a flash, without any flashy special effects like other big shots. He looked just like an ordinary old man nearing the end of his days, yet no one dared to underestimate him. The ancestor of the Qin family was one of the founders of the Great Xia dynasty and also its strongest warrior. If the Qin family hadn't lacked sufficient foundation back then, the royal family of Great Xia would undoubtedly have belonged to the Qin family. I was just thinking of experiencing the prowess of Great Xia's strongest. The moon god's beautiful eyes sparkled like lightning, and the hem of her garment began to flutter without wind. A woo roar. The deep roar of the divine beast Xuanwu suddenly echoed. A terrifying pressure swept across the heavens and earth, pressing down on the tens of thousands of people below, leaving their faces pale and feeling as if their lives could end at any moment. At that moment, a tender voice rang out, "Ancestor, wait a moment." Everyone at the scene turned their heads curiously, only to see a pale-faced little boy accompanied by Qin Tian arriving at the battlefield. He was the other main character in the Qin family's tragic incident this time, Qin Hao. "Ancestor, I want to fight this battle myself." Although Qin Hao was young, his gaze was sharp as a blade. Looking up at his lofty brother, he believed that even without the supreme bone, he could defeat him. "Are you sure?" The ancestor's voice was very calm, but inwardly, he was as delighted as a 200-pound man. Not only did he successfully send Qin Feng abroad for studies, but he also managed to ignite Qin Hao's fighting spirit, avoiding a war and laying a solid foundation for future plans to seize the throne. "I am certain." Qin Hao nodded his little head firmly and said, "I want to show my brother what true power is." Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the destined showdown. The task level will be determined based on the psychological shadow left on the younger brother, with the highest reward being a mythic epic prize. System, I find you quite cheeky. Qin Feng originally intended to refuse, but the offer was simply too tempting. The strongest power? Qin Feng instantly got into character, unleashing the wild laughter of the four Uchiha legends. The strongest power is the power I possess. At the peak of immortality, reigning over the world, where there is me, Qin Feng, there is heaven. The maniacal laughter echoed across the heavens and earth. Qin Feng dropped the act and revealed his true self. The sword intent startled everyone. The divine tribulation light caused their expressions to change drastically. The invincible sword heart elicited exclamations from the crowd, and when people saw Qin Feng's eyes, they went completely mad. Double pupils, it's the ancient double pupils. Everyone's eyes widened like copper bells, and their hearts couldn't calm down for a long time. Damn! This is simply unbearable. Born with the potential of a great emperor, broke through to the transcendent realm at the age of 8, comprehended sword intent, condensed a sword heart, and suppressed the talents of contemporary prodigies. Yet, this still isn't the full extent of his power. The supreme bone combined with the ancient double pupils, just thinking about it feels terrifying beyond belief. My god, what kind of monster is this? The moon god was utterly astonished, inwardly vowing to use any means necessary to bring this little brat back to the Yin Moon dynasty. The Qin family's ancestors were all dumbfounded, seriously doubting whether they were still dreaming. 8 years. Qin Feng had been in the Qin family for a full 8 years. They actually had no idea that Qin Feng possessed a special constitution and was a rare ancient double pupil bearer, unseen for 10,000 years. Thinking of this, the Qin family ancestor all turned to look at Qin Tian in unison, seeing his equally shocked expression. In their hearts, they immediately planned to hang him on the crooked neck tree for severe punishment. Damn it! They, as ancestors, might be excused for not knowing, but he, as the father, actually doesn't know either. This is outright negligence. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Below, Lin San shook his head in disbelief, utterly unable to accept that Qin Feng still had a trump card. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for striking the chosen one's confidence, causing self-doubt, and earning 100,000 villain points. Interesting. Qin Feng glanced at Lin San below, unexpectedly gaining an additional reward. How could this be? Below, Qin Hao's body began to tremble, feeling the psychological shadow cast by his brother. Like a giant pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe, he felt so insignificant in the hands of the other, completely at his mercy. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for showcasing strength, increasing the younger brother's psychological shadow, triggering task progress to reach 90%. Only 10% away from completing the task. Only 10%. The mythological epic level prize is on par with the red-haired monster experience voucher. How could Qin Feng give up so easily? He activated the spiritual power within his body, and golden runes immediately surged around him. Only by cultivating a divine-level technique and reaching the state of perfection can one condense these golden runes. Divine-level perfection technique. The entire crowd widened their eyes once again, feeling as if they were about to go crazy. It had long been rumored that the eldest son of the Qin family began comprehending an innate technique while still in the womb, but no one expected it to be the strongest divine-level technique. They fought to the death for a heaven-tier cultivation technique, yet someone else comprehended a divine-level companion technique while still in the womb. What they could never reach in their entire lives was merely someone else's starting point. How could the gap between people be so vast? Qin Hao was shocked once again, his body trembling even more violently. Although he also comprehended an innate cultivation technique in the womb, its current level is only at the saint level and requires further development to advance to the divine level. In contrast, his older brother came equipped with a divine-level technique right from the start, creating an immense gap between them. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for achieving 95% task completion. Damn, you're not leaving me with any trump cards at all. Qin Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly, completely letting go as he unleashed another golden sword seal. Only by mastering a divine-level consummate sword technique can one condense a golden sword seal, signifying that his heaven-slaying sword technique is also divine-level. The entire audience fell silent, everyone at a loss for words. Damn it! Is this really an 8-year-old child? Others beg for a single divine-level technique and can't obtain it, yet he has created 2 divine-level techniques on his own. Coupled with various buffs, not to mention dominating the current era, he could easily suppress all of eternity without any issue. My foolish Otuto, have you felt despair? Qin Feng's lips curled into a wicked smile, almost unable to resist letting out a sinister laugh. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for planting an indelible psychological shadow in the younger brother's heart. Task progress has reached 100%. A mythical epic treasure chest reward is available, but you must win the destined showdown to claim it. How could this be? Xin Hao looked at Qin Feng with a face full of terror, unconsciously taking a few steps back. Too powerful. So powerful that it leaves no room for resistance and no hope for victory. A loud snap. Qin Tian reached out and patted Qin Hao's shoulder without saying a word, offering only a smile that conveyed, "I believe you can do it." "I can do it, I can. I will definitely defeat you." Qin Hao, after feeling the overwhelming love of a father, blushed deeply and loudly declared his resolve to the world. Though his voice was faint, it carried an unshakable determination. A flame ignited in his heart, as if he were announcing his resolve and courage to everyone. However, everyone present shook their heads, showing no confidence in Qin Hao. After all, his supreme bone had been taken away, and, even if it hadn't, the hope of defeating a monster like Qin Feng was still incredibly slim. Yet, the ancestors of the Qin family were pleased, as they had finally awakened the child's fighting spirit, proving their efforts were not in vain. Especially Qin Feng's performance, which was nothing short of classic, so much so that even those unaware of the truth would think he was a heinous villain. Qin Feng. Zi Yuan looked at Qin Feng in disbelief, a strange and unfamiliar feeling rising in her heart. The Qin Feng she knew was talented but pure and kind. Yet now, this Qin Feng would stop at nothing for power, even harming his own younger brother. This stirred a strong curiosity within her, compelling her to uncover his true nature. Boom! Another terrifying pressure descended, tearing the void apart. From within emerged two elderly men clad in dragon robes, the current emperor and the retired emperor of the great Xia dynasty. "Those two old immortals have come too." Yushin raised her eyebrows, silently thinking that trouble had arrived. If it were only the Qin family's ancestors, she could easily take Qin Feng away, but now, with the addition of the royal family's two emperors, even with her divine beast Xuanwu, escape seemed impossible. "Old Qin, is this junior of your Qin family planning to betray Great Xia?" The Supreme Emperor directly threw out a heavy accusation, instantly making the atmosphere at the scene incredibly tense. The Qin family ancestor responded indifferently. "Qin Feng harmed his own kin first, he is no longer part of the Qin family. Whatever he intends to do has nothing to do with us." "Good, that's exactly what I wanted to hear." The Supreme Emperor wasted no time, raising his fist and striking out like lightning. The sound of his punches roared like mountains and rivers in a tsunami, one after another, piercing through the void and pressing down from the sky, as if intending to shatter the space. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and the surrounding void seemed to collapse, with ripples of space rapidly spreading out. "I'll join in too." The Emperor of Great Xia also entered the fray, determined to leave no chance for Qin Feng to escape. At this moment, the entire scene swept in like a storm, with the tension reaching its peak. "You two old geezers, just you wait." The moon goddess gritted her teeth in anger, secretly lamenting her predicament, and had no choice but to opt for a strategic retreat. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, the instigator of all this, seized the opportunity to cling to the moon goddess's long leg, pleading desperately, "Moon goddess sister, save me." This sudden action left everyone stunned, and the scene instantly fell into an eerie silence. In this perilous moment, who will have the last laugh? Truly something to look forward to. This guy. Zi Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes, furiously complaining in her heart. This person was just shouting about the pinnacle of immortality and dominating the world, but now he's panicking like a child, calling her auntie to save him. Truly, there's not a shred of dignity left. Boom! Another deafening roar erupted. The Grand Emperor Emeritus and the current Emperor of Xia were enveloped in endless radiance, resembling ancient deities, as they launched a fierce attack on the moon goddess. Roar! The deep roar of the divine beast Xuanwu echoed as it carried the moon goddess and others, tearing through the void and swiftly departing. Thunder roared across the heavens and earth, clearing the way for it. Its divine majesty was unparalleled, as if it sought to dominate all living beings, causing the entire world to tremble in awe. "Everyone, act now." The Grand Emperor and the current Emperor of Daxia were anxious. If Qin Feng escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Daxia dynasty was already on a downward trajectory, and if Qin Feng returned to the Qin family, it would threaten their throne and make the Yin Moon dynasty even more perilous. Therefore, under no circumstances could they allow Qin Feng to see the light of day tomorrow. The major families have been slow to act, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Qin Feng is a ruthless character who could even turn against his own brother. If they can permanently deal with him today, it would be fine, but if he escapes, the trouble will be theirs in the future. Moreover, the change of dynasty has little to do with these families, they can continue to enjoy their privileges under a new ruler just the same. With this in mind, the major families joined the battle, their moves fierce. However, upon seeing their damage was only 0.5, it was clear they had mastered the art of slacking off, fulfilling the royal command while still leaving Qin Feng a favor. These old foxes. The Qin family's elders saw through it but chose not to expose them, understanding well that as heads of their own families, they themselves had often engaged in such slacking off in the past. What do these old guys mean? The moon goddess glanced at the few ancestors of the Qin family and, seeing that they had no intention of making a move, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Facing 3 old guys was a bit daunting for her, but dealing with 2 made escaping much easier. Damn it! Although the 2 emperors tried their best to block her, they still seemed powerless against the moon goddess. Especially with Xuanwu's defense being incredibly strong, no matter how much they bombarded it, it remained unscathed. As for those slacking teammates, it would be a miracle if they could actually stop her. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as Xuanwu tore through the void and disappeared gracefully from their sight. Let's go! The Emperor of Daxia left in a hurry with the Imperial City Division, the Eastern Factory, the Western Factory, and others, his face dark and grim. Although he wanted to immediately order a war against the Qin family, he knew the chances of it actually happening were slim. Not to mention the lack of justification. Even if he fabricated charges, those aristocratic families might not be willing to contribute. In the past, he could use the excuse that the Qin family had produced 2 prodigies, but now the second son of the Qin family has been crippled, and the eldest is developing abroad. The matter of dividing interests no longer exists, and it would be strange if anyone were willing to risk their lives for him. Let's leave as well. The ancestor reluctantly turned back to glance in the direction Qin Feng had departed, understanding in his heart that from now on, the path in the Yin Moon dynasty would have to be walked by Qin Feng alone. Even if they wanted to help, they were powerless to do so. Brother, I will definitely defeat you. Qin Hao's expression was serious, and he was already prepared to train desperately. Brother Qin, I will never lose to you. Lin San's eyes gleamed with unprecedented determination, silently vowing in his heart to surpass this extraordinary man the next time they meet. Yin Moon Dynasty. In the Moon God Palace, the Moon God returned riding the black tortoise, tearing through the void, accompanied by Qin Feng and Zi Yuan. Welcome, Moon God and Goddess. The entire Moon God Palace was filled with women, bowing deeply to the Moon God and Zi Yuan. Divine Maiden. Qin Feng couldn't help but turn to look at Zi Yuan, only to see her proudly lift her little head, as if saying, "That's right, I am the Divine Maiden of the Moon God Palace, the next Moon God." It's over, the Moon God Palace will now fall into decline. Qin Feng recalled the scene of Zi Yuan fighting. It was almost like an exhilarating punch against a thug. He couldn't imagine what the Moon God Palace would become in her hands. What did you say? Zi Yuan stomped her feet in anger, secretly vowing to teach this little brat a lesson today. The 2 immediately started chasing and playing around in the Moon God Palace. The female disciples in the Moon God Palace were astonished. The Moon God had actually brought back a little boy. Since the establishment of the Moon God Palace, men had been strictly forbidden to enter, let alone a little boy personally brought back by the Moon God. This left them both shocked and curious. Stop it! The Moon Goddess stopped the 2 little ones from their scuffle, revealing an exquisite smile as she said, "Qin Feng, how about you join my Moon Goddess Palace from now on?" Qin Feng nodded repeatedly. "According to the rules of the martial world, you saved me, so I should indeed marry you." This guy. Zi Yuan gritted her teeth in anger, not expecting this little rascal to actually set his sights on her aunt. Cluck, cluck. The Moon Goddess laughed heartily. "You really are an amusing little fellow. I now officially appoint you as the divine son of the Moon God Palace. Lady Moon Goddess." Everyone in the Moon God Palace immediately spoke up, reminding her of the palace rules, which prohibited accepting male disciples. "I know what I'm doing." The Moon Goddess's eyes sparkled as she stared directly at Qin Feng. Anyone who had witnessed Qin Feng's monstrous talent would break the rules for him, and even their Moon God Palace was no exception. "What do you want to do?" Qin Feng felt a chill in his heart under the gaze of the Moon Goddess, suspecting that she might be deceiving him into joining the Moon God Palace, only to deal with him swiftly. The Great Xia Imperial Palace. After returning, the Emperor of Great Xia was burning with rage, furious and livid. Since the reform of the Yin Moon dynasty a century ago, its rapid development has turned it into a major threat to the Great Xia dynasty. Now, an unprecedented prodigy, Qin Feng, has emerged, and just the thought of it makes his scalp tingle and keeps him awake at night. The ministers below also began a heated discussion. This time, the Moon Goddess managed to escape with Qin Feng. The Qin family bears the primary responsibility. The Qin family is relying on old ties of gratitude and still hopes that Qin Feng will return to the family in the future. The Qin family is nothing but trouble, they must not be spared. Easy to say, but the Qin family is not so easy to eliminate. This old servant risks his life to petition, hoping His Majesty will widely recruit scholars from humble backgrounds, nurture outstanding talents from common families, and strengthen our great Xia. Recruiting scholars from humble backgrounds sounds simple, but this undermines the foundation of the noble families. How could they possibly accept it? The harm caused by noble families has penetrated to the bone, we must scrape the bone to heal the wound, only then does Daxia have hope. Your Majesty, the common people of the realm have suffered under the noble families for far too long. The Emperor of Daxia looked at the loyal ministers devoted to the nation, understanding in his heart that everything they said was true. How could aristocratic families be so easy to deal with? The reason they follow you is because you can bring them benefits. If you make them lose their benefits, they will undoubtedly overthrow you without hesitation and support a new regime. At that moment, a young eunuch hurriedly reported, Your Majesty, Princess Nanfeng sent word that she recently met an interesting young man who possesses a method to counter the aristocratic families. Moon God Palace. Ever since Qin Feng officially joined, all the young ladies have gone wild. Man! Their Moon Goddess Palace finally has a man. Why do I feel like they're more excited than I am? Qin Feng felt like he had accidentally wandered into a spider's lair, checking the door lock repeatedly every night before sleeping, afraid of being surrounded. Teeth. Xiaobai leapt onto Qin Feng's shoulder, rubbing its head against him like a little cat. The meaning was very clear, it was time to eat. Even a landlord's family can't afford to feed you like this. Qin Feng helplessly took out a small pouch, which contained only one blood body. Once he finished it, he would have to spend his own money to buy more, or venture into the wild forests to find them. The problem was, the wild forests were the territory of demonic beasts. Trying to obtain heavenly treasures there would mean facing powerful beasts, which was no easy task. At that moment, the system suddenly spoke, the host can purchase spiritual pet feed through the system. Spiritual pet carrot, exclusive feed for rabbit-type spiritual pets, long-term use can enhance various attributes. Exchange price, 10 villain points. One costs 10 points. Qin Feng inwardly exclaimed that this was a rip-off, practically daylight robbery. With his appetite like a bottomless pit, he needed at least 4 or 5 a day, which meant 40 or 50 points daily, 4 to 500 points in 10 days, and 1 to 2,000 points a year. He hadn't even treated his own parents this well. It's not like before anymore. Until I encounter the next victim, the chosen one, villain points must be used sparingly. Qin Feng opened the system and discovered that he still had 692,500 villain points. Since he hadn't reached 1 million, he couldn't exchange for the perfect card to enhance several other divine-level martial techniques. However, spending 30,000 points each month to activate the 100-fold comprehension aura was still feasible, enough to last him 1 or 2 years. Hopefully, I'll encounter the chosen one within these 2 years. Qin Feng snatched the last blood body from Xiaobai's mouth and tossed it a carrot he had exchanged from the system for 10 villain points. Rabbit, don't want to eat this. Xiaobai was so angry that he spoke human words on the spot. This carrot is edible, but compared to the blood body, it's far inferior. It's like comparing dog food to spare ribs, how could they be on the same level? Kids being picky eaters is never good, it's mostly a bad habit spoiled into them. Qin Feng took out the Changkong divine sword and placed it against Xiaobai's neck. The little guy, terrified, started munching away quickly, not even sparing the carrot leaves. Not bad. Qin Feng, satisfied, put away the Changkong divine sword and suddenly swallowed the last blood body in one gulp. Boom! Qin Feng's body suddenly trembled, and he quickly sat cross-legged on the bed, entering a state of cultivation. The energy transformed from the blood body surged like a river breaking its banks, rapidly merging into his flesh and blood. Yeah! Little Bai let out a pitiful cry and waved its hand to take out the sage bamboo scroll. This was an independent portable space it was born with. Holding the sage bamboo scroll, it quietly slept beside Qin Feng. The city of heavenly heart. Lin San finally returned safely after enduring numerous hardships, and he brought back news of Qin Feng's complete form. Sword intent, sword heart, supreme bone, ancient double pupils, and self-created divine-level techniques and swordsmanship. City Lord Lin Hao stomped his feet and beat his chest upon hearing this, filled with endless regret. If he had chosen Qin Feng as his son-in-law back then, now that Qin Feng had been forced into a corner by the Qin family, wouldn't he have directly fallen into Qin Feng's arms? Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. Qin Feng has already been taken back to the Yin Moon dynasty by the Moon Goddess. As for Qin Hao, the son-in-law he had originally favored, his supreme bone was dug out, leaving him a cripple. It's said that Qin Tian was also stripped of his position as family head, and the whole family is now living in utter misery. I married off my daughter for benefits, now how am I supposed to marry her off? Lin Hao felt extremely troubled, wanting to break off the engagement but not daring to. After all, the Qin family is the #1 ancient family. Breaking off the engagement would be equivalent to slapping the Qin family in the face. For great families, reputation is more important than life, and it could even lead to direct conflict. But to have his daughter marry a good-for-nothing, he was equally unwilling. Time flies. 7 years have passed. During these 7 years, prodigies have emerged one after another, the level of competition has grown increasingly intense, and the talents displayed are terrifyingly powerful. The records set by Qin Feng, such as breaking through the transcendent realm at the age of 8 and comprehending sword intent, were subsequently surpassed by many prodigies. Since being appointed as the divine son of the Moon God Palace 7 years ago, Qin Feng has kept a low profile, rarely appearing in public, and news of his battles has been scarce. However, the abilities he displayed back then in the Great Xia dynasty, sword intent, sword heart, supreme bone, and ancient heavy pupils shocked the entire archaic era, earning him the title of the greatest prodigy of the era. Even though he has not appeared for 7 years, the title of the greatest prodigy of the archaic era remains unchallenged. At this moment, at the back mountain of the Moon God Palace, a magnificent waterfall cascaded down like a silver river. A young man with clear, sharp eyes, slanted sword-like eyebrows, and an exceptionally handsome appearance sat cross-legged beneath the waterfall, his upper body bare. A golden dragon was tattooed on his back as he trained. The powerful torrent struck his body like a storm, producing deep, resonant echoes. This young man was Qin Feng, only 15 years old, yet his cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the transcendent realm. It was not the allure of the Moon God Palace's beauties, as fierce as wolves and tigers, that had eroded his will, but rather his determination to solidify his foundation that kept him passionately devoted to his training. Yes, it was all to strengthen his foundation. Although his cultivation level had not seen significant improvement, his other abilities had been greatly developed. The tribulation light of the heavens had grown increasingly powerful, and his dual pupil ability, in addition to its basic functions of slowing down speed, breaking down movements, and seeing through the essence of things, had also comprehended the divine light of yin and yang energy. With these numerous lethal techniques, even slaying cultivators in the Tao entry realm had become effortless. The only regret was that in these 7 years, he had not encountered a single chosen one. Nearly 700,000 villain points had long been exhausted, and no matter how frugally he lived, he could no longer acquire more. Now, he could only scrape by interacting with the young ladies of the Moon God Palace to earn a meager amount of villain points. This made him miss Lin San even more, his longing surging like a tide, to the point where he was almost lovesick. For 7 years, I have been harmed by indulgence in wine and women, causing my cultivation to fall behind so much. Starting today, I will quit drinking. Qin Feng made a firm resolution, vowing to give up alcohol. Although he hadn't drunk much, he was convinced that alcohol was the culprit. Don't push, let me take a look. Not far away, a group of young ladies from the Moon God Palace were sneaking peeks. Upon seeing Qin Feng's abs, they screamed excitedly. The only man in the Moon God Palace, he's finally grown up. Buy tickets, with a ticket you can watch a man for 5 minutes. A childish voice rang out. Upon closer inspection, it was Xiao Bai, the adorable white rabbit Qin Feng had raised for 7 years. Ever since Qin Feng started feeding it carrots 7 years ago, it had learned to raise rabbits itself in order to get a taste of authentic heavenly treasures. At first, things didn't go smoothly, heavenly treasures weren't easy to come by. But under Qin Feng's careful guidance, it quickly discovered a business opportunity. Men were a rare commodity in the Moon God Palace. So, whenever Qin Feng trained under the waterfall, it began selling tickets, 1 spirit stone for 5 minutes, fair to all. Of course, Qin Feng didn't often showcase his physique under the waterfall, so Xiao Bai would periodically auction off Qin Feng's worn underwear to help cover household expenses. My rabbit, truly a frugal and resourceful little bunny. Xiao Bai happily counted the spirit stones he had earned, took out the original underwear he had stolen last night, and thought to himself, as long as I auction this off, I can go buy some rare treasures, and my strength will skyrocket instantly. Qin Feng's adolescent bitter tea seeds, starting price, 20 spirit stones. I bid 25 spirit stones. The young ladies of the Moon Goddess Palace are both earnest and passionate toward men. As soon as the original underwear appeared, it immediately caused the entire crowd to scream, and the atmosphere instantly heated up. Whoosh! A sharp sound of wind cutting through the air grew louder in the vast forest. Under the waterfall, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and a fierce aura erupted instantly. Invisible sword energy surged around him, as if a sword god had descended. Bang! The invisible sword energy instantly tore through the waterfall, colliding with the incoming energy with a thunderous impact. Water splashed everywhere, showcasing a breathtaking scene. A tall and a petite beauty appeared beside the waterfall moon goddess and Ziyuan. Unlike the youthful innocence of 7 years ago, Ziyuan had now shed her naivety, exuding charm and radiating allure. It is said that over the years, she followed the moon goddess in training, mastering a powerful technique that only women can cultivate, with astonishing strength. Not bad, your understanding of sword intent and sword heart is growing deeper and deeper. The moon goddess looked at Qin Feng with full approval in her eyes, thinking, breaking the palace rules back then to make him the divine son was indeed the right decision. The future of the moon goddess palace will surely be even more glorious because of him. If I'm not strong, how could I marry sister moon goddess? I do have that level of awareness. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow frivolously, taking the opportunity to show off his physique in front of the moon goddess, smiling with absolute confidence. Thud! Ziyuan angrily stepped forward and kicked Qin Feng into the waterfall, fuming, "You've been eyeing my aunt since you were little. I'm such a big beauty standing right here, and you don't even notice? Indeed, very big." Qin Feng surfaced from the water, carefully observing her. He couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Ziyuan had truly changed a lot over the years, she could practically be a model now. Pervert! Ziyuan's face turned red from being teased and immediately started playfully fighting with Qin Feng, creating an incredibly joyful atmosphere. "You two, stop messing around." The moon goddess was accustomed to Qin Feng's teasing and said indifferently, "Qin Feng, in a few days, the once-in-a-decade death elimination tournament of the Yin Moon Dynasty will take place. Are you interested in participating?" Death elimination tournament. Qin Feng frowned, his heart alert. He had heard of this elimination competition, which had become a key method for major forces to select talent ever since the reform of the Yin Moon Dynasty a century ago. It could be described as an upgraded version of the college entrance examination. The various forces of the Yin Moon Dynasty sent outstanding talents to take the test, and those who passed would receive focused training. With powerful teaching resources and abundant cultivation materials, it was simply unparalleled. The only difference was that, unlike the college entrance examination where failure meant you could try again, the deadly elimination competition lived up to its name, life and death intertwined, and countless people were forever left behind in the examination hall. Qin Feng did not care about life and death, he was more concerned about whether he could meet his beloved chosen one. At that moment, cheers from young ladies could be heard in the distance, seemingly celebrating someone buying underwear for 100 spirit stones, creating a lively atmosphere. Useless white. Qin Feng leapt lightly and landed gracefully behind Xiao Bai, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Little White bristled upon hearing the name and shouted furiously, "I, Rabbit, am called Qin Xiaobai, Qin Xiaobai, Qin Xiaobai. If anyone dares to call me Rabbit Rice Bucket again, I, Rabbit, will bite them to death." "Alright, Rice Bucket." Qin Feng nodded to show he understood, but he had no intention of changing how he addressed him. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, why had his underwear disappeared without being washed? Turns out it was taken by this rabbit and openly auctioned off. It's the moon god. A group of young ladies, like elementary school students who had just seen their teacher, were so frightened that they hurriedly fled the scene, causing chaos for a moment. "Xiaobai, you're too much." Ziyuan puffed up angrily on the side, strongly condemning Xiaobai's actions, as if she was about to teach it a lesson. "I didn't want it to be like this either, but I'm starving." Little White showed a pitiful expression, its eyes shimmering with an innocent light. No one knew how hard its life had been. Although there were no rare treasures before, at least carrots were supplied on time. But recently, even the carrots were gone, and it was on the verge of starving to death. Sigh. Qin Feng sighed helplessly, his heart filled with bitterness. It wasn't that he didn't want to feed the rabbit, but the lack of villain points made life exceptionally difficult. If he couldn't find another victim, no, a chosen one, soon, he was even considering switching careers to become a flower thief. Though it wouldn't earn much, it would at least help him scrape by. At that moment, a young lady came to report, "Divine Son, someone outside wishes to challenge you." Here we go again. Qin Feng felt utterly speechless, silently pondering in his heart, who will the challenger be this time, and what kind of surprise will they bring? Ever since he was hailed as the #1 prodigy of the ancient era, people had been flocking to the Moon God Palace to challenge him. However, none of these challengers were the chosen ones he longed for in his heart, leaving him completely uninterested. Lord Divine Son, this person is no ordinary individual, he is a disciple of the emperor from the Great Xia dynasty, the young lady continued, her expression tinged with a hint of nervousness. Disciple of the emperor. Qin Feng's brows furrowed, his heart shaken. This term was not unfamiliar to him. He recalled how, during the Tang dynasty, the imperial examination system and the methods of the emperor's disciples had decisively ended the rule of aristocratic families, strengthening the power of central authority. Could it be that the emperor of Daxia intends to use this opportunity to weaken the power of the noble families? Qin Feng pondered silently, quickly reviewing the relevant files as the truth gradually surfaced. 7 years ago, the emperor of Daxia suddenly announced his intention to take disciples. Any chosen prodigy could become a student of the Son of Heaven. The news caused a sensation throughout Daxia, as the honor of becoming the emperor's disciple attracted countless people. Even the major noble families could not resist the temptation. Thus, a grand selection competition for the Son of Heaven's disciples unfolded. As expected, the noble family's prodigies emerged victorious, but at the same time, a group of prodigies from humble backgrounds also stood out. The emperor of Daxia kept his promise, accepting the noble family's prodigies as disciples while also taking in the humble prodigies as provisional students of the Son of Heaven. This old man is indeed targeting the noble families. Qin Feng's heart trembled as he immediately saw through the emperor of Daxia's plan. The title of Son of Heaven's disciple may seem prestigious, but in reality, it is merely a tool for the emperor of Daxia. The humble prodigies, with no support, would have no choice but to rely on the emperor in the future, becoming his weapon against the noble families. Meanwhile, the noble family's prodigies, bound by the master-disciple relationship, would be considered traitors if they disobeyed. In name, the emperor of Daxia had already gained the upper hand. At the same time, Qin Feng's heart was filled with curiosity. Who exactly was advising the emperor of Daxia behind the scenes? Based on his 10 years of experience as a seasoned bookworm, he suspected that this person might very well be the chosen one he had been searching for in vain for 7 years. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the front hall, accompanied by the furious shouts of the emperor's disciple. Qin Feng, if you have the guts to be a traitor, then have the guts to come out. I know you're in there, stop hiding and staying silent. Outside the Moon God Palace, a group of white-clad young women stormed out of the palace gates, their faces filled with anger, surrounding a burly man completely. This man was none other than Zhu Tu, the imperial disciple who came to challenge Qin Feng. Seeing that Qin Feng had yet to appear, Zhu Tu brazenly smashed the gate of the Moon God Palace and even shouted insults at their divine child in the streets. He truly regarded himself as the ruler of the Great Xia dynasty, daring to act so recklessly in the Yin Moon dynasty. Presumptuous! The young ladies of the Moon God Palace wore icy expressions as their long swords were unsheathed in unison, pointing directly at Zhu Tu. What's wrong, Qin Feng? Are you afraid to come out and accept the challenge? Trying to bully with numbers? Zhu Tu still wore an arrogant expression, completely disregarding the opponent. As a member of the Great Xia dynasty's envoy, he had come under imperial orders to observe the Yin Moon dynasty's once-in-a-decade life-and-death elimination tournament. Killing him, a student of the emperor, would be tantamount to declaring war on the Great Xia dynasty. Is the Great Xia envoy so impressive? Today, I'll teach him a lesson. Ziyuan couldn't stand this attitude and rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. Wait a moment. Qin Feng raised his hand to stop Ziyuan, his brows slightly furrowed as he said, is it possible that he is just a pawn in someone else's game? A pawn? Ziyuan was startled and immediately understood. You mean someone is setting a trap for you? Not a trap for me, but a trap for the noble families of Daxia. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt this possibility was likely. The emperor of Great Xia created the Sons of Heaven system, which on the surface elevated the aristocratic prodigies, but in reality aimed to support the rise of prodigies from humble origins to replace the aristocratic rule. How to deal with these aristocratic prodigies became a dilemma for the emperor of Great Xia. Thus, they were formed into a delegation and sent to the Yin Moon dynasty to observe the life-and-death elimination matches. If any issues arose during the process, the blame would be directly placed on the Yin Moon dynasty. If it could incite a war between the aristocracy and the Yin Moon dynasty, the Great Xia royal family would conveniently reap the benefits as a third party. A trap set for the Great Xia aristocracy. Ziyuan looked puzzled, unable to understand what Qin Feng was talking about. Let's try and find out. Qin Feng leapt lightly, drifting out of the Moon God Palace, determined to force the mastermind behind the scenes to reveal themselves. Perhaps this person was the chosen one Qin Feng had been searching for. Qin Feng, it's Qin Feng. The outskirts of the Moon God Palace were packed with people, who immediately erupted in excited screams upon seeing Qin Feng appear. Ever since Qin Feng displayed his complete form 7 years ago, everyone had been longing to witness the elegance of this unparalleled prodigy of the ancient era. Today, he has come. He has arrived, walking with confident strides. Greetings, divine son. The young women in white respectfully bowed, their eyes filled with admiration. At this moment, Qin Feng had shed the innocence of childhood, inheriting his mother's stunning looks, making him a bona fide handsome man. Coupled with his unparalleled talent to dominate eternity, as the only man in the Moon God Palace, he had become the white knight in the hearts of all the female disciples. Qin Feng, you're finally out. Zhu Tu was so excited that he almost let out a pig-like squeal. A surge of robust energy erupted from his body, transforming him into a black-skinned wild boar with a sharp snout and tusks. With a wave of his hand, he pulled out a heavy pig slaughtering knife. Boom! The pig slaughtering knife slammed heavily onto the ground, instantly shattering the surrounding floor. Qin Feng looked utterly disdainful. I thought you were some kind of formidable expert, turns out you're just a trash at the 4th level of Spirit Martial. What's wrong with the 4th level of Spirit Martial? Zhu Tu retorted indignantly, I am a disciple of the Emperor's Gate. Even at the 4th level of Spirit Martial, I'm still stronger than someone at the 9th level. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, feeling that Zhu Tu's words made sense. However, compared to Qin Feng, his status as a disciple of the Son of Heaven seemed insignificant. 7 years ago, Qin Feng was already at the 3rd level of transcendence. It was hard to imagine what realm he had reached now. Dao entry? Or even a heavenly master above Dao entry? After talking for so long, what is your cultivation level? Zhu Tu asked nervously, already prepared to surrender if Qin Feng had broken through to the Dao realm. Transcendent 9th level. Qin Feng proudly announced, simultaneously displaying his strength. The scene instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at Qin Feng in disbelief, their hearts screaming wildly. Damn it! The so-called number 1 prodigy of the ancient era, the so-called suppressor of eternity, how could he only be at the 9th level of transcendence? It takes him more than a year on average to break through a minor level. What has he been doing all these years? Could it be that he's been lost in the allure of the Moon God Palace and unable to extricate himself? Zhu Tu was stunned on the spot, his face full of disbelief. He couldn't comprehend why Qin Feng dared to be so arrogant. Zhu Tu, at the 9th level of transcendence, actually looked down on Qin Feng, who was only at the 4th level of Spirit Martial. How do you want to fight? One-on-one, or a group brawl? Qin Feng smiled faintly, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Of course, it's a one-on-one duel. Zhu Tu was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp Qin Feng's meaning. Got it. Qin Feng made a gesture to the young ladies beside him, signaling that they could step forward to challenge Zhu Tu one-on-one. Poof! The onlookers were so shocked that they spat out a mouthful of blood, their minds filled with a massive what the heck. The scene before them completely shattered their perception of the number 1 prodigy of the archaic era. Whoosh! 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 The young ladies in white showed no mercy, their sharp swords shimmering with dark, water-like ripples as they launched a fierce attack on Zhu Tu. Zhu Tu, you're shameless. You promised a one-on-one fight, but it turned into a group attack. Zhu Tu shouted angrily. That's right, it's you alone against all of us. Qin Feng looked completely innocent, flashing a set of gleaming white teeth, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. The onlookers were utterly speechless, never expecting Qin Feng to be so brazen, even throwing away the idol image of the number 1 prodigy of the ancient era. With a loud bang, Zhu Tu was no match for those white-clad young ladies and was instantly knocked to the ground, looking utterly disheveled. I refuse to accept this. Zhu Tu shouted angrily, his face full of unwillingness. What does your acceptance or refusal have to do with me? Qin Feng rolled his eyes, feeling that Zhu Tu was not worth mentioning at all. Then, he took out a golden abacus from his chest, even larger than Xiao Bai, and began calculating the compensation Zhu Tu needed to pay for damaging the Moon God Palace, totaling 1 million top-grade spirit stones. 1 million? And top-grade spirit stones? All of this combined is barely worth 1 spirit stone. Zhu Tu was incredulous, a surge of anger welling up in his heart. That's right, I just want you to compensate me with 999,999 top-grade spirit stones. Qin Feng's face was full of sincerity, showing no intention of taking back his words. The entire venue instantly fell silent, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Damn! What an honest answer! The onlookers felt a wave of helplessness in their hearts, unsure how to respond. This is robbery. I don't have money. Zhu Tu protested angrily, appearing extremely stubborn. No money, no problem. Qin Feng grinned slyly. You can pay with your body. Pay with your body. The expressions of the surrounding crowd turned peculiar, and they began to wonder what kind of payment this could possibly be. Soon, Qin Feng stripped Zhu Tu completely naked, tied him to a carriage, and paraded him through the streets. Hanging on him was a sign detailing Zhu Tu's resume as a protege of the emperor and his identity as the future heir of the Zhu family, a prominent clan in the great Xia dynasty. Qin Feng, you humiliate me like this, the Zhu family won't let you off, and neither will his majesty. Zhu Tu had never suffered such humiliation before. He struggled desperately, wanting to fight Qin Feng to the death. But Qin Feng completely ignored his threats, beating drums and dragging the carriage around the streets, shouting everywhere. Don't miss it, don't pass it by. Authentic Daxiao robust men, not 998, not 888, only 98 spirit stones, and you can take one home for breeding once. People on the street gathered to watch, their eyes glowing as if they had seen a fascinating treasure. Wow, a student of the emperor, truly outstanding. A descendant of a noble family, truly remarkable. I have a friend who's always wanted a healthy child, but unfortunately, she hasn't been able to conceive. 98 is not expensive, worth getting. If it's a boy, he can be taken back to inherit the family property. With the Moon God Palace's divine child vouching for it, it's trustworthy. As time passed, more and more people gathered to watch Dai in this world where immortals and mortals coexist. Many people are unable to cultivate. They desperately hope to improve their family's genes to gain the favor of cultivators, especially by marrying off their beautiful daughters. Now, Qin Feng openly sets his price, attracting wealthy individuals who lack beautiful daughters. Divine Son, I was thinking about my daughter. A wealthy man nervously bowed to Qin Feng, pulling out his daughter who weighed over 200 pounds. SSSS. Everyone present gasped, and those with a conscience expressed their disapproval. You're going too far. Qin Feng couldn't bear to look directly and changed the subject. You need to pay more. No problem. The tycoon nodded excitedly, indicating that no matter how much more money was needed, it was not an issue. He had worked hard his entire life, but what was the use of earning so much money? When encountering a cultivator, he could only obediently offer it up. Let me go, let me go. Zhu Tu struggled desperately, refusing to yield even unto death. Qin Feng saw his resistance and tried to persuade him, don't make that face. I carefully selected this slightly chubby girl for you. You should know that slightly chubby is the real treasure. Slightly chubby. The audience's eyes twitched uncontrollably, silently thinking, doesn't your conscience hurt? In order to complete the deal, he actually referred to a 200-pound chubby girl as slightly plump. Qin Feng, don't even think about it. Zhu Tu's entire body surged with spiritual power, making it impossible for ordinary people to approach. The tycoon showed a disappointed expression, understanding in his heart that one cannot force a connection with immortality. Don't worry, I am the most trustworthy when it comes to doing business. Qin Feng smiled warmly to reassure the tycoon and took out a small jade bottle with the bold words "Even so's go crazy" written on it. This was something he had crafted according to a formula he found while studying the art of Autu, a top-tier aphrodisiac that could accelerate cultivation. The expressions of everyone present changed drastically, and they hurriedly stepped back a few paces in fear. Nima. It's actually the top aphrodisiac from Legends, even sows would go crazy. Everyone's gaze toward Qin Feng completely changed. This was no ancient era's #1 prodigy, he was clearly the ancient era's #1 lecher, carrying such a thing with him. Qin Feng looked innocent and said, what's with those expressions? I often roam the martial world, carrying something for self-defense is perfectly reasonable. Reasonable, my ass. What kind of decent person would carry these things while roaming the martial world? Everyone present rolled their eyes, completely disbelieving Qin Feng's nonsense. They only knew he was absolutely not to be provoked. He had strength, talent, a background, and was shameless to boot. Many thanks to the Divine Son for granting this. The chubby girl, as radiant as a flower, was already ecstatic and went home with Even so's go crazy and Zhu Tu. Qin Feng, brother Feng, I beg you, please spare me, spare me. I'll compensate with 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. I was wrong, I was wrong. Zhu Tu was no longer arrogant as before, crying and pleading for Qin Feng's forgiveness. However, Qin Feng had no intention of paying him any attention, patiently waiting for the mastermind to appear. If he really killed Zhu Tu, it would play right into the opponent's trap. Not only would he help the opponent eliminate this aristocratic prodigy, but he would also successfully draw the Zhu family's hatred onto himself. On the other hand, if he doesn't kill Zhu Tu but instead humiliates him in various ways, then the mastermind behind the scenes would have no choice but to step forward to rescue Zhu Tu, as they are on a joint mission to the Yin Moon Empire. If a companion is humiliated, would they really stand idly by? Could it really be that I'm overthinking this? Xin Feng looked around but did not receive any system prompts. No, no, don't come near me. Zhu Tu's miserable cries echoed from the small courtyard, shocking everyone present. They couldn't help but silently mourn for him for 3 minutes. A dignified disciple of the great Xia Emperor, an aristocratic prodigy, was actually defiled by a mere mortal like Hua. The psychological trauma from this might never be healed. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for insulting someone's dignity and earning 1,000 villain points. Xin Feng immediately perked up, as if an LSP had unlocked a new pose. At that moment, clang! A crisp sound of a bronze gong rang out, and a convoy appeared on the distant street. Luxurious carriages, accompanying servants and guards, its powerful background was unmistakable. Leading the group were more than a dozen angry men and women, dressed in the same attire as Zhu Tu, which only disciples of the great Xia Emperor could afford to wear. Princess Nanfeng has arrived. As the carriage came to a halt, the guards announced loudly, their faces full of reverence. Princess Nan Feng, the most beloved daughter of the great Xia Emperor, was the representative of the delegation sent to the Yin Yu dynasty this time. Princess Nanfeng. Xin Feng's gaze locked onto the luxurious carriage like a hawk, clearly sensing that there was more than one person inside. The heavy breathing indicated to him that it was likely a young man. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for discovering the chosen one, epic level. Xin Feng's eyes lit up instantly, his heart racing. 7 years. Fate has finally brought them together. Now, whether someone is scheming against him no longer matters. What matters is that he must start scheming against this chosen one. A cold and clear female voice came from the carriage. Xin Feng, as a traitor to my great Xia dynasty, how dare you humiliate the disciples of the great Xia's son of heaven like this? What crime should you be charged with? Princess of Great Xia, such an imposing authority. Xin Feng couldn't help but sneer. On the territory of the Yin Moon dynasty, questioning the divine son of the Moon God Palace, am I ignorant, or has Great Xia already conquered the Yin Moon dynasty? As soon as the words fell, the gazes of the surrounding crowd suddenly turned cold, all feeling that the princess of Daxia was too arrogant. Saying such words on the territory of their Yin Moon dynasty was simply a provocation. Outrageous. Princess Nanfeng, enraged and humiliated, shouted, guards, chop Xin Feng down for me. Yes. The princess's guards drew their long knives in unison, and the prodigies also brandished their weapons. The atmosphere was as tense as a fully drawn bowstring. Kill me on my turf? Who gave you such confidence? Xin Feng was not afraid and admired the protagonist's courage. Before he could speak, dozens of young ladies from the Moon God Palace rushed out from all directions, surrounding the opponent completely. There's a show to watch. The surrounding onlookers' eyes lit up and quickly stepped back to maintain a safe distance, fearing they might get caught up in the commotion. Sigh. A sigh from a man came from the carriage. The curtain was lifted, and a man dressed in luxurious attire stepped out, clasped his hands, and said, "This must be the renowned prodigy Xin Feng, Brother Qin. My apologies, the princess misspoke earlier. I, Feng Chang, apologize on her behalf to everyone." It's him. Xin Feng immediately recognized that this man was the chosen one. Based on his 10 years of experience as a seasoned bookworm, this man was entirely different from protagonists like Lin San, the ultimate servant type, or Qin Hao, the passionate and inspirational type. He is the kind of emperor's favored minister who either marries a princess or cultivates a princess to become an empress. He became increasingly certain that the heavenly son's disciples were his doing, and the person scheming against him was precisely this man. Xin Feng had no intention of giving the other party any face and launched into full-on rant mode. I originally thought the great Xia princess was some chaste and virtuous woman, but it turns out she's just a shameless wench hiding men in carriages and living a debauched life. Pooh. The crowd almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, shocked that Xin Feng actually dared to publicly insult the great Xia princess in such a blatant manner. Say that again if you dare. Princess Nanfeng had never been treated like this before and angrily stepped out of the carriage. Indeed, dressed in luxurious attire, she exuded elegance and nobility, with brows like emerald feathers, skin like white snow, and teeth like pearls, truly a peerless beauty. Goodness gracious! It had been years since anyone had seen a beauty of this caliber. Xin Feng couldn't help but marvel in his heart. You can always trust the protagonist's judgment. Xin Feng was very obedient and said with a face full of sincerity, I said you're a wretch. Outrageous! Princess Nanfeng was utterly enraged, drawing her personal sword and thrusting it at Xin Feng. But before her sword could pierce Qin Feng, it was effortlessly knocked away by the white-clad lady from Moon God Palace. At the same time, several swords were pointed at her neck, as if with just one command from Qin Feng, she would be assassinated. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill this princess. Princess Nanfeng's eyes were filled with disdain, clearly not believing that Qin Feng would dare to kill her. This time, she was representing the Great Xia dynasty on a diplomatic mission to the Yin Moon dynasty. If Qin Feng dared to kill her, it would spark a conflict between the two nations, and even his status as the divine son of Moon God Palace would be of no use. I've never seen such a request before. A glint of killing intent flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and a sharp sword aura surged around him. Not good. Feng Chang's expression changed abruptly, and he quickly channeled spiritual power to shield Princess Nanfeng. Rumble. The invisible sword energy directly sent Feng Chang flying, forcing him to retreat several steps before coming to a stop. He's serious. Princess Nanfeng couldn't help but tremble. Just now, she could clearly sense Qin Feng's killing intent. If Feng Chang hadn't used his body to shield her, she might have already been pierced by Qin Feng's invisible sword energy. But how could this be? She is the princess of Daxia and the representative of this delegation. How could Qin Feng dare to kill her? This is someone who doesn't play by the rules. Feng Chang's expression also turned serious as he began to take Qin Feng seriously. He had always believed that he could manipulate ancient people at will. That's right. It's the ancients. He comes from a planet called Red Star, living in modern civilization, and by chance, he traveled to the ancient wilderness. Although this is a fantasy world, relying on the advanced theoretical knowledge he mastered in modern civilization, he easily became the chief advisor to Princess Nanfeng and even proposed methods like Heaven's Disciples to the Emperor of Daxia to defeat the aristocratic families. Originally, he thought everything would go as he had planned, but unexpectedly, he encountered Qin Feng, someone who doesn't play by the rules. They tricked Xu Tu into challenging him, intending to use him as a pawn to kill and frame, but unexpectedly, Xu Tu was sold off at a good price, forcing them to personally step in to clean up the mess. Representing Princess Nanfeng to apologize, any normal person would choose to settle the matter peacefully. However, he seemed to switch to a confrontational mode, shockingly killing the princess of the Great Xia envoy in the street, completely disregarding the disputes between the two nations. Should he be called arrogant to the extreme, or has he already seen through everything? Someone really isn't afraid of death. Qin Feng's gaze was sharp as lightning, his right hand slowly resting on the sword hilt, clearly displeased with the other party's attempt to block his killing intent. What? Feng Chang's body suddenly stiffened, and an inexplicable panic surged in his heart. He felt as if he were trapped under the Buddha's five-finger mountain, unable to escape no matter how he struggled. Enough! An aged roar exploded in everyone's ears, and an elder appeared like lightning, moving swiftly from afar. His gaze carried an undeniable authority, clearly marking him as a hidden expert within the envoy group. Old man, what do you think you are? Qin Feng showed no respect, his eyes widening as he shouted angrily, "Kneel!" Outrageous! The elder burned with fury, unleashing a terrifying energy from within. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder echoed in the sky, directly dispersing the energy the elder had gathered. Following this, an overwhelming pressure descended from above, forcing the elder to cough up blood and kneel before Qin Feng. It seems he can no longer protect Princess Nanfeng and can only stay home to recover quietly. Moon God, it's the Moon God! The surrounding onlookers, like fanatical believers, knelt down and worshipped in the direction of the Moon God Palace. The elders shouted indignantly, "Moon God, is this how your Yin Moon dynasty treats its guests?" The Moon God's cold voice echoed in the void, "And you smashed the gates of my Moon God Palace, this is how your Great Xia dynasty behaves as guests." The old man was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing how to refute. Feng Chang hurriedly said, "Lady Moon Goddess, Xu Tu's actions were his personal behavior and do not represent our delegation. I am willing to apologize on his behalf and take full responsibility for any compensation. If apologies were useful, then what would be the point of having the authorities?" Qin Feng fanned the flames from the side, adding fuel to the fire. "Then what do you want?" Princess Nanfeng suppressed her anger, understanding that the situation was beyond her control. "Kneel!" Qin Feng's gaze locked onto Princess Nanfeng, his voice soft yet exuding undeniable authority. "You want this princess to kneel?" Princess Nanfeng burned with rage, never expecting Qin Feng to be so arrogant. As the princess of Daxia, how could she bow to a traitor of the Qin family? Even though Qin Feng was now the divine son of the Moon God Palace, he was still unworthy of her submission. Either kneel or die. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with a cold light as his right hand gently rested on the hilt of the Changkong divine sword, clearly not joking. If Nan Feng dared to utter another word, he would not hesitate to unleash the heaven-slaying sword draw technique. At this moment, there was no woman in his heart, only the way of the sword. The scene instantly fell into dead silence. At this moment, everyone felt the oppressive aura of the number one prodigy of the ancient era. Completely different from his earlier frivolity, Qin Feng now resembled a tyrant. Those who followed him would prosper, and those who opposed him would perish. His extraordinary ninth-level cultivation had already made everyone anticipate the sight of his complete form. Gulp! Princess Nanfeng couldn't help but swallow nervously, feeling the immense pressure emanating from Qin Feng. Yet her pride and the dignity of the great Xia dynasty would not allow her to kneel easily. However, Qin Feng's words were clear, and the moon goddess did not step forward to mediate, indicating that her situation was precarious. Feng Chang stepped forward and said righteously, even if we were at fault first, asking Princess Nanfeng to kneel and apologize is too excessive. She is a princess of the great Xia dynasty. By humiliating great Xia like this, are you not afraid of provoking a war? Swish, swish. Before Feng Chang could finish speaking, a sudden cold wind swept through the heavens and earth. With a resounding clang, Qin Feng gripped the sword hilt tightly, and the Sky God sword, sealed for 7 years, shot out like a dragon, its momentum like thunder, radiating a chilling light that made everyone present involuntarily shiver. Feng Chang's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected Qin Feng to be so domineering, completely ignoring their protests and directly drawing his sword to strike. Facing this existence who had comprehended the invincible sword heart, Feng Chang dared not be careless in the slightest and immediately employed his strongest defensive technique, the Golden Bell Shield, a divine skill of Buddhism. The Golden Bell Shield shimmered with golden light, seemingly capable of withstanding any attack. He believed that as long as he could fully comprehend it, he would ultimately transform into an indestructible golden body, and blocking attacks from the 9th level of transcendence should not be an issue. Buddhism? I'm of Confucianism. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curved slightly as the half-drawn sword light blasted toward the Golden Bell Shield. Bang! The Golden Bell Shield shattered instantly, and Feng Chang, as if struck by a heavy blow, was directly thrown to the ground. Half the sword returned to its sheath, and the chill dissipated. The entire street fell silent in an instant, with the corners of clothes fluttering in the wind. Everything that had just happened left the crowd completely unresponsive, as Qin Feng had already brought it all to an end. How is this possible? Feng Chang widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to accept that Qin Feng had effortlessly broken his Golden Bell Shield with just half the sword's light. Feng Chang, are you alright? Princess Nanfeng hurried forward to check, and only after confirming he was unharmed did she breathe a sigh of relief. These two really have an illicit affair. A trace of coldness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and he already had a plan to deal with Feng Chang in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for severely injuring the Chosen One and earning 5,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for uncovering the Chosen One plan, earning 5,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for stopping the Chosen One from showing off, earning 5,000 villain points. Finally, a substantial influx of villain points. Qin Feng was so excited he almost burst into tears. In 7 years, he had never seen such a generous amount of villain points. Loki, the image of a male god must not be ruined. Although he was extremely excited inside, Qin Feng still maintained his cool and dazzling demeanor, causing the young ladies of Moon God Palace to look at him with hearts in their eyes, wishing they could loudly declare, "This is our divine son." Qin Feng, you're too much. We are the delegation from Great Xia. The other prodigies in the delegation were furious, never expecting Qin Feng to be so domineering. Either kneel, or die. Qin Feng once again wasted no extra words, his hand resting on the sword hilt. Everyone could feel that Qin Feng's killing intent was growing even stronger. If anyone dared to utter another word of defiance, his sword would undoubtedly unleash the heaven-splitting sword technique, drawing everyone's attention. The number one prodigy of the ancient era truly lives up to the name. The surrounding onlookers couldn't help but marvel at Qin Feng's extraordinary 9th-level strength, trembling with excitement. In their hearts, they shouted, "The great Xia envoy must stand with dignity." They absolutely refused to believe Qin Feng would truly dare to draw his sword. "The princess is of noble status, how could she kneel to you?" "I will kneel in her place." Feng Chang knelt before Qin Feng with a face full of loyalty and courage, his gaze revealing the unyielding spirit of a modern man who refuses to bow to heaven and earth. He understood in his heart that Qin Feng would not let this go today, and since they were in the Yin Moon dynasty, even with many cards up his sleeve, he could not resist the moon god secretly supporting Qin Feng. Feng Chang. Princess Nanfeng was so moved by this scene that tears streamed down her face, and her hatred for Qin Feng instantly skyrocketed by plus 99,999. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for forcing the chosen one to kneel, earning 100,000 villain points. The system's notification sounded, and the corners of Qin Feng's mouth lifted slightly as he felt a surge of pride, able to yield and strategize. This chosen one actually has some brains. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, his wariness of Feng Chang deepening. He understood that hot-blooded chosen ones were not to be feared. The most dangerous were those who stabbed you in the back from the shadows. Just as he was about to continue exerting pressure, suddenly, a voice filled with ancient majesty rang out. This farce must end. Lord Nanfeng, keep your delegation in check. If anyone else fails to follow the rules, don't blame me for being ruthless. Me, the Emperor. These two short words shocked everyone present. It was none other than the Six Paths Emperor of the Yin Moon Dynasty, the legendary figure who had propelled the dynasty to glory in just a century. Greetings, Emperor. Everyone present knelt down in worship, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. Six Paths Emperor. Qin Feng had long heard of this name, but this was his first time meeting him up close. Although the Emperor was powerful, if he interfered with Qin Feng's business, then he was in the wrong. Thinking of this, Qin Feng took out a small notebook and carefully recorded, on such and such a year and month, the Six Paths Emperor interfered with my business, requiring compensation of 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Let's go! Princess Nanfeng glared angrily at Qin Feng and led her entourage back to the foreign envoy's inn. At the same time, several disciples of the Great Xia's Imperial Academy quickly rushed into the small courtyard and rescued their companion Zhu Tu. Zhu Tu's clothes were disheveled, his gaze vacant, and his entire demeanor exuded a sense of helplessness from a severe blow, making his expression heart-wrenching. Oh my goodness, this is too cruel. The onlookers around kept shaking their heads in regret, unable to imagine the tragic ordeal Zhu Tu had endured. Damned Qin Feng, I will tear you to pieces. Princess Nanfeng returned to the foreign envoy's guesthouse, burning with rage, wanting to smash everything she saw. She had never suffered such grievances or endured such humiliation since childhood. I underestimated Qin Feng, I never thought he could be so arrogant. Feng Chang, standing nearby, was also consumed by fury, but he tried hard to restrain his emotions, silently analyzing the reasons for their failure. He had assumed that since Qin Feng dared to dig out the supreme bone of his own younger brother, he would undoubtedly kill Zhu Tu without hesitation when provoked. If a few more aristocratic prodigies were to die, it would provide the perfect opportunity to openly promote some talented individuals from humble backgrounds, thereby using others to do his bidding, framing Qin Feng and inciting hatred from the aristocratic families against him. But he never expected that Qin Feng would be restrained when arrogance was warranted, yet boundlessly arrogant when it wasn't, even daring to kill the princess of the Great Xia envoy in broad daylight, something completely beyond his expectations. What do we do now? Princess Nanfeng calmed down and asked how to proceed next. Ever since Qin Feng revealed his complete form 7 years ago, her father had been unable to sleep at night, fearing that Qin Feng would grow strong enough to help the Yin Moon dynasty destroy the Great Xia dynasty. Therefore, her mission to the Yin Moon dynasty this time was not only to weaken the power of the noble families but also to take the opportunity to kill Qin Feng, thereby increasing her importance in her father's eyes. However, Qin Feng rarely left the Moon God Palace, and when he did, he was always protected by those young ladies, with the Moon God constantly watching over him. Killing him in the Yin Moon dynasty was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Feng Chang was silent for a moment before finally saying, I heard that Qin Feng will participate in the life and death elimination match. No. Princess Nanfeng refused without hesitation. Indeed, the life and death elimination match would allow them to openly kill Qin Feng, and the 6 Dao emperors would undoubtedly agree to let the disciples of the Son of Heaven participate, seeing it as an opportunity to weaken their Great Xia. However, she had personally experienced Qin Feng's strength today, and that terrifying power was absolutely suffocating. Moreover, the participants would not only include Qin Feng but also countless other cultivators, each fighting for their lives. We'll talk about the life and death elimination match later. Feng Chang shifted the topic. Before coming to the Yin Moon dynasty as an envoy, I left a backup plan to sow discord between the Qin family and Tianqin city. You mean? Princess Nanfeng seemed to have thought of something and revealed a knowing smile. Besides using the emperor's disciples to scheme against the noble families, Feng Chang was also working to sow discord among them. After 7 years of planning, cracks had already begun to appear between the noble families. Qin family. The little princess of Tianjin City, Lin Shiner, arrived with a group of experts to visit, more precisely, to annul the engagement with the Qin family. 7 years ago, her father, Lin Hao, betrothed her to Qin Hao entirely because Qin Hao possessed the supreme bone. His father was the head of the Qin family, his mother was the former saintess of Taibai Immortal Mountain, and his elder brother had the potential to become an emperor. But now, Qin Hao's supreme bone has been dug out, his father's position as family head has been taken away, his brother has defected to the Yin Moon dynasty, and he himself has shown mediocre cultivation over the past 7 years. In contrast, her identity as the little princess of Tianjin City has elevated her to the status of a disciple of the heavens. How could she possibly be willing to marry a useless man like Qin Hao? Ultimately, under Feng Chang's long-term intentional and unintentional influence, she came to believe that women should take control of their own happiness and pursue their own love. Thus, without reporting to her father Lin Hao, she brought a group of royal experts to the Qin family to annul the engagement. Annul the engagement. Qin Tian's face instantly darkened, almost unable to control his immense rage. For aristocratic families, reputation is more important than anything else, especially when the woman personally comes to annul the engagement. It's a blatant slap in the face for the Qin family. If word got out, how could the Qin family continue to mingle in the aristocratic circles? Moreover, his son Qin Hao is not truly useless, he has merely endured and sacrificed for the greater strength of the Qin family. That's right, annul the engagement. Lin Shiner showed no fear whatsoever. Previously, they might have been concerned about the strength of the Qin family in the city of Heavenly Heart, but now she is a disciple of the Emperor's Gate, with the support of the royal family behind her. With the backing of these two major forces, she has no reason to fear the Qin family. Outrageous! Qin Tian slammed the table in anger and stood up, an overwhelming aura surging forth. A group of royal experts' expressions changed drastically, hurriedly shielding Lin Shiner behind them. However, Qin Tian's power was too formidable, and even if they joined forces, it would be difficult to resist. What should we do now? Lin Shiner's face showed a look of panic, clearly not having anticipated this situation. At that moment, a youthful yet resolute voice rang out, "Father, can I decide my own marriage?" Everyone's gaze turned toward the outside of the great hall, where a boy with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes stood tall. His defined muscles hinted at the traits of a young ferocious beast, and his eyes radiated an unimaginable determination. He was Qin Hao, 12 years old this year. Obviously, he has grown a lot over these 7 years, especially in temperament, remaining completely unperturbed when faced with the annulment of the engagement. "Heir, why are you here?" Qin Tian withdrew his own pressure, his face involuntarily showing a pained expression. Both sons are destined to suffer. The elder son bears the family's disgrace and struggles alone in a foreign land, while the younger son endures physical pain, undergoing unimaginable daily training. Now, he is even humiliated by the woman coming to annul the engagement. And as a father, he was powerless. Qin Hao looked directly at Lin Shiner and said calmly, "I remember my brother once told me when we were kids, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, never underestimate a poor youth. I may be down now, but that doesn't mean I won't rise again." "Really?" Lin Shiner, startled by the scene just now, pretended to be calm and said, "All right, then let's have a duel in the imperial capital 3 years from now. If you lose, you will publicly annul the engagement. How about that? Why go through so much trouble to break off the engagement?" Qin Hao walked straight to the table and swiftly wrote a letter of divorce. You dare divorce me?" Lin Shiner widened her eyes in disbelief, seriously doubting whether she was dreaming. Given Qin Hao's current situation, where he is neither cared for by his uncle nor loved by his grandmother, he actually dares to divorce her, the little princess of Tianjin City. Doesn't he know that his only value to the Qin family lies in his engagement to her, the little princess? 3 years later, we'll meet in the imperial capital. Qin Hao's gaze was sharp, showing no fear of any challenge. "Heir." Qin Tian was so emotional that tears streamed down his face, knowing that his second son's invincible spirit had been forged. Next would be the process of breaking through and rebuilding, reclaiming the supreme position. This made him think of his eldest son, Qin Feng, wondering if he had been bullied while wandering alone outside Moon God Palace. Keep playing music, keep dancing. Qin Feng felt no pressure before the college entrance exam and was teaching the young ladies ancient-style otaku dance. Just at this moment, a young lady brought him some information regarding his younger brother being rejected in an engagement. Pfft, breaking off the engagement. Qin Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling that the plot was way too familiar. But hadn't his second brother already had the supreme bone taken by him? How did the matter of breaking off the engagement suddenly come up again? Could it be stacking buffs? And when did he ever say, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't bully the poor youth? He clearly said, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, the dead are to be respected, didn't he? This goddess is absolutely furious. Zi Yuan saw Qin Feng admiring the young lady's dance moves and instantly turned red with anger, resembling a steamed bun. Meanwhile, the little white rabbit, after receiving 2 carrots as a reward from Qin Feng, started swaying along with the young ladies. Holding the carrots, it wagged its short tail and shook its rabbit ears. Truly, the master resembles the rabbit, and the rabbit resembles the master. Could this child be falling for Qin Feng? The moon goddess watched Zi Yuan from the side, her brows slightly furrowed, and couldn't help but feel a sense of worry. Previously, she had only regarded Qin Feng as a younger brother, and Zi Yuan seemed to have some affection for him. But now, it appeared to be more than that. The moon goddess had never doubted Qin Feng's talent and firmly believed he could bring unparalleled glory to the Moon God Palace. However, she couldn't approve of Qin Feng's character. How could someone who dared to dig out his own younger brother's supreme bone for power possibly be a suitable match? At this moment, the Yin Moon dynasty, within the palace of the Six Paths Emperor, Princess Nanfeng came specifically to visit the Six Paths Emperor, intending to participate in the Yin Moon dynasty's life and death elimination tournament. Initially, after witnessing Qin Feng's terrifying power, she had no plans to join such a dangerous competition. However, upon reconsideration, she thought that if she led the charge under the banner of washing away the shame of Dixia, the accompanying noble family prodigies would surely follow suit. If a few of them were to die, it would conveniently fulfill the quota. If they won, it would wash away the disgrace, enhance her standing in her father's eyes, and increase her influence among the civil and military officials. This would pave a smoother path to the throne in the future. Whether she won or lost, there was profit to be gained. Why not go for it? The Dixia delegation wants to participate in the life and death elimination tournament. Upon hearing the news, the Six Paths Emperor revealed a cold smile, as he had already anticipated this. The Dixia dynasty had sent imperial disciples as their delegation to visit, which was clearly intended to showcase their strength. Participating in the life and death elimination tournament was the most direct way to do so. All right. The Six Paths Emperor nodded without hesitation, allowing them to participate in the competition. As the leader of the Yin Moon dynasty, he was full of confidence in his own prodigies, completely unafraid of any challenges. He even saw this as an opportunity to openly eliminate a few of the great Xia Emperor's disciples, which perfectly suited his intentions. Thank you, Emperor. The cooperation between the two sides was smooth, accompanied by constant laughter. Meanwhile, the aristocratic prodigies among the great Xia Emperor's disciples were completely unaware that they had already been sold out. They were still gearing up, ready to pin Qin Feng to the ground and crush him. Soon, the registration for the Yin Moon dynasty's life and death elimination tournament has officially begun. Due to the extremely high mortality rate, registration is voluntary and not mandatory. However, even if you register, it does not guarantee participation in the life and death elimination tournament. Contestants must first take part in a selection competition to prove their abilities. The Yin Moon dynasty seeks true prodigies, not impulsive cannon fodder. Every year, there are numerous participants. The Yin Moon dynasty has divided the competition into tens of thousands of battle zones, with each zone selecting 10 representatives. Ultimately, 1,000 individuals are chosen from over 100,000 participants for focused cultivation. Exceptionally outstanding prodigies even have the chance to be titled as a holy son of the Yin Moon dynasty, equivalent to a prince of the great Xia dynasty, with the potential to inherit the position of emperor and become a true power holder in the future. Holy son? Why does it feel like it's not as noble as me, the divine son? Qin Feng couldn't help but mutter, but he was immediately dragged over by Zi Yuan to register. Even though he was now the divine son of the Moon God Palace, he had no special privileges and had to participate in the selection competition to qualify for the tournament. Zi Yuan arrogantly raised her little head. Of course, in the Yin Moon dynasty, the Moon God is like a guardian deity, and the goddess is the future successor of the Moon God. The Holy Son is merely a prince. How could he possibly compare to the divine son and goddess of our Moon God Palace? Qin Feng was full of question marks, utterly perplexed. If his status as the divine son was so noble, why would he still need to participate in a deadly elimination competition to vie for the position of Holy Son? Wouldn't that be lowering his own status? What an idiot! Zi Yuan sneaked a glance at Qin Feng, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said softly, "In the future, you'll be the emperor, and I'll be the moon god. It'll make private conversations more convenient." "I, rabbit, understand." The little white rabbit sitting on Qin Fang's shoulder suddenly shouted, "This is what they call collusion, complicity, and mutual protection among officials. What kind of outrageous words are these?" Zi Yuan rolled her eyes in exasperation, and the pink atmosphere was instantly shattered. At that moment, exclamations of surprise erupted at the registration area, and everyone's eyes focused on Qin Feng. "Look quickly, it's Qin Feng from the Moon God Palace. Is he participating too? I remember he's only 15 years old, isn't he too young? The age limit for the life and death elimination match is under 25, but 15 is such a big gap. I heard that this year alone there are over 1,000 people in the Dao entry realm. His transcendent 9th level cultivation is simply not enough. He's at a disadvantage in terms of age and cultivation. He's rushing too much. He should wait for the next round. In 10 years, he'll be 25, and the first place will undoubtedly be his. Being young and having low cultivation doesn't mean Qin Feng is weak. Have you forgotten the terrifying power of his half-sword draw a few days ago? There are no weaklings under a great name. This is the #1 prodigy of the ancient era." Many present, upon seeing Qin Feng register, hurried to sign up for other battlefields, silently praying not to encounter this monster. However, some young people refused to back down, wanting to challenge Qin Feng. After all, those participating in the life and death elimination match were all under 25 years old, and their youthful, hot-blooded spirit made them believe they were chosen ones, with their fate firmly in their own hands. Only when one reaches middle age does one realize they are merely here to make up the numbers in the world. Clang! A crisp sound of a bronze gong rang out as the luxurious carriage of Princess Nanfeng slowly approached, accompanied by more than a dozen imperial disciples. However, the figure of Zhu Tu was nowhere to be seen. "What are they here for?" Zi Yuan asked suspiciously. "We're here to register." Princess Nanfeng did not wear her luxurious attire today. Instead, she changed into a neat martial arts outfit. "We're here to wash away the shame." The prodigies of noble families shouted in unison, their undisguised intent to challenge someone evident in their gaze. Especially when they thought of Zhu Tu's ruined state, their hatred for Qin Feng erupted like a volcano. The glory of the aristocratic prodigies was shared, and so was their disgrace. Being used as a tool and still pretending to be cool here. Qin Feng couldn't help but complain inwardly, realizing that these aristocratic prodigies were still too young. They charged forward passionately after being coaxed by Princess Nanfeng with just a few words. Didn't they know that Princess Nanfeng could withdraw from the competition at any time by conceding? However, upon seeing Feng Chang also participating, he immediately felt invigorated. Clang! A deafening sound of a bronze gong rang out, and the scene instantly fell silent. Registration is over. The selection competition officially begins. A stern-faced man in black floated in the air, forming a hand seal and forcefully pointing toward the ground below. Boom! The ground began to shake violently, and hundreds of arenas slowly rose from underground. The selection competition has begun. Countless cultivators rushed from all directions to watch the event. Some stood on flying swords, hovering in mid-air, others perched on rooftops and trees nearby. Some even used spells to project the scene thousands of miles away, just like a live broadcast. Soon, thousands of candidates entered the arena area and began drawing numbers to assign arenas. So few people. The man in black frowned, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng on the stage. In the past, the selection competitions in this battle zone would attract tens of thousands of participants, but because Qin Feng and the disciples of the great Xia Emperor were participating, the number was less than 1/10 of the usual. After all, the disciples of the great Xia Emperor were all prodigies from noble families, and their strength was absolutely beyond doubt. Even those who stayed were gambling on luck, betting on whether they could encounter Qin Feng and Tianzi Mensheng. Once they did, they decisively chose to admit defeat. "I admit defeat." Qin Feng was completely speechless. This was already the 8th one. While others exchanged blows back and forth in the arena, he hadn't even moved and had already won 8 matches in a row, directly advancing to the top 16. It seemed as if the heavens had heard Qin Feng's prayers. In the 9th match, he encountered a young man named Wang Peng. He was a prodigy from Daxia and did not choose to admit defeat. As soon as the match began, he charged at Qin Feng with an iron rod. Truly worthy of being a prodigy, that iron rod is so fierce. Qin Feng clearly felt the power behind the strike. His figure moved like a phantom to dodge swiftly, while still managing to throw a few concealed silver needles at his opponent. Despicable! Wang Peng's eyes were full of disdain. He hadn't expected Qin Feng to use hidden weapons. Unable to dodge in time, He raised his arm to block, and a few silver needles pierced his arm, causing little harm. You've lost, Xin Feng said calmly. Lost? You poisoned me. Wang Peng's expression changed, and he quickly pulled out the silver needle to check. I am an upright gentleman, how could I possibly poison anyone? Xin Feng said seriously. Huff, huff. Wang Peng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was no poison, it was fine. Xin Feng's single remark made him curse furiously. I used an aphrodisiac, even a sow would go crazy. Put. The entire audience burst into laughter instantly, completely unprepared for Xin Feng to resort to such a low-handed tactic. As the number one prodigy of the ancient era, he could have won through sheer strength, yet he chose this method, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Morality? Dignity? The formula? The crowd was filled with questions, ready to condemn such behavior with stern looks. What? Even a sow would go crazy. Wang Peng's face turned deathly pale in an instant, his mind flashing back to the dazed expression of his companion Zhu Tu when he was rescued, his clothes disheveled, seemingly having lost all hope in life. Referee, I protest. Wang Peng hurriedly raised his hand to complain to the referee, accusing Xin Feng of using dirty tricks during the match. The man in black hovered in the air, frowning as he said, Xin Feng of the Moon God Palace, in the life and death elimination matches, there are no rules, everything is about survival, and any means can be used to win. But this is a selection match, where fairness and justice are paramount. Understood, I'll detoxify him right away. Xin Feng nodded obediently like a well-behaved child, then suddenly stomped his foot, his figure darting toward Wang Peng like a leopard. Whoosh! The sharp sound of the wind startled Wang Peng. Before he could react, Xin Feng had already appeared in front of him. In a flash, Xin Feng unleashed a lightning-fast kick aimed at Wang Peng's most vulnerable spot. Bang! The chicken flew, and the eggs were smashed. Wang Peng's eyes widened, and piercing pain instantly swept through his entire body, so unbearable that he could only change his name to Wang Peng. Ah, this! The corner of the black-clad man's eye twitched involuntarily, and his heart let out a groundhog-like scream. Damn! This method of detoxification is way too brutal. It's a complete cure, alright. Thinking of Xin Feng having the moon goddess backing him, the referee could only turn a blind eye, as the victim wasn't someone from the Yin Moon dynasty. Ah! Wang Peng's miserable scream echoed throughout the arena, making all the male spectators feel a sudden chill. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for cutting off someone's descendants and earning 1,000 villain points. Xin Feng's eyes immediately lit up, as if he had discovered a new continent. Killing someone earned 100 villain points, but breaking an egg could actually earn 1,000 villain points. Thinking about all the eggs he missed over the years, he couldn't help but feel deeply regretful. 10 times the reward. Princess Nan Feng was burning with rage, roaring like a shrew. Xin Feng, you shameless scoundrel, how dare you launch a sneak attack? Who's shameless? Who launched a sneak attack? Xin Feng retorted without backing down. I clearly said I was helping him detoxify. If you don't believe me, you can feed him a kilogram of so goes crazy and see if he still reacts. If he does, I'll admit defeat. I'm sincerely helping you, yet you insult me without reason. Seriously, no manners. The entire audience was utterly speechless, gaining a whole new understanding of the concept of shamelessness. Still reacts? I'll admit defeat. He's already been completely cured by you. If he still reacts, that would truly be bizarre. At the same time, everyone silently warned themselves never to become enemies with Xin Feng. Others might at most be rich and heartless, but he was truly despicable. Huff, huff. Princess Nanfeng took several deep breaths, fearing she might be angered to death by Xin Feng. The man in black glanced at Wang Peng, who had turned into Wang Peng, and announced expressionlessly, Wang Peng, disciple of the son of heaven of Daxia, is unable to continue the fight. Xin Feng of the Moon God Palace is victorious. As soon as the words fell, the entire audience erupted in a chorus of gasps. Is this the legendary #1 prodigy of the ancient wilderness? Waited for so long, I thought it would be an epic battle, but who would have thought? Using aphrodisiacs in combat, I feel like my perspective has been completely broadened. The key part is the antidote segment afterward. It's simply a stroke of genius, utterly unpredictable. I finally understand how he earned the title of the #1 prodigy. As Xin Feng's outrageous deeds spread, people began to question whether he truly was the #1 prodigy of the ancient era. No one had seen his sword intent, invincible sword heart, divine tribulation light, or ancient heavy pupils, nor the 2 divine techniques he supposedly created. Instead, they only witnessed how he pushed the limits of human shamelessness. Soon, the round of 16 concluded, advancing to the quarterfinals. Whether it was due to fewer participants in this battle zone or the exceptional prowess of the great Xia's imperial disciples, all of them, except for Wang Ping who had been turned into Wang Peng by Qin Feng, advanced to the round of 16. This included the Southern Wind Princess. Qin Feng, just you wait. The imperial disciples were burning with rage, wishing they could tear Qin Feng apart. Regarding this, Qin Feng merely cast a faint glance at them, his gaze slowly shifting downward before suddenly stopping at Dandan. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curved into a devilish smile. Ugh! The disciples of Tianzi shivered instantly, feeling a sudden chill beneath them. A thought of surrender surged in their hearts, and the desire to stay away from this demon grew increasingly strong. The man in black hovered in midair, expressionless, and said, "The first match, Qin Feng of Moon God Palace versus Princess Nan Feng of the Great Xia Dynasty. It's him. It's her." Both of them were extremely surprised and couldn't help but look at each other. A trace of panic flashed in Princess Nanfeng's eyes. Although she wished she could tear Qin Feng to pieces, she dared not act recklessly and secretly planned to admit defeat as soon as she got on stage. Qin Feng, on the other hand, curled his lips into a mocking smile, thinking to himself that this duel with the princess would surely earn him plenty of villain points. Be careful. Feng Chang, standing nearby, was a bit worried and reminded Princess Nanfeng not to act impulsively. I know. Princess Nanfeng nodded obediently. After experiencing Qin Feng's arrogance and terror, she was well aware that she was absolutely no match for him, especially given Qin Feng's shameless demeanor. Go, Princess Nanfeng. The audience below the arena cheered enthusiastically for Princess Nanfeng. Although she was a princess of the Great Xia, no one was willing to cheer for Qin Feng, making him realize the true meaning of beauty is justice. Let the match begin. The man in black, seeing both sides in position, directly announced the start of the duel. Whoosh! Princess Nanfeng charged at Qin Feng like a cheetah, the dagger in her hand gleaming with a piercing cold light as she aimed straight for Qin Feng's chest with a fierce stab. She understood that she had to give it her all to have even the slightest chance of survival. What incredible speed! Qin Feng's expression changed drastically as Princess Nanfeng instantly closed the distance between them. Even though he had aspired since childhood to become the fastest man in the ancient wilderness, he was startled by Princess Nanfeng's speed, which was far beyond what he had imagined. Should I use the heavy pupils? The thought had just surfaced when Qin Feng decisively dismissed it. His heavy pupils ability had yet to be revealed. This was his trump card, and it must not be used lightly, especially at such a critical moment. Endure it! He swiftly made his decision, raising his arm to block in front of his chest. Splat! The dagger plunged in, and blood splattered everywhere. What? The entire audience immediately exclaimed in shock. The scene before them was utterly astonishing. Princess Nanfeng struck successfully as soon as she made her move, injuring Qin Feng, the #1 prodigy of the archaic era. This was also the first time Qin Feng had been wounded since his debut. The #1 prodigy of the archaic era, nothing more than this. Princess Nanfeng succeeded with her strike, a contemptuous smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She swiftly withdrew the dagger and retreated to maintain distance, preparing to launch another attack. Is that so? The wound on Qin Feng's arm healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In his hand, there suddenly appeared a pink, embroidered bellyband with a duck design. He even used the pink bellyband to wipe the blood off his arm right in front of Princess Nanfeng. Divine-level theft technique, retrieving items from a distance. That's not. Princess Nanfeng exclaimed in shock, clutching her collar, completely unaware of when Qin Feng had taken it. Qin Feng smirked devilishly. Does anyone want to see what Princess Nanfeng is wearing underneath her clothes? Damn, that's so shameless. The surrounding audience erupted in voices of condemnation, yet their gazes were mixed with sparks of anticipation. Everyone was curious about how Qin Feng had managed to take the duda from Princess Nanfeng. Judging by Princess Nanfeng's expression, it was clear that it really was her dudu. Sure enough, it's this scoundrel. Ziyuan's delicate face instantly flushed with a hint of red, and the scene of her first encounter with Qin Feng 7 years ago flashed through her mind. Back then, her little red bellyband had disappeared. In the same way. However, the thought of Qin Feng using this trick on other women ignited a surge of inexplicable anger in her heart, and she furiously grabbed Xiao Bai and began kneading him relentlessly. Woo-woo, I'm an innocent rabbit. Xiao Bai's round little face was squished out of shape as he struggled to pull out a small notebook, earnestly jotting down, on such and such year and month, I, the rabbit, was mistreated on behalf of Qin Feng and require compensation of 10 carats. Qin Feng, you shameless scoundrel! Feng Chang roared furiously from below the stage, refusing to let anyone tarnish the noble little princess in his heart. The man in black glanced indifferently and said coldly, "The methods may be despicable, but they don't violate the rules." Damn it! Isn't this considered a violation? The disciples of the great Xia protested one after another, suspecting that the black-clad man as the referee was just doing it for fun. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for tarnishing the goddess in the heart of the chosen one, earning 10,000 villain points. Qin Feng saw Feng Chang anxiously below the stage and secretly rejoiced, knowing he had found the other's weakness. Princess, admit defeat. Feng Chang couldn't bear to see the noble little princess being bullied by Qin Feng like this. He knew in his heart that Princess Nanfeng was absolutely no match for Qin Feng, and admitting defeat was the best choice. I understand. Princess Nanfeng's face turned red with anger, and she was eager to end the match. However, Qin Feng's shameless voice rang out again, "Do you think you'll admit defeat faster, or I'll strip your clothes faster? What are you trying to do?" Princess Nanfeng's face turned pale with panic, feeling that Qin Feng at this moment resembled a demon. She understood clearly that it would take Qin Feng only seconds to strip her completely. The moment she uttered the words "I surrender," she would stand utterly exposed before everyone. Such humiliation was absolutely unacceptable for a lofty princess, let alone one who was a member of the Grand Xia dynasty's royal family. As soon as the words fell, the entire crowd erupted in an uproar. Damn, Qin Feng is so shameless. I don't believe he'd actually dare to strip her. Exactly. Princess Nanfeng, believe in yourself, there's no way Qin Feng would dare to do it. You are the princess of Daxia, what is Qin Feng even worth? He's definitely bragging. I believe Qin Feng dares to kill, but I don't believe he would strip your clothes. If Qin Feng dares to strip, I'll write my surname backward. I, Wang Gang, swear here. I have a friend who asked me to inquire, where did Qin Feng learn this skill? All the men in the audience shouted excitedly, urging Princess Nanfeng not to bow to the forces of evil. Qin Feng, don't you dare. Feng Chang was completely furious, roaring as he prepared to fight Qin Feng to the death. However, the man in black in the sky narrowed his eyes, and a terrifying pressure descended instantly, rendering Feng Chang immobile and strictly forbidding him from causing trouble during the competition. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for tarnishing the goddess in the heart of the chosen one, earning 10,000 villain points. Earn as much as you can. Qin Feng glanced at Feng Chang out of the corner of his eye, completely ignoring his angry gaze, and walked straight toward Princess Nanfeng. What do you want to do? Princess Nanfeng pretended to remain calm as she watched Qin Feng approach, but deep down, she wished she could bite this scoundrel to death. She was clearly the noble princess of Daxia, yet she kept being threatened by Qin Feng with no way to resist, leaving her utterly frustrated. What do you think? Qin Feng's lips curved into a devilish smile, and under everyone's gaze, he directly kissed her. Woo woo! Princess Nanfeng's beautiful eyes widened, her mind instantly going blank. Oh my god! Her first kiss was gone just like that, and it was stolen by that scoundrel Qin Feng. Wait! What is this bastard doing? He's actually using his tongue. He actually kissed that woman. Zi Yuan, who was below the stage, completely lost it, grabbing Xiaobai and squeezing it furiously once again. Woo woo, I, rabbit, am innocent. Xiaobai's small round face twisted again as he struggled to take out his little notebook, recording, on a certain year and month, Qin Feng recklessly picked wildflowers, causing me, rabbit, to endure hardships inappropriate for my age. Compensation of 15 carats is required. The surrounding audience voiced their condemnation. In broad daylight, under the clear skies, he actually. The moral standards are declining, young people nowadays. The rules of the Jianghu, whoever gets close first, it's theirs. It wasn't just Ziyuan who was provoked, but also Feng Chang, the chosen one. After witnessing the goddess in his heart being bullied, Feng Chang's inner cosmos instantly erupted. His strength at the 5th level of Lingwu fully awakened, and his powerful will allowed him to slowly stand up under the oppressive force of the man in black. Qin Feng, I will kill you. Feng Chang roared furiously at the sky, a terrifying golden light erupting from his body, resembling the rumble of thunder. What? The man in black's expression changed drastically, finally realizing that Feng Chang was no ordinary prodigy. He exuded an unparalleled aura that combined great fortune and immense determination. Amazing! The surrounding audience exclaimed in shock, retreating repeatedly in awe. If there is anyone in this battle zone who can compete with Qin Feng, it must be this disciple of the heavens named Feng Chang. Shameless! Princess Nanfeng's face turned red with embarrassment as she angrily pushed Qin Feng away, wishing she could bite this man to death. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for tarnishing the goddess in the heart of the chosen one, causing him to feel resentment and earning 100,000 villain points. Resentment. Ha, scumbag. Xin Feng's face was full of disdain, thinking to himself that the most genuine and ideal family man was still him, Xin Feng. He could appreciate the lowly of Eastern Wu but also exhibit the heroic demeanor of the Prime Minister of Wei. Roar. Feng Chang raised his head to the sky and let out a deafening roar. Golden light gathered around him, forming a majestic Buddha above his head. The sound of Buddhist chants echoed between heaven and earth, his aura surging like a rainbow. Still acting tough, huh? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Xin Feng looked at Feng Chang, who was so enraged that he had lost his reason, and with a wave of his hand, drew the Chongkong Divine Sword from his personal space. The pupils in his eyes changed, one large and one small, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. It's here, the ancient double pupils. The surrounding audience, upon seeing the change in Xin Feng's eyes, immediately screamed in excitement, eagerly anticipating this moment. Ever since rumors spread 7 years ago that Xin Feng was the #1 prodigy of the archaic era, everyone had longed to witness the full extent of his power. 7 years later, Xin Feng reappeared in the public eye, breaking all conventions and witnessing the rise of the most shameless figure of the ancient era. Now, he is finally getting serious, and everyone will witness the legendary ancient double pupils. Boom! Feng Chang's body erupted with an incredibly terrifying wave of energy. Motionless as a mountain, yet swift as lightning, he charged forward, with the golden Buddha behind him carrying an overwhelming momentum, pressing toward Xin Feng. So powerful! The audience around exclaimed in shock, realizing the power of this strike, and the tension instantly filled the air. Looks like it's time to upgrade my movement technique. With the ability of his heavy pupils to slow down motion, Xin Feng easily captured Feng Chang's high-speed movements. However, the opponent's speed was simply too fast, making it difficult to completely evade. Xin Feng decisively called the system to redeem the third volume of Phantom Wanderer. In fact, he had wanted to upgrade his movement technique 7 years ago, but he had never encountered a chosen one nor had any opportunity to fight someone, so he temporarily shelved his dream of becoming the fastest man in the ancient wilderness. Now that he had money, it was time to trade up, and the moment had finally arrived. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 villain points to successfully redeem the third volume of Phantom Grace. A figure appeared before Xin Feng, its exquisite movement technique like a celestial being descending, leaving one utterly awestruck. Swish! Feng Chang's speed was incredibly fast, his figure instantly appearing directly in front of Xin Feng. A suffocating gust of wind swept over, causing Xin Feng's clothes to flutter violently. Yet, there was not a trace of panic on his face. His lips pressed slightly together, and his entire being moved like light and shadow, leaving behind countless afterimages as he gracefully retreated several meters. His flowing white robe swayed like an ethereal celestial being. What a ghostly movement technique! The crowd around exclaimed once again, witnessing Xin Feng's extraordinary agility. However, at this moment, Feng Chang's eyes had turned red. Seeing that he couldn't lock onto Xin Feng, he directly unleashed a terrifying ultimate move with overwhelming firepower. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't escape the range of this dreadful firepower coverage. Boom! The golden Buddha behind Feng Chang erupted with terrifying energy, bombarding the area where Xin Feng was located. Countless terrifying energy blasts enveloped Xin Feng, densely packed, making him seem like a fish caught in a net, unable to evade. Xin Feng! Ziyuan's heart tightened, and a slight sweat seeped from her palms. Truly worthy of being the chosen one. Without showing some real strength, there's no way to beat him. At that moment, Xin Feng shot up like a hurricane from the flames, his ghostly movements shocking everyone as he successfully evaded the firepower coverage. This time, let's see where you can hide. Feng Chang saw Xin Feng leap up and seized the opportunity to charge forward as well. Who told you I was going to dodge? Xin Feng's eyes gleamed like lightning, exuding an overwhelming aura that was suffocating. The wind howled fiercely, his long hair flying wildly. A powerful energy emanated from him as his fair right hand gently rested on the sword hilt, ready to deliver a fatal strike. Heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. Could this be the legendary unity of man and sword? The gaze of everyone present was drawn to Xin Feng, who at this moment seemed to transform into a peerless sword, stunning and awe-inspiring. Clang! The sky sword swept out of its sheath like a roaming dragon, its crisp sword cry resonating through the heavens and earth. The dazzling sword light was blinding as it surged forward, dragging a terrifying torrent of sword energy, imbued with chilling killing intent and coldness, like a gentle breeze passing by, yet seemingly capable of parting 10,000 miles of clouds. Utterly unstoppable, impossible to resist. What a sword! The surrounding crowd's hearts raced wildly, almost leaping out of their throats. They widened their eyes, forgot to breathe, and witnessed the awe-inspiring impact of the heaven-slaying sword technique. Boom! The long sword moved like a dragon, its sword energy like a rainbow. The golden Buddha statue was crushed by an invisible force, completely dissolving into nothingness within the sword's radiance. The powerful waves surged violently, and the deafening sound of the wind breaking made everyone's scalp tingle. Put! Fang Chang suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, a deep sword wound appearing on his chest. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for severely injuring the chosen one, earning 20,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leaving a psychological shadow on the chosen one, earning 100,000 villain points. Not bad. Xin Feng couldn't help but praise, you're the first to survive my heaven-slaying sword technique. As soon as the words fell, the entire audience erupted. Is this the god-level sword technique created by Qin Feng, the heaven-slaying sword draw technique? I've long heard of the terrifying nature of this sword technique, but I never expected it to be this horrifying. They say Qin Feng is too young to participate in the life and death elimination match, but I think that's complete nonsense. Exactly, Fang Chang, with his 5th-level Lingwu cultivation and unparalleled talent, was still defeated by Qin Feng, who was at the 9th level of transcendence. This kid is terrifyingly powerful. If they are of the same level, this so-called Fang Chang, a disciple of the Son of Heaven, absolutely won't survive. Agreed. Everyone at the scene looked at Fang Chang with regret. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, nor that he was incapable, but simply that his fate was unfortunate to be born in the same era as this monster, Qin Feng. Fang Chang, are you okay? Princess Nanfeng hurriedly ran forward, taking out healing medicine to treat his injuries, silently praying in her heart, hoping he could survive this ordeal. However, Fang Chang's attitude had clearly undergone a subtle change. The way he looked at Princess Nanfeng was no longer filled with endless affection as before. Instead, there was a hint of estrangement, as if he were deliberately avoiding something. The unresolved shadow in his heart felt like it was being struck by a heavy hammer. Since arriving in this world, he had regarded Princess Nanfeng as his personal possession, pouring countless emotions into her. In his heart, she was like an unattainable white moonlight. And now, without even having touched this white moonlight's hand, she had been treated that way by Qin Feng. The unwillingness in his heart instantly transformed into a raging fury. It's fine as long as you're okay. Princess Nanfeng forced a smile, the corners of her mouth barely lifting, but a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes, clearly aware that Fang Chang still minded what had just happened. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for tarnishing the image of the white moonlight in the heart of the chosen one, earning 100,000 villain points. The system's voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind, like a heavy hammer striking down. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering a mission, inherit the Chancellor's will and covet another man's wife. The system continued. This. Qin Feng decisively rejected the idea in his heart, firmly declaring that he was not that kind of person. The mission requires successfully breaking up the 2, reward, God-level treasure chest *1. The system's voice echoed in his ears like a curse. I'll give it a try. A sly glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he stepped forward and asked, Princess Nanfeng, did you just stick out your tongue? As soon as the words fell, the surroundings instantly plunged into dead silence. All eyes, sharp as arrows, focused on the two of them, and the flames of gossip in their gazes blazed fiercely. You shameless scoundrel. Princess Nanfeng's face turned bright red with anger, wishing she could bite Qin Feng to death. Don't you know if I have teeth or not? Qin Feng said with a look of grievance, we kissed for so long just now, I suspect you even counted how many teeth I have. What the heck? That's so shameless. The surrounding audience gasped in amazement, never having seen someone so brazen. All eyes turned to Fang Chang, waiting to see his reaction after hearing this. However, Fang Chang did not lose his composure and go berserk as everyone had imagined. He gave Qin Feng a deep look, his eyes flickering with complex emotions, then turned around and left the scene alone. A biting dog doesn't bark. Qin Feng watched Fang Chang's departing figure, fully aware that the other still had cards left to play. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for sowing discord between both parties. The task is now 5% complete. The system's notification sounded like a victory horn, echoing in Qin Feng's heart. Only 5%. Qin Feng's brows furrowed tightly, clearly dissatisfied with the task's progress. However, he also noticed that Fang Chang's expression was not as calm as it seemed. At this moment, the man in black floating in the air remained expressionless and said indifferently, Princess Nanfeng of Dixia versus Qin Feng of Moon God Palace. Qin Feng wins. The match continues. But after witnessing the battle between Qin Feng and Fang Chang, the audience found other matches incredibly dull. These two are simply not on the same level. The competition continues. The disciples of the Great Xia's Royal Academy exchanged glances, hesitating whether to proceed with the matches. Their purpose for participating in the competition was simple: to defeat Qin Feng and wash away the disgrace of the aristocratic prodigies. Who would have thought that Qin Feng, at the 9th level of transcendence, would be so terrifying? In fact, Qin Feng's strength wasn't the main issue. As aristocratic prodigies and disciples of the emperor, their status wasn't easily attained. It was Qin Feng's shamelessness without limits that made them fearful, deeply worried about ending up as miserable as Zhu Tu and Wang Peng. After intense discussions, the emperor's disciples of Daxia collectively chose to concede. Restoring their companion's dignity was not as important as preserving their own pride. Cut. A wave of sighs and jeers echoed at the scene, mocking the cowardice of these so-called elite students. Let's go! Princess Nanfeng's face flushed slightly with anger, her heart filled with utter hatred for Qin Feng. She had intended to use the life and death elimination match to boost her influence and eliminate a few prodigies from noble families. Unexpectedly, not only did Qin Feng steal her first kiss, but he also caused a rift in her relationship with Fang Chang. Really lost both the lady and the troops. Princess, are you leaving already? Qin Feng revealed a mischievous smile, licked his lips, and even took out a pink handkerchief to wipe his mouth in front of Princess Nanfeng. Damn, that's so freaking shameless. The surrounding audience could no longer bear it, wishing they could step forward and give Qin Feng a resounding slap. Qin Feng. Princess Nanfeng suppressed the anger in her heart and left, secretly resolving to make Qin Feng pay the price. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for causing discord between both parties. The task is now 10% complete. Qin Feng was slightly stunned, not expecting that this one-sided attraction could also trigger discord. The girls here, although they also adhere to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, are clearly very different from the ones he knew in his previous life. Humph. Ziyuan snorted angrily, hugged Xiaobai, and returned to the moon god palace. Is the goddess jealous? The people around couldn't help but exchange glances, clearly sensing Ziyuan's displeasure. According to the news they had heard, it was precisely because of Ziyuan that Qin Feng chose to join the moon god palace back then. The two could be described as childhood sweethearts, so it didn't seem surprising for the goddess to be moved. Young people these days. Compared to Qin Feng's terrifying talent, the public is more interested in his gossip and scandals. The goddess Ziyuan, who was his childhood friend, and now kissing the princess of Daxia, Nanfeng, in front of everyone, people are speculating who Qin Feng will have rumors with next. They believe Qin Feng is definitely not a man who can endure loneliness. At this moment, the man in black in the sky felt an immense headache. Because of Qin Feng, Fang Chang was angered and left, Ziyuan was also angered and left, and the disciples of Daxia's emperor were so frightened that they collectively withdrew from the competition. The top 16 of the selection tournament turned into a joke. Looks like we'll have to start over. The man in black pondered for a moment and left Fang Chang a spot. He believed that the battle between Qin Feng and Fang Chang was not over yet. The humiliation of his wife would inevitably have a resolution, and the life and death elimination match was a fitting stage for it. As for Ziyuan, she didn't need to participate. If anything unexpected happened, it would be hard to explain to the moon goddess. A moonless night with strong winds, a time to tease someone's wife. Qin Feng was like an old ox that had been starving for 7 years, finally encountering the chosen one, eager to indulge himself. Is this the foreign envoy's guest house? Following the guidance of professionals, Qin Feng arrived at the residence of the Great Xia envoy. Channeling his spiritual energy, he leapt effortlessly over the several-meter-high wall, his figure moving through the guesthouse like an exiled immortal. Why are we here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Xiaobai, sitting on the shoulder and yawning, couldn't help but take out a small notebook and write down, on a certain year and month, Qin Feng disturbed my rabbit's sleep and needs to compensate me with 3 carrots. Of course, it's to make money. Qin Feng curiously looked around and discovered that Princess Nanfeng's backyard was incredibly tranquil. Making money. Xiaobai immediately perked up, indicating that it was very familiar with this line of work. Without waiting for Qin Feng to say anything, it disappeared into the night with a whoosh. Useless wight, where are you going? Qin Feng hurriedly chased after it. Xiaobai arrived at the brightly lit attic, where Princess Nanfeng was sitting by the window, her face full of sorrow, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at the moon that occasionally appeared and disappeared behind the clouds in the night sky. Rabbit, a rabbit. Princess Nanfeng was startled by the sudden appearance of the fluffy little creature in front of her. Upon closer inspection, she was immediately captivated by the adorable and silly rabbit. Xiaobai blinked his big eyes innocently and asked, Miss, are you lacking love? Do you need a man? Deprived of love? Need a man. Princess Nanfeng was stunned by this statement, and the image of Fong Chang involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Could this little rabbit have been sent by Fong Chang? The more Princess Nanfeng thought about it, the more it made sense. Fong Chang was a mysterious and unpredictable person, often coming up with peculiar things she had never seen before. Sending a talking rabbit to convey affection didn't seem too far-fetched. She shyly nodded her head. Yes, I'm deprived of love, I need a man. Where there's demand, there's a market. This is exactly the business we do. Xiaobai quickly pulled out a glittering golden abacus, fiddling with it as he excitedly said, to be honest, we've been waiting for this deal for 7 years. Clearly a big pig's trotter, yet insists on pretending to be some pure and virtuous family man. Princess Nanfeng nodded involuntarily. Although she couldn't quite understand what the rabbit was saying, she had indeed known Fong Chang for 7 years. If Fong Chang hadn't insisted on playing coy during those 7 years, her first kiss wouldn't have been wasted on that scoundrel Qin Feng. Xiaobai continued, now that you're so poor you can't even afford to raise a rabbit, you've finally come to your senses, and you've also figured things out, you're a perfect match. As for the service quality, don't worry. He said he's very poor, literally poor, but I, the rabbit, haven't fully grasped the deeper meaning. Alright, I won't say more. As the intermediary rabbit, I'll charge you 10,000 premium spirit stones. Princess Nanfeng listened in complete confusion. The little rabbit kept chattering away, its tiny hands clapping on the abacus, then stretched out its hand in front of her, demanding 10,000 premium spirit stones. What do you mean? Too expensive. Xiaobai helplessly waved her little hand and took out a delicate jade bottle. As a rabbit personally raised by Qin Feng, carrying a bottle of Sao essence seems reasonable, right? This can double the happiness, so now you can pay, right? Xiaobai pushed the exquisite jade bottle in front of Princess Nanfeng, eagerly hoping she would quickly give it 10,000 top-grade spirit stones so it could arrange for Qin Feng to come and earn money to raise rabbits. Oh. Princess Nanfeng was still completely bewildered and muddle-headedly handed over 10,000 top-grade spirit stones to Xiaobai. However, after paying, she curiously opened the small jade bottle and sniffed it, instantly feeling an inexplicable heat surging through her entire body. At this moment, Princess Nanfeng's destiny was about to undergo a tremendous transformation. What is going on? A blush spread across Princess Nanfeng's face, her heart pounding like thunder, as if something was stirring within her. Whoosh! Qin Feng chased after White Rice Bucket, rushing into the attic. Qin Feng! Princess Nanfeng's expression changed instantly, her longsword pointing directly at Qin Feng, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. For some reason, whereas she used to want to tear him apart whenever she saw him, now she couldn't help but want to throw herself at him. No way! Princess Nanfeng was startled by this thought, quickly shook her head, and tried hard to restrain herself. Finally caught you! Qin Feng leapt in and grabbed the rabbit's ears, feeling a sense of relief. He had been truly frightened just now. This was the rabbit he had raised for 7 years, how could he let it just run away like that? Perfect timing, I've already closed the deal. Now it's your turn to take the stage. Xiaobai excitedly took out the spirit stones, his eyes sparkling. For the first time in his life, he had completed such a big transaction, and he felt immensely proud. Take the stage. Qin Feng was completely puzzled, unable to understand what Xiaobai meant. Your so-called master is Qin Feng. Princess Nanfeng suddenly thought of something, panicked, and dropped the small bottle in her hand, quickly distancing herself from Qin Feng. Who else? Xiaobai looked innocent, as if everything was under its control. You. Princess Nanfeng was so shocked that her soul seemed to scatter, hurriedly channeling her spiritual power to suppress the panic within. She never expected that this rabbit was actually raised by Qin Feng, and she had been completely deceived by it without any defense. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones are nothing, but if she couldn't control herself, she would rather choose death. Unfortunately, her cultivation was clearly insufficient to resist, and after just a few seconds, her gaze unexpectedly changed. Qin Feng. Princess Nanfeng's eyes were filled with affection, as if she had seen her beloved. Hey, calm down. Qin Feng half-heartedly tried to stop her, indicating that he was not the kind of person to act casually. At this moment, Fong Chang held a bouquet of red roses and slowly walked to the building where Princess Nanfeng lived. After a whole day of contemplation, he finally understood that life is bound to have unexpected events. Resolving to participate in the life and death elimination match, he vowed to personally tear Qin Feng, that scoundrel, to pieces to cleanse the shame in his heart. But just as Fong Chang revealed a relaxed smile, ready to reconcile with Princess Nanfeng, the scene before him left him stunned. He saw Princess Nanfeng and Qin Feng leaning against each other like a young couple, appearing exceptionally well-matched under the bright moonlight. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The smile on Feng Chang's face froze instantly, unable to believe what he was seeing. Feng Chang. Qin Feng looked down at Feng Chang from above, a sly grin forming as his mischievous thoughts surged. He pulled Princess Nanfeng into his arms, her soft and voluptuous figure causing her to unconsciously reveal a captivated expression. Did you just say you like me? Is it true? Of course it's true. Princess Nanfeng was filled with love, already deeply entranced and unable to extricate herself. Feng Chang felt a sharp pain in his head, his body losing balance as he staggered back several steps, thinking to himself, how is this possible? They've only met twice, how could it compare to the 7 years of feelings he shared with Princess Nanfeng? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing 50% of the Chancellor's ambition mission. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for taking action against the Chosen One's White Moonlight, earning 200,000 villain points. What the heck? Directly 50% plus 200,000 villain points. Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he continued to ask near Princess Nanfeng's ear, between me and Feng Chang, who do you dislike the most? Feng Chang. When Princess Nanfeng heard this name, her body trembled slightly, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, and a trace of rationality returned to her gaze. However, her answer fell into Feng Chang's ears, turning into the answer to who she disliked. Boom! A thunderclap echoed in Feng Chang's mind, the red rose in his hand fell to the ground, and his entire being seemed to have been drained of his soul, leaving like a walking corpse. In the end, it was all misplaced trust. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the Chancellor's Will mission and obtaining a god-level treasure chest *1. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for making the Chosen One no longer believe in love, earning 500,000 villain points. 500,000. What a jackpot. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with golden light, howling excitedly. Ah! Feng Chang left like a walking corpse, long devoid of his former spirited demeanor. Especially upon hearing Qin Feng's excited shouts from the attic, he raised his head in impotent fury and roared, why? Why did their 7 years of relationship pale in comparison to meeting Qin Feng twice? Qin Feng, I will tear you to pieces. Feng Chang roared to the heavens, his hair disheveled, his aura overwhelming, like a raging lion. His presence instantly became terrifying to the extreme, and the energy within him surged violently. The golden Buddha he once embodied transformed into a black demonic shadow. Cultivating virtue is hard, but becoming a demon is easy. 1,000 years of cultivation cannot compare to a single night of becoming a demon. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for forcing the Chosen One into darkness, earning a chance to draw a prize. He fell into darkness just like that. Qin Feng looked utterly dumbfounded, cursing inwardly. In the past, protagonists would endure countless hardships before choosing to embrace darkness, but now Feng Chang has blackened simply for love, even harboring thoughts of destroying the world. Who's the real villain here? However, the blackened Feng Chang is indeed terrifying. Even from a distance, one can feel the horrifying aura he exudes. Blackened and 10 times stronger. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel. As a 10-year veteran bookworm, he knew the terror of someone who is blackened. The next time he encounters Feng Chang, he'll have to be on full alert, giving it his all. Qin Feng, you despicable scoundrel. Princess Nanfeng, upon hearing Feng Chang's name, finally struggled free from the effects of the drug. She abruptly pushed Qin Feng away, desperately trying to suppress herself from losing control. What does this have to do with me? Qin Feng looked innocent, grabbing the rabbit ears and complaining, you were the one who wanted to make a deal with the rabbit. Just now, you took so much advantage of me, I'm the real victim here, okay? What do you mean? This deal is off. Staobai let out a desperate wail, firmly declaring that he would never issue a refund, even in death. Get out of here. Princess Nanfeng gritted her teeth in fury, wishing Qin Feng would stay as far away from her as possible. Who would even care about you? Qin Feng thought to himself. There was a formidable old man in the Great Xia Envoy. After completing the mission, he needed to hurry back to change equipment, and once upgraded, he would find time to return and teach Princess Nanfeng a lesson. I, Rabbit Qian, will never refund money, but I am a rabbit who understands rules. Business may not be about benevolence, but this can help you detoxify. Xiaobai reluctantly took out a carrot, placed it on the table, and then disappeared into the night with Qin Feng. A carrot can detoxify? Princess Nanfeng picked up the carrot with a conflicted expression, hesitantly took a bite, and decided to consume it internally. Moon God Palace. Zi Yuan sat angrily at the gate, as if the whole world were against her. The scene of Qin Feng kissing Princess Nan Feng on the arena during the day had infuriated her, and who would have thought that he would still be restless at night, sneaking out with Xiao Bai. She had already prepared herself for the worst, convinced that he had gone to see that little vixen, Princess Nan Feng, again. She couldn't understand it no matter how hard she thought. She had the looks, the figure, the status, and the position. Why couldn't she compare to the allure of that wildflower? Humph, this time I absolutely won't forgive him. Zi Yuan stood angrily at the gate, silently vowing to make Qin Feng come and apologize first. Why are you here? As soon as Qin Feng returned, he saw Zi Yuan sitting at the gate and immediately realized that she had truly grown up. 7 years ago, she was still a budding flower. But now she had blossomed perfectly. Her figure was supple and curvaceous, her waist as slender as a willow, and her fair skin and long legs were utterly captivating. People are always chasing poetry in distant horizons, yet they often overlook the beauty right beside them. Zi Yuan noticed Qin Feng's mischievous gaze, her face flushed red, and the anger in her heart dissipated by more than half. However, thinking about the seriousness of Qin Feng not returning home at night, she immediately puffed up with anger and questioned, "Where did you run off to in the middle of the night?" Qin Feng saw Zi Yuan's tone resembling that of a proper wife, his heart tightened, and he dared not admit he had taken the rabbit to flirt with another man's wife. "I went to buy you a late-night snack." Qin Feng mysteriously took out a rujiamel, the kind without added salt. "Really?" Zi Yuan's eyes were full of doubt. She took the rujiamel and bit into it, instantly furrowing her brows. "No salt." Just as Zi Yuan was feeling puzzled, Qin Feng suddenly redeemed a bouquet of purple roses from the system, his eyes brimming with infinite affection. "Loving you needs no extra salt." "Woo woo." Zi Yuan's face instantly turned red, her heart fluttering wildly as Qin Feng teased her. "You're so annoying." She ran off shyly, taking the purple rose with her. As for the unsalted rujiamel, she found it particularly delicious instead. "I, too, think this business deal is worth doing." Xiao Bai watched Zi Yuan's figure as she jogged away, secretly calculating in his heart that his greatest wish in this life was to sell Qin Feng for money. Should I stop them? The moon goddess floated in the air, witnessing everything, feeling conflicted in her heart. As Zi Yuan's aunt and elder, she naturally hoped Zi Yuan could be happy and joyful, but her view of Qin Feng was complicated. He personally dug out his younger brother's supreme bone, which showed his ruthless and merciless nature. However, during his 7 years at the Moon Goddess Palace, Qin Feng, apart from occasionally teasing disciples, hadn't done anything outrageous. Instead, it was that rabbit who was always causing trouble, becoming the negative example of the Moon Goddess Palace. But recently, Qin Feng's behavior has been shocking. He dared to auction off the disciples of the great Xia Emperor in public, even forcing Princess Nan Feng to kneel, and went so far as to tease her during a competition. Forget it, let the young people handle their own affairs. The Moon Goddess felt relieved, thinking that experiencing the sting of love might not be a bad thing for Zi Yuan. At this moment, Qin Feng returned to his room and began his upgrading from a musket to a cannon plan. The villain points have reached 1,047,000, which can be exchanged for a state of perfection, a god-level treasure chest for completing tasks, and a lottery opportunity obtained after Feng Chang's dark transformation. First, exchange for the perfection compatibility card. Qin Feng decisively gave the order, activating the system to elevate the great mighty heavenly dragon to the state of perfection. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 1 million villain points to successfully exchange for the perfection compatibility card. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for using the perfect fusion card. The great mighty heavenly dragon has now reached the state of perfection. Roar! A crisp dragon roar echoed from within Qin Feng's body, and the golden dragon-shaped tattoo on his skin became even more lifelike, as if a living dragon coiled around him. It's that dragon! Xiao Bai immediately became alert, a trace of inexplicable fear flashing in its eyes. It was aware of the golden dragon pattern on Qin Feng's body, but in the 7 years of following him, it had rarely seen him use it, leaving its true significance unknown. Every time he saw the golden dragon, a sense of fear would arise in his heart, as if he had encountered his nemesis. And just now, that fear deepened once again. Rabbit, better just go to sleep obediently. Xiao Bai took out the sage's bamboo scroll, spread it beside Qin Feng, yawned, and then lay down on it, falling fast asleep. As for the true meaning of the sage's bamboo scroll, Qin Feng didn't care. After all, since childhood, it had been his portable mat, often appearing in dreams where he transformed into a student rabbit, with an old man beside him endlessly lecturing on those obscure texts. Next is the divine-level treasure chest. Qin Feng's face was full of anticipation as he decisively called the system to open the divine-level treasure chest. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully opening the divine level treasure chest and obtaining a sword intent upgrade card. The system's voice was like heavenly music. Sword intent upgrade card. Qin Feng was stunned, his heart filled with confusion. Sword intent is divided into levels. The degree of understanding of the way of the sword varies, and naturally, the damage stacked is also different, the system continued to explain. I understand now, the damage of level 2 sword intent is higher than level 1. Qin Feng felt as if he had been enlightened, quickly nodded, and decisively used the upgrade card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the sword intent upgrade card. Sword intent has been upgraded to level 2. The system's notification sounded in his ear. Swallowing the heavens and sweeping the 6 directions. Qin Feng's mind exploded instantly, and 8 golden, dazzling characters appeared before his eyes. A figure emerged in his vision, executing the sword technique he was familiar with, the heaven-slaying sword draw technique. However, this time, it carried the overwhelming momentum of sweeping across the 6 directions and 8 realms, making one's heart race and hair stand on end. Xiao Bai, who had just closed his eyes, was startled awake. Seeing Qin Feng at this moment, radiating the sharpness of an unparalleled divine sword, his heart trembled. Sword intent. Xiao Bai immediately became interested, climbed onto Qin Feng's lap, and imitated his swordsmanship, preparing to become a peerless sword rabbit. Unknowingly, Qin Feng's sword aura around him slowly retracted into his body, and he gradually regained consciousness. After his sword intent upgraded to level 2, his heaven-slaying sword technique became even more powerful. If I encounter Feng Chang from earlier today again, I am completely confident that I can shatter his great Buddha with one strike, and even take his life. Qin Feng thought to himself, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, Feng Chang has turned dark. Thinking of the corrupted Feng Chang, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of unease in his heart. Whether level 2 sword intent could defeat him was still an unknown. However, direct confrontation is not his style, he prefers to embrace the spirit of cunning and stab people in the back. Ha! He suddenly felt something on his thigh. Looking down, he saw Little White lying on his lap, sound asleep, with a bubble of snot inflating and deflating with its breathing, looking utterly adorable. As for this little creature, Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it and directly called the system to start the lottery. Swish! The big wheel slowly spun before Qin Feng's eyes, his heart filled with anticipation. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning the Divine Physique, Heaven's Overlord Physique. Heaven's Overlord Physique, a divine combat type physique. The possessor has an incredibly powerful constitution, known as the Immortal Golden Body. The more they fight, the braver and stronger they become. Upon mastery, they can possess earth-shattering power capable of slaying saints and annihilating immortals. It's actually a special physique. Qin Feng's eyes instantly lit up, and he excitedly slapped Xiao Bai's butt, a surge of ecstasy welling up in his heart. During his 7 years at the Moon God Palace, the reason he had always kept a low profile was not only to strengthen and consolidate his own foundation but also because the entire archaic realm knew what his complete form looked like. While he could easily crush other cultivators, facing a chosen one, those unreasonable beings, without a trump card would be tantamount to courting death. But now, with the celestial tyrant body, his sense of security had instantly risen to a whole new level. Smack! Xiao Bai lazily smacked its lips, showing no intention of waking up. After feeling its butt being slapped, it skillfully shifted to a new position and continued to sleep soundly. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted in Qin Feng's mind, and his consciousness seemed to traverse time, returning to an ancient battlefield. The cries of slaughter shook the heavens, rivers of blood flowed endlessly, and scorching hot blood splattered everywhere, as if the entire earth trembled under its weight. Dark, shadowy figures charged rapidly across the battlefield, their collective aura so overwhelming that it seemed to alter the very color of the world. Opposite them, a towering figure wielded a war halberd, striding across a ground littered with blood and corpses, advancing toward an innumerable horde of enemy soldiers. It was as if this was a battle with an inevitable outcome. Yet, that lone figure with the halberd seemed tireless of blood stirred his excitement, and the slaughter drove him to madness. *T. Qin Feng couldn't help but curse aloud, snapping back to reality in an instant. The celestial tyrant body is indeed a combat physique, practically born for battle. No matter how many enemies are on the other side, he alone is enough to handle them. Is this the celestial tyrant body? It's terrifying. Qin Feng clenched his fists, clearly feeling the surging power within his body. His physique had become even stronger. If Princess Nan Feng were to stab him with a dagger again, it probably wouldn't even pierce his skin. coupled with the 33 heavens creation technique he cultivated, which grants him terrifying healing abilities. Killing him would require at least 7 chosen ones. Missing even one would make it impossible to inflict a fatal wound on him. Clang! At this moment, a bell rang. That's right, the once-in-a-decade life and death elimination tournament has begun. From hundreds of millions of young cultivators, 100,000 are selected to compete. These 100,000 young cultivators are already considered 1 in a million geniuses. However, in the eyes of the Yin Moon dynasty, these geniuses are still not enough. They aim to use a gu-raising method to select 1,000 individuals from these 100,000 talents for cultivation, forging true prodigies to become the backbone of the Yin Moon dynasty's future. On the path of climbing upward within the Yin Moon dynasty, opportunities lie ahead. Whoever has the ability can climb all the way to the peak. Has it started? Xin Feng was filled with anticipation for this life and death elimination match. It was said that the death rate for each tournament reached as high as 50%, meaning that out of 100,000 participants, only 50,000 would walk out alive. However, even if they were not ultimately chosen by the Yin Moon dynasty, these 50,000 survivors would still become highly sought-after targets for various major powers. At this moment, as the bell for the life and death elimination match rang, projections appeared in the major cities of the Yin Moon dynasty. Magic transmitted the scenes from the event to these cities, resembling a live broadcast. Before the match began, a comprehensive combat power ranking was also released, jointly evaluated by several martial arts grandmasters. Xin Feng was currently ranked beyond the 30,000 mark. No way, Xin Feng is only ranked 30,000. Everyone exclaimed in shock, hardly able to believe their eyes. Even if Xin Feng hadn't achieved any notable accomplishments in the past 7 years, and his cultivation level and age put him at a disadvantage. In the life and death elimination match, shouldn't the number 1 prodigy of the ancient era be ranked higher than 30,000? Facing the voices of doubt, projections in various cities displayed a young lady alongside an elderly man with white hair. This man, named Ma Daigua, was a renowned martial arts master of the Yin Moon Empire. With a sweet voice, the young lady said, in response to everyone's doubts, "We have invited the well-known martial arts master, Master Ma Daigua, to analyze for us why Xin Feng is ranked over 30,000. Hello everyone, I am Ma Daigua, the founder of Hun Yuan Jin." After waving his hand to introduce himself, Ma Daigua began to analyze. As for why Xin Feng is ranked beyond 30,000, we martial arts experts have repeatedly analyzed and concluded with 4 words: Jack of all trades. Jack of all trades. The young lady cooperated with a puzzled expression, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes. Ma Daigua continued, "As we all know, every one of Xin Feng's abilities is something that strong individuals dream of possessing. But precisely because he possesses so many abilities, his focus in cultivation has been scattered. It took him 7 years to break through to Transcendent Level 9, which is truly thought-provoking. So that's how it is." The audience suddenly understood, as if enlightened, their hearts brightened. Ma Daigua, like a sage descending, continued his analysis. From the duel between Xin Feng and Fang Chang, we can also see that his sword intent has not broken through to the 2nd level. A peerless genius who comprehended sword intent and the invincible sword heart at the age of 8, yet failed to advance to the 2nd level sword intent in 7 years. This is clearly due to his scattered focus. Indeed. The audience nodded repeatedly, agreeing with his viewpoint, as if the reasoning was divinely guided. Ma Daigua went on to say, "In this life and death elimination match, Xin Feng is at a disadvantage both in age and cultivation, being broad but not specialized. This time, the number of contestants at the Dao entry realm exceeds 1,000, and the number of strong contenders at the 7th or 8th level of spiritual martial arts has surged to 1 or 2,000. In contrast, Xin Feng's 9th level of transcendence is truly at the bottom, so ranking him beyond 30,000 is perfectly reasonable." At this moment, the young lady couldn't help but ask, "Do you think Xin Feng might make a comeback like a dark horse and ultimately win the life and death elimination match?" "Absolutely impossible," Ma Daigua said confidently. "Xin Feng is currently at the bottom in terms of cultivation, the youngest in age, and lacks focus with limited combat power. How could he possibly stand out among so many experts?" The audience nodded repeatedly, expressing their agreement. The expert truly made sense. Ma Daigua said solemnly, "Here, I also advise everyone that the path of martial arts lies in mastery, not in quantity. For example, my self-created Hun Yuan Jin and 5-strike whip are already enough to sweep the world." Learn something. The audience nodded one after another, as if they had grasped the true meaning of life. At this moment, in the war zone where Xin Feng was located, 8 out of the 10 selection competition members had already arrived. but Qin Feng showed up late with Xiao Bai. Qin Feng. Princess Nanfeng in the crowd gritted her teeth as she glared at Qin Feng, her eyes full of hatred, wishing she could tear him apart. That rabbit was no good either. The claim that carrots could detoxify was completely useless. In the end, it took two mates to barely get through it. Qin Feng, it's Qin Feng. The surrounding audience exclaimed in surprise, and the atmosphere was instantly ignited. After Ma Daigua's commentary, everyone had lost hope for Qin Feng's participation, even thinking he would skip the life and death elimination match. Unexpectedly, he still showed up in the end, which was truly surprising. What's going on? Qin Feng touched his face in confusion, wondering to himself, could it be that he had become even more handsome? Is this rabbit your spirit pet? A man dressed in black walked up to Qin Feng, his gaze sizing up the little white creature on Qin Feng's shoulder with curiosity. According to the rules of the life and death elimination match, there were no restrictions in the competition, and participants could bring spirit pets to fight, but the level of the spirit pet couldn't be too high, otherwise, it would be deemed as cheating. Yes. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. A rabbit. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but exchange glances, their hearts filled with confusion. The number one prodigy of the ancient era had actually brought a rabbit to participate in the life and death elimination match. Could it be that he already knew he couldn't achieve a good ranking and had decided to give up? Transcendent 9th level, eligible to compete. The man in black instantly discerned Xiaobai's cultivation level and discovered that it was the same as Qin Feng's, both at the Transcendent 9th level. However, he did not underestimate this adorable rabbit like others might, as he sensed it was a rare variant among demonic beasts, possessing terrifying potential and abilities. Anyone who dared to belittle this rabbit would likely suffer greatly. 9 have arrived, 1 more to go. The man in black scanned the crowd, confirming that only Feng Chang was still missing. Will Feng Chang come? Princess Nanfeng anxiously looked around, trying to find Feng Chang's figure. After barely holding on with the help of 2 maids last night, she had intended to seek out Feng Chang to pour out her grievances, but unexpectedly, Feng Chang had already left, and no one even knew where he had gone. Does he still mind? Princess Nanfeng was filled with frustration, her resentful gaze falling on Qin Feng, thinking it was all that wretch's fault. Boom! A figure descended from the sky, landing heavily in front of everyone. Feng Chang! The crowd instantly gasped in shock, hardly able to believe their eyes. Feng Chang appeared with disheveled hair, heavy eye makeup, and an aura of extreme malevolence, completely unrecognizable from the sunny young man he had been before. He's fallen into darkness. Princess Nanfeng was so shocked that her eyes widened, her mind dizzy, and she almost couldn't stand. She couldn't believe that Feng Chang had chosen to succumb to darkness just because Qin Feng kissed her. Was his willpower really that fragile? 1,000 years of cultivation cannot compare to one night of falling into darkness. The surrounding crowd sighed one after another, feeling regretful for Feng Chang. Succumbing to darkness might grant immense power in a short time, but it also made it easy to lose oneself, ultimately turning into a bloodthirsty demon and becoming the enemy of the entire ancient wilderness. Fallen into darkness. The man in black furrowed his brows, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. According to the rules of the life and death elimination match, demonic contestants were allowed to participate, but could Feng Chang, as a disciple of the Great Xia Empire, truly be permitted to slaughter indiscriminately in this competition? Then again, considering Feng Chang's terrifying talent, if he were to die in the life and death elimination match, it might actually reduce a formidable enemy for the Yin Moon dynasty. Why does this feel like a cheap ancient romance drama? Qin Feng scrutinized Feng Chang. The more he looked, the more the scene resembled a low-budget production. Qin Feng, I will tear you to pieces. Feng Chang's gaze was as sharp as a cold blade, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent that sent shivers down the spine. Qin Feng showed no fear, turned around, and walked up to Princess Nanfeng, his tone deep, we're all adults here, let's just pretend last night never happened. You? Princess Nanfeng was too furious to speak, but a trace of unease flickered in her eyes. Crash! The entire crowd erupted instantly, everyone eager to know what exactly had happened between Qin Feng and Princess Nanfeng. Especially that phrase, we're all adults, made them even more curious. Qin Feng. Feng Chang was almost driven mad by Qin Feng's words, and the sinister aura around him surged rapidly. You think I'm afraid of you? Qin Feng was utterly fearless, completely indifferent to whether Feng Chang had descended into madness or divinity. He silently recited in his heart that there was nothing a bottle of crazy so couldn't solve, and if there was, then 100 bottles would do. For this life and death elimination match, he had prepared over 1,000 pounds of materials. Everyone's here, the life and death elimination match begins. The man in black sensed the tension between the two and immediately announced the start of the life and death elimination match. He quickly formed a hand seal and forcefully pointed into the void. Boom! A black hole suddenly tore through the void, and a powerful suction instantly pulled 10 people inside. When Qin Feng experienced the dizzying sensation and opened his eyes again, he and Xiaobai found themselves in a dimension resembling ancient ruins, surrounded by a vast sea of forests. From afar, the fierce roars of monstrous beasts echoed intermittently. This is the battlefield of life and death. Xiaobai excitedly looked around from Qin Feng's shoulder but didn't see Feng Chang and the other 9 people, clearly indicating they had been randomly teleported. It keenly sensed the presence of many terrifying beasts lurking nearby, and for someone like Qin Feng, with a cultivation level of transcendent 9th stage, he wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder here. The battlefield of life and death truly lives up to its name. Qin Feng lowered his gaze to survey the surroundings, which were littered with bones, both human and beast. The entire battlefield exuded a chilling and eerie atmosphere that sent shivers down the spine. Rumble! A massive explosion sounded not far away, accompanied by the intense noise of combat. Someone's already engaged in a fight. Qin Feng frowned, quickly turning to walk in the opposite direction. At this moment, aside from the 100,000 examinees flooding into the battlefield, there was also a large group of ferocious beasts watching intently from the sidelines. Recklessly joining the fight would not only yield minimal benefits but could also lead to being caught in a chaotic melee. It's best to avoid combat as much as possible in the early stages, conserve strength, and then go on a rampage later. Qin Feng calculated silently in his heart. As the 100,000 examinees gradually entered the life and death battlefield, scenes of combat were continuously projected outward, making the audience's blood boil with excitement. The competition on the leaderboard was fierce, with contestants chasing each other and showcasing astonishing combat prowess. However, Qin Feng, hailed as the #1 prodigy of the ancient era, remained exceptionally calm. An entire day had passed, yet his score was still 0. The audience couldn't help but believe Madaigwa's commentary, speculating whether Qin Feng could stir up a storm. Occasionally, the camera captured Qin Feng leisurely fishing by the river, as if this life and death elimination match was nothing more than a relaxing outing. On the second day, Qin Feng calculated the time and thought to himself, "It's about time. Are we going to fight?" Xiaobai exclaimed excitedly, quickly handing the sky sword to Qin Feng. "How did I teach you since you were young?" Confucius said, "A gentleman is not a tool." Qin Feng felt helpless in his heart. A true gentleman disdains using weapons to kill enemies. After a whole day of intense fighting, those prodigies must be parched. As long as they throw a few pounds of sao into the water source, they can just sit back and wait for points to pour in endlessly. There's such a sneaky trick. Xiaobai's eyes lit up with excitement, realizing that the road ahead of him was still long. Splash! Qin Feng took out a jar from his portable space and threw it into the river without hesitation. The sao inside the jar immediately started causing a commotion, startling the surrounding beasts and drawing them toward the water source. At this moment, the live broadcast camera focused on Qin Feng, and all the viewers went wild. Holy crap, he actually carries so many with him. How is this the #1 prodigy of the ancient era? He's clearly the #1 scoundrel of the ancient era. No wonder he didn't leave after finding the water source yesterday. Turns out he had this plan in mind. I have to say, the plan was quite successful. Not necessarily. Anyone who survived yesterday's chaotic battle must have some skills. How could they fall for something like this? An experienced hunter might not, but they're all kids in their 20s. How much experience could they have? Is the scene that's about to unfold something I can watch for free? Protest. I strongly protest against Qin Feng's behavior. I advise you to mind your own business. When some demonic beasts came to the river to drink water, they immediately perked up. There are demonic beasts. The candidates, faced with points delivered to their doorstep, all drew their weapons and charged into battle. They clearly underestimated the beasts' fury at this moment. After being attacked, the beasts launched a relentless and frenzied counterattack, eager to eliminate these youngsters immediately. For a time, battles of various scales erupted incessantly within a 20-mile radius around the water source, creating a scene of intense chaos. Wow, the fight is so intense. Qin Feng could clearly feel the tension and excitement of the battles, which were even fiercer than the massive skirmish on the first day. It is quite intense. Xiaobai nodded its little head while munching on a fresh carrot, as occasional screams echoed from the forest. Several disheveled examinees appeared by the river. After the fierce battles of the first day and the rampage of the beasts, they were extremely thirsty and rushed to the water to drink frantically. Wait, why do I feel like something's off? After drinking water, the examinees exchanged glances and were startled to realize that their companions beside them were unexpectedly handsome and charming. Illusion, illusion! They hurriedly shifted their gaze, only to see a few graceful figures by the river. Unable to control themselves, they rushed over. What do you want to do? A few young ladies raised their delicate eyebrows, sensing the approaching individuals had ill intentions. Don't be nervous, we just want to make friends. The men's eyes glowed red, revealing cunning smiles. Not good, retreat quickly. The young ladies understood the men's intentions but were surrounded. Just as despair filled their hearts, they suddenly heard a voice full of righteousness descending from the sky. Bold scoundrels, let go of those girls. Qin Feng, dressed in white, descended like an exiled immortal, resembling the light of righteousness. It's Qin Feng. The young ladies, as if seeing their savior, hurriedly hid behind him. Get lost. The men were completely enraged and paid no attention to Qin Feng. Whoosh! A sharp gust of wind suddenly tore through the air, carrying immense power. It brought the men back to their senses slightly, leaving them no room for hesitation. They stomped their feet forcefully, attempting to retreat. Boom! The invisible sword energy released by Qin Feng instantly shattered their escape route, with crimson blood blooming below. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Yi Yongji, earning 1,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Yi Yongji, earning 1,000 villain points. Each system prompt sounded accompanied by a shattering noise. Ah! A dozen men fell to the ground wailing. Xiaobai seized the opportunity to take their storage bags, his eyes gleaming with greed as he inwardly exclaimed that he was about to strike it rich. After Qin Feng finished reaping the spoils, he righteously declared, in light of heaven's virtue of cherishing life, I offer a small punishment as a big warning. I hope you will take this to heart. So handsome. The young lady's eyes sparkled with hearts, wishing they could offer themselves to him. The audience outside was speechless, inwardly exclaiming that they had never seen someone so shameless. If they didn't already know that the culprit was Qin Feng, they might have actually believed he was a righteous gentleman rescuing a damsel in distress. Thank you. A man gratefully clasped his fists toward Qin Feng. If Qin Feng hadn't appeared in time, he might have made a grave mistake. The audience outside the arena was completely speechless, inwardly exclaiming, good grief, this is a classic case of being sold out and still helping count the money. Have they cultivated themselves into fools? In the end, over a dozen men, severely injured, had no choice but to voluntarily withdraw from the life and death elimination match. All the points they had accumulated earlier were transferred to Qin Feng, causing his ranking to soar rapidly, like a rising star. In the palace of the Six Paths Emperor of the Yin Moon Dynasty, the atmosphere was tense, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. Seated in the center was a man in a black robe, exuding an aura of authority. He was none other than the leader of the Yin Moon Dynasty, the Six Paths Emperor. Surrounding him were a group of powerful figures, and the Moon Goddess and Princess Nanfeng had also been invited to observe. As part of the Great Xia Envoy, their mission this time was to participate in the Life and Death Elimination Tournament. Princess Nanfeng, what are your thoughts on our Yin Moon Dynasty's Life and Death Elimination Tournament? The Six Paths Emperor asked, his gaze reflecting profound wisdom. Too cruel. Princess Nanfeng's heart pounded with fear. In just one day, 20,000 of the 100,000 participants had been killed or injured. The bloody scenes continuously tested her nerves, and she began to worry about Feng Chang. Cruel. The Six Paths Emperor smiled faintly, seemingly indifferent. He understood that while it might seem cruel to the noble families of Great Xia, for the oppressed commoners, it was an excellent opportunity to realize their dreams. Oh, this little guy has some ideas. The projection screen switched to Qin Feng, and the big shots from all sides couldn't help but cast meaningful glances, especially Moon Goddess, who looked visibly embarrassed. How embarrassing. Moon Goddess felt annoyed and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She never expected Qin Feng to defeat his enemies in such a low-level manner, leaving her at a loss for words. At this moment, the same scene played out in other areas by the river. Qin Feng, like a tireless little bee, flew wherever there were eggs. He said earnestly, there are only 3 things to do here, smash eggs, and smash eggs. Xiaobai was not to be outdone and said seriously, I, the rabbit, also have only 3 things to do here, make money, and make money. A rogue duo of one man and one rabbit quickly became the talk of the life and death battlefield, spreading far and wide as a topic of conversation during meals. People gradually realized there was an issue with the water source. Combining this with Qin Feng's previous use of Even So's Go Crazy, they quickly concluded, he had laced the water source with Even So's Go Crazy. Beast! Everyone was so furious their teeth itched, wishing they could tear Qin Feng to pieces. How could this be something the number one prodigy of the ancient wilderness would do? This was outright the act of the most shameless scoundrel in the ancient wilderness. At the same time, they had to face a thorny problem: what to do next without water. Their cultivation levels had not yet reached the fasting stage, and after consecutive battles, the lack of water would inevitably affect their combat effectiveness. Now that the water source had been contaminated by Qin Feng, the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Water for sale, highest bidder wins. Qin Feng set up a stall by the river, nonchalantly shouting, with the base price for a bottle of water set at 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. So shameless. The examinees finally couldn't bear it anymore, setting aside all personal grudges and joining forces to beat up that scoundrel Qin Feng. Damn, being handsome really makes you a target. Qin Feng, terrified, hurriedly packed up his stall and fled. Before leaving, he didn't forget to scatter a bottle of Even So's Go Wild, shouting loudly, "Everyone, we'll meet again someday." At that moment, the darkened Feng Chang happened to arrive by the river, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light, as if a storm was about to erupt at any moment. Not good, take cover. When everyone saw the powder Qin Feng scattered, a sense of foreboding instantly arose in their hearts. They quickly retreated, fearing they might accidentally get caught up in this chaotic madness. Qin Feng. The blackened Feng Chang, burning with rage, arrived at the riverside and saw Qin Feng's gaze as sharp as a blade, as if he wanted to tear him apart. He didn't know about the disgraceful deeds Qin Feng had committed by the river. He only knew that his blackened state and participation in the life and death elimination match were solely to dismember Qin Feng. Without the slightest hesitation, the blackened Feng Chang faced the challenge head-on. Damn, this guy is really fierce. Everyone present couldn't help but admire him, silently giving Feng Chang a thumbs up in their hearts. Old pal 666. How did this guy catch up? At this moment, Qin Feng didn't want to confront Feng Chang head-on. Using his bizarre footwork, he swiftly darted through the forest, intending to conserve his strength for tomorrow's frenzied harvest. For now, he decided to stir up some hatred first. Qin Feng, if you've got guts, don't run. Feng Chang's face was ferocious, relentlessly pursuing, as if he wanted to devour Qin Feng alive. Don't run? Staying still is for turtles. Qin Feng curled his lips, his body as light as a snowflake. With a gentle push of his toes, his figure instantly soared 1,000 meters away. Dressed in white, he resembled an exiled immortal soaring through the air. What an incredible movement technique! The spectators outside couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, realizing that this ancient era's number one prodigy was indeed extraordinary. Despite being the youngest and weakest in cultivation among the participants in the life and death elimination match, his talent was undeniable, especially Qin Feng's complete form, which had once shocked the entire ancient era. If it weren't for the moon god's powerful cultivation, single-handedly suppressing various influential figures, the forces of the Yin Moon dynasty might have already gone to war over Qin Feng. At the same time, everyone began to pay attention to Feng Chang, who had just pursued Qin Feng so fiercely. Could it be that he had also absorbed some of the Even So's crazy effect? What's going on? Is it that thing? Feng Chang quickly noticed something amiss with his body. He was not unfamiliar with Qin Feng's methods, having experienced them firsthand during their first encounter. If he hadn't fallen into madness, he could have forcibly suppressed it using Buddhist techniques. However, now that his mindset had changed, suppressing the inner demon had become extremely difficult. After experiencing the shocking effect of the Sao's frenzy, Feng Chang suddenly had an epiphany, realizing that what he saw before him might not be the truth. Could it be that Qin Feng gave the princess the thing? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Feng Chang felt a trace of comfort in his heart and began to silently recite the heart-cleansing mantra. Behind him, a majestic Buddha suddenly appeared. However, this Buddha was completely different from the image people usually have of a Buddha. One half was a solemn golden Buddha, while the other half was a dark and sinister demon. One thought becomes Buddha, one thought becomes demon. The six path emperors and others exclaimed in shock, their hearts crying out that this person must not be allowed to remain. If Feng Chang had merely fallen into demonic ways, it would be one thing, but now he has comprehended the true essence of both Buddha and demon. If he succeeds in his understanding, it would be akin to Qin Feng mastering the invincible sword heart, possessing the power to dominate the current era. Unlike Qin Feng, who is diverse but not specialized, Feng Chang focuses solely on Buddhist cultivation, ensuring he will grow faster. For the Yin Moon dynasty, he is undoubtedly a potential threat. Not good. Princess Nan Fong realized the danger and hurriedly sought the protection of the elder accompanying her. Princess, rest assured, this old man's injuries have basically healed, and I can fight to the death. The elder's expression was solemn, fully aware of Fong Chang's threat to Xia. Please. Princess Nanfeng held a life token in her hand, which could summon her father and grandfather if necessary. At this moment, the projections in all major cities were replaced with Fong Chang's image. Is it witnessing the birth of a generation's Buddha or the rise of a generation's demon king? Just as everyone was fiercely debating, Xin Feng's figure suddenly appeared on the projection screen. He noticed that Fong Chang had not caught up, understanding that the drug's effects had already taken hold. Thus, his mischievous nature began to stir again. How could he resist doing something to the Chosen One when such a rare opportunity presented itself? When he retraced his steps, the surprise came so unexpectedly. He was actually redeeming himself. As everyone knows, turning dark makes one invincible, while redemption weakens by 70%. If not nerfed now, then when? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the mission, disrupt the Chosen One's enlightenment of the Great Tao. Mission reward, 1 Sword Intent Upgrade Card. Sword Intent Upgrade Card. Xin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Faced with such an enticing reward, he was completely powerless to resist. Xin Feng. A trace of panic flashed in Fong Chang's eyes. He hadn't expected Xin Feng to return the same way. He was at a critical moment in breaking through, and if Xin Feng disturbed him, it would inevitably lead to a deviation in his cultivation, causing severe injuries. At this moment, Fong Chang could no longer care about holding back his trump card. A golden jade stone flew out from his body, emitting a golden light that completely enveloped him. It's the Buddha's relic. The spectators outside the arena exclaimed in astonishment, marveling at Fong Chang's incredible fortune. The Buddha's relic is a treasure, condensed after the passing of a top-tier Buddha. Wearing it not only wards off all evils but also enhances the power of Buddhist techniques. The Buddha's light it emits possesses extremely strong defensive capabilities. With the Buddha's light currently radiating from the relic, not to mention Xin Feng, even if all the examinees in the life and death battlefield joined forces, they would likely struggle to break through. Sigh. The Sixth Tao Emperor and others let out a sigh, knowing that some things cannot be forced. They had thought Xin Feng's return would be able to nip Fong Chang in the bud, but who could have expected the other party's fortune to be so strong, with a Buddha relic guarding him internally? However, the crowd clearly underestimated Xin Feng's shamelessness. He showed no surprise at the sudden appearance of the Buddha relic and instead cheerfully took out a book titled by Jia, beginning to read it aloud with vivid expression. This scoundrel. Fong Chang was at the age of youthful vigor, and the effects of the medicine in his body had not yet worn off. How could he endure such stimulation? The inner demons in his heart reignited, even showing signs of losing control. This! The expressions of the audience outside the arena turned strange, unable to tell whether this was a serious life and death elimination match or an unserious recital of a short essay. In the palace of the Six Paths Emperor, the various big shots looked at each other, their expressions odd as they glanced at the moon goddess, as if asking, "Did you teach all this to Xin Feng?" "I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." The moon god hurriedly denied 3 times, stating that she was not that kind of person. At the same time, she was furious with Xin Feng in her heart. This brat had actually destroyed the glorious image she had built over the years. Whoosh! A faint sound of something slicing through the air suddenly rang out, causing all the hairs on Xin Feng's body to stand on end. Ambush! The first thought that flashed through Xin Feng's mind, his body instinctively darting away like lightning. In an instant, out of the corner of his eye, he quickly caught sight of a figure in the dim rainforest behind him, drawing a bow and releasing an arrow. A crimson feathered arrow shot out like a long rainbow, aiming straight for his chest. Bang! The slender arrow pierced through Xin Feng's afterimage, continuing to penetrate several large trees before finally stopping. Its power was far more ferocious than that of a Barrett sniper rifle. *T. Xin Feng began to rant wildly in his heart, gaining a whole new understanding of the absurdity of the Chosen Ones. Just as he was about to force the opponent into a dead end, he hadn't expected someone to suddenly appear and interfere, buying time. Damn it, he actually managed to dodge. The thin man perched on the treetop cursed under his breath, quickly drawing 3 crimson feathered arrows and shooting them again. I don't care who you are, Fong Chang is mine today. Not even Jesus can save him, mark my words. Xin Feng, irritated by the relentless attacks, thought to himself that if he didn't show some real skill, the opponent might not take him seriously. Whoosh! 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 3 streaks of feathered arrows once again shot across the sky, aiming directly at Qin Feng's vital points. Damn it, addicted to shooting now. Qin Feng cursed under his breath as he swiftly dodged, pushing the Phantom Wanderer technique to its limits, leaving behind streaks of afterimages in the forest. Despite his efforts, the chilling sensation behind him not only failed to diminish but grew even stronger, as if countless venomous snakes were staring him down. A feeling surged in his heart that no matter how he struggled, he would inevitably be struck. Oh no, Rabbit Mom, I don't want to be shot. Xiaobai clung tightly to Qin Feng, refusing to let go lest he fall off during the high-speed movement. It's Bai Ri. The spectators outside immediately grew excited, recognizing the archer at a glance. This person was named Bai Ri, Bai as in daylight, Ri as in shooting the sun, a seeded contestant in this life and death elimination match. Not only did he rise to fame at a young age with extraordinary talent, but his cultivation had also reached the first level of the Dao entry realm. His current ranking stood at 153, and barring any surprises, his victory was practically guaranteed. This Bai Ri. The Six Paths Emperor and others rubbed their brows in frustration, knowing that Feng Chang was someone blessed with great fortune and destined to survive. Damn it, did I throw your kid into a well or something? Why are you chasing me and shooting at me? Qin Feng also knew the gap in cultivation between them was immense, so he decisively activated the ancient double pupils, causing the entire world to slow down. It's the ancient double pupils. The spectators outside the arena were even more excited, shouting enthusiastically. They had finally waited for Qin Feng to fight seriously, wondering if they would get to witness his complete form. Buzz! The bowstring trembled lightly. Bai Ri, holding a longbow, looked like a seasoned hunter, sealing off all escape routes as he drew the bowstring. Draw the sword! Almost at the instant the opponent pulled the bowstring, Qin Feng unsheathed his sword, its dark, water-like light flashing out. Unlike the previous heaven-slaying sword technique, this time it was fused with second-level sword intent and bolstered by the heavenly overlord body. Faster, fiercer, and stronger. In a flash, before Bai Ri could react, Qin Feng's figure swiftly swept past him, the long sky divine sword in his hand slicing through the void before returning to its sheath. How is this possible? Bai Ri stared in disbelief, his eyes wide, as a bead of sweat slowly rolled down his forehead. With a loud bang, Bai Ri's longbow shattered in his hand, the sword technique so precise that only a streak of crimson appeared below. At this moment outside the arena, the audience was utterly silent, stunned by Qin Feng's heaven-slaying sword draw technique. Damn! Does it have to be this fast? They had thought this would be a fierce battle between two titans, but before it even began, Qin Feng had already ended it. How is this possible? The Six Paths Emperor and other powerful figures stood up in shock, hardly believing their eyes. Even if Qin Feng's talent was unprecedented, defeating a first-level Dao entry cultivator with a single strike at the 9th level of transcendence was simply too outrageous. There was an entire major realm of Lingwu between them. No need to panic, just basic skills. The moon goddess immediately raised her eyebrows in triumph, proudly lifting her little head. She had personally experienced how fierce Qin Feng could be. The only thing that surprised her was when Qin Feng's sword intent had broken through to the 2nd level. Ah! Bai Ri let out a heart-wrenching cry of losing a brother, collapsing to the ground and rolling around, unable to accept reality. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for shattering Eternal Peace, earning 1,000 villain points. Another 1,000 villain points credited. Qin Feng glanced at the system after opening it. His original 47,000 villain points had now reached 121,000, signifying that 74 brothers had been freed from their troubles and could now focus entirely on cultivation. I truly am a paragon of virtue. Qin Feng gave himself a thumbs up for his actions and began narrating Bai Jie's story in front of Feng Chang. The audience outside the scene was utterly speechless, unable to find words to describe this unparalleled prodigy of the ancient era. Clearly possessing the strength to crush everything, yet behaving in such an unconventional manner. At this moment, due to the projection content failing to pass review, the broadcast switched to an exclusive interview with Ma Daigua. The young lady couldn't help but ask, Master Ma, you previously mentioned that Qin Feng was versatile but lacked specialization, and wouldn't perform too well in this life and death elimination match. But now, Qin Feng has defeated an entry Dao first stage opponent with a single strike while only at the transcendent 9th stage. What's your take on this? Ma Daigua appeared slightly embarrassed and said with some confusion, from that single strike just now, it's evident that Qin Feng's sword intent has already broken through to the 2nd level. However, even if he has reached the 2nd level of sword intent, there's no reason why he should be able to defeat Bai Ri, an entry Dao first stage cultivator, with just one strike. The young lady probed further, are you suggesting that Qin Feng's strike contained some other kind of power? Could it be due to a special constitution? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ma Daigua confidently said, everyone knows that Qin Feng is the possessor of the ancient double pupils. How could he possibly have another special constitution? I think he most likely took some kind of pill that temporarily boosts strength. I see. The audience felt as if they had been enlightened, as though they had studied for 10 years. Ma Daigua continued his analysis. Qin Feng's sword intent has broken through to the second level, which shows that over the past 7 years, he has mainly focused on swordsmanship. The power of his supreme bone and ancient double pupils won't be too strong. Judging from how he defeated Bai Ri, who was ranked 153, with a single strike, his limit is probably around the top 100. Beyond that, he has no advantage. The audience nodded repeatedly, feeling that the expert's words made a lot of sense. The scene shifts. The atmosphere suddenly changes, and the content that couldn't pass censorship ends. Feng Chang, after listening to Qin Feng's essay, could no longer suppress the demonic nature within him. The golden statues of Buddha and demon behind him instantly became covered in cracks, on the verge of completely shattering. Damn Qin Feng! Princess Nanfeng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, repeatedly pleading with the Sixth Dao Emperor, only to be rejected each time. She understood that Feng Chang posed a threat to the Sixth Dao Emperor, making it impossible for him to leave the battlefield of life and death alive unless he was completely crippled. Bang! The golden bodies of Buddha and demon shattered completely, dissolving into specks of starlight that scattered into the void. Put! Feng Chang spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura plummeting to freezing point in an instant. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining a sword intent upgrade card. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for severely injuring the chosen one and earning 500,000 villain points. That's it. Qin Feng felt somewhat disappointed in his heart, thinking he might get another chance to draw a prize. But soon, he fixed his gaze on the Buddha's relic and thought to himself, it's not your fault that you have treasures at home, but it's your fault for using them to tempt me. As Feng Chang failed to comprehend the great Tao, the Buddha's light condensed by the Buddha's relic also dissipated. Qin Feng reached out, and the Buddha's relic fell into his hand. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for seizing the chosen one's opportunity and earning a chance to draw a prize. Now this feels great. Qin Feng finally revealed a satisfied smile and transformed into a white blur, disappearing instantly from the spot. It wasn't that he didn't want to take the opportunity to eliminate Feng Chang in one fell swoop, but the chosen ones were too unreasonable. He worried that if he accidentally killed him, he might lose the Buddha's relic instead. Better to quit while ahead and make a quick escape. Qin Feng, give me back the Buddha's relic. Feng Chang scrambled to his feet in a panic, trying to chase after him. That relic was the foundation of his survival in the ancient wilderness. However, his failed enlightenment had led to inner turmoil, and now he was gravely injured, leaving him no choice but to watch helplessly as Qin Feng clutched the Buddha's relic in his hand. At the same time, his heart was filled with doubt. Why was it that every time he encountered Qin Feng, he was completely suppressed, not even given the chance for a full fight? Feng Chang's expression suddenly changed as he realized the effects of the drug in his body were starting to act up again. His gaze involuntarily fell on the wailing Bai Ri beside him, and he thought to himself, this kid looks so delicate and refined, not good. The forest stretched endlessly. Qin Feng held the Buddha's relic in his hand, secretly feeling pleased, and quickly dashed outward. But he underestimated the madness of those chosen by fate. After just a few steps, his path was blocked by a young man in black. This man wields a black long sword, his gaze is steadfast as the sea, his mind is tranquil as a serene lake. His thin frame resembles a sharp, exposed blade. He ranks 53rd on the leaderboard, the young master of sword manner Yi Jian. The audience outside instantly erupted in excitement. No one had expected Qin Feng to encounter Yi Jian. Sword manner is renowned throughout the Yin Moon dynasty. Celebrated with the saying, 1,000 years, only one sword, Yi Jian reigns for a millennium. In this era devoid of sword gods, their fame is unmatched. Especially the current young master Yi Jian, who is regarded as a prodigy in swordsmanship. At just 18 years old, he has broken through to the first stage of the Tao, comprehended third-level sword intent, and possesses the legendary heavenly sword physique. Now, facing Qin Feng, the future sword god, an astonishing clash is inevitable. One sword, I want you to help me sharpen my blade. One sword wasted no words. The long sword in his hand was suddenly drawn, its aura soaring like a sharp blade piercing the heavens. The crisp sound of the sword's hum echoed through the forest. So powerful. Qin Feng's pupils contracted sharply, sensing the opponent's overwhelming strength. A cultivation at the first stage of Dao, third level. Sword intent, and the heavenly sword physique, this was undoubtedly the strongest prodigy he had encountered since his debut. However, what puzzled him was that such a prodigy was not a chosen one, and the system did not issue any prompts. Swish! An incredibly sharp force instantly surged forward, accompanied by the sudden sound of a resonant sword hum. The long sword erupted with dazzling sword light, trailing brilliant radiance as it pierced toward Qin Feng at an astonishing speed, stirring up waves of sharp wind-breaking sounds. Qin Feng's body tilted, as if swaying in a gentle breeze, swiftly dodging. What an eerie movement technique, like a breeze swaying, yet also like a hurricane sweeping through. A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Jian's eyes. He suddenly stomped the ground, his aura surging, and his longsword swept out horizontally like a roaring dragon, instantly destroying the lingering afterimages. Seeing the opponent's relentless pursuit, Qin Feng gripped the sword hilt tightly, his entire being transforming into an unsheathed sharp blade, radiating an imposing edge. Heaven-slaying sword technique. A crisp sword hum echoed through the forest, and a fierce sword aura swept out. Clang! The swords of both sides collided heavily, producing a piercing sound of metal clashing. The audience outside the arena was in an uproar, witnessing the two refusing to yield an inch, surrounded by an invisible storm of sword energy. The crisscrossing sword energy was terrifying, leaving striking sword marks on the ground. How is this possible? The Six Dao Emperor and others exclaimed, shocked by Qin Feng's strength. That's right. They were completely stunned by Qin Feng. Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the essence. Unlike the first level of Dao entry cultivation during the day, Yi Jian not only possessed the first level of Dao entry cultivation but was also bolstered by third-level sword intent and the heavenly sword physique. Yet even so, he still could not defeat Qin Feng with a single strike. How is this possible? Yi Jian's face remained expressionless, but his heart was in turmoil. His cultivation was a whole major realm higher than Qin Feng's, and his comprehension of sword intent was also a level above Qin Feng's. Yet, he still could not overcome Qin Feng. Was the invincible sword heart truly this terrifying? Just as Qin Feng felt he could no longer hold on, the little white creature on his shoulder made a move, extending its tiny paw and aiming straight for Yi Jian's eyes, unhesitatingly poking at them. To be a successful hunter, you must learn to hide yourself, remain as still as a stone, lock onto your target, prepare to strike, and move as swiftly as the wind. Ah, attack! What the hell? The audience outside couldn't help but exclaim, realizing that Qin Feng's rabbit, just like him, didn't take the battle seriously at all. Ah! A sword retreated painfully, his eyes almost being blinded. However, he did not scream or shout. Instead, he gained a trace of insight into the way of the sword from the earlier battle, and sharp sword energy surged around him. He stood like a proud snow lotus, facing the wind, exuding a soul-stirring power. This is... Qin Feng was shocked. He was all too familiar with this scene. The year he attained the invincible sword heart, it was precisely this feeling. This meant that a sword had already begun to grasp the essence of the invincible sword heart. Are you kidding me? System, come out here. With such an abnormal talent, you're telling me he's not the chosen one. The system replied, the other party indeed does not have the fate of the chosen one, but possesses the fate of a destined villain. A villain? A peer. Qin Feng was stunned on the spot, and a big what the heck popped into his mind. In the storyline, he had encountered 3 protagonists before and after, all of them epic figures, but this was the first time he had met the main villain. A wave of tension rose in his heart. He understood the principle that rivals are enemies, which further solidified his determination to eliminate this villain, to prevent him from becoming an ally to the protagonist in the future, thereby increasing his own difficulty as the antagonist. This is the invincible sword heart. The sword's light flickered, and a gaze as sharp as lightning fixed on Qin Feng, secretly delighted. He intended to use Qin Feng as a whetstone for his sword, seizing this opportunity to fully comprehend the legendary invincible sword heart. Swish! The figure of Yi Jian moved like a phantom, wildly swinging the long sword in his hand. Sword energy surged like a tide, enveloping Qin Feng overwhelmingly, striking fear into the heart. Qin Feng decisively activated his heavy pupils and engaged in battle with the opponent, instantly entering a tense combat state. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the forest, invisible sword energy scattering in all directions as the intensity of the battle escalated. Although Qin Feng possessed the unparalleled heaven-slaying Sword technique. Faced with Yi Jian's powerful attacks, he could only rely on the slow-motion effect of his heavy pupils to counter each move. He was forced into retreat step by step under Yi Jian's relentless assault. Qin Feng is about to lose. The spectators outside let out sighs, realizing that Qin Feng was not far from defeat. Although his heaven-slashing sword technique was stunning, it couldn't secure victory in a single move against a formidable opponent. His subsequent combat strength seemed insufficient, unless he used the supreme bone and the ancient double pupils. Thinking of this, the spectators outside fixed their eyes on the light screen, eager to witness the power of the supreme bone and the ancient double pupils. However, Qin Feng seemed unwilling to use either. He quickly retreated, creating distance, and even slowly sheathed the drawn sky sword back into its scabbard. Are you going to use the supreme bone and heavy pupils? Yi Jian immediately became alert, not daring to be careless. You are not worthy. Qin Feng sneered coldly, completely indifferent. Not worthy. The Six Dao Emperor and others stared intently at Qin Feng, eagerly anticipating the methods he was about to display. Just as everyone was filled with expectation, Qin Feng waved his hand and took out more than a dozen bottles of Even So's Go Crazy. From afar came Bai Ri's utterly miserable cry, tinged with sobs. Don't come any closer. At this moment, the scene instantly became tense and filled with suspense. Everyone's heartbeat quickened, waiting for the earth-shattering reversal to come. Damn Qin Feng! Princess Nanfeng was burning with rage, holding the life token, ready to call her father. However, the elder protecting the envoy group immediately stepped forward to stop her. Princess, you mustn't. This is the life and death elimination match of the Yin Moon dynasty. Feng Chang voluntarily participated. If we contact His Majesty now, how will the major forces of the ancient wilderness view our great Xia dynasty in the future? They will all say we can't play fair. But, Princess Nanfeng turned pale with anxiety. Her beloved man was in danger, how could she not be burning with worry? The elder looked puzzled. Why doesn't Feng Chang forfeit? Has he lost his mind, or does he actually enjoy this? Woo! Princess Nanfeng could no longer bear it. Covering her mouth, she ran away, tears streaming down her face. In the grand palace of the Six Paths Emperor, the various big shots all turned to look at the moon god, as if accusing, this is all your Qin Feng's fault. Don't look at me, I don't know him. The moon god had long lost her usual pride, her face full of innocence, looking extremely awkward. On the battlefield of life and death, Qin Feng's aura was overwhelming, instantly unsettling Yi Jian, who quickly retreated a few steps. Rumors about Qin Feng using even as Sao goes crazy in life and death battles had long spread, with 70 examinees falling for his trick due to carelessness. Qin Feng's way of solving problems was straightforward and brutal. Shatter and eternal cure. It can be said that Qin Feng holding a sword is not frightening, but Qin Feng smiling at you is the true terror. So shameless. The audience outside the arena was completely speechless. Just as two battles had made people forget Qin Feng's shamelessness, he turned around and once again threw his integrity to the wind. Whoosh! An invisible storm formed around Qin Feng, and the so's in over a dozen jade bottles were swept up wildly. Fallen leaves in the forest danced gracefully within the storm. Leaves swirling in the air. This is a unique skill he learned from the 10th ancestor. After 7 years of exploration and improvement, he successfully developed a set of passionate palm techniques. Perhaps its power is not the strongest, nor its damage the highest, but its vulgarity is absolutely unmatched. With one strike, passion erupts. This is... Yi Jian's face suddenly changed, secretly regretting his decision to confront Qin Feng. He could clearly sense the vast range of this strike. Not only did he have to avoid the powder mixed with even So's Go Wild, but also dodge the falling leaves that had transformed into slicing blades. Moreover, there could be no room for error, otherwise, Qin Feng would seize the opportunity, robbing him of the source of a man's joy. Go! Qin Feng gently waved his palm, and a powerful gust of wind surged forth. Whoosh! 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 The falling leaves instantly transformed into terrifying weapons, cutting through everything like a chainsaw, shrouding an area of several hundred meters in dense white mist. Yi Jian held his breath, showing no sign of retreat. The black long sword in his hand traced a perfect arc, unleashing a fierce storm of sword energy. The flying leaves were destroyed by the sword energy, and the pervasive powder was also cleaved apart. Now's the time. A sword split open a path with sword energy, connecting the way between him and Qin Feng. Qin Feng quickly assumed the stance of the heaven-slaying sword draw technique, calling upon the system and his heart to use the sword intent upgrade card obtained from the mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the sword intent upgrade card. Level 2 Sword Intent has been upgraded to Level 3 Sword Intent. All rivers converge, forming a seamless whole. In an instant, Qin Feng felt a breathtakingly stunning sword-like flash before his eyes, like a fleeting glimpse of a rainbow, scattering countless clouds. Childishness should have its limits. Yi Jian felt increasingly dissatisfied with Qin Feng's actions, believing that Qin Feng was humiliating him, repeatedly using the same move against a swordsman, and having it successfully blocked is the greatest insult to a swordsman. Even if Qin Feng used the passionate palm as a cover, it couldn't conceal this fact. Clang! The high-pitched, crisp sound of a sword being drawn pierced through the clouds and shattered the stones, startling everyone. No! This is not the previous heaven-splitting sword technique. Qin Feng's figure, clad in snow-white robes, flashed like lightning. His fair, jade-like hand gripped the hilt of the sky sword, lifting it lightly, and the breathtaking sword light suddenly appeared amidst the forest. Drawing the sword, striking, and sheathing it all in one fluid motion. Level 3 Sword Intent. With one strike, his eyes widened in disbelief. The cold wind, as crisp as a mountain stream, rushed toward him. He dared not show the slightest carelessness, as sharp, invisible sword energy surged around him. Ding! The clash of metal reverberated through the forest as two figures crossed paths at an incredible speed. At that moment, the scene seemed to freeze. Qin Feng's sword had already returned to its sheath. He stood motionless, his posture unwavering, while faint sobbing sounds could be heard in the distance. Who won? The audience outside held their breath, their eyes fixed on the light screen, waiting for the results to be revealed. Originally, it was thought that Qin Feng's second-level sword intent was his limit, but unexpectedly, he comprehended third-level sword intent. This was truly shocking. Ancient Era's #1 prodigy indeed lives up to his reputation. Put! Qin Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body was marked with several bloodstains. The invisible sword energy he unleashed with his strike just now was definitely not ordinary sword energy. It was the heavenly sword energy inherent to his heavenly sword physique, with extremely astonishing destructive power. He sustained injuries while breaking through the heaven-slaying sword draw technique. However, according to the rule of the one who spits blood first loses, his injuries are certainly more severe than his opponents'. Put! A single knee hit the ground, unable to maintain balance, as blood spurted wildly from the body. A massive wound tore open on the figure, and fresh blood gushed forth like a spring, cascading downwards. Qin Feng won? The spectators outside the arena were in disbelief, their hearts unable to calm for a long while. Even though Qin Feng was hailed as the greatest prodigy of the ancient wilderness, his cultivation at the 9th level of the transcendent realm was truly nothing extraordinary. Yet, the fact that he managed to defeat Yi Jian, ranked 53 in the points standings, was utterly baffling. One must understand, Yi Jian was ranked among the top 10 powerhouses on the combat strength leaderboard of this year's Life and Death Elimination Tournament. This little guy is incredible. The Six-Path Emperor and other prominent figures were deeply shocked, utterly speechless at Qin Feng's performance. Who could have imagined that a low-level existence at the 9th stage of transcendence could rise against all odds, becoming the brightest star of the event and effortlessly defeating one renowned expert after another? Keep it low-key, just basic moves. The moon goddess once again acted smugly, putting on a look of I'm the closest to Qin Feng. However, deep down, she was already planning to give Qin Feng a good scolding when they returned. He had actually advanced to the 3rd level of sword intent and even hid it from her. This made her so angry her teeth itched. She had raised him with painstaking care, and now he was guarding against her. The big shots were completely speechless, realizing that the moon goddess seemed to lack any sense of propriety. Qin Feng's actions were likely closely tied to her. This kid is not simple. The Six Paths Emperor squinted his eyes as he examined Qin Feng, noticing that his wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, the injuries Qin Feng sustained from clashing with the heavenly sword's aura shouldn't have been this minor. I have not lost yet. A sword dragged its heavily injured body and stood up once more, the invisible sword aura around him frantically condensed, forming a massive transparent sword aura 20 meters high. His heavenly sword, inherent to his heavenly sword physique. One sword strike, gods and demons retreat. Damn it, this still isn't over. Qin Feng had no intention of showing mercy to anyone. A golden light flickered on his chest, faintly revealing flowing runes. Supreme Bone, it's the Supreme Bone. The audience outside the arena screamed excitedly, not expecting that the most thrilling part was yet to come. Supreme Bone versus Heavenly Sword Physique, who will emerge victorious? Wait! Just as everyone was anticipating the showdown, Qin Feng suddenly called a halt, stating that he needed to go to the right to exchange energy waves. Right side. Everyone looked confused, unable to understand what connection there was between energy clashes and feng shui. Childish. Yijian couldn't be bothered to argue with Qin Feng and voluntarily gave up the feng shui position on the right side. Heavenly Sword. Tribulation Light of the Heavens. Boom! The clash between the two sides erupted instantly, and the scattered energy uprooted trees, enveloping an area of several hundred meters in a terrifying energy storm. This is the strength of the younger generation. The audience off the field couldn't help but swallow hard, stunned by the strength of the young man before them. They had long heard that this era of great contention was exceptionally powerful, but they hadn't expected it to be this overwhelming. The confrontation between the Supreme Bone and the Heavenly Sword physique was shockingly destructive. Let's see how you withstand this. Qin Feng roared, and the Heavenly Overlord physique began to amplify. How is this possible? Yijian felt like he was about to go crazy, completely unable to understand what kind of monster Qin Feng was. His Supreme Bone came from his younger brother, his Heavenly Sword. Physique was innate, and his cultivation level was much higher than Qin Feng's. Yet, he was being completely suppressed by Qin Feng, and it was clear he was about to lose. Where exactly had things gone wrong? Boom! Before Yijian could react, he was struck and sent flying by the tribulation light of the heavens. When the energy storm subsided and the surroundings returned to calm, the area was left in ruins. At this moment, Yijian's entire body was in tatters, and he struggled to stand while gasping for breath, clearly no longer able to continue fighting. In contrast, Qin Feng was full of energy, as if growing stronger with each battle. Did he drink fake alcohol? Whether it was the audience outside the arena or Yijian on site, everyone was staring at Qin Feng in shock. They found it hard to imagine why, after such an intense battle, Qin Feng showed no signs of weakness and even seemed like he could continue with a wedding night tonight without any problem. Is this the Heavenly Tyrant body? Qin Feng discovered that the Heavenly Tyrant body was far more powerful than he had imagined. Not only did it prevent fatigue during battle, but as the fight prolonged, his physical body grew increasingly stronger, eventually evolving into an indestructible golden form. Looks like I don't need to make a move. After some commotion, Xiaobai finally managed to sit comfortably on Qin Feng's shoulder, munching on a carrot. That's right. The Six Paths Emperor couldn't help but burst into laughter, finally uncovering Qin Feng's little secret. Earlier, Qin Feng had forcibly endured the sword energy of the Heavenly Sword, and the injuries he sustained left him feeling incredulous. It is widely known that the sword energy inherent in the Heavenly Sword physique is extremely domineering. An ordinary person could lose their life upon contact, and at best, might survive with severed limbs. Yet Qin Feng remained completely unharmed, suffering only minor superficial injuries. Now he is full of energy, without a trace of fatigue. Apart from the legendary heaven-dominating physique born for battle, there is absolutely no other explanation. Heaven-dominating physique. The various big shots in the palace were stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape, involuntarily exclaiming in their hearts, Nima! Possessing the ancient double pupils and comprehending the invincible sword heart was already enviable enough, and now he has added the heaven-dominating physique born for battle. God, aren't you being a bit too biased? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The moon goddess shook her head repeatedly, refusing to believe that Qin Feng possessed the heavenly overlord body. Qin Feng had lived in the moon god palace since he was 8 years old, and she knew all his secrets inside out. If he had the heavenly overlord body, how could she not know? The Six Paths Emperor said, this is only the second day. Tomorrow, the final day, will be even more chaotic. The Heavenly Overlord body absolutely cannot remain hidden in such an environment. The big shots exchanged glances, patiently awaiting tomorrow's final showdown. At this moment, figures suddenly appeared from all directions, their greedy eyes fixed on Qin Feng and Yijian. Brother Qin, we have a long future ahead. Until we meet again. A sword naturally understood these people's intentions, dropped a sentence, and quickly left with his severely injured body. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can fight me when you want and leave when you please? Qin Feng stomped his foot, his figure pouncing forward like a cheetah. Whoosh! The sharp sound of wind breaking startled a sword. Qin Feng, carrying a fierce gust, flashed in front of him. Before he could react, a devastating kick was already coming his way. What? A sword's face showed a look of terror, not expecting that Qin Feng was still thinking about him at this moment. With a bang, the chicken flew and the eggs were smashed. A sword's eyes widened, intense pain swept through his entire body, and in the end, he still couldn't evade this move. SSSS. The onlookers around, ready to act as fishermen, gasped in shock, a strange chill rising in their hearts. They really couldn't understand why Qin Feng was so obsessed with smashing eggs. According to incomplete statistics, more than 70 brothers had already fallen victim to his cruelty. At the same time, they began to ponder a question: was it really necessary to provoke Qin Feng just for the sake of points? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for smashing eggs permanently, earning 1000 villain points. 1000 points credited. Qin Feng had no intention of stopping, showing an innocent smile as he looked around at the crowd. The number of people wasn't too large, only a little over 100. Calculating at 1000 villain points per person, harvesting them all would yield 100,000 villain points. Buzzing. A piercing sword cry suddenly rang out. Qin Feng swiftly formed a hand seal, and the long sky divine sword before him split into 9 miniature swords, floating in the air and circling around him. 9 swords unleashed. Qin Feng formed another hand seal and pointed at the 100 people around him. Whoosh! 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 A series of sharp wind-breaking sounds echoed continuously as 9 swords streaked through the void like meteors, without any unnecessary movements, directly striking their comrades. Ah! Miserable cries rang out one after another, as they fell one by one. Run, run! Watching people fall one after another, the fear among the others continued to spread. Especially when the sword light flashed mercilessly, it felt like falling into an icy abyss, chilling from head to toe, as the roles of hunter and prey reversed in an instant. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Sui Dan Yangji, for earning 1000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Sui Dan Yangji, for earning 1000 villain points. Amid the constant chaos, the system's notifications rang out one after another, as if cheering for this frenzied slaughter. Run, he's a demon! Fear spread through the air as the crowd panicked and fled, realizing the terrifying power of this ancient era's #1 prodigy. He may not be the strongest, but he is undoubtedly the most ruthless. At this moment, due to the content being unsuitable for children, the camera switched to an exclusive interview with Ma Daigua. The young lady wasted no time and asked directly, Master Ma, you previously said that Qin Feng would rank around the top 100 at most. Now he has defeated the opponent ranked 54th and can still crush over 100 more candidates. What are your thoughts on this? Ugh. Ma Daigua looked slightly embarrassed and coughed lightly. From the third-level sword intent Qin Feng just displayed, it seems he is not as unfocused as I had assumed. He has been dedicated to swordsmanship for the past 7 years, and it appears that Lady Moon God has guided him well. The young lady then asked in confusion, but Qin Feng's mastery of the Supreme Bone is also very proficient, which suggests he hasn't solely focused on swordsmanship. Could it be that he is extraordinarily gifted and capable of mastering multiple divine abilities simultaneously? Absolutely impossible. Ma Daigua's expression was serious. Human strength has its limits. Qin Feng is only 15 years old and has already reached an unprecedented level in swordsmanship. At most, he could abandon his own cultivation to focus on mastering the Supreme Bone. It is simply impossible for him to simultaneously master multiple divine abilities. I see. The audience suddenly understood, as if they had comprehended a decade's worth of knowledge. Ma Daigua sighed again. It's a pity that Qin Feng has his priorities reversed. The double pupils are originally the path to invincibility, so why borrow someone else's Supreme Bone? Neglecting his own double pupils to cultivate someone else's Supreme Bone is a case of losing the greater for the lesser. The audience nodded repeatedly, feeling that the expert's words made a lot of sense. At this moment, the scene switched back, and everyone was lying on the ground, wailing in pain. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for cutting off the descendants of 104 people, earning a total of 104,000 villain points. Over 100,000 points have been credited. Qin Feng opened the system and glanced, discovering he had accumulated 726,000 villain points, with one lottery chance still unused. It's time to power up. After several fierce battles, Qin Feng realized that his cultivation level was truly at the bottom. Tomorrow marks the final day of the life and death elimination match, which is bound to trigger a brutal fight. To survive, he must significantly improve his own strength. The Buddha relic obtained from Feng Chang also needs to be thoroughly studied. Smashing eggs and brushing off his clothes, he hides his achievements and fame. As Qin Feng departed, the camera shifted to Feng Chang. He was seen with disheveled clothes, running wildly through the forest, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. There's no going back. He couldn't go back. Even though they knew Princess Nanfeng was poisoned that night, they could no longer go back to the past. What a sin! The audience outside the venue shook their heads and sighed, feeling helpless and sympathetic toward Feng Chang's plight. Clearly possessing terrifying strength, yet stubbornly refusing to do anything proper. Looking at Qin Feng holding a sharp sword was chilling, but Qin Feng smiling at you was even more terrifying. Run! If you don't run now, it will be too late. At the same time, the audience was also filled with curiosity about what other despicable acts Qin Feng might do next. Why is this happening? Although Princess Nanfeng had mentally prepared herself, she still couldn't accept it when she received the confirmed news. That talented and graceful young master Feng Chang, how could he possibly be trampled underfoot like this? No, it seems he was fiercely countered by Qin Feng. This man is not as capable as his reputation suggests. The elder protecting the envoy suddenly let out a sigh. Ever since Feng Chang became the strategist of Princess Nanfeng 7 years ago, he has injected new vitality into the declining Great Xia, giving the royal family hope of reclaiming power from the aristocratic clans. During this period, Feng Chang remained calm and composed, as if everything was under his control, earning increasing trust from the royal family of Daxia. His exceptionally talented poetry further captivated the princesses of the royal family, leaving them utterly enchanted. However, during this trip to the Yin Moon dynasty, he was completely passive and repeatedly thwarted by Qin Feng. If 1 or 2 times could be considered coincidences, then 3 or 4 times definitely were not. From the moment Feng Chang set up a provocation against Qin Feng had already seen through his intentions, gradually forcing Feng Chang into a desperate situation. Even Feng Chang's descent into darkness was firmly suppressed by Qin Feng, who ultimately sacrificed his own innocence in the process. Ah, what a sin! You scheme against me, I scheme against you. It's not that retribution doesn't come, it's just that the time hasn't arrived. His retribution is Qin Feng, not living up to the name. Although Princess Nanfeng was reluctant to face it, she had no choice but to confront the issue. The other party's admiration for her grew day by day, but within her heart, there was an even greater ambition. She wanted to ascend to the throne as a woman. Who said women were inferior to men? She would let the world witness the birth of the first empress in the history of Daxia. However, at the moment, Feng Chang was clearly no match for Qin Feng. Did she really need to place all her hopes on Feng Chang? At this moment, the once defeated Feng Chang stood up again. Despite the dual blows to his body and soul, he would never bow to fate. He wanted revenge. He wanted to trample Qin Feng underfoot and make him understand the terror of a transmigrator. Feng Chang's face was cold and grim as he limped away, the tear stains at the corners of his eyes proving that the unbearable dark past was still a secret known to the entire world. Qin Feng. Princess Nanfeng's gaze was icy, her fists clenched so tightly they made cracking sounds. She swore to tear Qin Feng into pieces. Not only had he humiliated her with endless insolence, but he had also tortured the man she loved into this state. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for tormenting the chosen one's body and mind, earning 300,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leaving a permanent psychological scar on the chosen one, earning a chance to draw a prize. Ravage. Qin Feng couldn't help but picture an inappropriate scene in his mind, which startled him into shivering and quickly interrupting the image. However, he obviously wouldn't refuse an extra chance to draw a prize. In that case, I have 2 chances to draw a prize. Qin Feng found a secluded cave designed specifically for contestants to rest. Once inside, he was no longer affected by the live broadcast and eagerly called the system to start the prize draw. Crash! The big spinning wheel appeared before Qin Feng once again, slowly turning. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine level sword technique, Great River Sword Technique. In an instant, Qin Feng seemed to see a surging great river before his eyes, a river formed by countless streams of sword energy, sweeping through with unparalleled grandeur and magnificence. What an impressive Great River Sword Technique! Qin Feng took a deep breath, deeply shaken by the power of the Great River Sword Technique. Now, apart from the heaven-slaying sword technique, he was almost devoid of other skills, which left him in an awkward situation where, if he failed to kill the enemy with one strike, he would have no moves left to use. The appearance of the Great River Sword Technique happened to resolve this predicament. The 300,000 villain points I just earned are enough to make it 1,000,000. Qin Feng glanced at his villain points, which had already accumulated to 1.026 million points, enough to exchange for a perfect 100% compatibility card to unleash the full power of the Great River Sword Technique. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 1 million villain points to successfully exchange for the perfect 100% compatibility card. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully using the perfect 100% compatibility card, elevating the Great River Sword Technique to the realm of perfection. Buzzing. Countless sword energies surged around Qin Feng, roaring like a rushing river. The little white rabbit, who was munching on a carrot, suddenly perked up its ears, sensing the sword energy emanating from Qin Feng. It seemed to grasp something in an instant, bringing it one step closer to the realm of the peerless sword rabbit. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and the ink-black gaze flashed with unparalleled sharpness, having completely grasped the essence of the great river sword. Technique. Not bad. He nodded in satisfaction, a strong sense of confidence surging within him, and immediately called the system to continue the lottery. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing a divine level mark, Unyielding Will. Unyielding Will, a divine level mark. Those who possess this mark will be immune to any mental attacks in the world. What a treasure! The concise description brought joy to Qin Feng's heart, and he quickly fused it. In the ancient practice of cultivation, spiritual attacks were like poisonous stings to the soul, hidden and intangible, catching one off guard with the slightest carelessness. There were even rumors that powerful spiritual attackers could imprint a slave mark on another's soul, turning them into invisible slaves. Now, with an unyielding will, he no longer feared these insidious attacks. Next, it's time for the Buddha's relic. Qin Feng excitedly took out the Buddha's relic, and golden light instantly illuminated the dim cave. The dragon-shaped tattoo on his body began to stir restlessly, as if sensing an unparalleled power. The great mighty heavenly dragon is a Buddhist martial art. What kind of effect will it have when fused with the Buddha's relic? Qin Feng's heart was filled with anticipation as he began refining the Buddha's relic without hesitation. Boom! As Qin Feng integrated the Buddha's relic into his body, a terrifying and violent energy surged forth like a flood, instantly sweeping through his entire being. His body trembled violently, and Qin Feng felt his blood and qi churning, as if raging flames were burning his bones and muscles. In an instant, a heart-wrenching pain overwhelmed his nerves. Qin Feng gritted his teeth silently, vowing inwardly that he had never experienced such agony before. Qin Feng, what's wrong? Xiaobai, seeing this, became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He quickly handed the sage's bamboo scroll to Qin Feng, hoping it could help him resist the energy of the Buddha's relic. At this moment, outside the cave, a group of people had gathered, whispering nervously with uneasy expressions. Are we really going to deal with Qin Feng? That guy has no limits, one of them muttered in a low voice. I heard that nearly 200 brothers have already become sisters. We'd better not mess with him, another person chimed in. Qin Feng's current score ranks 51st, and his cultivation level is at the bottom. There's no one easier to deal with than him. What if he still has even sows go crazy on him? Don't worry, bromance lasts forever, chrysanthemums never wither, and we won't part. A wave of low mocking voices echoed. Though everyone felt apprehensive, they were unwilling to back down, secretly plotting how to make their move. At this moment, the energy within Qin Feng's body was surging violently, and the battle was about to begin. In the cave, Qin Feng held the Buddha's relic in one hand and the sage's bamboo scroll in the other. One is a sacred object of Buddhism, the other a sacred object of Taoism. If it weren't for the inability to broadcast live from the cave, the entire ancient wilderness would likely be in an uproar. Xiaobai placed the sage's bamboo scroll in Qin Feng's hand, and instantly, the violent aura of the Buddha's relic was subdued, like a fierce beast cowed into submission, no longer acting recklessly. All things in the world truly coexist in mutual generation and restraint. Qin Feng seized this moment to catch his breath, activating the 33 Heavens creation technique to control the energy of the Buddha's relic, which surged into his limbs and bones. Roar! The golden dragon patterns on Qin Feng's body emitted a thunderous dragon roar, frantically absorbing the energy from the Buddha's relic. This authentic Buddhist power further enhanced the might of the great majestic heavenly dragon. Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed from within Qin Feng's body. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, an indescribable pain spreading through his limbs and bones, as if every bone were being torn apart, every piece of flesh ripped asunder. Yet, relying on the monstrous regenerative power of the 33 Heavens creation technique, the shattered bones and torn flesh healed rapidly. With each cycle of destruction and reconstruction, his physical body grew stronger and more formidable. The sensation was indescribably wondrous, but the more wondrous it felt, the deeper the agony became. It seems I'm about to break through to the spirit martial realm. Qin Feng felt the surging energy within him and resolved to seize the moment and directly break through to the spirit martial realm. Unlike the external release of spiritual power in the transcendent realm, the spirit martial realm involves the transformation of spiritual power into forms. Depending on the martial techniques cultivated, the manifested forms vary greatly. Some people manifest wolves, others tigers, and some, like Feng Chang, manifest a great Buddha. Currently, his heaven-slaying sword technique has yet to take shape, while the Grand River sword technique manifests as a rushing river, and the great mighty heavenly dragon technique takes the form of a soaring dragon. Because the compatibility of his martial techniques is as high as 100%, he does not need to waste time on the transformation of spiritual power. Once he breaks through to the spirit martial realm, he can directly perform his martial techniques. This is precisely why self-created martial techniques are considered the strongest. They are truly powerful because they are tailored to oneself. Seems like it's fine now. Xiao Bai saw Qin Feng's expression gradually calm down and immediately felt relieved, almost becoming an abandoned stray rabbit. Step! 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 Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the cave, and Xiao Bai's heart tensed up again. Not good, someone is coming. Xiao Bai stared at Qin Feng, who was cultivating, and resolutely stood at the entrance of the cave, blocking the way. It's Qin Feng's rabbit. Outside the cave, over 100 men surged forward, all with cultivation levels above the 5th stage of Lingwu. They had heard about Qin Feng defeating Yi Jian and knew that the title of the #1 prodigy of the ancient wilderness was well deserved, but they could not resist the temptation of the points in Qin Feng's possession. However, compared to other prodigies, Qin Feng seemed to be the easiest target. He was young, his cultivation level was not particularly advantageous, and he had just fought a life-and-death battle with Yi Jian. Afterward, he had severed the spiritual roots of hundreds, so he was likely already at the end of his rope. My rabbit Lord Yin is inside discussing a billion-dollar business deal. My rabbit gives you a piece of advice, leave quickly. Xiao Bai appeared calm and composed, but inside he was panicking, unsure if he could scare them off. Discussing business? Really? With someone like Qin Feng, who carries around absurd things like crazy, so what kind of big business could he possibly discuss? Just think about it, and you can guess what he's really doing inside. Although everyone felt envious, they also began to harbor thoughts of retreat. No way! Qin Feng's notorious reputation was well known. In just one day, he had made over 200 of their brothers call each other sisters. If they truly disturbed Qin Feng while he was discussing business, it was easy to imagine how miserable the outcome would be. Can Qin Feng's rabbit really be trusted? I bet he's inside healing his wounds. Someone immediately questioned. Before the voice faded, Xiao Bai suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Whoosh! The sharp sound of wind breaking startled everyone present. Xiao Bai instantly appeared in front of the doubter and mercilessly delivered a kick. Bang! A devastating loss of wisdom. The opponent's eyes widened as piercing pain swept through his entire body. He collapsed to the ground, curling up like a shrimp, accompanied by a tragic cry of losing a brother. Ah! It's the power of space. This rabbit possesses the power of space. Everyone present was greatly shocked and quickly retreated, their eyes full of vigilance. The power of space is an extremely unique ability, capable of appearing and disappearing unpredictably, suddenly manifesting anywhere. Among humans, only those with great prowess can cultivate such a divine skill. However, it is different for the demon race. Some beasts are born with these abilities, often referred to as anomalies among the demon beasts. What they hadn't expected was that Qin Feng's adorable little rabbit turned out to be an anomaly among demon beasts, naturally endowed with the power of space. It was truly astonishing. I've finished speaking. Who agrees, who opposes? Little White asserted dominance, reached out and grabbed a carrot from the void, holding it in its mouth with an unmistakable swagger of a boss rabbit. At this moment, the scene outside switched to Little White, giving it a close-up shot. Isn't this Qin Feng's rabbit? This rabbit is so cocky, yet why don't I dislike it at all? Just as wild as Qin Feng, no wonder it's Qin Feng's rabbit. A beast of a different kind, no wonder Qin Feng brought it along. Everyone exchanged glances, secretly thinking that Xiao Bai was bluffing them. If Qin Feng were really inside negotiating business, how could there be no movement at all? The more Xiao Bai acted like this, the more they felt he was stalling for time. Little Rabbit is also a warrior. Why can't there be more trust between humans and rabbits? Xiao Bai saw that the other party wasn't falling for it and knew that he would have to fight desperately next. Whoosh! Xiao Bai decisively struck, once again using the power of space, instant teleportation, fierce kick, shattering impact, all in one seamless motion. Why is this rabbit as shameless as Qin Feng? Be more confident, take out the why. The surrounding crowd showed expressions of terror, fearing they might be the next victim. Although Xiao Bai displayed overwhelming strength and skillful use of spatial power, anyone daring to participate in the life and death elimination match surely had some tricks up their sleeve. Soon after, someone discovered Xiao Bai's weakness and quickly charged toward Qin Feng's cave. Not good. Xiao Bai sensed the danger and immediately rushed back to assist, but fell into the opponent's trap. Now's the time. The opponent accurately calculated Xiaobai's appearance time and location, launching a fierce attack. In the battlefield of life and death are disregarded, and there is no such thing as holding back. Ah! Xiaobai cried out miserably, his screams echoing as his once pure white fur was stained crimson with blood, his pain unbearable. The spectators outside the arena watched with hearts clenched, silently praying for the little creature's survival. With a loud bang, Xiaobai was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground. He lay there motionless, his fate uncertain. Next, it's Qin Feng. The opponent's eyes gleamed with excitement. As long as he went in and killed Qin Feng, everything would be settled. At this moment, a certain dog author forcibly added drama to Little White, trying to prove it wasn't a useless rabbit. Little White trembled, struggling to get up. Even though it was beaten to the brink of death, it still staggered and used its petite body to block the entrance of the cave. Its weak voice carried an unyielding determination, as long as I, the rabbit, am here, you shall not enter the cave. This little guy. The moon goddess looked at Little White's unyielding gaze, utterly shocked. She had personally witnessed the growth of this rabbit and knew every move it made. Although it was a rabbit with no sense of decency, even selling Qin Feng to a young lady for money, she now understood that lacking decency didn't mean lacking loyalty. This rabbit truly had guts. When something happened, it really dared to step up. The audience outside the scene was also moved by Little White's perseverance. Knowing it was certain death, it still fought to buy time for its master. At this moment, its petite body appeared incomparably grand, commanding deep respect. With someone like you still want to protect Qin Feng. The crowd around sneered mercilessly, eagerly anticipating celebrating with Xiaobai as a side dish after killing Qin Feng. Is it that funny? Xiaobai weakly lifted its little head, and a sharp sword-like glint instantly burst forth from its eyes. What is going on? Everyone's expressions changed drastically as they sensed the transformation in Xiaobai. Previously, Xiaobai was just an adorable little rabbit. But now, it seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword about to be unsheathed, radiating an imposing aura, merging rabbit and sword into one. Sword, come! Xiaobai's momentum surged like a rainbow as it trembled and slowly raised its small hand. Buzzing! A crisp sword hum echoed from the cave, and a streak of sword light shot out like a meteor. As the rabbit raised by Qin Feng since childhood, Xiaobai not only learned his cheap way but also comprehended the way of the sword. Qin Feng never held back from it, openly demonstrating his swordsmanship insights and actively teaching it how to become a peerless sword rabbit. With the aid of the sage's bamboo scroll for enlightenment, and the spirit pet carrot for intelligence, Xiaobai finally grasped its own swordsmanship, even effortlessly summoning Qin Feng's sky sword. The divine sword of the vast sky flew out of the cave, transforming into 9 small swords that floated around Xiaobai. It's the 9 swords of the vast sky. The faces of the surrounding crowd changed drastically, and they secretly thought to themselves that things were taking a turn for the worse. The 9 swords of the vast sky were the exclusive swords Qin Feng had shamelessly obtained from the Emperor of Great Xia back in the day. Everyone was well aware of the power of the 9 swords when united, and Xiaobai dismantling them signified that he was about to transform into a battle maniac. Heaven did not give birth to me, Qin Xiaobai, the way of the sword would be an eternal night. Xiaobai recalled Qin Feng's words, and a fighting spirit ignited in his heart. Sword energy surged around him like a tide, and the 9 small swords seemed to receive a command, transforming into streaks of meteoric swordlight, rushing swiftly toward the opponent. Damn, I can't believe a rabbit got me all fired up. The atmosphere among the spectators outside the arena was instantly ignited, with that bold declaration echoing in their minds. How domineering, how arrogant. No wonder it's a rabbit raised by Qin Feng. Not only did it learn his shamelessness, but also his arrogance. The moon goddess appeared dazed, her thoughts drifting back to 7 years ago. She remembered the first time she met Qin Feng, when he boldly declared, at the peak of immortality, above the world, with me Qin Feng, there is heaven. His confidence at that time left her unsettled. Danger! The faces of those besieging Xiaobai changed drastically as they saw the 9 swords rushing toward them and hurriedly dodged. However, they clearly underestimated Xiaobai's combat prowess. Though its cultivation level was the same as Qin Feng's, it possessed epic-level talent, making it capable of challenging opponents beyond its level with ease. Whoosh! 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 The sharp sound of eggs shattering echoed repeatedly, accompanied by a chorus of screams. No wonder it's a rabbit raised by Qin Feng. The audience outside couldn't help but swallow and quickly began protecting their own companions. Qin Feng, what kind of person is he? The moon goddess was shocked to realize that, over the past 7 years, she had been unable to truly understand Qin Feng. He was an Extremely ruthless person digging out his brother's supreme bone, showing no remorse to his family's elders, brazenly lustful toward the princess of Dacia, and employing methods with no limits. Yet, such a person, who would stop at nothing, had managed to live peacefully in the moon goddess palace for 7 years, hide his true strength from her, and even raise an extraordinary sword rabbit like Xiao Bai. Bang! The 9 swords of the sky were struck by a powerful force and sent flying, instantly bringing the chaotic scene under control. A man clad in black armor descended from the sky, wielding a battle spear, exuding an overwhelming aura as he effortlessly sent the 9 swords of the sky flying. His entire being radiated the unique energy fluctuations of a cultivator who had entered the Tao, resembling a war god descending upon the battlefield. It's Qian Jun. Everyone present immediately breathed a sigh of relief, knowing their comrade was safe. Although Qian Jun wasn't considered a prodigy, with his cultivation at the first stage of entering the Tao, he undoubtedly had the ability to secure a spot in the competition and suppress that rogue rabbit, Xiao Bai, with absolute ease. Entering the Tao realm. Xiao Bai's eyelids twitched slightly, and alarm bells rang in its heart. Although it could challenge opponents beyond its level and face spirit martial 9th-stage adversaries without fear, not all rabbits were as abnormal as Qin Feng, who could kill anyone he wanted even when facing the Tao realm. Inside the cave, Qin Feng sensed the battle outside and grew anxious, determined to break through the spirit martial realm as quickly as possible. He absolutely did not want to repeat Feng Chang's mistake of being interrupted. At this moment, the Buddha's relic in Qin Feng's hand had already merged into his body, triggering a transformative rebirth. His vital energy surged like a mighty river, his bones and flesh radiated divine brilliance, and his entire body was enveloped in light. The celestial tyrant body was initially activated, instantly amplifying the strength of his physical body. Now! Qin Feng's eyes suddenly snapped open, the pitch-black pupils gleaming with a tangible brilliance. A terrifying surge of energy erupted around him, and behind him, a river formed of sword energy roared forward. The deafening sound of the massive waves shook everyone outside the cave. It's Qin Feng! Fear appeared on everyone's faces, as if a ferocious beast was about to be unleashed. They didn't know the source of the roaring waves, but they could clearly sense that Qin Feng had already broken through to the spirit martial realm. Qin Feng, who had reached the extraordinary 9th level, could defeat Yi Jian. After his breakthrough, Qin Feng was like a war god, and no one in the life and death battlefield dared to underestimate him. Someone, eyes wide with rage, roared, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and charge in to destroy Qin Feng. Otherwise, once he emerges, we'll all end up as sisters." A bet doesn't necessarily mean a loss. Let's all go together and kill that scoundrel Qin Feng today. Everyone's eyes turned red, fully exposing their gambler's mindset. They had risked their lives to participate in the life and death elimination match, already disregarding life and death. Killing Qin Feng would ensure their success in advancing. The opportunity was fleeting and would not come again. Wait! The domineering voice of Qian Jun rang out as he strode forward with a battle halberd in hand, exuding an unstoppable aura like an invincible war god. So powerful! Xiao Bai's expression turned grave as he prepared for a fight to the death. Boss Qian Jun is mighty. The morale of the surrounding crowd soared, as if they had found their backbone. With a thud, Qian Jun knelt without hesitation at the entrance of the cave, prostrating himself completely as he declared, "I, Qian Jun, have endless admiration for Boss Qin Feng, like the surging waters of a great river. If Boss Qin Feng does not accept me as his follower today, I will kneel here until death." Quiet. The entire place fell silent. Everyone had taken off their pants to join your uprising, yet you didn't even hesitate and directly knelt to lick boots. Nima. In the end, it was all a mistake. Ah, what? Xiao Bai was dumbfounded, a big what the hell popped up in his mind. It prided itself on following Qin Feng for so many years and mastering the essence of shamelessness, but who would have thought there are always greener mountains and more extravagant brothels, one shameless act surpasses another. These idiots. Qian Jun did not care about others' gazes and knelt outside the cave, prostrating himself completely. It wasn't that he lacked a sense of shame and groveling before Qin Feng, but in the midst of the overwhelming roar of the giant waves earlier, he felt an unprecedented fear. If his guess was correct, it should be an extremely terrifying sword technique, one that had a 100% compatibility with Qin Feng. As everyone knows, techniques above the saint level require self-creation to achieve perfection, and Qin Feng had already created the terrifying divine level sword technique, the heaven-slaying sword art, at the age of 8. He really couldn't imagine what terrifying sword techniques Qin Feng could create with his current mastery of swordsmanship. Groveling before the strong is his strength. At this moment, The deafening roar of the giant waves gradually subsided, and the cave slowly returned to calm. A trace of fear appeared on everyone's faces, knowing that Qin Feng was about to emerge from seclusion. Glancing at Xiaobai, then at Qianjun, they knew it was impossible to kill Qin Feng now. The only option left was to retreat as the best strategy. You hit my rabbit, and now you want to leave without leaving something behind. Qin Feng's cold voice echoed from the cave, and the fallen 9 swords of the sky began to tremble violently, emitting piercingly cold swordlight, far stronger than before. Run! Someone shouted in terror and began desperately fleeing in all directions. However, the 9 swords of the vast sky had already soared into the air, transforming into 9 slender swordlights that pierced through the void. Unlike the previous use by Qin Feng at the 9th level of Transcendence, after breaking through to the 1st level of the Spirit Martial Realm, the control range of the 9 swords could reach over 1,000 meters. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for defeating Yi Yongji, earning 1,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for defeating Yi Yongji, earning 1,000 villain points. As the miserable screams echoed, the system notification sounds kept ringing. Ah, that's so damn cheap. The audience outside couldn't bear to watch, truly at a loss for words to describe Qin Feng. Call him cruel. He is the only one in the life and death elimination match to rank in the top 100 without killing anyone, a case that has never occurred in the history of the life and death elimination match. But if you say he's not cruel, nearly 300 boys have become sisters because of him, another case that has never occurred in the history of the life and death elimination match. So terrifying. Beads of sweat appeared on Qianjun's forehead as the sound of swords whistling past his ears echoed continuously. He had already tried to overestimate Qin Feng's terrifying prowess as much as possible, but he still underestimated it. The 9 swords of the sky in Qin Feng's hands were on a completely different level compared to those in Xiaobai's hands. Apart from the prodigies in the Dao entry realm, probably no one could withstand his 9 swords. Luckily, I knelt quickly. Qianjun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling immensely relieved in his heart. At that moment, an extremely cold and stunning voice rang out, "Freeze!" A breathtakingly beautiful young lady in flowing white robes floated mid-air on a flying sword. Upon witnessing such a cruel scene, she couldn't help but raise her delicate brows and swiftly formed a hand seal to trap the 9 swords speeding through the air. It's Fairy Yulan. The man below seemed to see a great savior and hurriedly knelt down, begging this young lady named Yulan to save him. She is Yulan. The male audience outside the scene lit up with excitement, inwardly exclaiming that she was indeed a peerless beauty. Yulan is known throughout the entire Moon dynasty. She is the daughter of Blue Demon and one of the 4 ancient beauties alongside the Moon Goddess. Her biological father remains unknown. It is said that 100 years ago, Blue Demon, one of the 4 great beauties, suddenly disappeared. When she returned to the Moon dynasty a century later, she was already pregnant, and soon after, she gave birth to her daughter, Yulan. Rumor has it that Yulan possesses the rare Xianyin physique, a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. From a young age, she displayed an incredibly terrifying talent and is also an unparalleled beauty. Seeing her today, she truly lives up to her reputation. If they remember correctly, Yulan's cultivation has already reached the 2nd stage of Dao entry, making her the most popular contender for the championship in this life and death elimination match. At this moment, Qin Feng stood frozen in the cave, as the sound of the system's notification echoed in his ears. Ding dong, an epic-level Heaven's Chosen Girl has been discovered. Heaven's Chosen Girl? The female protagonist. Qin Feng's expression became peculiar, somewhat caught off guard. Since awakening his system, Qin Feng and his second brother had experienced countless thrilling adventures, unexpectedly encountering 3 chosen ones. Among them, he had met stunning beauties, like Zi Yuan and Princess Nanfeng. He had always thought these beauties were the heroines, but it turned out they were merely supporting characters, with the true heroine being someone else. Whose wife will she be? Qin Feng thought to himself with excitement, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his lips, showing his anticipation. Lan Lu frowned slightly and said coldly, "Killing someone is one thing, but why humiliate them like this? If I'm not mistaken, the only person who enjoys using such despicable methods is the ancient era's #1 prodigy, Qin Feng. You must be Qin Feng, correct?" Whoosh! 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 The 9 swords of the vast sky broke free from their restraints and instantly flew into the cave. Moments later, Qin Feng, dressed in white like a refined gentleman, emerged from the cave, holding the divine sword of the vast sky. His handsome appearance made people involuntarily exclaim in their hearts, "Like Jade is the man on the road, unmatched is the gentleman in the world." But the moment they thought of his methods, everyone couldn't help but spit and curse, "Scoundrel! You are Qin Feng." Yulanlia's brows furrowed slightly, finding it hard to associate the beautiful youth before her with the notorious Egg King. You've mistaken me for someone else. Qin Feng wore a gentle and refined smile, denying it outright. I am Qing Chu, the Qing Chu who surpasses the blue from which it springs. Qing Chu? Yu Lan. Everyone in the crowd carefully savored the words and exclaimed that this guy was truly shameless. You're very strong. Yulan Lu paid no mind to Qin Feng's teasing but clearly felt the terror emanating from him. Having just broken through to the spirit martial realm, his aura was not yet fully controlled, but the energy radiating from him was already far more powerful than that of cultivators at the same level. It was evident that during his 7 years in the Moon God Palace, although Qin Feng's cultivation level had not advanced significantly, he had honed his foundation to perfection, indicating that his future path would be steadier and farther reaching. What aspect are you referring to? Qin Feng began to size up Yulan Lu, secretly sighing to himself that wives are indeed always better when they belong to someone else. 36 Rabbit, the snow-capped mountains layered upon each other, seemed to possess astonishing elasticity. If one were to use the Dragon Guide to the Sea and ignite fire to return to origin to fight her, it would definitely cause the system to explode. Despicable. The crowd's eyes were filled with disdain, clearly seeing through Qin Feng's thoughts about her. Just as the rumors said, despicable. Yulan's delicate face flushed slightly, feeling uneasy under Qin Feng's scorching gaze. Although she knew her beauty attracted countless men, Qin Feng's eyes were like sharp blades, as if they could tear her apart at any moment. Ah, Rabbit Mom, you finally came out. Xiaobai was so exhausted that it plopped down on the ground, its eyelids growing heavier and heavier until it could no longer hold on and fell into a deep sleep. Although it possessed epic-level talent, it was, after all, just a 9th-level extraordinary rabbit. Facing numerous spirit martial realm opponents, and even some Dao entry realm experts, it was barely holding on with sheer determination. Seeing Qin Feng appear, it finally felt at ease and could no longer hold on. Sleep. Qin Feng gently picked up Xiaobai, looking at it with heartache. Unlike the domesticated white rabbit he had before, Xiaobai was now covered in blood, its once white fur stained red, its face dirty and disheveled, a pitiful sight. Yet, he showed no disdain, tucking Xiaobai into his arms, completely indifferent to the blood staining his white clothes. Boss! Qian Jun ran over eagerly, fawning over him with exaggerated enthusiasm. Scoundrel! The audience's gaze was filled with disdain. They never expected Qian Jun to be like this. Despite possessing the cultivation of the first stage of Dao entry, clad in armor and wielding a battle halberd, his extraordinary equipment did nothing to conceal his lowly nature. He was like a dog, shamelessly wagging his tail and begging in front of Qin Feng. However, Qian Jun paid no mind to this and instead found the crowd's foolishness laughable. Everyone thought that participating in the life and death elimination match could defy fate, but little did they know they were merely cannon fodder to highlight the prodigies. He saw through it clearly and would rather become an early accessory to Qin Feng, this powerful figure, in hopes of future glory. The martial world is not about fighting and killing, the martial world is about human relationships and worldly wisdom. As the divine son of the Moon God Palace, Qin Feng possessed an extraordinary and unparalleled talent, destined for greatness. Only by seizing this opportunity could one defy fate. Lackey. Qin Feng sized up Qian Jun, feeling no resistance in his heart. Recruiting underlings is common for the strong, does he have to personally fight every time? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for subduing a lackey underling and obtaining the Immortal Servant Seal. Immortal Servant Seal, no level restriction. When applied to a surrendered underling, it allows them to share half of the host's combat power bonus. If they develop thoughts of betrayal, they will perish under the burning flames of hell. Note, special constitution and comprehension realm are not included in the bonus. Good stuff. Qin Feng's eyes lit up instantly, and he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Although his heavenly overlord body, invincible sword heart, and level 3 sword intent couldn't provide a boost, the Emperor's aura granted a 10-fold enhancement, meaning Qian Jun could enjoy a 5-fold combat power boost. Not to mention someone like Qian Jun, who isn't a prodigy, who among even the prodigies could resist the allure of a 5-fold combat power boost. The price is simply never betraying him. Following this upright gentleman, one can hardly find a reason to betray. Qin Feng looked at Qian Jun and asked softly, "Are you really planning to follow me?" "Yes." Qian Jun nodded solemnly, absolutely not joking. With his talent, he could compete for a qualifying spot, but even after qualifying, he would still be at the bottom, ultimately destined to work for others. Since it's all about working for others, why not find a boss with potential? Good. Qin Feng's fingertips gathered a mysterious golden rune. Before Qian Jun could react, he slapped it onto his forehead. The golden rune flickered faintly on his forehead before disappearing. Rumble! The energy within Chen Jun's body instantly surged out, causing cracks to split across the surrounding ground. His aura also increased 4 or 5 times in an instant. What was that? Whether it was the live audience or the crowd outside, including the 6 Dao Emperors and others, all were stunned. Simply leaving a mark on Chen Jun's forehead could actually boost his combat power by more than 5 times. If this had happened to some great powerhouse, they wouldn't be surprised. But Qin Feng had just broken through to the first level of Lingwu, and was a whole major realm lower than Chen Jun. What kind of heaven-defying move is this? What the heck? Chen Jun was stunned in place, with a storm surging in his heart. He could clearly feel the surging power within his body, indeed 5 times stronger. Although he hadn't experienced the joy of possessing the talent of Emperor Qin Feng, he had definitely stepped into the ranks of the prodigies. No way! He's determined to follow this boss. Even if Jesus himself comes, it won't change a thing. Qin Feng ignored everyone's astonishment, raised his head to look at Yulan, who was stepping on a flying sword in the air, and thought to himself, if I could mark her with an immortal slave seal, I would surely earn quite a reward, wouldn't I? However, no matter how useful the immortal slave seal is, there's one prerequisite: the target must voluntarily give up resistance. Forcibly applying it has no effect whatsoever. Is this the number 1 prodigy of the ancient wilderness? In the air, Yulan's face was extremely solemn, and she couldn't help but feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the number 1 prodigy of the ancient wilderness. Gulp! Everyone present couldn't help but swallow nervously, as the air was filled with the tense atmosphere of an impending storm. Since ancient times, there has been a legend that whenever an era of great contention arises, prodigies from all walks of life will emerge. Like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, carrying immense fortune. By defeating their opponents, they can seize a portion of their fortune. The ultimate victor can carry the fortune of the world and strive for the legendary ultimate realm. 7 years ago, when Qin Feng declared, at the pinnacle of immortality, I stand above the world, with me, Qin Feng, the heavens exist, he earned the title of the number 1 prodigy of the ancient era, becoming the prime target for challenges from all other prodigies. The universe's fate is yet undecided. You and I are both dark horses. Yulan originally intended to challenge Qin Feng before he had fully grown, but the methods he just displayed made her reconsider whether to challenge him now. She had already learned about the duel between Qin Feng and Yi Jian from others. The heaven-slaying sword technique, enhanced by the buffs of invincible sword heart and level 3 sword intent, was already terrifying. Enough! Moreover, the Supreme Bone's heavenly tribulation light was even more fearsome, directly defeating Yi Jian's heavenly sword physique. It is said that this is not yet Qin Feng's full potential. His double pupils have so far only demonstrated basic abilities in combat, but even basic abilities like slowing down speed have already made people feel their terrifying power. It inevitably makes one curious whether he has developed other abilities of the double pupils over the past 7 years. Probably not. Yulan frowned slightly, feeling it was unlikely. Qin Feng, from birth until now, is only 15 years old. Being able to comprehend the invincible sword heart and level 3 sword intent is already unprecedented. Coupled with his terrifying heavenly tribulation light, it is absolutely impossible for him to spare time to develop new abilities for his double pupils. In other words, Qin Feng's battle with Yi Jian already represents his full combat strength, otherwise, he wouldn't risk breaking through in a place like the life and death battlefield. Yulan thought about it more and more, feeling it was likely, and seemed confident that defeating Qin Feng was assured. Opposite him, Qin Feng had other plans. His intentions were not focused on the battle, instead, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts about the cleanliness of the kitchen, bathroom, and restroom. Just as the two sides stared at each other, the atmosphere was tense and on the verge of erupting. Roar! A soul-stirring dragon roar shattered the tense atmosphere on the scene, echoing across the entire life and death battlefield. Who is so bold as to dare challenge Little Dragon? Everyone on the life and death battlefield was utterly shocked and instinctively turned to look in the same direction. In this battlefield of life and death, hunting beasts is the only way to earn points, and among the beasts here, there are actually 2 dragons, one large and one small. The large one is a true dragon, while the small one is a flood dragon. Since the creation of the battlefield of life and death, they have been trapped in this space. Killing them not only grants abundant points but also rare treasures like dragon pearls. However, for 100 years, no one has ever been able to defeat them. Even in the previous Life and Death Elimination Tournament, no one succeeded in killing them. The previous Life and Death Elimination match was hailed as an epic showdown, with the Six Paths Emperor even conferring the title of Saint Sun on 2 individuals at once, showcasing its high prestige. However, the two saint sons born from the life and death elimination match ultimately fell before the flood dragon, let alone challenging the strongest great dragon. Who could be so brave? Qin Feng also looked in the direction of the little dragon, faintly hearing a deafening roar. The noise is chaotic, it sounds like a brawl. Yulan furrowed her brows and murmured, stepping onto her flying sword without hesitation and heading in the direction of Xiaolong. She understood in her heart that now was not the time to confront Qin Feng. Today was only the second day of the life and death elimination match. If she fought Qin Feng to mutual destruction, wouldn't that benefit the other candidates? Better to check out Xiaolong's situation first. If she could snatch the kill, it would be an absolute windfall. Especially the Dragon Ball, which is incredibly precious. If it can be fused, one's strength will definitely advance further. There were quite a few people who shared the same thought as Yulan. They all stopped their battles and rushed toward the direction of the little dragon. Quick, let's go! Qin Feng had no interest in joining the commotion and led Chen Jun in the opposite direction. Okay, boss. Chen Jun followed closely behind Qin Feng without hesitation, silently demonstrating the mindset of a loyal subordinate. Phew, finally gone. The surrounding crowd breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate that Qin Feng had forgotten about them. But in the very next second, 9 sword lights swiftly approached, and the scene was instantly filled with screams. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for smashing 121 eggs and earning 121,000 villain points. He actually hasn't forgotten. The audience outside couldn't help but shiver, silently warning themselves never to offend Qin Feng. He never holds grudges, he retaliates on the spot. At this moment, at the location of the flood dragon, in front of a cave, Fang Chang, with smoky makeup, calmly observed the frenzied scene before him. A group of examinees was furiously attacking the flood dragon, which was 40 to 50 meters long. In stark contrast to the scene of united efforts to defeat a boss, this group of candidates appeared dazed, like walking corpses. Even after being injured by the flood dragon, they continued to charge forward without hesitation, and some even chose to self-destruct just to get closer to the dragon. What is going on? The surrounding candidates who had rushed over were full of vigilance, a faint sense of unease rising in their hearts. Come on, all of you, come on. Fang Chang's lips curled into a sinister smile, and behind him emerged an extremely malevolent Buddha. As the Buddha slowly opened its mouth, an eerie chant echoed throughout the heavens and earth. It's the Buddha's demonic chant. Someone immediately covered their ears, their face filled with terror as they retreated hastily. This was an exceptionally powerful mental attack. Those with weak willpower would be bewitched, turning into mindless walking corpses. However, they clearly underestimated the terror of Fang Chang after his dark transformation. Their will was quickly invaded by the demonic sound of the Buddha, and their gaze gradually became vacant, on the verge of being completely controlled. Only Yulan, relying on the halo of the Chosen One, barely resisted the intrusion of the demonic sound of the Buddha. Who exactly is this person? Yulan was utterly puzzled, unable to comprehend how such a demon could appear in the life and death elimination match. Fang Chang grabbed hold of an enslaved man, opened his mouth, and viciously bit into the man's neck, frantically draining his life force to heal his own injuries. The scene was extraordinarily gruesome. After a series of violent tremors, the man fell completely still. This guy has fully turned into a demon. The spectators outside the battlefield were horrified, utterly shaken by Fang Chang's ruthless methods. Although Fang Chang performed mediocrely in the life and death elimination match and was schemed against by Qin Laolu in every way, the scene where he comprehended the true essence of Buddha and demon remains vivid in memory, making him undoubtedly a rare peerless prodigy in the ancient wilderness. They could not imagine how terrifying a disaster this kind of prodigy falling into madness would bring to the entire ancient wilderness. It's close, it's almost recovered. Fang Chang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with madness. As long as he slays the flood dragon and obtains the supreme dragon pearl, his strength will soar in a short period of time. By then, he will control more people, making Qin Feng experience unbearable pain. At this moment, while Fang Chang was using the Buddha's demonic chant to enslave the examinees into frenzied attacks on the flood dragon, Qin Feng led Xian Jun to a sheer cliff. On the cliff was a massive natural cave, and below it lay a field of white bones, a mix of beasts and humans. Boss, what are we doing here? Xian Jun couldn't help but tremble all over, secretly thinking that this boss must have lost his mind. Everyone else was watching the slaughter of the flood dragon, hoping to gain something, but here he was, dragging him to the territory of the great dragon. That's right, the true dragon with the highest score in the life and death battlefield. Originally, Qin Feng also intended to go to the Jiao dragon, but upon reflection, How could the Jiao Dragon's Dragon Pearl compare to the True Dragon's Dragon Pearl? Moreover, with everyone's attention currently drawn to the Jiao Dragon, he could take advantage of the situation to go all out against the True Dragon without worrying about others dividing the spoils after slaying the dragon. Confucius said, "The master does not speak of strange phenomena, force, disorder, or spirits." Qin Feng glanced at Qian Jun indifferently. Qian Jun looked puzzled. What does that mean? Rabbit, no. The little white rabbit in Qin Feng's arms, having regained some strength, said seriously, "It means using brute force to beat the person asking the question into a state of confusion. In other words, your question is completely unnecessary." Redundant? Boss, are you planning to slay a dragon? Qian Jun asked tentatively. What do you think? Qin Feng twisted his neck a few times, starting to warm up and prepare for battle. You're really going to slay a dragon? Qian Jun felt the world spinning, utterly shocked in his heart. This boss was absolutely insane. The great dragon possessed the strength of the 5th level of Dao entry, a rare existence among the demon race, countless times stronger than a peerless genius of the same level in the human race. Even if Qin Feng's talent was terrifyingly extraordinary, attempting to slay a true dragon with just the cultivation of the 1st level of spirit martial, wasn't that just a dream? At this moment, the camera once again focused on Qin Feng, and everyone unanimously believed that this kid must have drunk fake alcohol and damaged his brain. Slay the dragon. The 6 Dao Emperors and other big shots were utterly shocked, feeling astonished by Qin Feng's arrogance, let alone the fact that he had just broken through to the 1st level of Lingwu. Even someone at the 9th level of the Dao realm might not dare to provoke a true dragon clan. These beings are born with an overwhelming advantage, their combat power far surpassing that of the human race. Historically, it has always been the dragon clan challenging the human race across levels, with the reverse being rare. A Lingwu 1st level challenging a Dao 5th level is simply unheard of. Could he have another trump card? Don't look at me, I don't know anything. The moon goddess spread her hands innocently, feeling as though she no longer recognized Qin Feng. She had lived with Qin Feng for 7 years, thinking he was merely consolidating his foundation. She never expected that this life and death elimination match would reveal his unfathomable depth. Not only was his foundation unnaturally solid, but he had also secretly advanced his sword intent to the 3rd level. Oh, and the heavenly overlord body mentioned by the 6 Paths Emperor, who knows if that's true or not. If it is, this kid is truly a complete liar and a total freak. Don't know. The 6 Paths Emperor's gaze was fixed intently on Qin Feng in the projection, his heart filled with anticipation for the talent Qin Feng had displayed. However, rules were rules. If Qin Feng did not voluntarily forfeit, he couldn't just release him. At this moment, at the location of the flood dragon, deafening explosions echoed continuously. Art is explosion. Feng Chang's face revealed a hint of madness. The flood dragon was torn apart by attacks resembling human-shaped bombs, its scales falling off continuously, and blood raining down like droplets. Yet even so, Feng Chang still felt dissatisfied, using the demonic sound of Buddha to frantically enslave more spectators who had come to watch. This guy is too cruel. The audience outside the arena was filled with anger, showing zero tolerance for demon cultivators. They no longer regarded these people as human. In their eyes, life was worth less than ants. Moreover, Feng Chang was a disciple of the great Xia's Royal Academy, yet he dared to enslave people from the Yin Moon dynasty. Feng Chang. Princess Nan Feng was utterly shocked, unable to believe he had turned into this. He was now a stark contrast to the refined and elegant gentleman she had once admired, full of knowledge and grace. The current Feng Chang was selfish and unscrupulous, willing to do anything to achieve his goals. The elder protecting the envoy slowly spoke, falling into demonic ways as the release of suppressed desires within one's heart. In other words, Feng Chang's previous refinement was all an act. Deep down, he has always been this selfish and self-serving scoundrel. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Princess Nanfeng shook her head repeatedly, completely unwilling to believe that Feng Chang was such a person. In her heart, her ideal partner was someone like Feng Chang, who possessed an astonishing sense of the bigger picture, could easily resolve various difficulties, and created things that were unprecedented. He should be someone selfless and broad-minded, so how could he possibly be a selfish and petty person? Sigh. The old man sighed helplessly and said no more. On the other side, Qin Feng had already finished warming up. After entrusting Xiaobai to Qian Jun, he dashed into the cave at an extremely fast speed. You're really going? Qian Jun was stunned, his eyes wide and mouth agape, his mind completely blank. He had seen fearless people before, but it was the first time he had encountered someone like Qin Feng, who knowingly walked into certain death. Found it! The moment Qin Feng rushed into the cave, he decisively activated his double pupils, clearly spotting a massive dragon head inside the cave. At this moment, the great dragon was leisurely sleeping, completely unbothered by the thought that anyone would dare challenge it. Even when it heard the lesser dragon calling out, it paid no attention. Every time the battlefield of life and death opened, there were always a few hot-blooded youths who thought they were invincible, only to end up as dinner for the little mudfish. The great dragon slightly lifted its eyelids, seemingly sensing someone had intruded. Draw the sword. The moment the dragon opened its eyes, Qin Feng unsheathed his sword, and the blade's light, dark as water, emerged from the scabbard. Clang! The high-pitched, crisp sound of the sword being drawn pierced the air like splitting clouds and cracking stones, startling the dragon's mind. Not good. Danger. This guy is trying to ambush it. But before the dragon could react, Qin Feng's figure, clad in snow-white robes, flashed like lightning, rising gracefully. The breathtaking sword light suddenly illuminated the cave. Drawing the sword, striking, and sheathing it all in one seamless motion. With a loud bang, bright red blood spurted out. The dragon felt a sudden darkness before its eyes, accompanied by a sharp pain in its left eye, as waves of agony surged over it. The pain caused the dragon to let out an earth-shattering roar, as if tearing the heavens and earth apart. Blinded in its left eye, it instantly entered a berserk mode. The rocks in the cave began to fall amidst its furious roars, and cracks spread rapidly like a spider's web. Not good, the cave is going to collapse. Relying on his keen instincts, Qin Feng darted out of the cave with ghostly agility. Boss! Chen Jun exclaimed in shock. Seeing Qin Feng unharmed brought some relief to his heart, but the next moment, his nerves tightened again. Boom! The cave completely collapsed amidst the roaring sounds, and the sheer cliff crumbled along with it. A massive dragon, pitch black and nearly 100 meters long, soared into the sky from the ruins. Upon closer inspection, its left eye had turned into a bloody hollow. Its furious roar echoed in the air, seemingly declaring its intent to tear that old six to shreds. Oh, mother rabbit, it's so noisy it's killing me. Xiaobai hurriedly covered his ears, his long ears being pulled painfully. Damn, Qin Feng is really slaying a dragon. The audience outside the arena was utterly stunned, unable to calm their hearts for a long time. They witnessed Qin Feng's ferocity, daring to challenge a giant dragon with only the first level of Lingwu and even successfully blinding one of its eyes. This unprecedented feat left them exhilarated. Shut up already. Qin Feng gave the dragon no chance to catch its breath. He leaped directly in front of the dragon's head, not even waiting for it to retaliate, and unleashed the heavenly tribulation light. A dazzling golden light radiated from his chest, runes swirling around him, his aura unstoppable. Boom! The dragon, completely unprepared, took the full brunt of the attack to its face. Bright red blood splattered through the air, instantly igniting its fury. Who had ever heard of not sparing a dragon's face? This scoundrel had no sense of honor, using a finishing move to blast its face right from the start, utterly outrageous. However, just as De Long was preparing to counterattack, Qin Feng's pupils flickered with a purple light. The surrounding sky instantly darkened, and a massive eye with double pupils emerged in the air. It's the divine power of the double pupils. The audience outside the arena erupted in excitement, their hearts filled with astonishment. Why is this different from what Teacher Ma Daigua said? Didn't they say Qin Feng no longer had the energy to develop the divine power of the double pupils? Then what is this scene before their eyes? At the same time, they realized that compared to Qin Feng, they were practically living like dogs. At 15, he had already comprehended the invincible sword heart, mastered third-level sword intent, never neglected the cultivation of his supreme bone and double pupils, and even created 2 divine-level techniques. Meanwhile, at 15, they could only foolishly clutch a 48-hand manual, grinning like idiots. So terrifying. Qian Jun, in close proximity, felt the terror emanating from those eyes in the sky, as if the heavens themselves were peering down at the ants on the ground. Terrified, he quickly hugged Xiaobai tightly and retreated rapidly to maintain a safe distance. Now's the time. Yin-Yang Dual Energy Divine Light. Qin Feng's eyes glimmered with a mesmerizing purple light, leaving De Long with no time to react. Whoosh! 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 The dual-pupiled eyes in the sky shot out beams of light, striking De Long like lasers with devastating force. Roar! De Long let out a painful dragon's roar as the dragon scales on his body lost their impenetrable strength. The yin-yang dual energy divine light pierced through him directly, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. But the great dragon is still the great dragon. The cultivation of the 5th stage of Tao is extraordinary. Although Qin Feng's yin-yang divine light is incredibly destructive, it cannot inflict fatal damage on it and instead provokes the fury in its heart. Roar! The great dragon roared, its remaining dragon eye glaring angrily at Qin Feng, as if declaring, "Kid, you're done for. Now it's my turn to perform." However, Qin Feng remained unfazed, the corner of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. Not good. He's a sly one. A sudden panic arose in De Long's heart, and before he could react, he felt a chill suddenly emanating from behind him. The Chang Kong divine sword unexpectedly split into 9 swords without him realizing it, transforming into streaks of sword light shooting toward his exhaust port. Roar! De Long widened his eyes and let out a miserable scream, experiencing the despair of a flower, a world. Damn, that's so shameless. The audience off the field couldn't bear to look directly, gaining a whole new understanding of Qin Feng's lack of limits. He didn't care whether it was a black cat or a white cat, as long as he could defeat the dragon, he dared to use any despicable means. Roar! A sorrowful dragon's roar echoed from afar, then fell into silence. The flood dragon has been killed. The screen switches to Feng Chang's side, where the flood dragon collapses under the relentless assault of the human bomb. Feng Chang, with a wicked smile, swiftly rushes to the flood dragon. Ignoring its wails and pleas for mercy, he extends his merciless iron hand, plunges it in, and extracts a pale yellow dragon pearl. The flood dragon's dragon pearl. The audience outside the arena instantly loses their composure, their eyes fixed on the dragon pearl in Feng Chang's hand. Even a flood dragon pearl is a rare treasure in the world, let alone other parts of the flood dragon, which are also invaluable. Feng Chang's points instantly soared to first place. As a disciple of the Great Xia Empire, Feng Chang dominating the competition in the Yin Moon dynasty was utterly humiliating. Now it all depends on whether Qin Feng can surpass Feng Chang. The audience outside the arena was so tense their hearts raced. Qin Feng instantly transformed from the disgrace of the Yin Moon dynasty to its only hope. No wonder it's the first imperial dynasty of the ancient era, the Great Xia truly produces outstanding talents. The Six Paths Emperor's expression slightly tensed, realizing that now was not the time to confront the royal family of the Great Xia. Feng Chang suppressed the various prodigies of the Yin Moon dynasty, but Qin Feng was also a pride of the Great Xia dynasty. He needed to acknowledge the strength of the Great Xia dynasty, yet he could not underestimate himself. Looks like the flood dragon has already been slain. Qin Feng immediately recognized the sound of the flood dragon's demise and understood that he must speed up the process of slaying the dragon, otherwise, it would surely attract other candidates to come and claim a share of the spoils. Life or death, it all depends on this move. Qin Feng's expression turned grave as he tore apart his shirt, revealing a golden, shimmering dragon-shaped tattoo. Unlike the dragon-shaped tattoos of others, his tattoos seemed to come alive, moving across his body accompanied by bursts of dragon roars. What is this? The crowd outside looked utterly shocked, as if they had never seen anything like it before. At the same time, they simply couldn't imagine that Qin Feng still had a trump card at such a critical moment, and it was one hidden even beyond the double pupils. Buddhist techniques. The Six-Path Emperors and other powerful figures immediately lost their composure. With their cultivation levels, they could instantly tell this was a Buddhist technique, and it had reached the state of perfection. Why are you looking at me? I really don't understand. The moon goddess looked completely innocent. As for the golden dragon-shaped tattoo on Qin Feng's body, she had seen it before, but she truly didn't know it was a Buddhist technique he had created himself. What do you understand? The big shots from all sides were so furious their teeth itched, wishing they could gang up on the moon god. When others encounter a peerless genius like Qin Feng, they treat him like a treasure, but she knows nothing at all. No way. When the life and death elimination match ends, they must act under the banner of justice to rescue Qin Feng from her hands, lest a fine uncut jade be ruined by certain people. Great mighty heavenly dragon, Grand Luo Dharma incantation, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Paramitha void. Soaring dragon in the sky. With a furious roar, Qin Feng swiftly formed dazzling hand seals. The dragon-shaped tattoo on his body instantly transformed into a golden giant dragon, soaring straight into the sky with an imposing aura, as if a deity had descended. Roar! The golden dragon and the black dragon faced off, letting out deafening roars before engaging in a fierce battle, as if the heavens and earth were trembling in response. Boom! Spiritual energy rolled through the heavens and earth like a raging storm, with dazzling light pouring down like the Milky Way. Two massive figures emerged within, and the overwhelming dragon might instantly swept across the land, striking fear into hearts. However, faced with Qin Feng's heaven-slaying sword technique, the divine light of cataclysm, and the yin-yang dual energy divine radiances, relentless bombardment, the great dragon's combat power had significantly diminished, resembling a falling meteor, its momentum completely lost. Moreover, the great mighty heavenly dragon inherently held absolute dominance over beasts. Coupled with the absorption of the Buddha's relic, its power was further enhanced, firmly suppressing the great dragon with an unstoppable aura. Unbelievable! The audience outside the arena was completely stunned, hardly able to believe their eyes. Qin Feng, with only a first-level Lingwu cultivation, had managed to suppress the fifth-level Dao dragon so thoroughly that it couldn't fight back at all. It was simply unprecedented, a historic feat. My goodness! Chen Jun widened his eyes, staring intently at the fierce battle between the two dragons in the air, utterly shocked. He thought to himself how incredible it was that the boss he had just pledged allegiance to was this powerful, truly legendary. Let's see if you still dare to die. Qin Feng felt that the successive use of powerful moves had drained him immensely, leaving his stamina nearly exhausted. He exerted all his strength to control the 9 swords of the sky, causing them to frantically churn within the giant dragon's body, striving for a decisive victory. Roar! The giant dragon roared in agony, its massive body losing control and plummeting straight toward the ground, resembling a meteor that had lost its propulsion. Now's the time. Qin Feng's heart stirred as he quickly formed a hand seal, directing the great heavenly dragon to smash into the giant dragon like a cannonball. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Boom! 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 The great mighty heavenly dragon plunged straight down, crashing heavily onto the ground, instantly triggering a violent energy storm. The deafening roar reverberated like raging waves, endlessly echoing in the air. Roar! The dragon let out a despairing dragon's cry, as if condemning Qin Feng's shamelessness and ruthlessness. Yet it mustered its last ounce of strength, furiously lashing out with a divine dragon tail swipe, aiming directly at Qin Feng. What? Qin Feng's heart tightened as he realized the danger, but he had no strength left to retreat. Bang! Qin Feng took the hit head-on, his chest bones shattering instantly. His internal organs suffered severe damage, and the excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the dragon he was fighting against was already on its last breath. Coupled with his cultivation of the 33 Heavens creation technique and the heaven-dominating body, he barely managed to hold on. As the old saying goes, you may ambush me countless times, but I only need to strike you once. Boss! Chen Jun hurriedly rushed forward and firmly caught Qin Feng. Boom! The massive dragon fell from the sky, shedding a silent tear in its final moments. It had thought Qin Feng was merely a shameless scoundrel who disregarded martial ethics, but unexpectedly, this cunning rogue even ignored the rules of the Zhenghu. Without giving it any time to react, Qin Feng was like a whirlwind, mercilessly unleashing all kinds of ultimate moves onto its face. It was taken down before it could even display 1% of its power. It was filled with unwillingness. It's down. I'm fine, go quickly. Qin Feng was already in a critical state, barely holding on as he stepped forward to store the dragon into his personal space. He hurriedly instructed Chen Jun to take him away, knowing that once the news of the dragon's death spread, it would be too late to leave. Got it, boss. Chen Jun gripped his battle spear tightly and quickly escorted Qin Feng away from the scene. At this moment, the audience outside was utterly silent, everyone standing frozen in place. Originally thought Feng Chang's slaughter of the flood dragon was shocking enough, but who could have imagined that just a few minutes later, Qin Feng, a mere spirit martial stage level 1, would actually take down the great dragon of the life and death battlefield. This era of fierce competition is truly absurdly strong. On the other side, Feng Chang held the flood dragon's dragon pearl in his hand, his face full of joy as he carefully examined it, fantasizing about defeating Qin Feng and forcing him to endure hundreds of pounds of madness, imagining making him experience pain tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. But just as he was immersed in the beauty of the flood dragon pearl, a mournful dragon's roar came from afar, unmistakably the sound of a true dragon's death. No way! Who killed a great dragon? Feng Zhang's face was full of disbelief, and the flood dragon pearl in his hand instantly lost its luster. As if realizing something, he quickly took out a jade token and infused it with spiritual energy. The projection of the leaderboard appeared, and the first place that originally belonged to him had shockingly been replaced by Qin Feng's name. Put. Feng Chang's unstable state of mind caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't understand why Qin Feng could slay a dragon, nor could he comprehend why, every time he was sure of victory, Qin Feng, that scoundrel, would always show up at the right moment to strike him down. It was as if they were destined to be mortal enemies. If one existed, the other could not. No, even if Qin Feng can slay a dragon, he must be seriously injured by now. Fang Chang did not believe that Qin Feng could slay the dragon unscathed. He must be seriously injured now. As long as he finds him, not only can he take revenge, but the dragon pearl of the true dragon will also belong to him. From this moment on, Fang Chang completely descended into madness. He began using the demonic sound of the Buddha to frantically enslave the examinees, leading them in a grand march toward the location of the great dragon. What a terrifying demon! Yulan hid in a corner until Fang Chang left, then collapsed to the ground. If it weren't for the extraordinary willpower she had developed since childhood, she might have been enslaved by Fang Chang's demonic Buddha-like voice just now. At the same time, Yulan felt deeply relieved that she hadn't provoked Qin Feng, that monster who was fierce enough to slaughter DeLong. It was truly terrifying. At this moment, Qin Feng was healing his wounds in a mountain cave. Although he wasn't killed by the dragon's tail, it would probably take a whole night to fully recover. A whole night. Xian Jun was dumbfounded, inwardly exclaiming that Qin Feng was simply abnormal. With such severe injuries, anyone else would have died hundreds of times over, yet he only needed one night to recover. If someone had said such things to him before, he would have scoffed, but after witnessing Qin Feng slay the dragon, he gradually came to accept this as reality. There are things others wouldn't dare to imagine, but nothing this boss wouldn't dare to do. It actually takes a whole night. Qin Feng was clearly dissatisfied with this outcome. If he hadn't broken through to the spirit martial realm, he would have fully recovered in at most half an hour. However, now that he has broken through to the spirit martial realm, the density of his physical body has changed. The 33 Heavens creation art did not update in time, causing his self-healing ability to drop significantly. Shen Jun was completely stunned in place, his heart letting out a groundhog-like scream. Nima! Is this something a human would say? Recovered overnight as if nothing had happened, yet he still complained it was too slow. If this ability were made known, how many people would die of envy? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully stopping the Chosen One from showing off, earning 50,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for striking a blow to the Chosen One, almost destabilizing their Dao heart, earning 100,000 villain points. Why is it only Fang Chang's? What about Yulan's? Qin Feng scratched his chin and thought for a moment, suspecting that Yulan had developed feelings of admiration for him. Wow ha! Xiao Bai yawned, indicating that everything exists in dreams. Forget it, I am the man she cannot have. Qin Feng shook his head to dismiss those annoying thoughts, decisively opened the system to check, and found that he still had 297,000 villain points. After pondering for a moment, he decided to spend 30,000 villain points to exchange for a 1-month 100-fold comprehension aura, planning to break through the 4th level of the 33 Heavens creation technique. At that moment, the system suddenly spoke. The host can exchange for the 10,000-fold comprehension aura. 10,000-fold comprehension aura can increase comprehension by 10,000 times, lasts for 12 hours, exchange cost, 100,000 villain points. 10,000 times comprehension. Qin Feng's heart was instantly ignited, and he chose to exchange without hesitation. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 villain points to redeem the 10,000-fold comprehension aura. Boom! Qin Feng felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in his mind, his entire being floating in ecstasy, as though the entire world was bowing at his feet. What a marvelous feeling! Qin Feng was immersed in this extraordinary experience, his mind frantically deducing the 4th level of the 33 Heavens creation technique. He even had the energy to analyze the yin-yang divine light of the heavy pupils and the heavenly tribulation light of the supreme bone. His thoughts surged like a storm, even managing to juggle the great river sword technique, the heaven-slaying sword art, and the mighty heavenly dragon. At this moment, the audience outside anxiously awaited an explanation from Teacher Ma of Ma Nation, but Teacher Ma was so stunned by Qin Feng's performance that he withdrew into silence, refusing to appear no matter who tried to summon him. Damn it! This is outright bullying of the elderly, completely disregarding common sense. As the sun rose, the examinees under Fang Chang's control were still searching everywhere for Qin Feng's figure. Even those who hadn't been enslaved by Fang Chang were shrouded in fear, terrified of being subjected to Fang Chang's demonic Buddha chants, hiding everywhere, as tense as if they were being hunted. It's Yulan. Yulan, forced into a corner with nowhere to hide, realized there was no way to escape. Based on her speculation, Fang Chang had likely enslaved nearly 10,000 examinees by now. After 2 days of ruthless trials, the combat strength of these examinees was imaginable, truly terrifying. Whoosh! Yulan heard a faint swishing sound. Before she could react, an arrow pierced her back. Not good, the arrow is poisoned. Yulan felt her vision starting to blur. Forcing herself to stay conscious, she managed to find a cave. But just as she entered, she saw Qian Jun thrusting a war halberd straight at her. My life ends here. Yulan unwillingly closed her eyes, never expecting that this was as far as she could go. However, just a second before she lost consciousness, Xin Feng's teasing voice rang out, wait a moment, Xin Feng, never waste a single grain of food. Yes. Qian Jun quickly stopped and tactfully left the cave. Wait, isn't this kind of plot something only a villain like me would encounter? At this moment, Xin Feng's heightened sense of time had already ended. He picked up a small twig from the ground and poked it, still unable to believe that the chosen one had delivered herself right to his doorstep. As a highly professional villain, Xin Feng still cautiously activated his double pupils to inspect. *T. Xin Feng couldn't help but curse, realizing it was indeed a huge trap. Inside Yulan's body, something terrifying was sealed. Just a single glance brought back an overwhelming sense of oppression. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering a selective mission. 1. Pull up your pants and speak confidently, reward, a divine level staff technique. 2. Slay the chosen girl with one strike, reward, a divine weapon, the dragon-slaying saber. 3. Help the chosen girl detoxify, reward, immunity to all poisons. System, I have to say, you are truly outrageous. Xin Feng rolled his eyes, indicating that he had no choice at all. He also wanted to pull up his pants and speak with confidence, and he also wanted to kill the chosen daughter with one strike. But the terrifying thing sealed within her, could he handle it without summoning the red-haired old monster? And then there were those ridiculous rewards. He practiced swordsmanship, so what use did he have for staff techniques? What use did he have for a dragon-slaying saber? The only thing useful to him was the constitution immune to all poisons. Wait. If he remembered correctly, and he should not be mistaken, Yulan's mother was the Blue Demon, one of the four great beauties of the ancient era, a figure as renowned as the Moon Goddess. Now that I've saved her daughter, she has to show some gratitude, right? Considering that you might have 2 reasons to call me dad in the future, I'll help you detoxify. Xin Feng carried Yulan to a stone platform in the cave. According to the rules of the martial world, detoxifying a man doesn't require removing clothes, but detoxifying a woman does. Rules are rules, and they cannot be changed because of him. To save bandwidth, 10,000 words are omitted here. Fortunately, during my 7 years in the Moon Palace, I learned some medical skills. Although Xin Feng had only learned the basics of medical techniques, it was sufficient to help Yulan detoxify. He took out a few silver needles from his portable space. As he held them, he felt a delicate texture, smooth and elastic to the touch, almost causing his inner resolve to waver. He could only silently chant Bodhi Bodhi me in his heart to steady himself. Soon, Yulan's poison was cured by Xin Feng, and to prove that he was the one who helped her detoxify, he tattooed the large characters Xin Feng was here on her lower back. How about changing it to boss, safe travels instead? Just as Xin Feng was feeling conflicted about this, Yulan's body began to tremble violently. Her skin, smooth as jade, seemed to be tinged with a layer of crimson. Her water-like eyes remained closed, but her long eyelashes fluttered continuously, proving that she had already awakened. Don't misunderstand, I'm just using painless acupuncture to help you detoxify. Xin Feng instantly turned into a proper gentleman, leaving no room for criticism. Detoxify my foot. Her shoulder was injured by an arrow, so what's the deal with undoing her camisole and stabbing her lower back? Yulan didn't say anything, just kept her small face flushed and her eyes closed, giving off a feeling of self-deception. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the chosen girl, earning 100,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the 3-choice 1 task, earning the poison immunity physique. Just like that, I get 100,000 villain points. Xin Feng's eyes lit up instantly, as if he had found a buff to rack up points. But before Xin Feng could start, the sound of Qian Jun fighting someone came from outside the cave. What the heck? Xin Feng had to put down the needlework in his hands and go out to see what was happening. Just after Xin Feng left, Yulan hurriedly opened her eyes and put on her clothes, her face so red it seemed like it might drip blood. She hadn't expected to be seen completely by Xin Feng, that scoundrel, especially since the two of them had only met twice before. Ah, this is so embarrassing. Yulan covered her flushed face, feeling relieved that no one else was present. Otherwise, she truly wouldn't have the courage to face anyone and would have to find a crack in the ground to hide in forever. Smack! Xiaobai smacked its lips on the side, flipped onto its back, and continued snoring soundly. Outside the cave, Qian Jun was engaged in a battle with a burly man, who was a full head taller than him. He looked just like Black Whirlwind Li Kuei, wielding a pair of massive heavy hammers in both hands, a true combat powerhouse. "Stop, I'm here to find Qin Feng." The burly man kept dodging, showing no intention of fighting Qian Jun. "If you want to kill the boss, you'll have to step over my dead body first." A sharp glint appeared in Qian Jun's eyes, and the battle spear in his hand emitted a golden glow. "Damn it, you think I'm afraid of you?" The burly man also got angry, lifting his heavy hammer to prepare for battle. "Stop it." Qin Feng hurriedly spoke to stop the two, feeling that the other party looked somewhat familiar. Young Master Qin, I finally found you." The burly man, upon seeing Qin Feng, became so emotional that he was incoherent. He dropped the giant heavy hammer and hugged Qin Feng's leg, tears streaming down his face, as if a kidnapped child had finally found their home. "Young Master Qin." Qin Feng's expression changed slightly, and a wave of emotion surged in his heart, like a flame being ignited. It had been a long time since he last heard this form of address. Back when he was in the Qin family, the family members used to call him Young Master Qin, Young Lord, or Eldest Young Master. And now, he finally remembered who this person was. The burly man in front of him was the son of the leader of the Qin family's 13 guardians, named Qin Wan. His status in the Qin family was second only to the family head. In other words, this guy was sent by the Qin family to assist him. Did something happen to the Qin family, or are they just worried and sent someone to protect him? "Young Master Qin, I finally found you. Please take me in. From now on, I will follow you wholeheartedly. If you go east, I will never go west." Qin Wan's face was covered in tears as he looked up at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with admiration. Qin Feng only felt his stomach churning violently. "Big brother. With this Li Kuei look, you still want to act cute? Alright, I'll take it back, okay?" Qin Feng's mind was in turmoil. He didn't care about the Qin family's arrangements at all. The guy in front of him truly disgusted him. He quickly formed a celestial slave seal and struck Qin Wan's forehead, just hoping he would stay far away from him. However, Qin Wan showed no sign of resistance and immediately acknowledged Qin Feng as his master. The celestial slave seal was applied effortlessly, and his combat power multiplied fivefold as a result. This. Qin Wan's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. He knew that this young master was the hope of the entire Qin family, but he never expected him to be so extraordinary, able to casually increase someone's combat power by 5 times with a single move. Ding dong, the immortal servant seal has reached its limit. The host can unlock the limit by advancing their cultivation. This thing has a limit. Qin Feng felt secretly disappointed. He had hoped this move could recruit more underlings, but it turned out there was a limit. From now on, he could only take the elite route. Fortunately, these two guys aren't weak. Qin Feng sized up Qian Jun and Wan Ma, feeling secretly pleased. They somewhat reminded him of Su Chu and Dian Wei. In other words, with these two guardians present, he could openly and legitimately inherit the Prime Minister's will. Step. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps sounded, and many figures emerged from the darkness. Their eyes were vacant, yet they stared fixedly at Qin Feng. "Not good, boss, run." Wan Ma's expression suddenly changed, alarm bells rang in his heart, realizing Feng Chang had come looking for him. Afraid of him? For what? Qin Feng sneered coldly, having already mastered the 4th level of the 33 Heavens creation technique. The injuries on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Coupled with the Supreme Bone, Heavy Pupils, Heaven-Slaying Sword technique, and the Great River Sword technique, he had absolutely no reason to fear Feng Chang, this so-called chosen one. Jia. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but let out the signature laugh of a villain. He turned around and walked back into the cave again. If Yulan didn't call him dad, he would make her obediently call him dad. What's wrong with the boss? Qian Jun and Wan Ma exchanged glances, and could only wait quietly outside the cave, their hearts filled with anticipation for what was about to happen. Boom! Qian Jun and Wan Ma decisively took action, unleashing a frenzy of attacks on a group of enslaved examinees. Damn, this feels ****ing amazing. Wan Ma shouted excitedly. As the son of the eldest of the Qin family's 13 guardians, he had shown extraordinary talent since childhood and was gifted with innate strength. Now, with the 5-fold combat power boost granted by Qin Feng, he was experiencing an entirely new world. It was like a cow riding a flying sword, utterly mind-blowing. Wielding his massive hammer with both hands, every strike he delivered caused the ground to tremble violently, accompanied by several agonized screams. On the other side, Qian Jun, unlike Wan Ma's violent aesthetic, followed a bold and unrestrained path of ferocity. His war halberd swept across the battlefield, madly harvesting heads. The thrill of battle filled him with power, making him seem like a deity of the battlefield. Compared to the intense battle outside the cave, sparks were also flying inside the cave. Yulan, unable to hide her shyness, suddenly struck out a palm at Qin Feng as he entered. Qin Feng on the other side didn't hold back either. First, he executed a flashy maneuver, then followed it up with a quick counterattack, a telekinetic grab. You changed your clothes. Qin Feng looked at the red belly band in his hand, completely different from the one he had seen during the healing process before. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the chosen girl, earning 100,000 villain points. You shameless. Yulan had never encountered such a rogue before, her face flushed red with anger, unable to say a word for a long time. In the end, she could only increase the intensity of her attacks in frustration. Qin Feng pretended to take a punch and fell to the ground, looking as if he wouldn't get up without a few million. Hey, stop playing dead. I didn't use much strength in that move just now. Yulan saw Qin Feng lying motionless for a long time and picked up a tree branch to poke him. Qin Feng looked as if he was on his last breath and weakly said, I suffered serious injuries slaying a dragon today, then used up my energy detoxifying you, and now I've taken a solid punch from you. I'm afraid I won't see the sun tomorrow. Hey, don't scare me. Yulan panicked instantly and hurried forward to help Qin Feng up. She wasn't sure if what Qin Feng said about detoxification consuming vitality was true, but Qin Feng had indeed slain a dragon today. For him to achieve such a feat with only a first-level Lingwu cultivation was already a miracle, and it would be even more unbelievable if he hadn't been injured. Where are you hurt? Yulan asked anxiously. It was just as she had thought. From Yulan's actions in saving someone yesterday, it was clear that the chosen daughter had a compassionate heart. Naturally, she would feel pity when faced with someone injured. For those who advocate killing the saintly figure right at the start, Qin Feng couldn't agree. He felt it would be such a waste to kill her. She should at least be utilized while the opportunity is ripe. Qin Feng snuggled into Yulan's arms and asked with deep affection, Do you believe in love at first sight? Yulan's face turned red, but she pretended to be calm and said, Is this really the time for that? Hurry up and tell me where you're hurt so I can help heal you. Don't waste your effort. I know my own condition. Qin Feng took the opportunity to grab Yulan's delicate hand, speaking with deep affection. I never believed in love at first sight before, but the moment I saw you, I changed my mind. My heart has fallen for you and beats only for you. Even if I were to die by your hand, I would do so willingly. Yulan's face turned even redder, her heart pounding like a startled deer. She couldn't understand why she felt this way. With her stunning beauty, she had heard many similar words before but had always managed to remain calm and composed. Yet today, she couldn't keep her heart steady. Could it be because he had saved her? Qin Feng placed a finger gently against Yulan's red lips, his voice weak yet filled with passion. Don't speak, kiss me. Kiss me. Yulan clearly would not agree to such an excessive request. However, when she saw Qin Feng looking as if he didn't have long to live, with endless disappointment in his eyes, she recalled the scene of him treating her earlier, along with the guilt of having injured him herself. How about fulfilling his dying wish? Yulan still hadn't experienced the dangers of the world. Forcing herself to suppress her shyness as a young woman, she kept comforting herself in her heart. After all, everything that should and shouldn't be seen had already been seen. It's just a kiss, it won't get her pregnant. Right now, she was doing a good deed, using love to reform a scoundrel. Not far away, Xiao Bai was excitedly munching on a carrot, staring intently at the two of them. Yulan, her face flushed, closed her watery eyes and slowly leaned toward Qin Feng's forehead, her long eyelashes trembling constantly, revealing her inner turmoil. However, Qin Feng was not satisfied with just a forehead kiss, he wanted that lingering feeling. Seizing the moment, he suddenly made his move. To save bandwidth, 10,000 words omitted. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the chosen girl and earning 100,000 villain points. Woo! Yulan suddenly widened her eyes, finally realizing she had been tricked. She actually stuck out her tongue. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the chosen heroine, earning 100,000 villain points. Yulan angrily pushed Qin Feng away, her face flushing red, unable to say a single word for a long time. What do you mean you? You were the one who initiated it. I'm the victim here, you're the one taking advantage of me, alright? Qin Feng looked completely innocent, playing the victim, then stood up, patted his backside, and walked away. Yulan was so furious she almost got her period, thinking to herself how there could be someone so shameless in this world. At this moment, outside the cave, the battle raged on with chaos and destruction. Chen Jun and Wan Ma had already lost count of how many enemies they had slain, but the examinees, enslaved by Fong Chang, continued to charge at them relentlessly. Even with the fivefold combat power bestowed by Qin Feng, they were nearing their limit. What the hell is going on? The audience outside had just woken up, and the bloody scene before them left them utterly stunned. Unlike previous years, the reincarnation rate this time was bound to hit a record high. Just the examinees enslaved by Fong Chang to act as human bombs for dragon slaying numbered at least 10,000. Now, with Chen Jun and Wan Ma having killed so many more, the carnage was beyond imagination. This Fong Chang clearly has no regard for my Yin Moon dynasty at all. The leaders of the Yin Moon dynasty wore grim expressions, wishing they could storm in and destroy Fong Chang on the spot. The Six Paths Emperor sat silently to the side, as if he hadn't heard anything. The reason he didn't stop the life and death elimination match was not only for the sake of fairness but also to allow Fong Chang to enslave the candidates as much as possible, so that the people of the Yin Moon dynasty would completely hate the disciples of the Great Xia dynasty. Only when the people's hatred was highly unified could they willingly fight for him in future wars. As for the candidates who died after being enslaved, they were not true prodigies. True prodigies would never be swayed by Fong Chang's demonic Buddhist chants. For instance, Yulan was not enslaved. As for the non-prodigies, no matter how many of them died, he wouldn't feel any remorse. At that moment, a strange Buddhist chant echoed in the ears of the thousands of troops. What's going on? Fong Chang, hiding in the shadows, was stunned to find that the Buddha's demonic chant had no effect on the two of them. But that's impossible. With the level of these two, there's no reason they could resist the Buddha's demonic chant. Chen Jun and Wan Ma were also puzzled, suspecting it had something to do with Qin Feng's immortal slave seal. Boom! Fong Chang didn't bother to investigate further and personally stepped in to take down Chen Jun and Wan Ma. It's you! Chen Jun and Wan Ma exclaimed in shock. The person before them was none other than the corrupted Fong Chang. At this moment, Fong Chang had smoky eye makeup, was surrounded by a dark aura, and even from a dozen meters away, one could feel a chilling presence. Fong Chang has refined the Flood Dragon Pearl. The audience outside looked worried, unsure if Qin Feng could handle it now. At the same time, they were extremely eager to witness the final showdown between the first and second place on the leaderboard. For justice, for world peace. Qin Feng shouted the protagonist's slogan, stepping out of the cave with the radiance of righteousness. It's Qin Feng! The audience outside the arena erupted into thunderous cheers upon seeing Qin Feng appear. All past humiliations were cast aside, as if he had never been a scandal of the Yin Moon dynasty, even confiscating the tools of nearly 300 perpetrators. Qin Feng! When Fong Chang saw Qin Feng, his eyes immediately glowed red. Ever since encountering this cunning Qin Laolu, every step he took felt like walking a tightrope, constantly backstabbed, preventing him from showcasing his true strength. Ultimately, he ended up disgraced, losing the woman he loved. Now, he no longer cared about profit. There was only one thought in his mind: kill this scoundrel Qin Laolu. Bang! Fong Chang suddenly stomped the ground with both feet, transforming into a black shadow that charged straight at Qin Feng. What incredible speed! Qin Feng decisively activated his double pupils, instantly slowing Fong Chang's speed and analyzing his next moves. However, it was too late to dodge, so he could only cross his arms in front of his chest to assume a defensive posture. Bang! Fong Chang kicked Qin Feng's arms, but the immense impact did not make Qin Feng retreat even half a step. What? Fong Chang's face was full of disbelief as he thought to himself, I've already broken through to Spirit Martial Level 7, and with the blackening and the Dragon Pearl of the Flood Dragon, how could I possibly lose to Qin Feng, who just broke through to Spirit Martial Level 1? This must be the Celestial Tyrant Body. The gaze of the Six Paths Emperor locked tightly onto Qin Feng, thinking to himself, only the Heavenly Tyrant Body could possess such a powerful physique. Sure enough, he got stronger after turning dark. Qin Feng clearly felt Fong Chang's strength increase. He grabbed his foot with a backhand, and like the Hulk-smashing Loki, slammed him onto the ground with a bang, delivering a frenzied assault. Bang! The ground was smashed into a large pit, where Fong Chang lay peacefully inside, as if nothing had ever happened. What imperial disciple! So weak! Qin Feng didn't forget to mock him with a remark, then leapt up, ready to deliver justice from above to Fong Chang. Bang! Qin Feng descended from the sky like a missile, but Fong Chang dodged in time and began to use his speed advantage to maneuver around Qin Feng. How is this possible? Fong Chang became more and more bewildered as he fought, his mind filled with countless questions. Is this really just the first level of Spirit Martial? Didn't he go to slay a dragon yesterday? And why isn't he injured after slaying the dragon? Not only was Fong Chang full of questions, but the audience outside the arena was equally puzzled. Yesterday, they had clearly seen Qin Fong get whipped by the dragon's tail, and it looked like he was on the verge of death. How did he recover to full health overnight? What exactly is the innate companion technique Qin Fong comprehended in the womb? The Six Paths Emperor's gaze was sharp as a blade, suspecting that Qin Feng's extraordinary recovery speed was due to an unusual cultivation technique he practiced. This won't do. Qin Feng had no time to explain to them. Facing Fong Chang, who had the advantage in speed, he could only defend passively and was completely unable to perform the heaven-slaying sword technique. I can only upgrade Phantom Wanderer. Qin Feng glanced at the remaining 497,000 villain points and decisively called the system to exchange for the fourth volume of Phantom Wanderer. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 400,000 villain points to successfully redeem the fourth volume of Phantom Wanderer. In an instant, a figure appeared before Qin Feng, its movements flickering unpredictably, dazzling to the eyes. Swish! Fong Chang once again appeared in front of Qin Feng at an extremely fast speed. The fierce wind blew, causing Qin Feng's clothes to flutter violently, yet his expression remained unchanged, his lips slightly pursed. Suddenly, 7 or 8 figures of Qin Feng appeared around him, making it impossible to distinguish which one was the real him. Shadow shift. The audience off the field exclaimed in shock, inwardly calling Qin Feng a complete monster. While possessing so many attack techniques, he still had time to refine his movement skills, reaching the realm of shifting shapes and shadows. Fong Chang's eyebrows slightly twitched as he saw Qin Feng assume a sword-drawing stance, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Having experienced Qin Feng's heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique, he absolutely dared not underestimate this move and had to go all out to defend against it. Buzz! Buzz! Spiritual energy surged wildly from Fong Chang's body, transforming into a black, sinister demon statue. With a fierce stomp of his feet and a face full of madness, he charged at Qin Feng with the momentum of an overwhelming tidal wave. Before his descent into darkness, he would have chosen the Golden Bell Shield for defense. But now he understands that the best defense is offense. Even if he knows he might get injured or lose his life, nothing can stop the madness in his heart. Head to head, let's see who's tougher. Qin Feng's gaze was like lightning, his aura overwhelming, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. As the fierce winds swept through, his long hair danced wildly, and an intense energy emanated from him. His fair right hand suddenly drew the divine sword of the sky. Heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. So powerful. The spectators outside the arena held their breath, staring unblinkingly at the two peerless warriors. Clang! The divine sword soared through the sky like a wandering dragon, unsheathing in an instant. The crisp sound of its blade echoed across the heavens and earth, as if heralding the start of a pinnacle showdown. A dazzling and blinding sword light tore through the sky like lightning, carrying a terrifying torrent of sword energy. Murderous intent overflowed, and a chilling aura pervaded, akin to a gentle breeze sweeping through, yet seemingly capable of dispersing the clouds across thousands of miles. This strike was utterly unstoppable, leaving no room for resistance. Boom! The sword light collided heavily with the demon, and the powerful impact instantly transformed into a storm, sweeping through the forest. The deafening sound of the wind breaking sent shivers down the spine. Damn, is this really a battle of the spirit martial realm? Chen Jun cowered like a frightened wife in Wan Ma's arms, trembling uncontrollably. Even cultivators like them in the Dao entry realm couldn't unleash such earth-shattering attacks. The young master is truly terrifying. Wan Ma couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling utterly astonished by Qin Feng's rise. Who could have imagined that in just 7 short years, Qin Feng would grow to such an extent without relying on the Qin family's protection? On second thought, his heart surged with excitement. The fact that he was sent to follow Qin Feng meant that he was already privy to part of the Qin family's top-secret plan. The faster Qin Feng and his brother grew, the closer the Qin family would be to dominating the ancient wilderness. In a flash, the figures of the two crossed paths. Qin Feng's sword had already returned to its sheath, but his body bore several new wounds. Meanwhile, Fong Chang's black demon was covered in cracks, clearly having forcefully withstood Qin Feng's heaven-slashing sword technique, yet it still stood tall and unyielding. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The audience outside the arena erupted instantly, their blood boiling with excitement, and cheers surged like a tidal wave. It truly lived up to being the ultimate showdown between two peerless prodigies. Qin Feng's heaven-slashing sword technique was blocked once again, and astonishingly, it was Fong Chang, at the 7th level of Spirit Martial, who managed to withstand it. However, they couldn't help but feel a bit regretful in their hearts. If Fong Chang had comprehended the true essence of Buddha and demon yesterday, that strike just now might have suppressed Qin Feng instead. You're doomed now that your sword drawing technique is used up. The excitement on Feng Chang's face could no longer be concealed. He knew Qin Feng only had one move, the sword drawing technique. Without any hesitation, Feng Chang quickly turned around and charged fiercely at Qin Feng, resolutely denying him the chance to use the supreme bone and heavy pupil's divine abilities. He also ordered the enslaved examinees to launch a group attack on Qin Feng. Not playing by the rules is not exclusive to you, Qin Feng. You dare! Shen Jun and Wan Ma, their eyes filled with rage, dragged their exhausted bodies forward to protect their master. Kill! The sound of battle shook the heavens as the enslaved examinees fearlessly charged toward Qin Feng. Looks like you all want to join the dance too. Qin Feng turned around unhurriedly, the hem of his garment fluttering despite the absence of wind. His entire being was like an unsheathed sword, radiating sharpness, while the surrounding swords emitted a resonant hum, as if all the blades in the world were crowning him. What? Feng Chang's pupils suddenly contracted, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart, as though something terrifying was about to happen. Without a moment's hesitation, he stomped the ground forcefully, his figure retreating like an arrow. For safety's sake, he activated the strongest defense of the Buddhist sect, the Golden Bell Shield. Boom! Qin Feng's surroundings trembled in the void, and the sound of the sword's hum was deafening. Accompanied by a vast, ocean-like sword aura sweeping through the forest, the sharp sound of breaking wind filled the sky. Countless streams of sword energy seemed to transform into a surging river, devouring everything in the world. 10,000 swords trembled in unison, their hums unceasing, as the waters of a great river descended from the heavens. What, a great river formed by gathered sword energy? Feng Chang's pupils widened in shock, his mind screaming frantically, impossible. He was the transmigrator of Red Star. He was supposed to be the protagonist of the ancient wilderness. How could he be suppressed by Qin Feng? Oh my god! The spectators off the stage were utterly shocked, deeply moved by the grand spectacle of the great river sword technique unfolding before their eyes. Are you kidding me? The battle has already reached this level. He even slaughtered a dragon, and yet he still has cards up his sleeve. There's no way he is only 15 years old, and absolutely impossible that his cultivation is merely at the first level of spirit martial realm. The Six-Path Emperor and other prominent figures exchanged glances, their expressions calm but their hearts in turmoil, so stunned that they were at a loss for words. All they could do was collectively turn their gaze to the moon goddess, hoping she could provide a reasonable explanation. From the great river sword technique Qin Feng displayed, it was evident that he had reached the realm of perfection, clearly having comprehended this sword technique. By the great river. As Qin Feng's guardian in the Yin Moon dynasty, the moon goddess should have been aware of the existence of the great river sword technique. The moon goddess weakly said, "If I told you that the back mountain of my moon god palace only has a small waterfall, would you believe me?" "Believe. I believe your uncle." As Qin Feng's guardian, after 7 years of companionship, she still doesn't know what skills he has mastered. What has she been focusing on during these 7 years? Was she being Qin Feng's guardian? Or a negligent caretaker? If they were to let Moon God continue to oversee Qin Feng's education, they would feel guilty toward their own conscience. It would be like wasting this perfect unpolished gem. The scrutinizing gazes from various big shots made her instinctively hand over Qin Feng. At this moment, thanks to Feng Chang's protagonist Halo, he managed to evade in time and activate defense mode, avoiding direct annihilation. However, the examinees enslaved by Feng Chang weren't so fortunate. They were instantly swallowed by the surging river-like sword energy. After the great river sword technique, the surroundings were filled with severed limbs and broken bodies. Huff, huff. Feng Chang gasped heavily, his face full of terror, and a massive psychological shadow formed in his heart toward Qin Feng. It was too horrifying. Not only did Qin Feng toy with him effortlessly, but he also managed to kick him into the air. In front of Qin Feng, he seemed utterly powerless, like Sun Wukong in the hands of the Buddha, appearing so insignificant. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leaving a psychological shadow in the heart of the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. Only 100,000. Qin Feng was extremely dissatisfied with this, his figure flickered, and he took the initiative to launch an attack. Stop him! Feng Chang shouted in terror while quickly retreating. Kill! Many of the enslaved examinees who had not yet been killed got up again at this moment and charged toward Qin Feng. Annoying! Qin Feng's double pupils began to emit a purple glow, and massive double pupils once again appeared in the sky. The divine light of yin and yang energy. This is the double pupil. Feng Chang looked at the massive eyes filling the sky, feeling his scalp tingle and his body tremble uncontrollably. His fear of Qin Feng rose to another level in his heart. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for deepening the psychological shadow in the chosen one's heart, earning 100,000 villain points. Whoosh! 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 The double pupils in the sky emitted beams of light, cleansing the people on the ground like lasers. Is this the secret to his dragon slaying? Yulan stood outside the cave, witnessing the battle just now. The majestic aura of the great river sword technique left her in awe of Qin Feng's talent, while the terror of his double pupils filled her with fear. Dear mother, bless us. Chen Jun and Wan Ma trembled as they clung to each other, praying in their hearts that Qin Feng would aim accurately and absolutely not accidentally injure his teammates. Qin Feng, you forced me into this. Even if I have to sell my soul to the devil, I will kill you today. Feng Chang was cornered with no way out, his face twisted in fury as he threw his head back and roared. A terrifying demonic aura surged around him, as if something dreadful was about to awaken. Oh my goodness, things have gotten out of hand. Qin Feng finally realized the other party was a chosen one. He quickly withdrew his divine pupil ability and shouted loudly, "Is there anyone in charge? I want to report Feng Chang for hiring someone to fight on his behalf." Clang! The audience outside the arena all fell to the ground, staring at Qin Feng in shock, gaining a whole new understanding of his shamelessness. Any unreasonable things seemed to become normal with him. He even found someone to substitute for emitting black energy. Does he have no sense of shame at all? Boom! Earth-shattering roars erupted wildly on the life and death battlefield, and a terrifying oppressive force swept over like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the entire battleground. At that moment, a towering figure appeared before Qin Feng and the others, his solemn gaze fixed directly on Feng Chang. The Six Paths Emperor. The audience outside immediately gasped in astonishment, recognizing the figure as the Six Paths Emperor. Why would he appear on the life and death battlefield? Could it really be as Qin Feng said that Feng Chang found someone to fight in his place? The young lad from the Yin Moon dynasty back then has actually reached such a realm. Feng Chang's voice suddenly turned hoarse, and an ancient aura surged around him. This emperor did not expect that the senior was still alive. However, this is a battle between juniors. Isn't it somewhat inappropriate for the senior to intervene like this? The Six Paths Emperor said coldly. What if this old man insists on intervening? Feng Chang's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression sharp. Then I won't hold back. The Six Paths Emperor showed no weakness, and a terrifying pressure instantly bore down on Feng Chang. Gahaha, you brat can't kill me yet. Feng Chang let out a hoarse and sinister laugh, transforming into a black shadow that tore through the void, turning to flee. Trying to leave now? Too late. The Six Paths Emperor erupted with terrifying energy, tearing through the void in pursuit. No way. The audience outside the arena was utterly stunned, finding it hard to believe their eyes. The Six Paths Emperor actually addressed that Black Mist as a senior, while the Black Mist called him a brat. Oh my! Feng Chang really did find someone to fight in his place. Rumble! The entire sky of the life and death battlefield suddenly darkened, as if the end of the world had arrived. First came a slight tremor, followed by violent shaking, and after a few jolts, it gradually returned to calm. The Six Paths Emperor emerged from the void, his face full of exhaustion. At that moment, two furious voices rang out. Damn you, Six Paths! How dare you strip away my 10,000 years of cultivation? Just you wait. Damn Qin Feng, I will definitely be back. Just let him get away like that. Qin Feng once again felt the absurdity of the chosen one, suspecting in his heart whether he had secretly gone to buy an even more powerful cheat. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for weakening the chosen one's fortune and earning a chance to draw a prize. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for severely injuring the chosen one and earning 300,000 villain points. Qin Feng silently took out a small notebook and carefully noted, on a certain year and month, the Six Paths Emperor weakened my opponent, preventing me from better honing myself, thus requiring compensation of 10 million top-grade spirit stones. The Six Paths Emperor glanced at him and disappeared on the spot, utterly unwilling to engage further with this shameless individual. After Feng Chang left, the enslaved examinees gradually regained their senses. Seeing the severed limbs and remains scattered around, they were instantly gripped by panic, recalling the various perilous experiences they endured under Feng Chang's control. Truly, heaven's blessing. Everyone secretly felt relieved, thinking their luck was truly extraordinary. During the time they were enslaved by Feng Chang's Buddha demon sound, they managed to avoid the human bomb, evade Qin Feng's Grand River Sword technique, and even escape Qin Feng's heavy pupil's yin-yang divine light. But who would have thought they'd ultimately fall at the hands of a rabbit? Everyone, line up. Xiaobai strutted over with an air of indifference, speaking in a fierce yet adorable tone. I, rabbit, handsome and dashing, unparalleled in The world, peerless in elegance, brimming with talent, the embodiment of justice and wisdom, loved by all, admired by flowers, a pear blossom. Pressing against the begonia, known as the most handsome master of the ancient wilderness, Qin Feng, have saved your lives. Men, line up and pay the protection fee voluntarily. Women, be prepared to offer yourselves in gratitude. Priority goes to beautiful ladies who are already married. A rabbit. Everyone was stunned. It turned out that Qin Feng had raised such a shameless rabbit, a fact that had long spread across the life and death battlefield. However, with a cultivation level of transcendent ninth stage, no one took it seriously. Boom! 1,000 troops stood powerfully behind Xiao Bai, and 10,000 horses charged forward, slamming the giant hammer fiercely into the ground. Someone questioned discontentedly, "Isn't the way you're doing things a bit too overbearing?" Bang! Xiao Bai stepped on the opponent with one foot and said fiercely yet adorably, "This is how we do things." Gulp! The surrounding crowd swallowed nervously, their hearts racing, filled with unease. They were not those top-tier prodigies, nor were their goals among the final 1,000 spots. They simply wanted to band together. For warmth, survive the life and death elimination match, and gain the opportunity to join other factions of the Yin Moon dynasty. Simply put, I just want to attend a second-tier university. Now encountering this rogue rabbit, it seems I can only obediently pay up. Wow, what a domineering rabbit! The audience outside the scene was all dumbfounded, astonished that this seemingly adorable rabbit was actually so assertive. At this moment, Qin Feng had no time to pay attention to Xiao Bai's actions, staring blankly in the direction where Feng Chang had left. Feng Chang just left like that. The long-lost loneliness surged into his heart like a tide. He didn't know if the next time his heart would be moved, it would take another 7 years. That's right. And that chosen girl. Qin Feng felt invigorated, as if he had just applied essential balm to his tools. But when he entered the cave, he discovered that Yulan had already escaped. People nowadays really have no sense of honor or loyalty. By rights, she should have repaid him with her devotion, not run away. If he ever sees her again, he must tattoo a reserved for Qin Feng mark on her. Qin Feng was indignant, feeling utterly ignored to the extreme. Confucius said, "If one learns the way in the morning, one can die in the evening." Note, if you learn the way to someone's house in the morning, you can make them, die by evening. At this moment, Yulan was making her final sprint in the life or death elimination match. Although she couldn't afford to provoke Qin Feng, the pervert, she could still earn points in other ways. What the heck? Yulan slightly furrowed her brows and reached out to touch her lower back. Ever since Qin Feng detoxified her, her lower back had been faintly aching. It was most likely caused by Qin Feng's lack of skill. She must check in the mirror when she gets home to ensure no scars are left behind. In the palace of the Six Paths Emperor, the various big shots had lost interest in watching the life and death elimination match. Qin Feng's terrifying prowess had already spread across the entire battlefield, and no one dared to provoke him anymore. The subsequent battles also seemed dull and uninteresting. The Six Paths Emperor spoke, "I have decided to make Qin Feng the third holy son of the Yin Moon dynasty." Agreed. The prominent figures all expressed their support without any objections. With Qin Feng's talent that surpasses all others, he indeed has the qualifications to become the holy son and compete for the position of emperor of the Yin Moon dynasty in the future. However, they are not interested in Qin Feng becoming the holy son, they only want to take this unpolished gem under their own tutelage. Qin Feng practices the sword, and throughout the Yin Moon dynasty, my swordsmanship reigns supreme. Can you stop being so shameless? Qin Feng's strongest technique is the Buddhist golden dragon. I have studied Buddhism, so I should be the one to teach him. Nonsense. It's clearly the supreme bone. My ancestors had someone with the supreme bone, so I should be the one to teach him. Dual pupils are truly invincible. My aunt's second aunt's third grandmother's fourth granduncle's fifth grandaunt's sixth son's seventh concubine had someone with dual pupils 108 generations ago. The moon god sat nearby, thoroughly enjoying the drama, occasionally stirring the pot to make their arguments even more heated. In fact, these people vying to take Qin Feng as their disciple didn't truly intend to teach him any skills, nor did they have the ability to do so. They simply saw Qin Feng's talent and wanted to invest in him. Currently, including Qin Feng, there were 3 holy sons, but only 1 emperor position. Each major faction would choose to support their favored holy son, helping them ascend to the throne and earning the merit of aiding a future ruler. Fortunately, I had foresight and invested in Qin Feng 7 years ago. The moon god was quite satisfied with their investment and planned to continue silently supporting Qin Feng from behind, helping him become the next emperor of the Yin Moon dynasty. Enough! The Six Paths Emperor, most annoyed by this group's power struggles, said coldly, regarding Qin Feng's master, I already have someone in mind. There's no need for you to waste your efforts. Yes. The various leaders, seeing the Six Paths Emperor angry, were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. The Six Paths Emperor continued, Now, I will send an envoy to the Qin family in a grand manner to persuade Qin Feng to reconcile. Reconcile! The leaders inwardly exclaimed, Emperor, you're so cunning, while quickly pondering their strategies. The talent Qin Feng had displayed would undoubtedly alarm the Qin family, and they had probably long regretted expelling him. If they went to persuade reconciliation at this time, the Qin family might just take the opportunity to back down. If they managed to win over the Qin family by leveraging Qin Feng's status as a holy son, it would mean that the Great Xia would lose the entire eastern region. Even if the Qin family stubbornly refused to forgive Qin Feng, their grand gesture would still sow discord between the Great Xia royal family and the Qin family, greatly benefiting the Yin Moon dynasty. At this moment, Qin Feng was completely unaware of these developments. He was eagerly calling out to the system, preparing for a lottery draw. As a fervent lottery enthusiast, he would never let a single chance to draw a prize go unused overnight. Crash! The familiar lottery wheel appeared once again before his eyes. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing one Heaven's Secret card. Heaven's Secret card. Qin Feng was full of question marks and quickly checked the relevant information. Heaven's Secret card, after use, it allows you to glimpse a single heavenly secret, from which you can seek a great fortune. Of heaven and earth, note, great fortunes of heaven and earth are not easily found. The Heaven's Secret card must be used cautiously, preferably starting with a chosen one as the focal point to easily locate such fortunes. Isn't this just a treasure map? Qin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes, pondering who to start with. Second brother. Too young, currently poses no threat to him. Lin San. Their relationship is still decent, not yet at the point of irreconcilable conflict. Yu Lan. The more she resists, the more excited he becomes. It can only be you, Feng Chang. Thinking of the terrifying black aura within Feng Chang's body, Qin Feng decisively used the Heaven's Secret card. With a loud rumble, Qin Feng's expression began to blur, as if he were traveling through time and space. A few seconds later, Qin Feng woke up with a peculiar look on his face. Not only did he see Feng Chang stumble upon a great fortune, but he also discovered a small secret about himself. His protagonist's fate was actually to be favored by 6 emperors. If this fate were bestowed upon a woman, it would be utterly tragic, reducing her to a plaything fought over by men. However, appearing in a man, as long as no one interferes, it becomes a destiny of wealth and prosperity. Over the course of his life, he would be adored by 6 emperors. To put it simply, there are 6 slots, regardless of gender, and with time, he could defy fate and achieve the position of a great emperor. Good heavens! Qin Feng exclaimed in his heart. He had always thought Feng Chang was a victim, but it turned out he was quietly making a fortune. How come we're both cheating, but the gap is this huge? Qin Feng secretly gritted his teeth, recalling his terrifying potential as a great emperor, with the ability to enhance all attributes tenfold, truly defying the heavens. However, compared to Feng Chang, this advantage seemed insignificant. Feng Chang casually made a move and directly ascended to the position of a great emperor, and he even had 6 companions. Is there any justice left in the world? Is there any law left? Maybe this is fate. Qin Feng sighed helplessly, understanding that envy was useless and life still required his own effort. As a proper disciple of Confucianism, he would certainly keep his mouth shut and guard Feng Chang's little secret about the 6 emperors. As for the profound creation of heaven and earth he glimpsed from Feng Chang, he wouldn't hesitate to accept it without reservation. Through the Heaven's Secret card, he successfully foresaw that the Kunlun secret realm would open in a month. Legend has it that this secret realm dates back to ancient times and opens once every 1,000 years, accessible only to cultivators under the age of 30. Inside, there are not only abundant heavenly treasures but also the legacies of many ancient powerhouses. What is even more enticing is that Feng Chang had already entered this Kunlun secret realm and discovered the supreme treasure nurtured by heaven and earth, the Immaculate Spring. After purification, he would possess the purest Tao heart in existence, and might even cultivate the theoretically possible Tao heart demon seed of the demonic path. From then on, with a demonic body and a Tao heart, Feng Chang would dominate the Kunlun secret realm, overshadowing all other prodigies and shaking the ancient wilderness. Goodness, even novels wouldn't dare write something like this. Qin Feng couldn't help but complain. I just stripped away his Buddhist nature, and a month later he encounters the Tao heart. It's blatantly treating us villains as experience points. At this moment, Xin Feng could no longer hold back. The Immaculate Spring in the Kunlun secret realm. A month later, he must secure it. Not even Jesus could stop him. However, to successfully obtain the Immaculate Spring in the Kunlun secret realm, his current cultivation at the first level of Spirit Martial was clearly insufficient. By then, all the prodigies under 30 years old from the ancient wilderness would flock there, seeking their own opportunities. These prodigies were all masters at the level of a single sword or yuan. Even if he possessed the strength to slay great dragons, he would be utterly incapable of competing with them. At best, he could barely survive, but he would have no freedom of movement. 1 month is a bit tight. Xin Feng felt that time was a bit tight. Even if he trained with all his might without eating or drinking for 24 hours, he could only break through 2 minor levels at most in a month. It might even lead to an unstable foundation, making it counterproductive. At that moment, the system suddenly spoke. The host can redeem the foundation pill for the Spirit Martial stage. Just 1 pill can instantly stabilize the foundation, saving a significant amount of time. Foundation pill for the Spirit Martial stage can stabilize the foundation during the Spirit Martial stage, with no usage limit, no restrictions, and no side effects. Redemption price, 500,000 villain points. You're selling me a 3-no product for 500,000 each, doesn't your conscience hurt? Xin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in his heart how outrageous it was. Calculating based on 1 needed per small level, he would require 9 to solidify the foundation of the Spirit Martial stage, which meant 4.5 million villain points. However, his account only had 597,000 villain points, barely enough to buy 1, leaving him short by over 3.9 million villain points. It was truly an unattainable goal. The system said indifferently, the system is just the system, no conscience. Fine, you win. Xin Feng was so angry that his teeth itched, but he prepared to exchange for 1 to give it a try. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for spending 500,000 villain points to successfully redeem a foundation pill for the Spirit Martial stage. A pitch-black pill appeared in Xin Feng's hand, emitting a rich medicinal fragrance. He swallowed it in 1 gulp and felt a warm current begin to spread in his lower abdomen. Just as described, it had no usage limit and no side effects. Within mere seconds, he felt the spiritual energy in his body flow smoothly, dense yet restrained. This is what it feels like to cheat. Xin Feng was stunned on the spot, exclaiming inwardly, goodness gracious. He had spent 7 years painstakingly refining his foundation in the transcendent realm, yet he hadn't expected such a small pill to have such astonishing effects. It seemed that from now on, he couldn't just wait at home, he had to actively seek out the chosen ones. Clang! A bell rang throughout the life and death battlefield, signaling the end of the 3-day elimination match. It's finally over. Xin Feng let out a deep breath, his figure blurred and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in a large square, surrounded by a dense crowd of people, numbering at least tens of thousands. Mother, your son has made it, I survived and came out alive. This year, so few people survived, only a little over 20,000. The mortality rate in previous years was 50%, but this year it actually reached 80%. It's all because of that disciple of the great Xia Emperor, Feng Chang. The emperor shouldn't have agreed to let him compete. That's the great Xia delegation, are you really going to refuse to let them participate? I heard that Feng Chang couldn't handle it and got someone to play in his place. The candidates who successfully survived were as excited as if they had just gone through a life and death escape, beginning to fully release their long-suppressed emotions. Xin Feng. At this moment, Xin Feng heard a gnashing sound coming from behind him. When he turned around, it turned out to be Yi Jian, the young master of Ming Jian Manor, striding towards him aggressively. Ah, brother Jian. Xin Feng seemed to have forgotten the grudge between them and greeted Yi Jian warmly, thinking to himself, the competition is over, and we're all survivors. Why dwell on it? Get lost. A sword burned with rage, eyes filled with hatred, vowing never to forget the vile person who ruined his reputation. You're being unreasonable. Xin Feng said indifferently, previously, we were all participating in a life and death elimination match, so conflict was inevitable. Now that the elimination match is over, we've fought and gotten to know each other. Isn't it better to have more friends and more opportunities? What the heck? Fought and gotten to know each other, more friends, more opportunities. Everyone around was stunned, looking at each other in disbelief, unable to comprehend a creature like Xin Feng. After all the things he did during the life and death elimination match, he still had the audacity to talk about friendship. Xin Feng saw that Yi Jian was still burning with anger, and an idea struck him. He decided to make a dramatic turnaround. How about this? I'll tell you a huge secret as compensation, but you absolutely must not tell anyone else. A huge secret. The people around immediately perked up, their ears pricking, ready to hear this explosive news. Qin Feng glanced around, making sure no one was eavesdropping, then lowered his voice and said, I have a method to quickly achieve the position of a great emperor. The position of the great emperor. Everyone around, including Yi Jian, noticeably held their breath. Qin Feng continued in a lowered voice, the method to achieve the position of the great emperor is just 4 words, patience over time. Are you freaking kidding me? A sword instantly burned with rage, eyes blazing with fire. Who tricked you? Qin Feng pulled the sword aside, crouched down, and continued in a low voice, let me tell you, you absolutely must not tell anyone else. Actually, Feng Chang's fate is tied to 6 emperors. As long as there's a long future ahead, he can defy destiny and achieve the position of a great emperor. Originally, there were 6 spots, but now only 5 remain. After speaking, Qin Feng looked up and found himself surrounded by a crowd of people, each with eyes gleaming with desire. You're freaking messing with me. The expression on Yi Jianqi's face turned dark, anger burning in his heart. How could he have believed the nonsense of this wretch? 6 emperors playing? Truly unbelievable. I'll play you instead. Qin Feng shouted in grievance, thinking to himself, what I said was the truth. Feng Chang really was being played by 6 emperors, and in the future, Feng Chang could indeed defy fate and achieve the position of a great emperor. But now, given the chance to Yi Jianqi, he turned out to be useless. Truly exasperating. Bah! The crowd around emitted a sound of disdain and dispersed, clearly showing no trust in Qin Feng's words. Hey, I'm telling the truth, I'm not lying. Qin Feng shouted urgently, but no one believed him. What exactly did Feng Chang do to offend our boss? Even after the life and death elimination match, he still won't let him go, insisting on making him experience 5 more tragedies of human existence. Chen Jun and Wan Ma stood silently to the side, praying for Feng Chang. The most important thing between people is what? It's trust. Qin Feng felt like crying but had no tears, unable to believe that in this day and age, no one trusts the truth. Qin Feng. Not far away, Princess Nanfeng, her delicate face filled with fury, glared at Qin Feng with murderous intent in her eyes. If looks could kill, Qin Feng would have been torn to pieces by now. It was all because of this wretch that her diplomatic mission to the Yin dynasty had turned into a joke. What should have been an opportunity to weaken the power of the noble families had instead resulted in humiliation, and she had even lost her greatest support, Feng Chang. She could completely imagine how, upon returning to Xia, her once fawning siblings would seize the chance to kick her while she was down. Silence! A majestic voice echoed across the square, and the 6 Paths Emperor along with various other prominent figures hovered in mid-air, instantly quieting the previously noisy square. The 6 Paths Emperor spoke, I now declare that the top 1,000 on the leaderboard will enter the Tianhong Academy to study. Clap! 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 The unselected candidates applauded one after another, their hearts filled with envy. Tianhong Academy is the top academy of the Yin Moon dynasty, not only housing over 1 million volumes of cultivation methods, martial techniques, and divine abilities, but also boasting powerful faculty and generous benefits. Most importantly, graduating from Tianhong Academy means directly becoming part of the Yin Moon dynasty's upper management, practically a shortcut to success. The 6th Dao Emperor continued, this year's top scorer on the leaderboard, Qin Feng, will be conferred the title of the Yin Moon dynasty's 3rd Holy Son. He will be allowed to establish his own residence, recruit his own subordinates, and be granted a supreme spiritual peak. What? The 3rd Holy Son? The crowd exclaimed in shock, instantly losing control. The Life and Death Elimination Tournament is held once every 10 years, but the Holy Sun does not appear in every tournament, only those peerless prodigies who surpass all others are qualified. Establishing a residence and recruiting followers means Qin Feng can legally form his own faction, joining the ranks of the high-level elites of the Yin Moon dynasty. And then there's that supreme spiritual peak, a dream cultivation site for countless practitioners. If Qin Feng agrees to open it to the public, it will undoubtedly attract countless cultivators to pledge allegiance to him. All of this belongs to Qin Feng, a mere 15-year-old boy. No way, I'm going to kneel and lick the boss's boots in his room tonight. The happiest of all was Qian Jun. That kneel back then not only saved his life but also brought him fortune and earned him glory. That's incredible. Wan Ma looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of admiration. He knew his young master was extraordinary, but he hadn't expected that, without the help of the Qin family, he could become the holy son of the Yin Moon dynasty solely by his own efforts. Surely, he must have endured hardships beyond imagination. Holy son? Ling Feng. Qin Feng wasn't too interested in this and looked around, searching for Yulan's figure. Since there wasn't a single chosen one in sight, he could only extend his claws toward this chosen daughter, aiming to extract 4 million villain points from her before the Kunlun secret realm opened. Not far away, Yulan couldn't help but shiver, inexplicably feeling as though something had locked onto her. Was it just an illusion? Yulan looked around in confusion and noticed Qin Feng in the distance smiling at her. Her face flushed slightly as she recalled the intimate scene with Qin Feng in the cave. She quickly pretended not to notice and turned her head elsewhere. At the same time, she also became curious about Qin Feng. Clearly, he was a son himself, so why borrow light to walk? Just as Qin Feng cast a mischievous glance at Yulan, many other malicious gazes were directed at him as well. Through the life and death elimination match projection, the world not only witnessed the terrifying prowess of the first prodigy of the ancient era but also learned that Qin Feng possessed treasures like a Buddha's relic and the dragon pearl obtained from slaying a dragon. Faced with treasures of this level, which cultivator could resist the temptation? Even knowing how abnormal Qin Feng's combat power is, as the third holy son of the Yin Moon dynasty, there are still those in the world willing to take risks. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, they still want to try their luck. After all, who can guarantee they won't succeed? Soon. The Six Paths Emperor's speech concluded, and his departing figure was like a flash of lightning. The remaining examinees cheered excitedly, finally able to completely let loose and release their long-suppressed passion. Just as Qin Feng was about to find Yulan to talk about life and discuss ideals, a sudden commotion broke out. Turning his head, he saw that Princess Nan Feng and her entourage were blocked from proceeding. Surrounding them were the parents of enslaved examinees, angrily demanding that Princess Nan Feng hand over the demon Feng Chang. They can tolerate their own children dying in a life and death elimination match, but they absolutely cannot accept being enslaved by Feng Chang, the demon, turned into human bombs, and left with no remains. I, the princess, do not know where Feng Chang is. Princess Nanfeng answered without hesitation. Not only did she truly not know, but even if she did, she would never reveal it. The fact that Feng Chang managed to escape successfully from the Six Paths Emperor already spoke volumes. Even if he wasn't as monstrous as Qin Feng, he was still a rare peerless prodigy in the world. How could she possibly hand over such a genius? Don't know. The crowd, unable to contain their fury, rushed forward, determined to fight to the death. Outrageous. The disciples of the Heavenly Sun burned with anger. As the noble prodigies of the Great Xia, when had they ever endured such humiliation? They immediately clashed with those people, and the scene descended into utter chaos. Hey, there's something exciting to watch. Qin Feng loved joining in the fun and ran over with Xiaobai, full of enthusiasm. At this moment, he finally understood why Princess Nanfeng wasn't the female lead. Without a long future ahead, how could there be a chance to defy fate? At this moment, Yulan didn't join the commotion but instead returned home, removed her clothes, revealing her fair and delicate skin, and prepared to enjoy a comfortable bath. However, when she saw through the bronze mirror that a tattoo reading Qin Feng was here had appeared on her slender waist, her entire demeanor changed instantly. Her furious and embarrassed scream echoed throughout the palace where the blue demon resided. Damn you, Qin Feng! I will never let you off. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, who was watching the commotion, heard the system's notification. Feeling helpless, he could only silently wish Yulan well, hoping that in the days to come, she would become even more beautiful and graceful. Ah, ouch. Wails echoed across the square as parents were knocked to the ground one after another, creating utter chaos. As the elite disciples of the Great Xia dynasty, their combat prowess naturally crushed this group of ordinary parents. In just a few swift moves, they defeated their opponents without mercy. However, their arrogant behavior enraged the other people in the square. This was, after all, the Yin Moon Empire. Faced with such audacity from the disciples of Great Xia, anger ignited in the hearts of the crowd. Get them! No one knew who let out an angry roar, but the battle escalated instantly, and the square immediately turned into a battlefield. Outrageous, outrageous! Princess Nanfeng's chest heaved violently with anger, and the fury within her was almost about to erupt. Being humiliated in various ways by that scoundrel Qin Feng had already pushed her to the limit, and now even these commoners dared to treat her with such disrespect. Did they truly think the princess of Daxia was made of clay? Princess, watch out! The elder protecting the envoy hurriedly stepped forward, shielding Princess Nanfeng behind him. Everyone, stop! A loud and resonant voice suddenly erupted, instantly suppressing the chaotic scene. Everyone turned their heads to see a group of warriors clad in black armor approaching. They exuded a terrifying aura, with cultivation levels reaching the heavenly sect realm. It's the Qian Yo guards. The surrounding crowd's expressions changed drastically, quickly making way for this group of people. The Qian Yo guards were responsible for the security of the Yinyu dynasty's imperial city, with the lowest cultivation level being the Tianzong realm. Their strength and status were not to be underestimated by anyone in the Yinyu dynasty. Humph. Princess Nanfeng paid no heed to the Qian Yo guards, snorted coldly, and prepared to lead her people back to the foreign envoy inn. However, the leader of the Qian Yo guards raised his hand to block her path and said coldly, Princess Nanfeng, this is the Yinyu dynasty, not your Xia dynasty. These disciples of the Son of Heaven injured our citizens here and need to come with us. What did you say? You want us to go with you? The disciples of the Son of Heaven couldn't help but burst into laughter. They considered themselves of noble status and would never take a Qian Yo guard captain seriously. At this moment, their faces were full of disdain and contempt. Take them all away. The leader of the Qian Yo guards was clearly not joking. At his command, the group swiftly charged toward the disciples of the Son of Heaven. Although they were disciples of the Son of Heaven of the Great Xia, their cultivation levels were merely at the Lingwu and Rudeo stages, making them no match for the Qian Yo guards. They were subdued in an instant. How dare you? The disciples of the Son of Heaven were furious, shouting that they would report this to the Six Paths Emperor. However, the Qian Yo guards paid them no heed and directly detained them all, earning a round of cheers from the crowd. Outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Princess Nanfeng's chest heaved violently with anger, her fury uncontainable as she prepared to confront the Six Paths Emperor for an explanation. However, the elder protecting the envoy stopped her. Princess, going there would likely be in vain. If the Six Paths Emperor truly intended to intervene, he wouldn't have allowed these people to besiege the envoy, let alone let the Qian Yo guards capture the imperial scholar. Are you saying that the Six Paths Emperor is the one orchestrating this from behind the scenes? Princess Nanfeng furrowed her brows, instantly grasping the truth of the matter. If she were faced with an enemy like Fang Chang, she would likely also find a way to eliminate him completely. Clearly, this wasn't about these people wanting to know Fang Chang's whereabouts, but rather the Six Paths Emperor secretly pulling the strings. The old man continued, Your Highness, Princess, now that Fang Chang's whereabouts are unknown, there is no point in the delegation staying in the Yin Moon dynasty any longer. It might even be dangerous. It's better to return to Xia quickly. But Princess Nanfeng's expression was conflicted, her heart unwilling. She didn't want to return just like this. This time, she had come to the Yin Moon dynasty on a mission. Now, not only had she failed to complete a single task, but she had also lost Fang Chang. If she ignored the captured noble scions and returned, she would undoubtedly offend the major noble families. By then, even if her father wanted to protect her, he might have no choice but to confine her to the cold palace. Rescue them! The old man felt an unbearable headache. In the Yin Moon dynasty, they were unfamiliar with the place and the people, and had no power or influence. How could they persuade the Six Paths Emperor to release someone? Princess Nanfeng's eyes lit up as she spotted a familiar figure. Now that Qin Feng had just been conferred as the third holy son of the Yin Moon dynasty, perhaps he could make the Six Paths Emperor change his mind. Princess, you mustn't. The old man hurriedly tried to dissuade her, thinking to himself that seeking help from that scoundrel Qin Feng was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. There's no other way now, we can only give it a try. Princess Nanfeng had made up her mind and prepared to go find Qin Feng alone. At that moment, Qin Feng, after the play ended, strode aggressively toward his supreme spiritual peak with Xiaobai and two younger followers in tow. On the way, he earnestly lectured them, You all saw those disciples of the heavenly Son just now, didn't you? This is what happens when you don't follow the right path. In the future, you absolutely must not imitate them. If you want to learn from me, be a proper Confucian gentleman, understand? Yes, my goal as a rabbit is to become a proper Confucian scholar rabbit. Xiaobai nodded repeatedly, vowing with great determination to remember every word Qin Feng said. Confucius once said, learning without thought is labor lost, thought without learning is perilous. Thus, Xiaobai had been diligently studying Qin Feng's swordsmanship, as well as his crafty ways. A proper gentleman. Chen Jun and Wan Ma's eyes twitched slightly, unable to resist glancing back toward the square. Oppose Qin Feng becoming the holy son. Down with the scoundrel Qin Feng. Punish Qin Feng severely, return my manhood. 300 to 400 people marched in protest, shouting in unison with overwhelming momentum. Although they managed to save their lives. In the life and death elimination match, they lost their tools of manhood, and from now on could only compete for positions in the palace. Not long after, Qin Feng and his group arrived at the supreme spiritual peak. The stone tablet read Emerald Bamboo Peak, and the entire spiritual peak was brimming with vitality. Not only was it covered with various spiritual herbs, but the fish in the streams also leapt joyfully. Upon entering, one could feel the dense spiritual energy, like fine rain falling on the body. Cultivating here could save a significant amount of top-grade spiritual stones. Emerald Bamboo Peak, not bad. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. With a few leaps, they landed in a bamboo grove. There seemed to be an array gathering spiritual energy nearby, as the spiritual energy was even denser than before. There was also a bamboo house by a small bridge and flowing water. Rabbit, love it here. Little White happily jumped off Qin Feng's shoulder and dashed around Emerald Bamboo Peak like a whirlwind. Every small animal on the peak had to be dragged over for a couple of slaps to establish dominance. Even the mice in their holes and the fish in the streams were not spared. You too should also find a place to use as your cultivation site. Qin Feng didn't intend to neglect his two followers, allowing them to find a spot on the mountain to settle down. Yes. Shen Jun was so excited that he almost jumped up, while Wan Ma remained exceptionally calm. Not long after, Princess Nanfeng arrived at the bamboo peak. A despicable person is not scary. What's scary is when you need something from them. In order to return to Daxia and give an explanation to the major families, she had no choice but to brace herself and enter the bamboo house to ask Qin Feng for help. Is this the attitude you have when asking someone for a favor? Qin Feng sneered disdainfully, thinking to himself that she didn't even know how to make a proper request, yet she dared to come to him for help. In truth, he was somewhat surprised by Princess Nanfeng's arrival, though not particularly shocked. When he used the celestial card to glimpse into the secrets of heaven, he had already seen the news of Daxia's imperial disciples being captured. However, they weren't permanently imprisoned by the Sixth Tao Emperor as he had imagined. Instead, they were all released roughly half a month later. The reason was that Feng Chang didn't obediently stay put but arrogantly went around killing and setting fires. Once Feng Chang's whereabouts were known, continuing to detain these imperial disciples of Daxia lost its purpose, and ultimately, they were all let go. Now that Princess Nanfeng has come to him on her own initiative, if Qin Feng doesn't take the opportunity to extort her, it would be a disgrace to his reputation as a top-tier villain. What exactly do you want? Princess Nanfeng's tone softened slightly, her face tinged with a faint blush. I want you to assist me in my cultivation, he. Qin Feng couldn't help but let out the signature laugh of a villain. He noticed that Princess Nanfeng was quite bold, daring to come to his bamboo peak without bringing even a single attendant. Did she really think Qin Feng was some harmless pushover? The sun slowly set, and the sky grew darker. Princess Nanfeng's face flushed as she ran out of the bamboo house with disheveled hair, shouting angrily, Qin Feng, this princess won't let you off. She spat on the ground with her reddened face, feeling indignant, thinking she had been forced to waste so much effort in negotiation. But at least that scoundrel Qin Feng had agreed, promising to release the person in no more than half a month. Aside from demanding an upfront deposit, the remaining 5 million top-grade spirit stones as the final payment could almost be considered a fair price.